Rallyx is presented by Cooper Tires, Allsbergs, Solentina Emballage Huntering, Emstad, and Beacon 59. The final starts in 3, 2, 1.
From the legendary Höljes in Sweden, it is Champions Day for Rallyx 2023. My name's Andrew Coley, this is Hal Ridge. Hal, 6 champions to crown, and yesterday was a roller coaster day for some of those protagonists at the top of the classes.
Yep, some good, some bad, some real intrigue, some massive stories in every single category. Today it's going to go down to the wire and I cannot wait.
Yeah, me too. So me and Hal headed out last night into the paddock and we had a catch up with some of those people who'd had good and bad days. Anton Victor, end of day one. You've got 2 finishes from 2 qualifying sessions on just the electric motor.
Hooray! Yeah, it was like expected. You know, we managed to get the heats into the finish, so I'm satisfied.
A problem for Simon Tiger, admittedly not as big a problem as you have had, but that just goes to show you've got to stay in this competition. But you've had some developments during the day. Me and Hal have seen you walking around constantly on the phone. What's the plan?
Maybe I can borrow a 2.4 liter Volvo engine to put in the car tonight. We just have to see, so we have all the stuff around the engine, like clutch, so the slave cylinder is working and all those parts. So I'm looking into it, but it's looking pretty good. So I think we have a brum brum engine tomorrow.
And you've gone for simplicity, haven't you, over the electronics? We were talking a minute ago and you were saying, yeah, there's a 3 litre engine, but without the electronics and trying to go on the dyno. This is an older carburettor style engine, which will be an easier fit in the car.
Yeah, of course, we don't have how many times, you know, we have to go tomorrow at 10 to go racing, so you can't do everything. We have to see, yeah.
So 2.4 litre Volvo plus the electric power. This isn't over yet, is it?
No, I think it can be really good.
We're looking forward to it being really good, mate. Wishing you the best of luck. Are you in for a late night?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay. We'll see him tomorrow with sunglasses on.
Lucas, championship weekend, you've had some ups and downs this year. How are you feeling coming into Höljes?
It feels good. I have a good feeling for this weekend, and I'm going to do my best as I can.
You've been in the championship fight before in junior cross car, so you know how the feeling is. Not the greatest couple of weekends in Finland and Norway. Does that make you a bit more relaxed coming here?
Yeah, I don't feel any pressure. I'm a bit relaxed and I just have fun here and do as good as I can. Hopefully get the podium.
Reasonable gap back to Simon, but you both had problems in Q1. We know you had electrical problems in Finland a couple of rounds ago. What happened in Q1?
Yeah, the car was misfiring. A cable was cut off in the yoke, I think. So it runs on 3 cylinders all the race.
But solved easily by JC, and it was fine for Q2. You got stuck in traffic a bit, couldn't really do much?
Yeah, in the start I took a bit too much speed and I was forced to go into yoker. Because of that I got stuck in some traffic and I didn't get such a good time.
Talk about your season overall. You came in brilliant first weekend in stepping up with a special dispensation to race, and then you've had some good and bad weekends, some times where it hasn't gone your way. How would you summarise the season overall so far?
Yeah, it's been amazing. Even though it hasn't been the best in Finland and Norway, I think it's amazing. I can't really believe it has gone this well, and I'm really happy.
Good luck for the championship fight.
Thank you.
Michael, you come here in the championship fight in Supercar Pro-Am. How much have you enjoyed racing in Rallyx this season?
I am very like, and yeah, team is amazing, and we try to drive this year in the Fiesta. It's an old Ken Block car, and yeah, I hope we see it work, and it's good car, and want to find speed and more laps everywhere, and it's coming, but yeah.
This track in Höljes is pretty special, isn't it?
Yeah, I walked this track and when I arrive, and it's when I walk, it feels like a legend track, and yeah, I am waiting so much to today morning when I go to the track and drive. But yeah, first training it's good, but second training we want to push a little bit more, and we push so much. But yeah, first quali it's okay, but second quali we take I am doing a small mistake, and yeah, but let's see what happens tomorrow.
You're in this championship battle with Victor Vranckx in the Pro-Am. How much do you want to win the championship in the first year of the Pro-Am series?
Lot of yeah, what I can say, it's been a good year, and thanks that sponsor my family, team is amazing, and thank you Ivo Traubergs, who is my mentor. But yeah, let's see, tomorrow it's final day and final race, and yeah, I hope it's good.
Good luck for the final day.
Thank you.
So I've come down to see Thomas Merstad, who's in the depths of a championship battle. He was P2. Q1 did not go your way, did it?
No. I got a spin over the jump, tried to avoid a crash, but luckily I didn't crash, but bad time then.
And that was, so it was 29th after Q1. We only had the 2 sessions today. I should think you were wanting to go to bed tonight knowing you're in a better place. That drive in Q2 was unbelievable.
Yeah, I just had to drive everything I could. There was no other choice after Q1.
Incredible start. I mean, you must have known you needed a good start. Once you got that done, you just got your head down, you were nailing it.
Yeah, my mind was in the right place then, so yeah.
Hal said in the commentary, he said, I think he's in his happy place, that you were just full send everywhere. Is that your happy place?
Yeah.
There you go. Yes, full send mode is Thomas Merstad's happy place. So championship fight is on. What's the plan for the Q3, Q4? You just got to go for it?
Yeah, the plan must be to get a good pace like I have now, and we just see after the race is done how we are in the standings.
All right, well, we wish you the best of luck, and that driving Q2 was amazing. Well done.
Thank you.
What a legend.
We're down in OMSE with Kevin Eriksson. Kevin, massive weekend. I said in the previous show at the start of the weekend that I think you're in the form of your life. You're really in a comfortable place in all of the championships you're racing in, but the first day here in Höljes not quite where you wanted it to be.
No, not perfect. I mean, we're still P3 overall of the 2 heats, so I mean, I shouldn't be disappointed, but on lap time, I want to be slightly closer to U1, so I have started to look through some data and try to find a couple tenths tomorrow so we can give him a run for the title.
Both of the Civics look pretty sideways. You and Oliver quite similar on track. Are you struggling with a setup? Is it that little bit of a longer wheelbase in the loose? What's going on?
Yeah, it's hard to say. I mean, it feels very good in the car, and we are quite happy. It's just that but the lap times is not telling us what we feel exactly yet. So could be as a small simple change that we just need to find, because we are dead even in lap times, me and Oliver. It's just obviously Oliver got a P2 now in Q2, which was brilliant. Had a good start in clean air, and I was in the queue, and of course fell back to P6, which is good because I have pole position for tomorrow. So I mean, it's actually quite promising looking into Q3, and I hope I just have a clean run there and I can find a couple of tenths and maybe steal a win there from you.
You started this season doing the first couple of rounds to just help with the championship. You're so involved in Rallyx generally, and then you did more rounds, and now you're 2 points off the lead going into the finale. You've won this twice before. You don't need to be here, but how much do you want to win this championship because of the competitive element within you?
For sure, I want to win it a lot, and especially now with such a tight fight with Johan. I mean, it's probably been a long time since he had a tight fight like this going into the last race, and it's good for me also to have a race, you know, and a championship like this. Since, like you say, I'm leading also Nitrocross now, and it will be some fierce battles going forward. So for sure, it's nice to be up there and do the battles. And no, I really want to win it, so I can't say that I'm just here now anymore. Now I'm here to race and to win and give everyone, you know, what they want to watch on the TV as well.
Finals day here at Höljes, arguably the best rallycross track in the world, the most famous, and competing against a five-time world champion. It's nip and tuck. It's a special place to be.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, it's always great to be here in Höljes. So, and you know, obviously, kind of his home turf here in Värmland, the forest of Värmland as well. So he has a lot of fans here. Yeah, it's always great to be here. Like you say, this is the home of rallycross in my eyes, and one of the most funniest tracks to come back to.
Good luck, Kevin.
Thank you.
I'll come down to Johan Kristoffersson, leading the championship by 2 points and leading today after the first two qualifying sessions, 2 wins. Brilliant start in Q1 there.
Yeah, the start in Q1 was like almost the optimum start you can get, at least from what we have today here. So yeah, it was a good one.
Championship weekend, obviously you're used to that situation, but still some pressure. It's only a 2-point gap. You have to take the score from here, so you know you need a good one.
Yeah, I mean, but I think, you know, every morning you wake up during the winter and you wait to go out driving, you know, this is the moment you are waiting for. Like tomorrow morning, you know that this is the day that you can make the difference as a driver, and yeah, that's the day you enjoy the most. So yeah, looking forward to get out there and try to do my best. And every time you run a championship, I always have as a goal to come for the last race weekend and have possibilities to fight for the championship. So yeah, here we are.
Well, we're in that situation now. A good day for you with 2 wins. A problem for OC with a broken car. Kevin seems there or thereabouts. Oliver in the last one was going well in the Honda, so it's not over, is it? 2 qualifying sessions, semis and finals to go. You've got work to do still.
Yeah, definitely. And I mean, this morning I felt so uncomfortable in the car. It was not doing at all what I wanted. So we got all of that right for Q1, so that was nice. But it's still a lot of you know, performance to get out from the car actually. So yeah, we'll try a few things tomorrow morning. Let's see what happens with the weather. Sounds like it's raining a little bit now, so but it shouldn't be any rain tomorrow. But yeah, good feeling, and yeah, we'll see. I mean, my main focus this weekend will be to be ahead of Kevin. But yeah, Oliver was fast, and they are in the weekly car, so if Oliver tidy up that driving a bit, I think he could be even faster.
That's what we said too. It was quite a wild run. He was only a second behind, so all to play for tomorrow. Final word about Höljes. You know, you've raced and won here a lot, but finishing a championship here is quite special. It's such a great track.
Yeah, it's one of the best tracks in the world, and it's always so fair also in terms of how they prepare the track, and if you're in the first or last seat, doesn't really matter. So I really like this track, and every time it comes to semi-final and final, it's difficult to overtake in rallycross, but in Höljes you can always find a way.
Awesome, mate. Good luck tomorrow.
Thank you.
So those were what we thought were the big stories from day one, but there was action aplenty out on track. If you missed any of it, have a look at this. Made again. Simon Tiger on the inside line, heading off the line up towards turn 1.
These are the big curves in the Joker. You can see on the right hand, and look on the left, it's bigger. It's almost bigger there than Tiger's car.
It's the height of the bonnet.
Yep.
So you're talking 2-3 feet high.
Tiger come through the final corner to win the first race of the weekend in open two-wheel drive.
One car that won't make any noise is Victor Johansson, who has taken everything out of that car and is going to run it on the electric motor.
Rallyx debut. Oh, runs wide and spins in the right-hander before the velodrome. This has been handed on a plate to Peter McGarry.
Crosses it with a 237.3. Emil that's in P2. Emil Oman with an amazing start. Going to beat Simon Tiger, but Tiger gets into second gear and is still alongside. He's in his door. Tiger lets him know he's there. Emil Oman's on the lock stops. Tiger into the door again. On the front left wheel. Look at that. He's just pointing in any direction. Simon Tiger with a high speed off on the inside. Doesn't want to come back over the curb at that angle. The front left wheel is broken, and this is where things can go wrong. This is why Victor Johansson was so desperate to get out and run. All running the same livery, all sponsored by Oman. 2 of them driven by Oman. Berg. Inside line is your championship fight. Olofsson with a better start than Anderson.
The misfire issues on the opening day.
Wasn't it a daft electrical fault?
Yeah, but they changed everything. Yeah, oh, Anaklev side by side with Tornholt. Tornholt's done a great job in this race.
Jensen not in the champ fight, Enlund very much. So Enlund gets a great start. On the standard lap up the inside line, gets somehow from P5 to P2. That is fantastic for half a lap. And where's Casper Janssen going to be? Enlund smashes the time to bits, and I reckon Janssen's going to get there too. Outside it. Brilliant start in the middle for Mats Oskarsson, but it is Enlund on the inside line, Janssen. Bit of a gap between them. Oh, contact on the outside.
Sent in by Enlund, beautifully got to the first apex. He's absolutely nailed that Joker lap.
Perfect, destroyed it. So OMSE, Enlund crosses the line to take it with a 2:25.1. Olofsson and Haugs, Olofsson and Anderson, who really need to get it done here. Olofsson has to dip the clutch, that is an apps. Goes around the outside though, makes me eat my words, then dips it in the curb, runs it over the curb. That is a big serrate, but not enough space there either. Almost alongside now, he's getting alongside, no. Anderson versus an Eklev at the merge, and Anderson gets it. Too much racing to do in this one. 2:27.8 overall series with Kristoffersson, and he gets a mega start. Lots of wheel spin in the Civic. We're going to try and shut the door on the inside line. Frank
Solberg getting sideways right here and driving through the gravel and losing heaps of time years ago. Once you've gone, you've kind of got to commit, haven't you?
Commit or don't, yeah, you can't change your mind. Ericsson is absolutely destroying them here, which is fair enough. Maiko Tam ahead of his championship leads the standings. He's P2 in the standings here. 3 wins, 5 podiums out of 7 rounds. So he's on a long old hole before the green. Finally it comes. Kristoffersson's Polo gets away with the line beautifully. He's gone 8/10 quicker as well than Ikonen when Ikonen nowhere near. So Kristoffersson and Belevsky well out in front. Corner, and the time is a 2:15.0, 2.6 seconds faster. Brilliant start by Baby on the inside line. They're in around the outside, he's in the dirt, he's on the lock stop, somehow he holds on, but now he gets collected. He goes round, Ostlund goes round as well. That is a disaster in the background.
Daniel Turenne just nudging into Linus Ostlund, that was a shame.
Spins around to find Baby underneath him. Baby lands the car into the left-hander. The timer Johan is gone already, but he's going to be right up there, crosses the line and goes with a 2:16.8 into P3. Great launch, Kristoffersson on the inside line, Belevsky going with him. Kevin Eriksson may not have anywhere to go. We're going to try for him, but he's out in the dirt. The Honda runs a bit wide, hooks the left wheel into that dirt. Baby goes Joker.
Lap time pace in the opening heat. We won't get a representation of lap time pace now until Kevin's finished the final lap, but he's pushing hard. Baby's not close. Oh, Baby's got flames coming off the left front wheel. Is it broken, or was that just from the brakes? He's got massive pressure from Mikko Ikonen. No, and it's broken.
He goes round, Howrich spotted that front left suspension, collapses. His teammate Kristoffersson goes into the Joker lap in the lead. Belevsky's with him. Where's Kevin Eriksson? I think Belevsky's going to hold on to that position. He is. Kevin jumps long.
Mikko Ikonen, no, and it's broken.
He goes round, Howrich spotted that front left suspension, collapses. Johan crosses the line. Final day of Rallyx 2023. That is the amazing rallycross circuit. That is Höljes, Värmland in Sweden. And we are looking forward to bringing you all the action today as we conclude 6 different title chases. My name's Andrew Coley. This is Hal Ridge. All right, mate?
Hello, mate.
Last day at school feels a bit strange always. I'm never a big fan of championships coming to an end. It always feels a bit like, oh man, I want to go again. But today will be awesome. So we've been getting the gifts. Pace Motorsport bought us a hat. A man just handed me this keyring, removed before race. I like that. That's very good. Someone's given us these. They said they were a gift from the Norwegian government. And whilst we appreciate the Norwegian government very much, we do not appreciate salt fish very much. Johan Kristoffersson loves salt fish, and we're hoping he might come and join us for some of this session. We did hassle him this morning. He was up and stretching, ready for warm-up, and then he realised there was no warm-up. Pretty typically Johan.
How very Rallyx.
Yeah, exactly. So yeah, we said, well, if you've got nothing to do, come and join us for Junior Crosscar. Junior Crosscar are here. They're in the grid and ready to go. Where's Oito, Hal?
On the grid, I'd imagine.
Have they loaded one already?
Yeah.
Marvellous. Well, there is Oito at the top of the table with 2 wins from 2 sessions so far already this weekend. Great job by him. An incredible job last weekend as well in Norway. Of course, he didn't have the best time in Kuvula in Finland at the end of our triple header, which started the season. We finished with this double header. I say he'll be hoping to wrap up the title today. Yeah, it was a clean sweep in Grenland last time out for Oito. Oito is on the pole on the left-hand side of your screen, and it is Nico Kinnunen Then Lauri Halonen, Dennis Vik and Alex Antila. This is the first time we've seen junior cross car this weekend. Jonathan Julalami, who is in that championship fight, is down in race number 4. So we'll have a look at that in a second, see where he is in the overall standings. Yeah, Julalami's down in P12, so it's advantage Uito as we go into Q3 on the final day of Rallyx 2023. Let's go! Halonen with a great start in the middle of the grid, but Uito should get to the first corner first. Halonen will try around the outside. This could be on. Uito goes deep on the brakes, up the curbs. Halonen's inside, though. Uito won't go joker from there. All these drivers are quick, but he decides he'd rather follow Halonen, gets alongside Halonen as they go onto the gravel. That's a great piece of racecraft. Uito climbs up the curbs and puts himself back into the lead, which is where he's been, Hal, all last weekend and all this weekend. He's chasing this title hard.
Great example there of how the first few corners at Höljes work, as Kinnunen now got up the inside of Halonen as well. Halonen looks to the inside, coming down the hill out of the velodrome, doesn't have the momentum, fortunately for them, because that would have been a mess, wouldn't it, going towards the barrier on the left-hand side. But these first corners at Höljes are so good, aren't they, that you can run wide. Oh, as Vik has a look around the outside of Halonen in the final corner. Long way round though, isn't it? Especially when you're not got the rotation done on the way in and you haven't got the nose pointing where you need it to be.
Halonen's had an exciting first lap, Hal, and the excitement appears to be continuing as Vik goes with him into the joker lap. We know Lauri's very good.
He's never far away from some excitement though, is he? There's usually plenty going on when Lauri's
licorice and bicycle-based excitement around the paddock. Oh, hang on a minute, there's a huge, heavy man jumping up and down on the back of the truck here. Stick those on, mate. And Johan Kristoffersson has joined us in the commentary box. He's a 5-time world champion, so we think he might have some idea about what he's talking about with regard to what's going out on the track. Johan, good morning.
Good morning, good morning.
How was warm-up?
Yeah, I was so pumped this morning. I had the alarm at 7 o'clock ready for warm-up, and then I realized that we're not driving until 11:30.
All fired up, nowhere to go.
Yeah, that's how it is.
All good, all good. So this is Michael Uito. We've just been discussing championship P2 at the minute. Took a clean sweep in Norway, had a bad weekend in Finland. Is killing it here this weekend. Has won both qualifying sessions so far and leads this race. A championship day, is it a different mentality?
Not really. I mean, you try not to have a different mentality, but of course, you know, you always feel the pressure, and you know that this is the day that it really counts, and everything you've done up until now doesn't really matter until good pass there. Really
yeah,
nice,
lovely. That was, you like that, don't you?
Yeah, that was a good one. Halonen, the guy with the licorice, isn't it?
It is.
Yeah, cool.
It is. We've got you a gift here as well for in between races.
This is brilliant.
Some salt fish for Johan Kristoffersson. We'll hopefully come to the studio for 10 seconds and see him enjoy it, where me and Hal spat it out around the side of the tent, didn't we, mate?
So is this the first heat?
It is, yeah, that's the first heat. Uito takes it from Halonen. 2:37 point. Was that a 6:66 I saw there? Goodness me, that's... Wow.
Good start from P3 there. It's quite slippery on P3, actually.
What's the difference?
I don't know, it just seems like the tarmac is a little bit more slippery.
Halonen always gets good starts, doesn't he? Not quite as quick yesterday. Not quite as quick as yesterday on overall race time. Oh, that was quite a lot of contact there from Halonen and Vik down into the final corner. Halonen got a great run out of the velodrome.
Yeah, Vik only joined us last weekend, Hal. I hope we see a bit more in the next year.
37.666, so 1.5 seconds slower than Q2 yesterday.
Does that give you a clue as to track conditions?
That's why I had a look. So, let's see.
We haven't seen your quiz yet, by the way, so don't give anything away.
No, I won't.
Yeah, you'll be able to see a little competition between the Erikssons and the Kristofferssons later on today. Talking of Erikssons, there's one on pole. Alfred Eriksson, then it's Joachim Lunderlander, Oliver Solly, Loke Pettersson and Carl Svedland on the outside. Solly's been right in the mix all year. Middle of the grid. Johan says it's slippery there. Does Solly get away well? He does. So again, slot 1 and slot 3 do nicely, but on pole it is Alfred Eriksson who's going to get to turn 1 first.
Seems like when you touch the gravel from P1, it looks like it's good traction there.
There we go. Johan's got an eye on it already. Where are you headed off from, mate? P1?
Yes.
There we go.
Yes.
Hal?
I'm not starting anywhere.
No,
didn't qualify.
Yeah. Oh, there's a spin.
just behind on that crest. Tricky flick from left to right there.
So Carl Svensson has number 1 on his car. He won last year?
Well, that's what I... So, funny enough, I thought that. I looked at the stats last weekend.
Uito's the reigning champion.
Yeah.
Yeah. But somebody was running number 1. Yes, Svedlund was running number 1. 3:33 last year, running number 1 this year. Yeah, so...
Lander's gone around the outside in the final corner of the opening lap on Ericsson. Great move. You tried that in practice, I saw, and yesterday with Peter.
Yeah. I knew it didn't gonna work, but I was just, you know, why not?
Was that just to have a pop at Peter, or was it a genuine attempt?
No, it was just for fun. I tried that overtake on Andreas Backerud in Euro in Q1, I think, last year.
How'd it go?
No, not as well as it was the year before when I overtook him on the outside in the corner before Velodrome. but I had a go.
Johan has the most incredible memory. I have a sea of paperwork in front of me because I can't really remember what happened yesterday. And if you ask Johan what the gap was in some previous season, as a general rule, he gets it dead right. So, Pettersson running a number 13. Maybe he's a Backerud fan. There are a lot of people running 13, and all the while Andreas refuses to retire. They're going to have to change numbers, aren't they, when they reach a similar championship to him?
So 50.5 is the best lap that Olander did.
Just missed the barrier there. Did you see that? Wound up over the curbs and then out towards the barrier on the outside.
Used all of the road, that's nice.
Yeah, the whole lot.
All right, so what was the fastest lap time from Uito?
Well, Andrew and I were arguing about the pen, so I didn't write it down.
Yeah. Sorry, mate.
All right, so we'll see now then.
I thought it was my pen, but the only thing I bought with me was a tea, a pen and the folder.
You lost the pen already?
Well, Hal's got a bag, and he's now that pen's got a torch in it, which is quite fantastic. Is that
37,666. He's going to get it?
No, I don't think he is. No, he's quite away from the line.
Yeah.
There we go. 39.2.
Oh,
so, no, right
stuck
at the end.
as well.
Come on, lads.
Yeah.
That's it,
Got
out.
it.
Oh, solid, guns it away. Done.
All right.
Svedlund won't like that. That's going to drop Svedlund a long way down. See where Svedlund is overall.
But look now, you see? P3 again, first away, and then when you touch the gravel from slot 1, it's pulling away.
It just goes.
Yeah. I think it might have to do with that when you rejoin the track on the last corner, you spray a bit of gravel over the first couple of lines on the left-hand side.
So
but the right-hand side always stays clean.
Stays clean.
Exactly.
Too far from the racing line.
Yeah.
There we go.
Ah, there it is. Nah, it was not that close.
Big lot of curb.
Oh, that was close. That's the one you saw. That was close enough.
So there's another couple of tenths in there, aren't there, mate? If you go that close to the barrier.
Yeah, maybe. You saw mine yesterday.
Yeah.
Oh, Q2 was really close. I turned the steering wheel the opposite way, like you do when you hit the snowbank in the winter.
I
thought it might be.
it.
So I was like drifting, and then I turned it the other way if it's gonna touch, and I was like, okay, it was alright.
Just missed it.
Yeah.
Hagström, Isaksetra, Jensen, Oskarsson and Soderholm in this one. We're waiting though for Yulalami in race number 4, who's in the championship fight and not having a great weekend. Hagström on the inside. Let's see when he gets to the dirt, if he gets away, and again he does. Yep. So Johan Kristofferson's feeling very comfortable about being in slot number 1 when he heads out. Very sensible merge there, Hal. As we've said many a time this year, the kids are good.
They are very good, and it's a little bit like crosscar, isn't it, where I said yesterday morning you can toss all the names up in the air and try and catch one. Pontus Oskarsson had the drive of his career last weekend in Norway, having a look to the inside, up towards the velodrome this time around. Nip and tuck, yeah, he gets the move done. Oskarsson on a flyer, still with no rear spoiler, because that's still outside turn 2 in Grenland, probably in the weeds.
So did you write the lap time out? 50.5. All right, but that's at lap 2.
Are you looking to see if the track is improving?
Nah, just see if Hagström is on the pace.
Okay.
Hagström is leading, right?
Yes.
Yeah. His father was my mechanic back in the days, actually.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Cool.
Yep. 51.7.
Do you think a rear wing is necessary in junior cross car? Because as Hal said,
would look so boring without.
You just for the just to look cool.
I don't know actually. Yeah, but I mean they say over 70 kph. They say that air is starting to make a difference. But but yeah, maybe if it accelerates faster without or with, I don't know actually.
I imagine down the hill here things could be interesting. Looks up the inside into Velodrome. That is a split screen. You can see there is Johan Kristoffersen in the middle of your screen. Hello, everybody.
Hello.
The lights are off. The reason the lights are off in the studio is because we can't see the screen when they're on, so that's why we're looking a bit dark. And at the bottom of the screen, like and subscribe, please. We would love you to support this brilliant series. We've had so much fun bringing it to you this year, and we're going to continue to do so. But the more reach the championship has, the more chance these young drivers have of trying to find sponsors and continue their chase to become the next Johan Kristoffersen. So support the series in any way you can. The easiest way to do that is get an account on YouTube and just like and subscribe to it, guys. Let them grow the following a little bit. Out from the Joker lap comes Hagström.
I reckon he's not going to get the time.
He's going quicker though, isn't he? A 50.1 last time as opposed to a 50.5 best lap in the previous race.
Yeah, but it was not. Uito must have been even faster.
Yeah, Uito was.
Yeah. So I see now that the rear wings are different as well. Is it free, the rear wing? You can have whatever you like?
I don't know, there's some out there that are absolutely enormous. I must say it's...
Because if you compare that one to the other one in the heat, you see there?
Yeah, that's much
different.
narrower, yeah.
And then there's one without.
So this is the older speed car. The second car is a speed car Wonder, and the third is an older speed car that was rolled last weekend and doesn't have a wing at all anymore. So.
Right.
That's the reason for that model. It's closer than I thought it was going to be.
Oh, he got it.
He got him!
Yeah.
He got him!
Well done.
So we were all wrong.
That was tight. Yeah.
Hampus Hagström goes quickest.
Proved us wrong.
Yeah, that's ended Uito's perfect weekend. Uito's still going to be in the TQ spot right now, but he's got him by an absolutely tiny margin. 0.666, what is it, 16 thousandths, 17 thousandths of a second.
And if he can hang on, this would be Hagström's first fastest time of the season, first session win of the season.
Brilliant.
But
nice.
Yulilami's yet to come in the next race.
Yeah, and Yulilami...
Where is he starting from?
Yulilami's on pole. So that's your favoured position. So looking at Yulilami's results yesterday, just to keep everybody up to speed at home, he was P5 in Q1 and P16 in Q2, which has left Yulilami's in the championship fight down in P12. You just saw the times there for Hagström going quicker than Uito by 17 thousandths of a second. Left-hand side of the grid, Yulilami is the car you need to keep your eye on. He leads the standings, or led the standings by 4 points, but at the minute Uito is going to outscore him by 11 points in qualifying. He must climb up the order to keep his championship hopes alive. We want to see him race for it in the final later today. Does he get a good start? Yes, he does. Onto the dirt. And
touch the gravel and then go.
Perfect. Yeah. So Yulilami's got what he needs off the line. Now, that was not what he needed. Gets up on two wheels into the dirt, compromises line to turn two, got away with it, Hal, but that's probably not going to be the best way to set the quickest time.
Absolutely, and quite often you'd see someone bail and go for the Joker at that stage because you're too tight on the inside for turn two, but managed to get it stopped and turned in. Just like we saw from Thomas Ekmerstad yesterday in Q2 of Crosscar, this is a do or die for Yulilami, isn't it? Really needs to nail a time now to get back to the top of the order, get back into the championship fight, as you so correctly said. And that will have shaken things up a bit.
Yeah, that was exactly what I was going to compare it to yesterday. Johan Ekmerstad, who's one of our front runners in Crosscar, had had a shocker and was basically needed a great start. Race number 6, got the whole shot and smashed it, didn't he, Hal? Like went 2.6 seconds quicker than anyone had gone in the session. Track conditions were maybe a tiny bit more favourable, but it was, you know, you can see in the attitude in the car, he meant every single apex.
Yeah, that's not fast enough, is it? I said it again. Maybe they're going to prove me wrong again.
No, I think you'd have to...
54.7 on the opening lap.
What was the...
I'm not 100% sure, but I had a feeling of that it was a bit faster. Yeah, let's see.
Right, we'll find out.
It's quite short with 3 laps as well. It's really difficult. If one mistake makes more of a difference if you have 4 or 5 laps.
There's a big discussion with the teams yesterday, great meeting where Andreas Eriksson got everyone together and said, look, what do you like, what don't you like? And a lot of the teams said, as me and Hal actually said, look, we'd rather see 4 laps in qualifying and take a lap out of the semi-finals. You know, if you make 5 laps semi, whatever, but we want to see 4 laps.
5 laps in semi-finals.
Oh, okay, then take another lap out maybe. Yeah. But everybody was saying they would prefer 4 laps in qualifying, and I think I would too. What do you think?
50.4 is not fast enough, that's what I think.
50.1 was the best last time.
Yeah. No, I think, yeah, I mean, I get it because of that it's so many cars and it's going to take even longer time with 4 laps each, but yeah, it is tricky with 3 laps. It's yeah. But in the end, you know, it's the same for everyone, but I don't know.
It's that tactical thing, isn't it? I love it when somebody waits one more lap to see if they can get the gap or not, and you just don't have the chance
but nowadays
to do that.
everyone responds the lap after, because of you, because you always say that you have to respond the lap after, don't give him another lap. So since then I only get one lap, always.
Yeah, you have me in your ears rather than your dad thinking I better go.
Yeah, exactly. Time to speed up.
I think it depends who's behind you, doesn't it, mate? Yellow Lamy coming over the line a lot. 1.4 off.
Good time. P3 must.
Is it going to go P3?
Yeah, P3, yeah.
Okay, so that should see Yellow Lamy climb back up the order quite nicely. So he was P12 and a P5 and a P16 yesterday, now a P3.
The points were tight there, he was on 67.
Wow, look at that. Nice, well saved.
That's a get out of jail free card, that one,
Yeah,
isn't it?
that's good. And also have the awareness of not bailing out into the Joker because of the stress you have after that moment. Get it stopped, do the standard lap, not end up in traffic, and yeah, get on with it. Yeah, well done.
Would have been interesting to see how close he would have been. Obviously, the ultimate lap times weren't quite there, but how much time do you reckon lost in that first corner incident?
3 tenths, maybe.
There we go. Yeah. It's probably 3 tenths exactly if you're wondering at home, everybody. Maybe. Hal?
Even if that wasn't quickest, it's a close margin. He was on 67 qualifying points, and fifth place was only on 75, so he'll climb right back up into
contention.
Semi-finals.
Yeah. Might even make the quick race next time out with Uito and Hallinan. They're in that fight. It is a 3-way title scrap. Hallinan's a little way further back. Hallinan is 14 points off the lead. This is Charlie Rosholm, Sebom, Victor Christensen, Josephine Holmqvist and Kalle Bjork. And again from pole on the inside line, it's Rosholm, Sebon.
Oh, he almost got it off to go around the outside.
Oh,
cool move.
Going to lose a place or not, just holds on. No. Oh, side by side, gives it up.
Wow.
That's supercar style, isn't it?
Yeah, it is, like Ole Christian yesterday. Good for the guy in the Joker now. You see, now that's Björk, isn't it?
Yeah.
So yeah, he's already at the back of him. So let's see if he have 2 free laps now and can make a good time.
Ideally, he needs people to Joker in front of him, doesn't he? That's the problem
exactly.
when you're in traffic.
Yeah, it looks like a problem there, isn't it? So it's just weaving a bit to see if there was a problem maybe.
Down the hill in towards the curbs. The curbs, Johan, they've changed here significantly in the last couple of years. Does it change the approach to the lap much?
Yeah, it does actually. I mean, the corner, I don't know why it ends up to be called the corner before the velodrome corner, but I think it's T5, the right-hander. There's a massive curve there now, and before you could cut that a bit more and end up to be a lot tighter, preparing velodrome much more. Now, especially when they put this dust X on, so here you need to run wider. You see how slippery it is there, so everyone ends up really wide, like more back in the days. Before that curve, we were always fully to the right-hand side and try to get a good traction from there on. But that's changed quite a lot, so that makes a big difference in the lap time as well. So that 40.9 is not so easy.
And then this one here as well.
Oh yeah, you saw yesterday, Valle. Wow.
Yeah, he was very lucky, wasn't he?
I had that on my FP2 lap yesterday as well. Actually, I was struggling a lot yesterday, but in the first two practice runs, the car wasn't really at all what I wanted. So then I just lost it down the hill and I cut that curve massively. And it's big risk of puncture there as well. So also the Joker curves are quite severe, how it was before. So it's different, but at the same time I like it. I don't like this floppy things.
That's exactly what we said yesterday.
Yeah, because if it's natural, if you want to go there, you want to risk a car, you want to risk a puncture, yes, then you can go there. Maybe gain some time, probably not, but at least it's not going to be Christian Jönsson that has to take the decision if you touch the bollard or not. So
we were talking yesterday about Timothy Mizianov. That time they DQ'd him for the whole event for hitting 2 of them, and it's just such a lot of time and money and effort for hitting a bollard to disqualify you.
18th, right?
Yeah, I think so. I think it was.
Yeah, it was.
Yeah. That sucked.
Yeah,
and it probably sucks for for the race stewards as well, having to take those decisions. So
40.8.
Yeah.
Look down here, it was not that big difference when he touched the gravel. You see, P2 stays with him quite well. Pulls away a little bit.
Victor Christensen.
Look how close it is that Björk can go around the outside.
It's good, wasn't it?
Yeah, and then he bails out of it. But then goes to the Joker. Yeah.
You like?
Good one. Yeah, very good. First one into the Joker, only 4 car heats. you know, probably, yeah, the joker here is, I don't know for cross cart, but it's at least 3 seconds. So I think that was good.
Yeah, we yesterday 3.2 to 3.5 roughly.
With the cross carts?
Supercar, we reckon. Do you think it's 3?
No, 2.8 if you're
really
in a hurry.
Charlie Rosmal Sebon takes it with a 240.8. Won't trouble the super top of the leaderboard. It's still going to get him around P9, P10. No, sorry, drops it to P12. Still good.
So Hagström won his first one then?
Yes.
Ah, he moves up to P2.
Yeah, he
cool.
does indeed. Michael Uito still in the TQ spot, but the key person here you need to look at is in P6. Jonathan Yololami leads the championship by 4 points. At the minute, Uito is going to take, what, 5 or 6 off him, I think, in qualifying. And yeah, it could come right down to the wire. Also, Hal, it looks like we've got 3 semis again here for juniors this weekend. So only the top 2 will go through from each one.
Oh, that's a tough one as well. But he will be front row then.
He will, yeah. So Yololami's result there is put him front row in the semis, which is absolutely key. And yeah, we might well have a full-on scrap on our hands. That might go right down to the last race of the year, which would be fun.
This looks tight as well. 86, 84, 82, 78.
It is.
Fight over there.
And yesterday, Eek Merstad in P11 was in P29 after Q1 and did an absolutely smashed Q2. It was a brilliant result.
And look how many cars it is. Unbelievable.
I know. And it's so close, mate. Like yesterday, one little mistake and you get binned down like 12 places. I'd be
33 cars.
I know.
That's impressive.
Yeah, it's good, isn't it?
Yeah.
Have you done cross car?
No, never.
Really?
Yeah.
Would you have a crack at it?
Yeah, why not? Yeah, let's see. I'll be there anyway soon because Colin just started this year to drive cross kart. So.
Has he really?
Yeah.
I've seen Colin in the garden on the quad bike.
Yeah. So now
he's lit.
Yeah,
Colin is lit.
Flat out.
Right, let's get cracking with this one. Eek Merstad, who yesterday won Q2 with a brilliant drive. Huggar, Hume, Osterberg and Persson.
So this is the fastest guy from yesterday,
fastest
right?
first, yeah, off the line. Good start by Huggar, but inside him, Eek Merstad's got a good one too. Persson on the outside line.
Oh, look at the outside line.
Persson nearly got it done, but not quite. Eek Merstad on the inside, bit of contact there. Into the Joker goes Huggar, and I think Hume's gone with him. So it's Huggar and Hume to the Joker. Osterberg has gone up into P2. It's Eek Merstad who leads, and Persson in P3.
Great move from Osterberg on the outside of 1 and then snuck on the inside in 2 as everyone else was squabbling. Half the pack went into the Joker. Osterberg makes up that ground, doesn't make great starts compared to some of the opposition who's aware of that, and they're looking to work on that for next year.
Somebody warming up a supercar right next to the studio.
It's not electric. You feel it in the chest.
It's definitely not electric. Eek Merstad leading. Now, where are the other championship protagonists? What races are they in? I'm trying to see. Svensson is in race 3. Let me get to the stats, and then Enholm is also in race 3.
49.8, or do you write the lap time?
The lap time.
Lap time, 47.7 then.
So yeah, Svensson overall, Hal, is in P4 in qualifying. Enholm is in P8, Eek Merstad in P11. So they've actually all had a suboptimal weekend by their standards, the championship leaders.
Yeah, but you just told us yesterday that this championship is so tight, so...
It is incredibly tight. Last weekend, they smashed it. All of them dropped a 10-point score from earlier in the year. That was their worst score. They all had a 10, the top 3. And their gains were mega. Like, who was it? Let me see. I've got it somewhere in here. Carry on talking, lads. I'll dig it out.
So lap time, this will be interesting. So 46.8.
46.8 again. And 46.2 for Huggar in 3rd.
All right, so 136.7. The overall time.
From the Joker exit, sideways and side by side, Huggar gonna get there, contact, Eek Merstad gathers it up, get back on the gas, flick it the other way. Osterberg tries to come around the inside line, Hume was there as well. Eek Merstad holds on, but Huggar got the merge, contact again, into the back of Osterberg from Hume. It's all going off on this final lap of the first race at Cross Car Q3.
Eek Merstad lucky to get away with that. You saw the wheel deflect in his hands as he hit the rear of the car ahead.
Gathering it up big time. Look at the line Eek Merstad takes after the arm coat, every inch of the tarmac on the left before he turns in. That's what he was doing yesterday. He's not going to get this one. Hume in the final corner. Goes up the inside of Osterberg. Huggar takes it. Hume takes P3. Merstad gets into 2nd. The time is a 2:26.007, which I like.
Good lap time also on the last lap with that fight he had. 46.5. Only dropped 3/10 from.
It's off the pace from yesterday, though. A long way off the pace. Too much going on.
Yeah, much more fighting yesterday than the very clean run he had in Q2.
Huggar had a relatively
They also lose
run
a lot of time here.
in turn 1.
Yeah, T2.
Hukar got back in the throttle, didn't he, to go into the Joker. Was trying to go around the outside in turn 2.
Yesterday, Q2 was a 220.5 and Q1 was a 222.2.
Yeah.
So we are, what was this one? Was it a 226? I forget. And here's the contact
big
again.
lunge there from Jimmy Osterberg.
It was the catch, wasn't it, that was so impressive,
Yeah.
though. Hukar with a bit of smoke from the back of the machine. Let's check the timeout. It was a 226. I say yesterday's pace was 220 in Q2 and a 222.
Oh, wow.
So it's a long way off.
Yeah, but the track was a little bit faster in Q1 than Q2, for us as well.
Fair go.
But yeah, let's see. But Crosscar Juniors wasn't that far off their pace.
Yeah, that's what I'm
but
thinking.
They've improved in driving.
There's a lot of depth in this as well. We were talking championship points a minute ago. Enholm gained 14 in Norway, Merstad gained 16, Svensson gained 20, and that's what put them all so close together at the top of the standings. Cerner, Niemi, Djurgård, Baldins and Eliasson. Niemi had a hell of a run yesterday to be P2 on this grid. She's in the 74 machine. On the inside, Cerner's got a good start. We're going to get squeezed by Niemi. Baldins comes all the way around the outside. Cerner goes to the back of the pack. Djurgård drops to P4. Late decision on the Joker there. I think you could have gone earlier if you wanted to commit to it.
Niemi had already had contact there, hadn't she, on the way into 2 and lost time, so jumped back on the throttle and just let it run wide. Her first couple of corners awareness has been great this weekend, hasn't it? Shut the door in turn 1. That's either going to go well or very badly indeed. Actually worked out for her this time around.
226.0 could well be beaten. Baldins into the right-hander. It's Eliasson in the number 5 in P2.
Djurgård all over the back, gets rotation done early, as we so often see from the Speed Car Wonder drivers.
They can afford to follow, can't they, Hal, when they're all this quick? This is one of the times where you know you're not going to get too held up if you follow. You'd rather be leading, of course. Djurgård does an alternate strategy, which is a good thing to do. Nice line on the way in.
A 10th off the pace from the previous race in opening lap.
Covered off the Amy. A 10th off on the first lap, Johan. Yeah.
2 tenths on overall, so they lost 1 tenth at the start as well.
See this, on the inside there, Cerner making a move. So Cerner manages to get up the inside of Eliasson. That was a very opportunistic even, easy for me to say. Down the hill, there's that wonderful Armco camera. Eliasson with a little bit of rotation on, not so much. So Johan, what's the secret to lining up that jump? Because I messed it up last year and a number of drivers are saying it's not that simple. Like there are the reference points for that jump, particularly when the dirt looks the same across the face of it. I think it's quite hard to get it
Yeah,
straight.
it's not so easy. And this, I mean, this event they have made it a bit bigger. So it's quite...
The width?
Yeah,
the jump.
Yeah, the jump. So it's quite tall now, the jump. Not so far, but quite tall. And if you hit it all the way to the left, you will jump a bit sideways, leaning to the left. If you go too much to the right, you will be leaning a bit to the right. You don't jump that high, but it's a bit crossed up. But then if you hit it in the middle, you fly like mad.
So where do you want to be?
You have to stay in the middle, I think, is the best. And then try not to fly too high and too long, because not with the car I have today at least, because I don't want to break anything.
So yeah, you squash it on the brake or not?
Yeah, a little bit, yeah.
Before the crest?
Yeah, and then back on the power just before.
Baldins just really takes it. Sorry, Johan, 226.8, 8 tenths of a second behind. So
he dropped a little bit all laps, didn't he? Just a tiny bit every lap.
Look at this start, look. Baldins gets a tiny tag from Djurgård. Cerner actually did well to come. Mind you, when everyone gets in a bundle in turn 2, you make up some of that time you lost, don't you? Because they're all squabbling with each other. So I wonder if the track's just in that point where it's developed a bit from the morning, the sun's a bit higher up, things are dry. They're a fair way off the pace compared to
you see the dirt also on the cars following, that there is quite dirty on the track when you get that mud stick on the front of the cross car.
You're not even in your race suit. I thought you were going to come
I will go after next race, but there was a championship contender next race. Yes. I just wanted to see.
He wants to stay. We thought I did say to him, he goes, it's quite close. So you can always bring your lid and your hand steroids and stuff here. We've got Johan a gift. Have a quick look in the studio. Just a very quick look. Henker. Here he is. This is his saltfish. We're not going to be able to because of the race. There's his saltfish, mate. You can enjoy those. I don't even want you to leave.
So who is the one we're going to have to look at?
Svensson on the inside.
Svensson.
Elias Svensson,
and
yeah.
Egonsson?
No, it's Svensson and
Jumpstart.
Oh, okay.
Aye.
Okay, now we can look. Okay, here we go. From the Norwegian government, apparently it was a gift to us. You can have
Yeah,
it.
but this is Swedish, isn't it?
Well, the bloke came to us and said it's. I think it's because
but it's written on Norwegian.
he was trying to fix relations because Hal was extremely rude about saltfish. I mean,
Yeah.
to be fair,
So he gave him another saltfish.
we're not. Yeah, he
And tried to fix the relation.
Yeah, with the Norwegian
All right.
government. We were worried about crossing the
They're
border
all
to Greenland
yours.
next year.
This is. Oi. This is not so bad, actually.
He loves. The
I like
salt.
this one. My father also loves
Does
licorice.
he? Please, will you take them with you? Thank
I
you.
can. But you should, if you get some more guests, you should try and give it to them
Some salt.
and see if they like it.
Okay, fine. We'll do that during the course of the day.
I put it here.
We got an Estonian next. We'll see if Estonia likes salty
I
licorice.
cannot
or
eat
not.
too much, I get too much traction.
Yeah.
My broken to start.
Johan's going up on the RPM because he's had one saltfish.
Yeah, exactly. 30 RPM.
Click, half a click.
Yeah. So double joker then for Egansson.
It is indeed.
And what do you say? 3.3? Oh, well, that was your.
No, that was what we thought. We reckon 3 to 3.5, but we might be wrong. You're the expert, mate.
The difference is also a very big difference if you're following a car.
Or
on
if you
track.
go in flat
Yeah,
out.
exactly.
Yeah,
That's
not
a big
having to
difference.
check the brake.
Yeah.
Championship contenders on the inside, Elias Svensson, Sebastian Enholm in the red kart in... Oh, you're
Oh,
joking.
no, he's out
That's
then.
out. That's out.
Yeah,
That's
so
Grana. A second jump start. So if the first person has jump started, a second jump start is removal from the race in the
Yeah.
regulations. That's a disaster for Grana.
Yep.
Grana was P6 in the standings and overall last night was
he
in
was actually
P10.
a long way back in the slot, wasn't he? And he
Yeah.
only just knocked the stick.
Yeah. Oh, that's not good. So what was he overall?
Grana was in P10 overnight.
Yeah.
He's not in the championship fight. He's in P6, but it's
still,
disappointing.
It's disaster for him. Especially with so many cars, because for the last position you get only... Ooh. How many points do you get for the last position? 33, 37? 7 points.
That's no points.
31, you get 13. So probably you get 11 points then, if you're
Yeah.
last.
Oh, his dogs look having a little tear up. Saw
But
them
if you get
yesterday.
DQ, you also get...
Oh, do you get 0 points?
I don't know if you get disqualified from this or if it's just
Oh,
DNS.
mate, that is the worst feeling, isn't it?
Yeah.
We actually haven't seen that at all this year. Nobody's done the second jump start that I
No.
can remember.
We can go shower now then.
Oh, mate.
Not good.
2 hour gap now as well to...
You reckon he wants some salt fish?
I reckon he's feeling quite salty.
We got delivered
But,
a keyring by his team earlier. Maybe that was
Yeah.
poor luck.
I like the
Although
key-
I do
look.
like the keyring.
Look, removed before race.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, you want one?
Maybe that was stuck under the clutch.
You never know. Should have removed it. Okay,
Let's go again. Try again.
so on the outside now, Enholm's got space because Grana is gone. Enholm's got a rocket start from P4, but they're equal to him inside. It's an even better start from Svensson. Enholm, can he try the outside? Going to go P2. Svensson going to lead from Enholm. Carg onto the Joker on the outside line already. That is Eganson has gone Joker and Tudo has gone in behind.
Classic Svensson so often gets a great launch and then carries that all the way through to the first corner. Now under some significant pressure at the front of the order.
Look how slippery it is in the center of the track there. You see he was almost stationary for so long.
I was just about to say, you're sitting in the car and you're feathering the throttle,
Yeah.
just thinking, am I going to get him? And then suddenly he goes away from you. There's that wonderful camera angle. Enholm and Svensson.
He tries well, but Todo is staying with him.
No, it's Enholm in P2. Yeah, the other guy's got Joke. We've only got one intermediate round the course, so the graphics only update late in the lap.
Yeah.
So Svensson, so these two are the two. In the championship, Enholm actually leads the standings by 2 points.
So the graphic is wrong now. Well, now it's correct.
Now it's correct. Once
yeah.
they cross the start-finish line, so there's an indication
47,
start. Oh, he's going to lose
49.7.
out. He's going to lose a position.
Yeah, but he joker from slot 2 and he lost half a second going in from slot 2.
Who's got to do the double joker though, Hal? There was somebody's... Because Eganson hasn't done 2.
Eganson jumped, didn't he?
Yeah,
So he's got another joker to do, because it was showing an indicator and he didn't
Yeah.
jump to that. He went on the first lap, he didn't go on the second lap, so the joker indicator's wrong. But
And now that's going to hold up.
that's what I mean.
Enholm.
Enholm, it sucks. That's a disaster. He would have been way better for him if Eganson had gone on that last lap. I don't think he'll get the undercut.
But he's
now.
going to go again.
Yeah, Eganson's going to release him, but he's not going to. He's not going to
But the
get to
problem was
Svensson.
that he jokered from P2 and couldn't carry all the speed into the joker lap. He lost half a second. The spotter thought that he had the gap, but that was calculated without having to brake going in behind another car.
There you go.
Classic mistake.
45.9 from Svensson on lap 2, fastest lap of the session so far in cross car.
Yeah, this is going to be P1. because he had the equal opening lap and good joker as well.
I love this. Johann's analysis of the timing screen is next level, it really is.
Ah, he did a small mistake there, you saw?
Svensson with a small mistake. We'll let Johann explain it to us in a second as he comes round, puts the front left wheel over the curb, crosses the line. It's a 2:24.0, 2 seconds faster. He has smashed it. Enholm comes in 1.9 behind. It would have been a lot closer were it not for jokering behind. Having to come out of his merge behind Eganson.
Look when he touched the gravel. Go. Ciao.
He's looking forward to that.
Looks promising.
It's going to suck if that doesn't go your way, isn't it now? Like, you know, exactly. 25 minutes in the commentary box banging on about how good spot number 1 is. If you mess the start up, we're going to call you out.
You'll see now on the last lap before turning in, good joker. You see how close the barrier?
Yeah.
Nice.
Into the dirt berm, wasn't he, that runs up to the barrier.
And then we didn't see it, but the corner before the big jump, he turned in a little bit too early and had to open the wheel and go on the brake and go again. So probably lost a little bit of time there, but like you used to say, he's destroyed them.
Yeah, he has destroyed them. 2:24.0. Svensson, who is the championship, where is he? P3 at the minute. He's 5 points off the leader, Enholm. Enholm's 1.9 behind him there. Before the session, Enholm was in P8 and Svensson was in P4. So Svensson going to move closer to the top of the table, if not to the top.
I have to go, guys.
Thank you, mate.
See you later.
Johann, good luck. See you later.
Ciao.
What a legend. Johann Kristoffersson has had a saltfish, analysed the timing screen intensely for 25 minutes, and now goes to prove to us how the slot number 1 has the best traction on the gravel. He better get that right, hadn't he?
Yeah, there's contact in the pack in this in turn 2. Both get away with it though. Bodywork hanging off the back of I think it's Wilsberg, isn't it, who had the contact? Yes, it is, it's Wilsberg, who had bodywork flapping most of the Grenland weekend as well from contact in the rear. A little bit more runnable, I think, the Edge machines with the squarer bodywork on the back, but it won't be costing him any time. It's just flapping around. If anything, it'll save him a bit of weight if it falls off.
It's actually, if you look at the designs, it's weird, isn't it? Everybody else has got mud flap material, but effectively it's a full-on, what would you call it, a quarter panel, isn't it? It's a quarter panel, so when you get hooked up to another wheel,
you can see it flapping around, so it's not really affecting the rest of the bodywork.
I'm with you that I would probably have something slightly more open-wheeled. It'd be very interesting to see how the various manufacturers respond to the FIA. How long have the FIA rules been out, Hal, for cross car? 3 years? Oh, in 2020, wasn't it, was when Thierry came here, but was that the first year of it? Thierry and Timmy came here testing?
No, they were introduced a couple of years before that, and it takes manufacturers a while to...
So we were yesterday in this big championship meeting again, they asked for a raise of hands on who was running an FIA chassis and who was not, because they're trying to gently transition to the FIA rules. The FIA rules have a, what would you say, safer, stronger roll cage, but it is heavier, so there are weight penalties to try and equal it all out. But what they've not done, which is sensible, is say to everyone, you must buy a new cross car this year, because people can't afford it.
Yeah, absolutely. The whole premise of the FIA cross car is safety, and then it's parity, so that you can in theory take your cross car
Estonia
from the Nordic region that we're in here in Höljes, go to the Baltics, go down to the UK, go to France, wherever, race in the European Autocross Championship. You've got a car that's really versatile for competition.
It's cool, isn't it, really?
It is, yeah, and I bet paramount is safety.
Yeah,
so, home-built cross cars will never be as safe as a chassis that's been crash tested and been through all the correct design process. So yeah, I'm for it, but I'm not for changing things on a 6 and making it expensive for the competitors. So I think it's a good solution.
Yeah. So the Thierry Neuville chassis, the TN5, is coming up for its second evolution, the TN11, and I'm just interested to see what the other manufacturers do with regard to responding to it. Nielsen crosses the line.
Well, you could argue that the TN11's in response to the Speed Car Wonder, couldn't you? So it's just that constantly evolving process.
It's cool though, isn't it? I want to see what all the manufacturers do. We've got several, haven't we? Probably at least 6 different manufacturers. What we got? Speed Car, Kazmat, Life-Live, YMS, Edge, YMS, Semog. Yeah, a bunch of different manufacturers. Wolfsburg with the rear of the YMS machine hanging off. They're very cool when you get up close to a cross car. Lots of rose joints and lots of flames from the exhaust, as you can see, which we're all in favour of.
More flames, please. That should be in the regulations.
Yeah, it should.
Never mind disqualification for a jump start.
FIA regs, you should be melting the screen of the car behind you. Nielsen 2:26.1. Now, up until that previous race, that was a great time. But Svensson with a 2:24.0. And interestingly how Enholm, I thought 1.9 off the back of Svensson, a few cars might slot in, but because it's fastest first, Enholm might hold on here. Eek Merstad's actually in P8, so Eek Merstad is, relatively speaking, not going to move up the order. It's still a good time. Brunkvist, Lorentzen, Terraping, Herskainen and Orav. P2's got a good start, it's Lorentzen. Saw Kim Lorentzen's dad, I think it was yesterday, wasn't it, and said that Kim was feeling not too well yesterday and that they were going to fix it overnight. We said, what with? Lots of drugs, meaning paracetamol, and he said, yes, probably. And they will fix him with some drinks tomorrow night. So,
yeah, it was 5 o'clock yesterday afternoon. He was already in bed in the bus, so... Oh, it's horrible feeling like that.
It's nothing worse. It's horrible feeling ill anyway. When you got to get in a competition car, it's grim, isn't it? It's the one time you really don't want to get in the car. You know your reactions aren't on point. You know you feel a bit savage if you're stuffed up. They're very physical things to drive.
So I only felt really ill once, and all I remember is like sitting in the back of the van, sweating, and it felt like I was being told to go out every 5 minutes, just sort of again.
Yeah, and the gaps are like 3 hours probably. You're like, oh my God, I'm so tired. And that sounds really ungrateful, doesn't it? But you have to understand it's hot and it's smelly and it's
amazing what adrenaline does for you, though, isn't it? Once you do get going,
feel all better for a day, and then the following day feel 11 million times worse because your body's gone. What was that? Why? That was not paracetamol.
Tommy Mäkinen, Rally GB 1997.
Mistake. Hal runs wide, going to get swallowed up. Go on, carry on, Mäkinen.
Yeah, well, he had a cold, didn't he? The world's biggest head cold, as I think Mark James described it in the BBC Top Gear broadcast, and he had to drive for 6th place, didn't he, with McRae winning to win the championship, and it was just that horrible scenario of feeling ill and not needing to push 110%, and that's when it's really... but rallycross isn't like rallies, is it? It's over in a couple of laps. It's not like having to drive for 3 days through the forest.
What year was it?
97.
When did he hit the block at Millbrook?
98. Because it was with Sainz in 98, wasn't it, when Sainz blew up in Martin Park?
Yeah, 200 metres from the finish line, wasn't it? And Lewis Moyer fired the crash helmet through the window.
Years later, I heard an interview with Lewis Moyer, which revealed that half of the water in the lake in Margam Park was from his tears when they lost the World Championship, and the other half was when he watched the Titanic.
When he was, sorry?
Watched the Titanic.
Brilliant. Brilliant.
Herskainen's doing a good job here in this race. The lap times aren't troubling the fastest laps of the session, but it's a good run. Oh, lots of curb, as we saw earlier on as well, on Frank Valler's curb.
Checker flag, what's the time? 2:28.3, sorry.
Interesting how stiff the rear of these cross cars are, that they pick up the inside wheel in the final corner, isn't it? You're compromising your drive a little bit, but it really helps for turning in such an acute corner. And you can't afford to leave a gap in these cars, can you? You can't afford... In a supercar, they get the rotation done and there's a bit of a gap there before the curb. In a cross car, you leave a metre and there's a cross car there. So
it's a cross car width, isn't it? Yeah. Oh, look, 18 cars have come through that tiny little gap.
I mean, most supercar drivers think a metre's wide enough to get a supercar through. I think I can be guilty of that sometimes as well.
Yeah.
So
I saw a gap. It wasn't big enough. It was not a gap.
It was a gap.
Yeah. But the thing is, you ask them if they were defending, it was not a gap. If they were attacking, it was a gap. That's always one of my favourite things, is the difference of opinion in the stewards' room.
The gap was there before you turned in.
But you did that to me in Q1 and you said the opposite. Yes, I know, but it was the other way round. Be friends with the stewards, people. Okay, what are we on to? Jonathan Hoffman, Julius Nilsson, Noah Jorgensen, Patrick Kong in this one. Hal Ridge, what you spotted?
A lot of cross cars. So Robert Grana, get this off the line.
Right, off the line from third on the grid, looked like a great start, but then much better from Hoffman in the end. So it looks like Johann's dead right, isn't it? I love the stuff they spot, when they come and he goes, he's getting really good traction as soon as he hits the gravel.
But I think that's
5 world championships.
I don't know how to describe it. I don't want to be disingenuous to anyone else in the paddock, but I think that's very Johann. I think it's the sort of thing that other elite top-level athletes would spot, and I'm not saying that's not what Kevin Eriksson would spot, because he'd probably come here. Where you win with Johann is he's so open and willing to impart that knowledge, whereas lots of drivers sit there, watch it, and don't give it away. But I do think there's a massive difference between seeing all of that and taking it in and then using it for your own advantage and just watching a good race and thinking, oh, that's a good start position. I think if anyone wonders why Kristoffersen's been so successful in his career, it's elements like that.
And it's also why we enjoy spending a bit of time with him. He's very, very open about things. There's a few things in the comments. So somebody's asking, why did Grana get DQ'd for one jump start? Because it was the second jump start in that race. So this is actually a rule which has kind of come across from sport. So it was things like Olympic swimming, Olympic running. The first person to jump the start, everybody's allowed another go. But if somebody, what they're trying to do obviously is not have 6 jump starts in an Olympic 100-metre final of swimming or running or whatever. So we got to the same point in rallycross where the start is so crucial. You used to get people guessing it at Lowiak. They'd look across and see the bloke press the button and have a crack at trying to jump the lights. Now, when you get to the point of having 4 jump starts in each heat race and the day's delayed by 2 hours, and then you get a curfew at the circuit, it can't happen.
My best starts in my European Rallycross Championship career.
And you got away with some of them.
In Essen,
yeah. So the point now is what you do is the first jump start is a double joker. Everybody knows that. Once one jump start has happened, you do not jump the start because you will be DQ'd from the race, no matter whether you did the first one or not. The point is it's the second jump start in your race. So I hope you can understand why. Yes, it sucks for Grana because he only did 1 jump start, so did the other guys. You know, you feel like it's half Egansson's fault that Grana did it, but they all know on the second one you cannot go.
There was a lot of controversy in the European Championship a few years ago, pre-2013, where the first jump start wasn't penalised and the second jump start was exclusion before the person had done it. It's not a too dissimilar rule.
Yeah.
But at least the first person to do it now does get penalised. So there is a penalty there for the first person.
Was that pre-Joker laps, or was it just pre the idea of
No,
doing
it wasn't
2?
pre-Joker, but it was in an evolving process of the jump start rule.
Yeah, a penalty Joker lap not being the rule. Hoffman with a 2:29.2. So he's fastest first on this. Me and Hal did point this out in the meeting last night.
But Grana, to go back to the jump start thing, Grana is currently last, but is on a DSQ on the timing screen, and that'll be significantly worse than a DNS.
Let me see if I can find a DSQ from yesterday. I think I can now. Was anybody DQ'd yesterday?
I don't think so.
Second page of cross-car results. What was it I said to you before the session? I won't need those. There they are on the floor in my bin pile. No, nobody was DQ'd yesterday, so if he ends up with the 0 from that, it's a bit of a shock of a Grana. I get it, and I understand why people go, I don't like the rule. Yeah, Grana doesn't like the rule either, but it is a rule. My heart will go on for this commentary. I think that might be a
Titanic reference.
Titanic reference, yeah. Hal's got rally and rally cross stories, yeah.
Sad, isn't it?
No, it's great. So I was at Millbrook when Mackinnon hit the concrete block.
What car? I've got a plan for some quiz questions for you today, but the first of those is...
There's a lot of tree seeds floating around the
they're in my
concrete blocks.
tea.
Yeah, I thought it was pieces of croissant at first. I was wondering who was eating a delicious croissant.
To being honest, I actually thought Johan had dribbled some croissant on the desk.
But it's not, is it? It's tree
is it?
seeds. It's if you crumbly croissant, it's and then I believe it's I was going to say it's a silver birch. I don't know if it is actually. Whatever it is, there's seeds in the commentary box. Yeah, go on. What's the quiz question for me? Are you going to make me look stupid live on air?
No, not at all. But that's coming later. No,
that is coming later.
No,
actually,
what was the question? What were we talking about? I
was at Rally GB.
What car dropped the oil in the...
Hillman Imp.
Yes. That's a handshake. Well done.
You love that, don't you? Yeah, Hillman Imp. I've been through the corner of Millbrook many times. There actually is the handling circuit at Millbrook, which is used for manufacturer testing and car launch and stuff. Been lucky enough to be there a lot. I actually jumped to Bentley at Millbrook.
Did you?
Yeah, and I jumped the first...
Jumped in it or over it?
I jumped in it, yeah, I was driving it. What was it, Continental? And then what was the other thing that I jumped there? What was the big VW, like the not a people carrier? Yeah, like a BMW X5. What was they did an R something version of the big, I can't remember the name of it. You know the four-wheel drive VW? Yeah. So they did that, but they did an R version. Yes, the Touareg. So the first version of the R Touareg.
Like the Dakar car?
Yeah, we did the launch there. So they said to us, right, take the cars out, don't make anything stupid, because this is the only car in the country. We had like, I don't know, the latest Marker Golf, the latest R32, whatever it was. So, of course, we all went out and jumped them straight away at Millbrook on our recce laps. And the photographer was out and he sent us emails of all the photos of us jumping the cars. I still got it at home.
Great move from his etc. there. Sorry, Andy, on the final corner to take the race win.
No, it's another lap. Another lap.
Lap 303. Oh, sorry, it's because Anderson's so far ahead. I thought he was etc. because he's etc. was ahead on our time screen for some reason.
What's Anderson's lap times like? 47.3?
47.3. So that's quicker than the early laps, but
oh, mistake there.
Oh,
brings
lovely
it back.
flick there.
Oh, nearly lost the place, but hooked it up on the sausage curve, went round.
he's etc. joining the party early, just got a little bit too sideways, manages to get going, not a massive time loss. You don't see many punctures in a cross car, do you? Even if you hit these, the sidewalls on the tyres are very, very strong. Sorry,
to finish the story. So the outer handling circuit at Millbrook, they ran the opposite way round for Rally GB. So it's always run anti-clockwise, and they ran it clockwise. So he came through. They put some concrete blocks down. You know, effectively, the daft thing is the concrete blocks were there to stop them using the grass, you know, and messing up the venue. Typical what they used to call Mickey Mouse stages on Rally GB, which was the first day where everybody used to say you can lose the rally but you can't win it. It was places like Chatsworth Park, wasn't it? And Chatsworth House, Markham Park. No, Markham was the end of the rally. What were the other? Oh, Donington. Silverstone they used to do sometimes.
Blenheim Palace. All
yes, and I've been to a bunch of them. We'd normally do a day of the Mickey Mouse stuff and then a day in the forests watching. Anyway, yeah, so the concrete block, he ran wide, as you say, on the oil from the Hillman Imp. Very pleased I got that right. Broke the car, and then the police pulled him over, didn't they? It's still one of my favourite interviews. They were like, you can't carry on. No, it wasn't even an interview. The TV cameras were there, weren't they?
The interview, the policeman, I was actually thinking as you explained that long-winded story.
Yeah.
A great rally quiz question would be, what was the name of the police officer that was interviewed by the BBC to stop Tommy McInerney?
Do you know his name?
No, but it would be.
I wonder if anybody message in if you know his name. But how it was the Tuareg, thanks. People coming in Passat, Tuareg. I'm terrible, aren't I?
Svensson to the top.
Yeah, so Svensson, Enholm is in P5 and Eek Merstad is in P9. So crucially at the minute, there will be 3 semis. And at the moment, Eek Merstad, who's second in the championship, will be on row 2. He needs to go top 6, so Eek Merstad needs another good result in the final qualifying session. But at the minute, the top 3, the title fighters, are in for cross-car. More rally stories to come. So here's a good one for you. This is another of my favourites. And that same one, I was walking back to the car and we were parked on the 2-mile oval at Millbrook, which is a banked oval. And a guy came round in an old Skoda rally car in the highest lane of the... So it was a car park.
Fabia?
No, older than
Felicia.
that. Older. Like with spotlights on the front. And he was in the top lane of the banking. Bearing in mind that we were using the whole 2-mile oval as a car park, he came round the banking absolutely lit, right up against the arm code. Everyone was going mental.
During the RAC?
Yeah, he was leaving the car park.
Really?
Yeah. Proper hooligan behaviour, like right up in the top lane. 100% would have been frowned upon, but not by me. I loved it.
Not by me.
I loved it.
We condone all.
Yeah, actually, it was terribly dangerous. Professional driver in a closed venue. That's normally what you get when you film something at Millbrook.
Why do they employ you?
Yeah, well, exactly. Yeah, they've not seen the videos. That's why. Urban Bergstrom, Adam Oman, Linus Holman, Emil Oman, and Leo Everson in this one. Inside line is Urban Bergstrom. He gets away nicely in the Volvo V40 Estate. I love that car. I don't know if I quite like it as much as Joni-Pekka Rajala's Ford Escort Estate at Hull. It looks much nicer than Rajala's Ford Escort Estate, but I think that's why I like Rajala's car. It's a bit ratty.
Yeah, and Bergstrom's an absolute legend of Supernational Rallycross in Sweden, and Norway has been all over Europe as well at various times in his career. But
I can't decide if these front 3 cars are in the same team or not, Hal.
Well. Yes, I can't have anything to say to that.
I'm not sure with the liveries if they're in the same order or not. I mean, it's hard to tell. There we go, synchronized, jumping up the inside. Hansen, 2015 start move, was it?
Yeah, ML Oman.
Brilliant.
No, don't top fire off the entirety. That'd be awkward.
That would have been, wouldn't it? Yeah. At least the paint's all the same when you want to repair the cars. I'll have your door, you can have my roof skin.
How good would Max's Audi look in a red livery? You know what to do for next year.
Yeah,
I love the JC Shadow wrap that they put on, especially when they've been using chassis 1, for example, that Daniel Torren's using this weekend, but they just replaced the sponsors on the top. That looks great. But a red Shadow JC livery for Max's Audi
would be mega.
Get it done.
Holmland in the BMW has managed to edge Oman, who jokered. So Holmland, what's the gap back? The trouble is without this, we've only got the 1 split at the start-finish line, so we'll have to check it now as Bergstrom comes over the line. So Bergstrom now, you're looking for the split back to Holmland in P3. we go. Out to the outside line. The gap was 5 points. I mean, yeah, it's going to be enough. So, oh, in the background, 2 sideways from the second Omen. Gets swallowed up by 2 cars. Moving down the order, so Urban Bergstrom coming out clearly in front. You can see a few car lengths at least. Nicely done. Urban Bergstrom is in P1 at the moment. Q1 was won by Simon Tiger. Tiger then had a problem, of course, in the second qualifier. What did he break, Hal? Steering,
yeah,
wasn't
contact,
it?
didn't he, going up the hill and then steering, and then he had that moment down here where
cross
it all
country
had gone horribly wrong, but
somehow didn't, yeah. Oh, and Victor Johansson, the engine's in. They've put an engine in overnight. Urban Bergstrom is going to be back, so stay with us for that. Urban Bergstrom takes this one to, what is it, 2:32 was it? Yesterday was a 2:30, so ultimate pace isn't quite there. What did, oh yeah, actually Simon Tiger did 2:27.8 yesterday. There's that jump. Here we go, Hal, look. Hanson, up the inside! That was it, wasn't it? Then look at the line.
Up the inside in the final.
It's bang on, isn't it? Yeah. Unbelievable! But he didn't quite pull it off in the same way. And there's that, just one little mistake of the Joker up the curb, ran it a bit too deep, and that's what happens. Urban Bergstrom, two-wheel drive Q3 Heat 1 winner. Hal, have you got seeds in your coffee there or something?
My cup of water. Just a little inconvenient.
Better than midges, I suppose.
Wow, there were some midges last night, weren't there?
That there were.
I'm looking forward to seeing the quad VT.
Keith, Andrew, sounds like the Donegal rally would be right up your street. Yes, it would. Andrew's voice went higher than Simon Tiger's RPM. Ambient Mike, if you haven't seen that one, you'd have to Google Hanson up the inside. It might not be there, unfortunately, because some of the videos are no longer available, sadly. But it was, actually that one will be there. It's on social somewhere, I know. It was an incredible move by Timmy Hansen up the inside of Matthias Ekstrom, which was completely disallowed and by the stewards in the end. But still regarded by Timmy and Kevin.
He wasn't done for being 4 wheels off, was he? They were very adamant about that.
Oh no! They've just pulled the tow bar hook off the front. Oh dear! Oh dear! That wasn't well attached, was it? And that's, by the way, people, is why you never ever stand near a tow rope when it gets tensioned. And I absolutely mean that. Be very careful as well if you're sitting in the car. They've come through back windows and all sorts before. Very sadly, someone lost their life on the Dakar rally actually with a similar instance. So be very careful if you're towing a car. We mean that. Here it is. Look, you'll see. Just watch the tow hook on the front pop and out, and that's not too bad. But especially those what are those ropes called, Hal? There's a special name for them. The boingy ropes. That'll do. Yeah. Which are supposed to help pull the car away because you get a little bit of extra tension, and then the elasticity of the rope makes the car move. But yeah, be careful if you're towing people. Look at us with the public birch seeds. So it is. Birch seeds are raining everywhere in the Nordic countries. Victor, thank you, mate. That'll be exactly what it is. There are the car that Carlos Sainz drove in the WRC. So that is reference to the Zara, I think. That's was that the Zara that was being towed off? Yes, it was. Leo Everson's car with the tow hook on the front. There were several other people who drove it too, notably. Oh, your man, is he asleep, Hal? No, he's texting. Do you remember yesterday's I can sleep through anti-lag, man? I was very impressed by that. Is he on? Have they just realised they're on the stream?
Yeah, maybe.
Doggo.
There's probably a tiny delay, isn't there?
Doggo going.
I thought he was going to get
What's
some
this?
ice
Is
cream
that a
then.
frisbee or is that his water bottle? Oh yeah. Let's look at the Stoke is real. I'll bring that back.
Stoke is real.
Come on, another go. I'm going to sit and look at you again. Come on, put the ice cream down again. She's like, no. Okay, go on then. Come on, please throw the frisbee for me. Throw the frisbee. Come on, here we go. The dog crouches down, frisbee thrown. Dog runs. Oh, it's a big jump, just misses it. Picks it up and comes back. The tail is wagging. The dog is pleased, although it's not going to be a top qualifying performance on this occasion. He's going to chew the frisbee. Very displeased with the frisbee and the angle at which it came. So chewing it on the floor is going to help with the displeasure. And the dog is stoked. The Zara is not stoked. Well, I don't know if you guys,
That was unexpected.
if that's on programme or just in our ears, but we're hearing some horrendous Swedish folk music, which must be due to Kalle. Is it? I know how I can find out. Hold on. It's in programme.
So programme is what you hear at home as well.
So you should be hearing some horrendous. Is this Swedish folk music? We've probably been good doggo. We've probably upset a lot of people here. What's this music? Ambient mic with the good emojis there. Hal, look at that. It's very accurate to the dog situation at the bottom of the screen.
That is a good emoji. I would have no idea how to do that.
No, it's good, isn't it? I suspect it's just an orange circle. Snatch straps. There we go. Thank you, Shamil. That sounds about right. Oh, please. Please, no more. Oh, thank God. I hope you enjoyed that interlude at home.
Some Desert Island Discs.
Yeah. Dance band. Yes, that's what it is. Kalle told us that was what it was. Dance band. They listen to it in the car, whereas I make Hal listen to Radio 1 Dance the entire way. BBC Sounds app, Radio 1 Dance. What were we listening to? Classic anthems, wasn't it?
Yeah, I'm with you rather than...
Kalle.
Yeah.
They have a car scooper, yes.
I would be Swedish, given that we've in fact named our child with a Scandinavian name, but I would not condone Swedish music taste. We had a long chat about that last night, didn't we? The Finns especially.
Yeah. Oh,
like
death metal, like, you know, yeah. Wow, Vesa. Do you remember Vesa, Ari Viesop? But he was in a death metal band, wasn't he?
Yeah.
They were wild. Do you remember the story about Vesa and the fire alarm at the Cecil Black lodges?
No. Is that one for the way home?
I'm going to tell it in a minute. It's not that bad. It's not going to get us cancelled. It's just funny. Well, I think it's funny. Let's see, shall we? Janssen off the line. Bjorn Sture's missing from this one now.
So that's critical to the championship because
he's in the pre-grid as well.
He's in a fight with... Peter McGarry runs wide in the Joker in turn 2, follows in, clips the wall on the outside, loses a bit of time. Pete, who won twice yesterday on his Rallyx debut in the Volvo C30s, hit the wall, rubbed the newness off her now, but still going. Bjorn Sture, though, in that fight for third overall in the championship with Marcus Norman. Now, he's completed 2 heats. So he will qualify.
Yeah.
He's only 7 points behind Norman in the standings, so I think he's going to get it done.
Yeah, he should get P3, shouldn't he?
Regardless.
What if he doesn't start the final? I'm not sure what the rules would... What would he be classified as? A DNS, wouldn't he? But still P... How many... No, semis.
But you score in qualifying, don't you? So if he scores 7 points in qualifying, he'll be free.
Yeah, it'll be enough.
But there's 17 competitors in Open Tour Drive this weekend, so if he doesn't then start
the next
Q4,
one,
he's at risk of not making the semis.
So Marcus Norman...
You could even score no points, because Tour's currently 15, for example, and finished both races so far. So, not great for Sture.
No, and Marcus Norman's here with his bus, with his car, but they couldn't get any grunt out of it when they stuck it on the rollers. That's good slang for they tested the engine on a rolling road and grunt his power. There was no power from the car when they put it on a rolling road, Hal. There was no grunt on the rollers, so he withdrew, basically. And he says
surely disappointing.
He's going to... I'm very terribly British of him. He's going to come back next year with a mad engine build, he says.
Madder.
Much more madder.
Lippmann was quick yesterday, 48.5 that time around. Best lap of this race so far. 49.3 for McGarry at the back of the order, so I think Lippmann... he's got sideways in the first part of the Joker lap, rides the curb, got a problem in the Joker section, maybe couldn't find a gear. Lippmann losing out. Matthias Janssen, who was a regular in Open Two-Wheel Drive when the concept began. Remember, he used to double drive, didn't he, in these joint events in Super National in the Swedish Championship and in Open Two-Wheel Drive, just capitalising. Lippmann losing out badly.
Busy old weekend if you double drive, isn't it? And as we were discussing yesterday, Merstad did it in Norway and it wasn't the best weekend for him.
Double driving in the same car is something that's very different.
I think that's better.
Driving, worse for the mechanics.
Yes, agreed. But swapping between a supercar and a cross car, as Merstad was doing, is tough work. 2:35.5. So. Oh, goodness me, we're hearing more Swedish music, please no.
So, Peter McGarry, loads of wheel spin off the line. So, Peter's here this weekend, having raced a lot in the Irish Championship and the British Championship back home and talked to him last night about his start. He said, well, there's so much grip at Mondello Park that you give it all the revs and dump the clutch and it just goes. And here you give it all the revs, dump the clutch and you go nowhere because there's no grip. So, you know, it's not just supercars that have different launch parameters. They don't. Most of these cars don't have launch control. Some of them will. Most of them don't. So it's a very manual process, which I personally really enjoy.
What was it Johan said? He's going to go up 30 RPM because he had one saltfish. He's funny. Janssen with a 2:35.5 goes P4 in the session. We're really, the next race will be fun. Derek Tohill's in this, Bart Bell, Michael Persson, Tommi Räikkönen. That's from outside to inside, as you can see. But the final race, race 4, has got Simon Tiger and Victor Johansson in it, and they're in the grid behind us, in the title fight. Räikkönen with a nice launch, but a better one for Bart Bell. Bart Bell in the BMW E30 M3 gets the whole shot. Derek Tohill down in P4, might get around the outside to the inside in turn 1.
Tohill having a look, just can't get it done. Spent a lot of time yesterday working on the brakes and the drop gears in that Fiesta and really working on its development. He's here to enjoy a weekend at Höljes just like McGarry is. Is he going to get up the inside there? No, he's not. But just like Bart Bell is, Aaron de Haas, Bart Bell's team manager, got in touch overnight and gave a bit of lowdown on Bell, and they're really here just to enjoy racing in one of the best rallycross circuits and events in the world. Come all the way up from Holland, actually leading the Dutch and the German Supernational Championships, but as they say themselves, the level here is so much higher than it is in the middle of Europe at the moment. And I love the fact that they've made the journey to come and do it. I love the fact McGarry has made the journey to come and do it. You know,
it's a long way.
Räikkönen come from Finland. You know, it's and I hope that this class can continue to evolve. If Bell has a great weekend, if he can get the support, I know he's got loads of fans cheering him on back home in Holland and in Germany especially. So maybe people can get a bit more support. Hopefully this live stream package can mean that people can get a little bit more support to come and do it. And I love this class. I think it's a real old school rallycross class, and not old school necessarily because the technology's old, because it's a great feeling. There's a lot of camaraderie in the paddock. There's a really nice old European Championship feeling to where it's professional, but it's not so professional that it makes it a bit cold. It's a really nice feeling in open two-wheel drive.
Yeah, well, you've only got to look at the fact they're often sitting having a tea or a beer together of an evening, that they'll lend each other tools or parts if they need to get the cars back out.
Look at Tiger and Johansson. They've both said, Johansson's car's not very reliable, Tiger's car's not very reliable and stuff, but you know for a fact, if one of them goes over to the other one to say, have you got a CV joint off a BMW or whatever, they'll be, yep, got one.
Here it is.
Here you go. Because they want to beat each other fair and square on track.
Yeah, it's great. It's a brilliant atmosphere. Oh, gives a bit too much space there on the merge. That was, I don't know if it was too sideways or too generous.
Yeah, Bell got sideways there in the loose. It's cleaned a lot, hasn't it, right to the wall at the Joker merge. So if you go that bit wide and get offline, it's really loose gravel. And when you've got 370 brake horsepower through the rear wheels, it's tricky, isn't it?
I wasn't sure if he was just giving a little bit of space, you know, to in case the merge was tight, maybe a spotter would centre him, this will be close. Which is sensible if you don't want loads of dings in the car. Two sideways, Persson up the inside on the final corner, but not close enough. Bart Bell going to hold on. Very close though. Look at this, Bell, Persson, Räikkönen. I bet that's less than a second. It is 0.7 between the three. Look at the start. Look how low the BMW is set anyway, and then just squats down to find the traction, and that is why it's really hard to win in a front-wheel drive car. I think lap time-wise, you might make a machine that would be very capable of front-wheel drive.
100%, yeah.
But
we've seen that so often in the UK.
Starts are a nightmare. Oh, the thing is, I'd love to see more front-wheel drive cars, Hal, but we might have to let them start on the front row of the grid and put the rear-wheel drive cars one row back if we want to see some good racing.
Bell there goes 5 seconds slower than Urban Bergström, and I have to say, given that was a few mistakes, there was a mistake out of the Joker, there was a mistake over the jump there, so maybe there's a second gone there. You count a bit of experience in Höljes, having never been here before and stuff. That's a pretty good run, isn't it? I think with a bit more track time and a bit more competitiveness in open two-wheel drive, it could be really, really strong, couldn't it?
Keith Colton with a nice idea. Add an open two-wheel drive International Cup, 3 cars per nation. That's a great idea. You could do it alongside the series, couldn't you? Just as an informal sort of agreement between the cars. This is your big story. Victor Johansson in the Mercedes on P2 on the grid. Blew his engine yesterday, ran 2 heats on 100 horsepower of electric motor only, just to stay in the championship fight. He picked up a 2.4 litre Volvo motor last night, welded it in with the help of his team. They got 3 hours sleep, and he's P2 behind his title rival, Simon Tiger. What an incredible job by the Johansson squad. So good, Hal.
Incredible, and he's driven it round the paddock to shake it down. There's no even any warm-up this morning, as we discussed with Johan Kristoffersson earlier. That was the first time he'll ever have launched this car with that engine. Okay, he knows what the electric motor's doing in his hybrid Mercedes, but Victor often talks about the difficulty of balancing that electric motor with the internal combustion engine. So amazing that he got such a good start there against Tiger, who knows exactly how his BMW works.
And we need to tell you as well, if you missed the interviews earlier on, so this engine is a 2.4 litre Volvo on carburettors. The reason for that is the tech that's required to make injectors and ECUs and all the modern fancy
basically,
stuff
unless
work.
he could get like for like,
It
it's
wasn't gonna fit.
impossible
Yeah,
to
you
rewire, map something, blah, blah, blah.
And he said, I want an engine with 3 wires, which is what my old Vauxhall Nova rally car was. It's basically positive, negative, earth and power to the coil pack. He said, I want to put a fuel line on it and some power, and that's what this is. So it's a pretty basic engine, Hal, isn't it? But in conjunction with his electric motor as well.
But he was all over Tiger there at the end of the first lap. What were their lap times on lap 1? Tiger did a 49.4, Johansson did a 50.1, so he was less than a second behind Tiger with his absolutely well-sorted championship-winning machine.
Yeah, 2021 champion?
Yeah, had a terrible year last year, didn't he? Lost out to Johansson.
So Johansson won 2022. This is looking like Simon Tiger's going to try and take the title back. He came here, I think, with a 2-point lead. 4-point lead, actually. A 4-point lead after Grenland, and obviously he's going to nick a couple of points in qualifying. Although, remember, he broke the steering last qualifying session, so he's not in the TQ spot. He's in P5 at the minute. Johansson is in P16, and he does
he runs wide in the Joker section, Tiger.
Where's Johansson? He's there. He's there. It's still on, isn't it? So Johansson's got to get, how much of a good time does he need here, do you reckon? Top 3? Remember, he's got to drag himself into the top 16. Hasn't he?
Yeah,
top 12, sorry.
Top 12 to be in the semi-finals, you're correct. 56 points he's got in qualifying at the moment, and 12 is 65 with Tommy Räikkönen, so it's more than doable to make the semis, and then anything can happen in rallycross.
So look at the target time, 2:32.5 is where they need to be, particularly Johansson needs to be as close as he can to that. He closes on his title rival, Simon Tiger, powers it up over the line, and all that work overnight was worth it, because Simon Tiger goes P1 and Johansson is going to go P2 ahead of everybody else so far. 3 hours sleep for his team. I am in awe of that effort.
Incredible performance. We saw Victor's mechanic as the session had started. I think Johan was already here, and he said he was clutching his towel in his shower gel. He said, we've had 3 hours sleep, I'm off for a shower. You know, the racing had begun. Victor would have been getting in the car. Wow.
Hal, I think what you said as well about shakedown, he hasn't driven the car until he comes out here. This is the merge on lap 3. That's his 3rd lap with this engine. It's I'm not going to call it basic, because it's not going to be basic. It'll be a well-sorted carburettor engine, but it is nothing like what he had in there yesterday until it blew up in practice. And if he wasn't such a genius, if he hadn't got 100 horsepower electric drivetrain in that car, he'd already be out of this event. Brilliant. Simon Tiger takes it, 2:31.7. His title rival Victor Johansson after an all-nighter for his squad, and a different engine found overnight, picked up in a pickup truck yesterday afternoon and bolted into the car. Incredible. Where is he now? He's in. He's in. Victor Johansson climbs to P10, so he's in the semi-finals. Simon Tiger and Victor Johansson will continue their title fight. Q4 still to come. Can Johansson get a little bit further up the order and make life a bit more difficult for Simon Tiger? Semi-finals and final as well for Open 2-wheel drive. What a brilliant, brilliant story. I'm excited. That's great, isn't it?
Amazing. I don't really know what to say. I went to see them last night before we left the paddock. I think we left the paddock at 8:30, something of that order. I went to see them. There was no one there, and nothing in the engine bay. And then they'd borrowed a pickup off the Oman family, hit the road and driven 2 hours down the road to pick up that engine.
That's cool. Jamie Kuhn rally team. I'm currently building a Ford KA, Ford Ka to Open 2-wheel drive rigs in Australia. Front wheel drive, get in, good lad. Inside line, Enland. But it's a great start by Anderson. Going to get the whole shot, shut the door here on the man who sits in TQ at the minute. Anderson fighting for the title. Enland's in that mix as well. It's Olofsson who leads the title race, but he had problems overnight as well, Hal. Not so serious as Johansson, but still worked for the team to try and find.
Enland had a little nibble into the rear of Anderson there, and then had no choice but to joker because Mats Oskarsson had made a great start and was tucked onto the rear of Anderson. Oskarsson's really come on this year. Pontus Oskarsson's doing a great job in Crosscar Junior, but I have to say Mats has really stepped up in Supercar Light. It's been there or thereabout for a while, but the experience he's gained has really helped. It must be hard running your son in the Crosscar and then driving yourself in lights, but doing a really good job. There's Enland in the background on a massive push. Martin winning last time out after Ola Henry Steinsholt was disqualified, got a penalty, wasn't disqualified, got a penalty from the final.
3.5 is the margin, Hal. Anderson goes in, so we said to Johan, we thought...
Anderson on the way in, sorry Andrew, Robin Larson style.
Is it going to be enough? It is going to be enough, so yeah, Johan's right, isn't he? It's 2.8, of course he's right. That's how foolish.
But that, I think a large part of that was the way
entry.
That he approached the Joker entry.
Sendy, that's what we like, Sendy as. Anderson leads then from Enland. Standings overnight, it was Enland, Janssen, Birgit, Oskarsson and Eklev. Anderson was down in P6, Olofsson was down in P9. They'll all make the semis. Championship standings, Olofsson leads by 11 points. But if he loses some points in qualifying, things could get very close indeed. And how, we don't know if that car's fully cured or not, do we? It's that another electrical gremlin which seems to be plaguing them.
Yeah, they've had a bit of that, haven't they? A 46.7 for Casper Janssen now, who lost out a bit in the first couple of corners.
That's key because it's quickest lap of the race, if you're wondering. So yeah, he's a second quick. Blimey, that's a second quicker than Anderson, or is that because Anderson we haven't got a benchmark?
Well, we haven't got a time because Anderson did a start lap and then a joker lap. Which is another reason for 4-lap heats.
Yeah, definitely.
I don't dislike 3 laps, but I do think 4 laps would be better. I totally get why we're doing 3 laps.
Absolutely, we've got tons of cars and we struggle to fit them all in a day. But you know, and that again is they need the money from the entry fees. There's so much that goes into running a championship like this. It was actually really interesting listening. There's Anderson takes it, 2:25.7. Let's see how that was compared to yesterday.
Enland does a 46.6 on the final lap, so that's a 10th quicker than Anderson managed and a 10th quicker than Casper Janssen.
It's only a second slower Hal than Q1 yesterday, and it's only half a second slower than Q2. Cool, that was a big old hit, wasn't it? On the outside, bouncing off the curbs for Oskarsson. Piece of look, that's the send that Hal spotted on the way, and it was beautiful, wasn't it? Look
at that. Bit of understeer in the middle of it, and then just had it. I love the fact Johan was talking about he was correcting the steering in anticipation.
Yeah, no, I'm okay. Yeah, brilliant. Yeah, Ericsson yesterday, Hal. This championship's been run by different people, hasn't it, over the years? And Ericsson's always been heavily involved, and sort of finally this year, is it the first year they've completely run it themselves? And how much he said he'd learned, and when you think how long Ericsson's been in the sport for, and that's what we're talking about. I hope you guys don't mind us explaining things like entry fees, why there's so many cars, why there's... Yeah, we want to give you a bit of insight into what goes on to running one of these championships. There's so much in the background. It's not ever quite as easy as it seems. Right. Here we go. An Eklev, Ida Tornhold, Haug, Olofsson and Haug. Olofsson in P4 needs to win this start big time. Looks like he's going to, it's a great start, should be able to shut the door from there. Simon Olofsson leading the title by 11 points, but coming under increasing pressure. Pressure from the rear here from Haug as well, but Olofsson is away. Hal, that's part 1 done.
It is, but they've had so many spurious issues with the Lights car. The STS team has had its head in its hands half the time this season because there's been so many bizarre electrical issues that have just caused them so many headaches that the car's been fine for 2 laps and then suddenly stopped, or it stopped on the first lap and then been fine thereafter. So they must all be stood there with their fingers crossed and touching their lucky coins and everything because they just don't know what's going to happen.
Yeah, and you lose confidence. That's the problem as a driver, is you're waiting for it to go wrong again. You give it a couple of races and you'll forget about it, but at first you just feel a little bit edgy. Nice to know you're all saying thank you for the insight. We find it interesting, explain it, good. Well, we'll keep going then with the details. And when you've had enough, you can let us know you're bored. That's fine too.
Fair play to the drone work best in the world. I absolutely agree. Vigo Kosh is amazing. Go and look at his Instagram. Yes. We were in the hotel last night. He showed us an amazing clip of Maiko Tam spinning in practice. And that in itself is impressive because he spins around and looks at Tam. But what is more impressive is that Victor Franks goes off in it, because Tam's in the middle of the road, goes off in the gravel and he circles around. You're looking at Victor with all the sand spraying. It's an incredible bit of footage.
They've slowed the footage down as well in the middle, so you see the dirt spiralling out of the rims. Yeah, it's wicked. But he's done loads of stuff. He's been filming a Swedish movie, which is going to premiere on Christmas Day. That's quite a Swedish tradition. It's one of the biggest Swedish movies each year, and he's been filming that too. Yeah, he's a great guy. Here he is.
Lars Haug there, taking the Coley line over the jump last time around. Just getting away with it though. Oh, and he's really squared off the Joker. Not the best Joker exit, but this is a good run from Haug. Tornholt ahead of Niels Christian in the background. Nicholas Haneklev though made it no further than the first corner.
Right, Olofsson set the fastest lap of the race last time, 46.3. He's chasing the time of Lucas Anderson at 225.7. Comes through the right-hander. I think this might be on. It's going to be tight. I think Olofsson might take this. He needs it to move up the order through the left-hander. This is a great drive. Olofsson's problem solved. 222.5. 3 seconds quicker, isn't it? That's impressive. So Olofsson with an 11-point championship lead. Is he still carrying on, Hal? What's going on? Lap 3, we're showing time to beat. We're showing 3 out of 3 checker flag. Olofsson's showing us
we've moved
no
to 4 laps.
Joker. But this does happen sometimes if they get the indicator wrong. The clock should have stopped, shouldn't it?
So Olofsson...
But had Olofsson not jokered in the 3?
Yeah, he had.
Yeah. Okay,
I think
well,
they maybe just didn't see a checkered flag.
Okay, well, they've gone round again, but I believe the result will stand. Well, no, it will stand from the 3 laps, especially if they've done
Rallyx is all about value for money. There's a bit more time. Do another lap.
Have a little test. There's a checker this time. It's like, go on then, yeah, that'll do. So I'm sorry. Oh no, I'm sorry. All right, sorry. I mean, it's not quite a NASCAR flag, but I'll take it. Can't get wild with the checkers. Good start by Olofsson, wasn't it? And then just smoothly in, shutting the door, right out to the white line on the way into the right-hander. Is this the RF? I think for up in the spotters area. That's where all the spotters are watching. That's with 2 to go. Maybe the RF's caught whether or not there was a checkered flag on lap 3. Hal, you can see the lap indicator is on the side of the hut. So is that waved or not? Is he waving it on the next one? Oh, go on, Haug. Get it. Go on, get it. Don't get it.
He didn't joke. I'm just looking at my notes. I don't know if Olofsson did joke, you know.
Oh my goodness me, he did not. Olofsson did not joker inside the 3 laps. 4 laps, you can see why we were confused. It went to 4 laps. The interesting thing here will be...
I was thinking that time was amazing.
So was... Yeah, but 2... So what were they? Yeah, no, 222.
He did a 32, hadn't he?
Yeah, no, he did a 222.
222.
And Anderson had done a 225.
Yeah, so it was 3 seconds quicker.
Right, and the Joker's 3, which
yeah, but that's what I was thinking. It was like a massive gain because
yes.
Anderson sent it in the Joker, didn't
so
he?
Then,
was very, very
obviously,
quick.
we've been Muppets and not looked at the indicators. Woof. How that's going to have so my only thought here is they may appeal it if they say the lap counter, for instance, was wrong on the inside of the last corner. I don't know that they'll get away with that. It's up to them to count the laps.
So there's form there. In 2021, Patrick O'Donovan won the semi-final in RX2E here, but didn't joker, and they claimed, or they had evidence that the joker, the lap counter be wrong. That's just a guide. You need to know what lap you're on.
Right, so basically, even if the lap counter is wrong, you're confident the result will stand?
I believe so, yeah.
Yeah. So Olofsson missed the Joker.
It's so hard to know. I never ever know what lap I'm on.
Look, if we see the team coming running past, no, you don't. As a driver, you don't. You're just waiting for someone to tell you to Joker or finish. You know, sometimes you're praying for it to be the last lap, but that is a disaster. Olofsson sits in P10. You'll look at the standings for Supercar, but in Supercar Lights, Olofsson, the championship leader, with an 11-point lead, Hal, is about to lose 11 points in qualifying. He may well go into the semi-finals, equal on points with Anderson. Where's Anderson overall?
Well, Anderson will be second, will he?
Is he? Yeah.
And I think...
Anderson's won that one.
Yeah, I think Enland will be 2Q if he has another strong run.
Right, so so that put 1 point in between, and how far back is? Oh my goodness me, Enland is another further point back.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Yeah.
So they might go in. We might have 3 drivers going in within a point of each other. Actually, let's see if we can see the points again. We just asked the truck.
Someone last night we were talking to was
Q3.
convinced Enland was going to win this title. I can't remember who it was, but we were chatting about championship permutations.
Yeah. We're trying to see if we can get the points up for Supercar Lights, just to have a look after. Here it is. So Enland, TQ, Casper, Janssen. Wow. So Enland, Hal, would get 16, Janssen would get 15.
So really what the championship needs is Casper Janssen to have a bit of a shocker in the next one, Lucas Anderson to move up to second, so he'll gain...
Yes, then they would go in, Enland and Anderson would go in equal on points. 1
point behind Olofsson.
Would Olofsson be 1 point ahead, do you think? Yeah. And then it's 6 for a win in the semi. Hal's paperwork's gone for a Burton. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1 points, and then the final it's 8, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. So that they might be racing for the Supercar Lights title. Oh, Olofsson will be gutted because that difference of getting through, that's a very narrow gap you fitted through there. How well done. Olofsson, the difference of Olofsson not losing that amount of points would have been huge for him.
And they were gutted last night with the technical issues, and
to fix
seemingly the car's going okay now. So I guess the guttedness will be
missing the Joker
increased.
Right, Supercar coming up. Just so you all know, we were given the chance to take a 2-minute break there, but we took one for the team and explained the points to you instead. So please like and subscribe. I did see somebody earlier on saying there are a lot of people watching and they all need to like it. Go, if you like the feed now, if you're watching the feed, like it right now. Let's boost the likes up. Anyone who doesn't like it, I'm personally I'm gonna do a what's that film called? Where your man says, I will find you.
I'm gonna find you.
I'm not going to kill you. That would be a little bit extreme for not liking a YouTube video. But what's it called? The video, the film, the video. That video that Liam Neeson made. Oh, come on.
I don't know.
Stop looking at the results and think of the Liam Neeson film. Nobody cares. What?
I don't know. Don't be under such pressure.
Come on, what is it?
I've no idea. Oh, what is it? Someone will say in the comments.
Put it in the comments. Someone, what's the film with Liam Neeson where his daughter gets kidnapped? I know. He's probably kidnapped, doesn't he? Is it? Come on, where is it? I have a very special set of skills. I will find you and I will kill you. I will find you and I will mildly berate you for not liking this video.
There's a comment that says instead of lap counters they should play Mario Kart music in the driver's helmet and speed up the music on the final lap.
Right, here we go. Kristoffersson, Eriksson, Bolevsky, Osland and Oman. It's Oliver Eriksson if you're wondering. Brilliant start by Johan Kristoffersson, hits the dirt. He said it was going to be the best one. I bet in his helmet he knows right now exactly what he's done. Osland gets pushed wide by Bolevsky. Ollie Eriksson comes through, opts for the Joker straight away, and Mats Oman goes with him. Kristoffersson being followed by Bolevsky on the standard lap.
Oman carried a lot of speed out of turn 1 and had no option but to go for the Joker. Had a look at the back of Bolevsky, then ducked into the Joker lap. Johan Kristoffersson, what a start. Nailed the launch and then had the traction once he got onto the loose, and then it was see you later.
The film was taken, and no, it wasn't Batman, Jeremy, but good effort. I like your style.
Massive jump. Kristoffersson on the opening lap lands in the perfect part of the track. Meanwhile, Ollie Eriksson having a massive send. The Erikssons yesterday were really struggling for rear grip and absolutely sending the Civics everywhere. More of the same this morning.
That's exactly what Kristoffersson said. He said the middle of the jump is very high, not so long. If you go left or right, you get thrown sideways, and we saw that from Eriksson. So cheers, Johan, for the heads up on that. Eriksson is 4.3 back having Joker. Johan says 2.8 if you're in a hurry. I reckon he's in a hurry. So Kristoffersson looking to take another session win here. He's got 2 already. This is Q3. We've got Q4 semis and finals to come later on today. The championship is close enough that if anybody has a puncture or a spin or something, the title might well be decided. There it is again, look, so the middle is super flat.
And especially if that's in the semi-finals, because, I mean, look how many punctures Kristoffersson's had so far this season. He was beaten by Hedgman in round 1 in Neaston, then he had a puncture in round 2 and dropped down the order. He had a puncture in Tjerp, so it can all happen yet. But Kristoffersson's doing exactly what he can control, leading the front of the pack. Bolevsky going with him.
Or Bolevsky going to merge closely with Ericsson. Ericsson just going to get in front, so Ericsson with a tidy a couple of laps there has managed to get closer to it.
This will be encouraging for Kevin as well.
Lead. Yeah, it was 4.3 back Howley. He's only 4.1 when they went into the Joker, so Ericsson tidied it up, and that was probably crucial to get Bolevsky. But yes, Kevin and Ollie yesterday, Ollie's pace was brilliant, wasn't it?
Identical lap times they did, though. I think it was a 47.6 from memory. I can't completely remember, but they were doing identical pace, and so
he's not far back, is he? Christopherson's going to take this one, comes through the long left-hander, crosses the line for the checker flag, 2:17.9.
Not as quick as yesterday.
No, a couple of seconds off, but Ericsson 1.1 back. He was 1 back yesterday. Do you remember Johan said if he tidied it up, he'd be on me, and you're saying that Kevin's pace was the same as Ollie's yesterday.
Yeah, and that was, again, not the tidiest run ever from Ollie Ericsson. I know that's so easy for me to say from here, and I'm, you know...
Yeah,
but it doesn't look tidy, does it?
No.
You know,
but Ollie would have said the same yesterday. We knew that, and yeah, if Kevin now does need to have a perfect tidy run. He's also got to win the start. He's got Hedstrom, Ikonen, Franks and Toren with him.
Pole is powerful though, as we've seen.
It is, yeah, but Ikonen could be a problem in the Hyundai, couldn't he? That's a fast-starting car.
Christopherson left a couple of feet there to the wall on the Joker exit, so there's time to find.
Do what he was saying, wasn't he? He was really close. We'll have to show him a pop at him about that. Send him a text and say there's a couple of tenths on the Joker exit, you mug.
He'll know.
Yeah. Loads of people saying taken. Thanks very much appreciated. The Civic Coupe is worth the likes on its own. There you go. As long as you like it, Rito, that's cool. Since when was the Civic the size of a Granada? A Granada, that's an old school reference, isn't it? Civics are big. Certainly the more recent shaped ones are. Star Wars ambient Mike, thanks mate. He's still awake in California.
This is quite a selection of supercars, isn't it? Civic, Polo, i20, RX2E and S1.
Tidy. Kevin Ericsson in the title fight with Johan Christopherson. Christopherson, you've just seen, has done a great run. Ericsson just 2 points behind him. I don't think he'll beat Johan in qualifying, but he does need to be right behind him. At the minute he's behind Bolevsky, so he needs to beat Bolevsky's time. Bolevsky's some 9 points in front of him in the qualifying standings. Kevin Ericsson with a brilliant start, hits the dirt, gets the extra bit of traction. Hedstrom goes with him, and it's Hedstrom on the curb. Close to him, Ericsson with a bit of rotation mid-corner, over the jump and away. So again, part one done, got it. But now, Hal, we need to see tidiness, don't we?
Yeah.
It is a big car, and when it rotates, it can get a wheel on the loose more easily than something a little bit shorter.
Yeah, and I think everyone's so precise these days that the track's clean in some areas. We'll see now from the drone footage. Look on the left-hand side, that's the clean line. Get rear wheels out in the dirt, and all of a sudden you've got a whole bundle of oversteer going down the hill. Oh, and there's lots of oversteer for Kevin through the right-hander before the jump.
It's a very Ericsson driving style, isn't it? And as we said, Kevin is in a great run of form this year.
The form of his career, I would say. He was unlucky last year with his injury that meant he couldn't compete in Nitro Rallycross in the early part of the year, when really that was maybe what I thought his best chance, because he'd done all the development driving. The car was new to everyone else, the FC1X, but actually started this year so strong, hasn't he? But not in a super sendy, erratic way, in a really consistent, scoring the points when he can type of championship driver way.
Yeah, 5 out of 7 podiums here so far this year in Supercar. In Rallyx, 3 out of 3 podiums in Nitro Cross sees him leading the standings. My goodness me, he did a proper send in Oklahoma earlier on this year. I think it was 100 miles an hour when he pitched it in, and then he did another one in Utah last week, which Travis Pastrana, there's a video on Instagram of Travis going, Kevin, I can't believe what you can do in that corner. And Kevin has the round the outside move from Estering, which has been so famously shared so many times, and that's the 2/10 that's missing on the Joker lap, but he was a little bit wide on the first apex. So lap times, Hal?
You've got to have some, it's a 43.8 for Kevin Ericsson, so he's gone a bit faster than Ollie did last time around. You've got to have some massive gumption, haven't you, to pull the handbrake at 100 miles an hour, that's for sure.
Honestly, yeah, he really is. He is. We need to get Liam back for a Sandy McSenderson competition between Kevin and Liam, but Kevin comes around the final corner, smokes it up. Oh, he was so close, 2:17.999, so incredibly close. Kevin Ericsson very nearly matched Christopherson. Whereabouts is he going to go compared to Bolevsky? in front, and Ollie's going to be in between as well. He could do with somebody else going in between them. Vaby might. Vaby could maybe help him out.
At the bottom of the hill there,
mate.
that's the time for not being quickest.
So, Kevin, and here, look, it's nothing, but it will probably have, well, I'd say it would have compromised the exit, but he didn't commit to it 10 gazillion%. There we go.
You cannot get closer than that.
That's how you do it. That's how you do it. Someone get Johan in here to watch that replay. That was absolutely brilliant, and that may have made up for the mistake on the first lap, but were it not for the little mistake, I think Kevin might have won this session. But he is going to move up the championship, the qualifying order here. Spigo Koch pitches the drone into a loop at the end. I'd like to see some stunts from you later, Vigo, if you're listening. 2:17.999 for Kevin Eriksson, who was in P3 in the standings, needs to overhaul Bolevsky. If he stays second, Hal, he'll get 45. Yeah, he needs Baby to beat Bolevsky to close that gap down a little bit, and then he can nibble away at it again in Q4.
And that's absolutely possible. Yeah. Baby has great lap time pace.
He is on the outside here, but as you all know, Baby is a sender. Rally driver at heart with plenty of rallycross history. Got to get round the outside of Tohill, Tam, Johansson and Valla. It's a good start by all five. Frank Valla on the inside's got an absolute storm, and Baby puts a little bit of rotation on and then gets a huge rotation from Maiko Tam. Oh, he comes back around, but that's going to cost him at least 2 seconds, if not 3 or 4.
Tohill got spun too in that. I thought from that drone shot that Baby had got that done, but just took that little tap, sent him 2 sideways. Be lucky to get away with no damage there with a hit in the wheel, whether it's CV, drive shaft, something like that in the transmission.
Was it Tam on when it came across him? I'm not laying the blame there, just who was inside
I need to see it again to
He needed a better start, didn't he, Hal, from stop 5?
Yeah, and he made a great start, and he was going around the outside. It was all sort of hunky-dory until it wasn't.
The problem, of course, is everybody else made a great start too. You know, he needed comparatively.
Well, Valla making the great start was a problem because that space wasn't available on the inside. Had the man in pole made a poor start, everyone could move over a slot, can't they?
Valla drops it onto the curbs, into the wall on the outside line. Clatters the left, then the right of the car. Is he going to hold on? He does. Flick it back the other way. Is it broken? I think it probably is. Frank Valla parks in the barrier. What an absolute shocker. Baby up the inside of Johansson. Baby here is on an anger drive as he tries to recover from turn 1 of Q3.
The red mist has come down as he passes the red Clio, but it's harmed the lap time, hasn't it? A 45.9 last time around.
Look at this.
Valla.
Look at it, Hal. Look at the aggression here. Let's enjoy a lap with OC Baby. He's gonna go full send here, Baby. So here we go, you're on board now with the drone, a little bit handbrake up towards turn 1. Watch Baby flick it in here, out to the left-hand side and then into turn 1, up to the curve. That's Kristoffersen style in that wonderful final against Ekstrom a few years ago, 2020 I think it was. Over the jump to the curve on the inside. Now a little flick in, look, pitch it over, up the curve, flick it back the other way, on the gas.
Baby's in that wonderful place where you get all the rotation done on the throttle rather than relying on the handbrake. You just use the weight of the car to throw it around. The car moves where you want it to go. This is arguably the better of the 2 KMS supercar polos at the moment. He's going to send it into the ultimate corner.
Oh, look at that, over the big jump. Yeah, it's a big one. On the brakes, squash it down to the apex, and here we know he's going to miss the time thanks to turn 1, but it's a great recovery drive by Baby. And a 2:20.6 will actually see him slot into, it's going to be close with Osland, 6:09, 6:07, he's going to go behind Osland, so P7. Oof. So is this Valla?
This is the first lap, isn't it?
Oh, was the rear left already hanging off there, Hal? Oh, wow, that's a huge hit. And then he's lucky the gravel's deep there in the arm cone. He kept it lit, didn't he? It was pretty brave, to be fair. Back the other way. Is the rear left broken? It doesn't look like it is, so he must have broken it, I think, when he's hit the barrier then with the right-hand side. That was a fun session.
Let's have a look back at that first corner. Tam's the car to watch on the inside. So the contact, yeah. Very massive racing incident that. So Valla's made a good start. Tam's come across, had some contact, been pushed wide. So he's gone left, and that's just speared Baby. Tohill also collateral damage. Baby takes a race win, a 2:26.70, and that's going to put him 2:26. Still 5th. 6th, sorry, ahead of Linus Osland.
I thought he was going to stop behind. Is he ahead, is he?
Sorry, just behind. Not looking at the hundredths.
Overall standings, Johan Kristoffersen at the top of the table from Bolevsky, but let's check the gap. The gap between Bolevsky and Ericsson prior to this session was 9 points, I think, 78 to 87, yes it was. So Ericsson has closed the gap down to Bolevsky to just 4 points. He could have done with Vaby going in front of him there. If Vaby had gone in front of him, that would have closed the gap down again, because you get the top of the table, it goes 50, 45, 42. Then it goes down to 40 and 39 down. So if Vaby had beaten him, he'd be within 2 points of him. But Ericsson's got pace, and this is what we said. It was actually Ollie, wasn't it, yesterday, who proved the pace was in the Civic, but was a bit untidy. Kevin's gone out there that time. With that mistake, it's there. What we're saying is, it's not over yet.
Absolutely not over yet. No,
Yeah.
in none of the classes. The biggest margin was in supercar lights, and that's come right down as well. So
Yeah.
bring it on.
Yeah, very much looking forward to later on today. We've forgotten to swap our microphones around. How? I'm going to go the other side. Do you remember the discussion last night? Do you want to see the difference? So if they go this way, then when we look at each other, the microphones are in the way now. See, that way is the way we were supposed to do it, but we forgot. So then when we face each other, the microphone's not in the way. Boring TV stuff. What do you think about that?
But
like
no one
the
wants
video
to see
anyway.
my face anyway. So.
Well, exactly. Yeah, none of you really want to see us. You're here
Well,
for the cars. I bet most of the people have finished watching the stream
We'll go for
already.
this.
Hidden, hiding. What we got? Here we go. What we got? Questions-wise, this race was chaos. Whoa, yeah, hard luck for Val. Agreed. No Rallyx. I was there to say do some races outside the Nordic Championship. Ericsson said it's one of the reasons for the name change. Yeah, so the point of going away from the name Rallyx was in case they wanted to do a series elsewhere.
Away from Nordic.
Yeah, there's also, there are zones, aren't there, outside which championships can't cross borders. So the
It's
second...
very complicated.
Yeah, it is a boring one for you. If you've got a series that's in a country like America, if it crosses a border twice outside America, it becomes an FIA International Series, then there's different rules which apply, blah, blah, blah. So we're in the Northern European zone here, which is an old school rallycross thing, which it doesn't get talked about quite so much. Looks like Toehill broke a front drive shaft. What else? Got a lot of the scrapes on the jump landing. The Polo's a weapon. Vaby's driving it like it's an extension of him. Yeah, agreed. Rev limiter impersonation. I'm good at noises. Shamil, you want to hear my my wastegate noise. What else we got? When's the next round? Couple of hours. Oh, look at that. Martin straight in with Q4 starts at 1:30. I think we're on time. So we should be back there.
Hans, you're in our strength. I'm in the wrong place this weekend. Absolutely.
Yeah, you
Where are you?
What are you doing? And Kai, thank you very much, mate. Much appreciated. Saying how much they're enjoying it. We're going to get some water. Going to get another tea as well. We're done for Q3. We've got one more qualifying session to come. We're showing you everything from Crosscar Junior right the way through to Supercar. That'll give us our grids. Will any of the championship stories finish at the point of not making it through to the semi-finals? We're just finding out where we're going. Okay. So we've got a little bit of fun for you between the Ericssons and the Kristoffersens. Yeah, it's too many sons. Ericssons and the Kristoffersens. We set them a bit of a challenge. Part 2 of this is going to come later on today. We're going to sign off. We're going to leave you with part 1 of the challenge between the Ericsson and the Kristoffersen dynasties, and we'll see you in a couple of hours, ready for Q4. Cheers.
So we're standing here, Höljes start grid, me and Johan fighting the championship, and with our fathers as well, here to join us in some classic luffarschack, or what do we call it?
In Swedish we call it luffarschack, but I don't know the English word for it, but yeah, we'll give it a go and see how the weekend starts. 1, 2. Centrum. Good choice. Next one. Decent start.
So now we need to cover this off here.
Ooh.
Yeah.
All right.
One 0 Kristoffersson.
One done. So challenge number 2. Now we will change the tire with what is it called? Closed eyes.
Blindfold.
Blindfolded, yeah. But yeah, first of all we have to do the stone, scissors, paper again, and this time the fathers will do it to choose who's gonna start first. Okay, we won again. Perfect. So either you or me are gonna do the tire change.
if we won this, then we prefer to go second.
Yeah, but I start, no problem.
Fair and square.
So up, down, clockwise, anti-clockwise.
Ready, set, go.
This is what every driver needs to learn. How to change a tire.
Uppåt, center, där, har den vänster. Yes. Off the wheel. Put it on side. Yeah, back again. Down. Anti-clockwise. Left. Yeah, clockwise. Left with a complete wheel.
Hur är det med hål?
Left with a complete wheel. Out. Yes. Left. There. Clockwise. Up. Anti-clockwise. And up a little bit. Yes, there. Up. Now we get it. Yeah. No. Left. Anti-clockwise. Yes. More. Little bit more. Okay. Down. Yes. And clockwise. Yes. Up a little bit. And clockwise. A little bit. Clockwise. Yes. And down a little bit. Down a little bit. And then in. Thank you. I should never use the glasses when I advise you. Come on. Yeah. Gun to the left. Yeah. Up. Yeah. Yeah. Yes.
I didn't think about how far you would be to finish.
No, but that's going to make the difference. Yeah. If you are successful there, you're going to nail it straight.
That was good.
And, I mean, also, we are not really used that they do what we say. So, I mean, it's even worse because of that.
Ready, set, go!
Ja. Igen, första. Tire off and on the side. Ta på båda händerna. Both hands. Down. And then up. Nu center. Now you centralize it and then down. Up. Little left. Stop. Down. Höger. Ut lite. Ner. Down. Left. Stop. Down. No. Left.
Looks like the tire getting heavier and heavier.
Any. Vrid det höger. Clockwise. Höger. Right. Vrid hela hjulet höger. Right. Yeah. There.
They're gonna be close.
The worst was the arms up.
Yeah. 1, 2.
Oh, sorry. Battery is left in the battery is over in the. You have to tight it with your hands.
I think we should do one lap with eyes covered. Får dra den lite till, ja precis. Den där också. Och så den nedanför ska dra åt lite, den där. Så. Oh.
Oh yeah.
And then there was a bit of an angle also. I saw what you had the wheel like left. Left. Yeah.
Och så fick I saw when he got one in, I was thinking, this is great. Yeah. One in,
no.
We can work on that.
No.
Yeah. All right. Have the time. Yeah, we do.
Yeah.
1-1.
semester ifrån arbete och krog. Då åker vi till Höljes ut i Värmlands djupa skog. En sliten gammal husvagn var på dragkrogen vi drog. Om VM rallycrossen där, den kan vi ej få nog. När vi kommit fram så känns det som det var igår. Även om det redan sedan sist har gått ett år. Men känslan är densamma, pulsen stiger, hjärtat slår. Nej, inga ord kan täcka om hur bra vi alla mår. Heja Höljes rallycross, fest och racing lockar oss. Allihopa kommer loss. Heja Höljes rallycross. På söndagen ut i A-finalen blev det hårda bud. Och ja, jag hade turen där och träffa mig en brud. På kvällen ska vi hem, då får vi börja be till Gud. För våran bil och husvagn var belagt med körförbud. Heja Höljes rallycross, fest och racing lockar oss. Allihopa kommer loss. Heja Höljes rallycross. Ja, heja Höljes rallycross.
Rallyx is presented by Cooper Tires, Allsbergs, Solentina Emballage Huntering, Mstad, and Beacon 59. The final starts in 3, 2, 1.
Better switch the lights on, really, if we're going to do some TV, hadn't we, eh? Lights, camera action, is that how it goes? There they are, that's better. We're awake.
Hello.
they're doing the Swedish stream as well, so the guys are like a DJ on old school vinyl in the TV truck. Hanker is in there, yeah, I think they're working overtime. My name's Andrew Coley, this is Hal Rich. We've got the final qualifying session coming up for you for Rallyx 2023. As we come to the closing stages of the season, 6 championships to be picked up by the end of today. It's a beautiful day here in Höljes, Sweden. Look at this, you can see that there's 2 people lurking here. They just need duck, a bit lower. You're in the shot, just a little bit lower. That's it, yeah. You see, now they're gone. They thought he'd be on in a minute, it's good. Right, we've got some stuff to show you. Me and Hal had a bit of a competition last night because on social media, like, share, subscribe, etc. Earlier on this year, you'd think, wouldn't you, that it would be a racing clip that would have gone viral for Rallyx, but oh no, we've had a clip that's, oh no, as Robin Larson would say, we've got a clip that has got 1 million views, and it's not really anything to do with the racing, so have a look at this. Here we go. Look at that dude on the quad bike for the win. That is, yes.
He's done that before.
Dude is pro, isn't he? Look at that. Okay, well, what that is? That man needs some sort of an award, doesn't he? The crowd are clapping.
Cal Award.
It's a hell of a move. Back the other way. Look at that, eh? Look at that. I'm impressed. Are you impressed at home? Was that the move of the day, or did somebody else get the move of the day for you?
Move of the day.
Seriously though, bag open, just cruising along, dropping it out.
Yeah, it's going to need a 3rd pass though, isn't it?
Well,
because it was.
Would have taken a lot longer if you'd done it by hand. You're not impressed? Are we not entertained?
Are you not entertained? Yes, you are.
Must have been early in the day. We were full of enthusiasm, weren't we? We're still full of enthusiasm now.
I was thinking, where's that? It was Neeson. It feels like a long time ago now, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does. So work smarter, not harder, people. That's basically what your man with the bag of sandy oil stuff on a quad bike was. So anyway, because it got 1 million views, I'm sure somebody had about 5 beers and thought, let's do something on a quad bike with Andrew Coley and Hal Ridge. So me and Hal went down to settle who was the better quad bike rider. I did put on my story last night, one of us might die. We're both here, so nobody died. We nearly died. Well, actually not from quad bikes, but this was the competition yesterday, and you'll have to see who comes out on top. Peter's brought us up to a part of Höljes I've never been to, and I know I've never been here. How? Look at the midges around his head. He doesn't even smell bad. This is horrendous. So we're
You've got long sleeves.
I know. I wish I had a hood. So, all right. So there's a quad bike here. It's a big one. I've ridden some small quad bikes. This one's 4-wheel drive. It's got all sorts of stuff on it. I think the rules are going to be that we don't even get to ride it before we do it, which sounds really safe.
Wow.
This is the start line. You coming with us? He is. So we come up this way, Hal. It's a recce on foot. No pace notes.
Is this time?
Well, I guess we've got to decide a winner somehow, mate, unless we do it on style.
Style?
Who gets killed the worst?
A judged sport.
Left here. Yeah,
Discuss.
no, it's got to be timed.
So we're left.
Left here. Left, oh my God.
You designed the track, already unfair.
Left here, and then right.
So left here.
Yeah.
So round.
Peter put the cones out, mate. I'm figuring that must be the way it works. We seem to have a limited number of cones.
So that's on your left.
Yeah, then on the right. Then where? Oh my God. Okay, there's one over there.
Yeah.
Right, we've got to try and save some of these trees, mate.
Yeah, I'm not running any trees.
All right, so through the trees. Are we making a gentleman's agreement then that we don't run these over?
Yeah, Christmas coming.
Through here then, yeah. That's a nice Christmas one.
Rocks.
Maybe. Rocks.
And then this is the next one.
Yeah, so you got to go round that. I reckon you have to come through this bit, mate. And then hook a left, that's quite tight actually. Unless you're going to mow a load of trees down.
You might do.
You're out of order if you do that. Left and then that way, and is that the finish? Oh no, there's
No,
one more.
You've got to go, that's to your right.
We've put that in the trees. Bush is going to get it. And then over the finish line.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. Oh, wide on the first left-hander for Andrew Coley. Taking a little stab to the left and then the right through the trees. You can't hit any trees because that's unfair. Now he's got a hairpin to go round. Stabbing at the throttle like I've never seen before. Oh no, he's stopped out of the hairpin. He's got to go to the left here. Nice, neat and tidy. Where is he going? Across the finish line. The time is a 30-second.66.
Ready? Okay, here we go, Hal. He's preloading it, look like a rallycross start. 3, 2, 1, go. Well, personally, I give him a jump start penalty. Oh my goodness me, he's gone very quickly. Okay, Hal is in full send mode. I reckon. Oh, that first cone's been knocked down. One of those cones is down. I'll give it. I'll tell you what, though, he's fully committed. Fair play on the gas over the line. Oh, nicely done. Well, personally,
What did I do?
mate, I think it was just like you did. What did I do?
What did I do?
What did I do first?
30.6.
You guys destroyed me. It's a 22.4, mate. But I've got to be honest, I think you're not one of the cones down, but I don't care. I'm getting eaten. Well done.
Well done, mate.
Can we go?
Yeah.
Okay, mega. Peter, enjoy the walk, mate. See you tomorrow. He cheated. He ran. He did it. He definitely ran a tree over. And I mean, to be fair, the second bollard was borderline, wasn't it?
I'm not having that.
No.
The tree jumped out in front of me. If I did run a tree over, couldn't see because of the sun. Made a better start than you.
Yeah.
Eat my dust.
Nobody could see because there they are, the lights. Maybe it's lunchtime. I'm not sure. Junior cross cars getting ready to go behind us. We've got a superstar though to bring in some style. This is your favourite person from the broadcast. It's not me. It's not Hal. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for drone pilot Vigo Koch. All right, mate. Here we go. Right, let's give him a headset.
Hello, mate.
Put the microphone whichever side you like. Me and Hal Peter have completely given up on that rule. There's a red button on. Say hello.
Hi.
So understated when he's so talented. So Vigo is our legendary drone pilot. You guys are always in the comments about him. He's an absolute superstar. We were telling you earlier on about some of the movie filming he's been doing and everything else. What we've got is, I believe, we've got an onboard of what you see from the FPV and what the camera, the broadcast camera sees as well. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay, cool. Let's have a whole race?
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
It's from Q3.
From Q3. Yeah. I bet he's like Johan, isn't he? And know all the splits and the jokers and everything. But Vigo's going to be here with us, and he's going to talk us through it. So we can take a look now at some of this stuff. So, Vigo, this is that's batteries, isn't it, on the right?
Yeah, a bunch of batteries on the drone.
There we go, and that's where you fly from. So that's the controller.
Yeah, and
your headset.
Here we go.
So which one are you? What do you see? Left.
Yeah, left.
And that's the definition you see it in, yeah?
Kinda. And right is the live broadcast system.
Okay, mega. So, and you've got Henke, our director, is in your ears as well?
Yeah, so he's telling me, like, the drone is 11, so stand by 11, and then 11 go.
So your camera 11?
Yeah.
Right, but I guess you're always flying and he just tells you when he's coming to you?
Yeah, and he, like now, for example, when I'm up in the front, if there's some action in the back, I can hear that, and then I can switch cars if I think it's necessary.
So he'll drop you back. So you're quite high up here now. That was the moment. So this is it's that Kevin, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, so Kevin getting sideways. We think that sideways moment might have been the difference between him winning the session or not, because he got very close to Johan's time.
Huh.
So,
cool.
what you do is, these drivers are at a very high level, but you used to compete, didn't you, in drone competitions?
Yeah, I did. It was a long time ago.
But yeah, but still, what level? What level were you competing at?
I was in the World Championship.
Okay, a high level
for the Swedish team, but
that's awesome. So that's kind of where you learn.
Really fun.
And when did you get into the filming side of things?
It was right after the World Championship, because I started to get bored with that.
Yeah.
and it wasn't really my cup of tea. And then I got a request from Peter in the spring asking, or after I did a roller coaster video that went viral.
Yeah, which is on your Instagram, isn't it?
Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
And he basically asked if I want to film Rallycross. So Rallyx is one of my first clients.
Mate, I would never, with how brilliant you are at it, we're not blowing smoke.
Yeah, well, I've been practicing for almost 4 years now, chasing rally cars.
You love it, don't you, too?
Oh yeah, it's so fun.
It is,
so
isn't
much
it?
fun.
Now, have you been shot down much by gravel?
Yeah, yesterday actually.
Oh dear.
Yeah.
And what did you break?
Nothing major, but yeah. It can be repaired, but it's a lot of work.
Yeah, yeah.
So it was on that back straight yesterday.
Yeah.
So here, let's see. Is it on the last lap already?
I think it is, yeah. I think it is.
I was supposed to explain how I'm thinking while I'm flying, but we're just
Yeah.
talking about random stuff.
Well, tell us, mate. We've got time. How are you thinking when you fly? Like, what was?
Yeah, well, like I said, I go by what Henke is saying, what the other cameras are doing, and like trying to give the director the shots
that he wants,
that fits into the production. So.
And I guess the same when you were filming this Swedish movie, which is coming out on Christmas Day. You were involved with, and again the director. That's different, I suppose, because you can do it again. Whereas,
yeah, a lot of repeats.
Yeah, we can't do this again.
Yeah. By the way, the movie is called Ett sista race, and it's the premiere is on Christmas Day.
That's like, how cool is that? He's gonna mind you, Hal's been in a movie recently as well. I haven't been in any movies. Yeah, yeah, he was a commentator in, what was it?
Gran Turismo. Yeah.
Gran Turismo. Yeah, Hal's in that as well.
See that.
I've not been in any movies. I'm so devastated. I'm a little bit actually gutted, to be honest. To be really honest about it.
But you're in camera all the time.
Good.
So.
Right. Okay. Sorry. What was that?
That's it. I said you're in camera all the time.
Oh, mate,
a lot. But
thank you, mate. I appreciate it.
I'm behind the camera mostly.
I appreciate it. Yeah, we are. We're very lucky. So, Henke, did you hear Henke then?
Not now.
So Henke's in my ears. He's saying, please can you tell Vigo to go? We need him for junior cross cars.
I'll go and chase the cross cars.
Thanks so much,
Yeah.
mate. Thank you for all your hard work.
Cheers.
This guy, absolute legend. Vigo Koch on Instagram. Go look it up. You really need to see his work. Honestly, fantastic. Thank you, mate. Enjoy. What a lovely bloke. We will get Vigo in.
He is a lovely guy.
Yeah, he really is.
And he loves this like we do.
Yeah.
Like, he's got a proper passion for Rallyx.
But I love the fact that he came into it so randomly. You know, here's a cool roller coaster video, a bit like the viral quad bike video. You know, there's a viral roller coaster video. Peter, who runs everything at Rallyx, has gone, we could use that guy, and he's come in and to smash it to the level he does with that amount of experience. Obviously, brilliant drone pilot, but of the sport, he's got a real understanding of how a car goes off, hasn't he?
Absolutely, but I think that it's so interesting that so many people that come into Rallycross in general in motorsport come through so many different routes. It's not necessarily someone who's grown up in a paddock all their life and is here because that's what they do. There's people that come from different areas, be it competition, totally outside of it, working in television, and end up here, and it's a shared passion thing, isn't it, that makes it work?
Yeah, absolutely. He is a vital member of our team. We know how much you guys enjoy watching him. Right, back to it. Final qualifying session of the year, which feels kind of sad to say because we're actually having a great time. I think we've had a better and better time as this year's gone on. We hope you guys have at home as well. The state of play is that Oito, who is P2 on this grid next to Hagström, Hampus Hagström, who took the win in the last session, got Yulilami and Larry Hallen, and Yulilami in the yellow and red in the middle is in that championship fight, along with Larry Hallen, who's on the outside, but it is Oito who's got the whole shot again. Oh dear, all the way across. Yulilami's got tangled up with Hampus Hagström, ends up in the dirt on the outside. So Yulilami, who's actually fought quite hard to get back up the standings. Overall, Yulilami is now in P6.
He had that brilliant drive, didn't he, in Q3 earlier on that we watched with Johan Kristoffersson. Hampus Hagström, shame for him. First session win of the season, gets tucked up in the first corner there. Yulilami, who comes here leading the standings, that is exactly what he didn't need.
Yeah, totally. So he was in P6, Hal. He needs to maintain top 6. How many cars are there in junior? 20. Oh, there's 24 here. So a little bit like cross car, a problem like that in turn 1 might drop him down the standings. If he drops below P6, he's not going to be on the front row, and there are 3 semis, only 2 go through from each.
Yeah.
So pretty crucial. Okay, good stuff. Hal's trying to figure something out. Yes, he is. Okay, cool. Yeah, we've got our guest coming on in just a moment. So Oito still leads. Hallinan comes out the Joker in front of Yulilami. Yulilami's actually done well there to get back to where he is. Hasn't lost too much time, but no one challenging Oito.
First lap there for Oito was a 50.3. Now, the fastest laps of the session were around that 50.1 by Hagström in Q3 earlier on, so the track is definitely quicker than it was earlier on today. We've had a lot of running, haven't we? We've been on a lunch break for Rallyx, but the SM Series it's
Lund up the inside of Yulilami, might make that stick. Lund finding good traction, and Yulilami gets pushed a little bit wide. Yulilami has the inside line to turn one, but he'll have to brake on the dirty section of track. Lund going all the way around the outside. We see Oito coming through the Joker. Who's going to come over the crest on the other side? Yulilami goes Joker, Hallen and Lund. See, of course, Yulilami, that's why he was so far at the road. He hadn't jokered when Hallen came out. That's my bad.
And Lundelander had that move in Q3. We're going around the outside in the final corner, so feeling very racy today, and you couldn't run side by side like that through the first few corners with a car, could you? Because they're just too wide. So brilliant close competition from the junior cross cars.
Oito coming down the hill through the long right-hander, second in the standings, 4 points behind Jonathan Yulilami, who is a long way back on the track in this one after a turn one incident. Hallinan gets it all crossed up, but crossing the line right now, Michael Oito takes the final TQ spot of the season for junior cross car, and with its 16 crucial championship points, Yulilami will have to figure out where he is at the end of the session. No one can beat Oito from where he is. He's won 3 sessions and he comes P2 in Q3 earlier on today. So he will close down that gap to Yulilami in front, and I think how likely going to take the championship lead before the semi-finals.
Yulilami will feel a bit aggrieved there. He was minding his own business on the outside, and it's not really Hagström's fault, but he picked up the curb on the inside and got fired wide and just collected Yulilami. Yulilami, the Finnish championship leader, was collateral damage, and unfortunately lost time. Here's the result any minute now.
Said it nice and slowly, Hal. Here it is. And now here it is. Go on, have a go.
And here's the result of Q4 race one.
Oh, how
Michael Oito
rich.
with a 2:33.772.
So Oito from Hallen, Lundelander, Yulilami's in the top 3 championship contenders. We say they're separated by Hallinen's down on 148, Oito on 158. Yulilami was in the lead on 162, but I think with where was Hallinan up in P4? Yeah, potentially. That's going to be a lot closer going into the semi-finals. We are joined by Jarmo Vosta, who is the team boss of Pace Motorsport. Thank you for the hats this morning, mate.
You're welcome, you're welcome.
Thank you very much. Here we go, race 2 coming on. We're going to get Jarmo's thoughts on all things cross cars. We get cracking. Atterblad, Antila, Pettersson, Kinnunen and Soderholm. Oh, a lot of wheel spin for Pettersson in the middle of the grid. Kinnunen outside in the red and yellow, got a good start. In between, it's Antila who's going to get the whole shot. I think Kinnunen going to try and go around the outside line in the number 33. Does, so Kinnunen into turn 1 in the lead from Alex Antila. They go over the jump, and there's some fantastic drone shots from Viggo Kocher we had in here just a moment ago.
Atterblad had a great reaction, but then didn't hook it up on the run to the first corner, unlike in Q3 earlier on where Pole was so strong. Kinnunen, though, out front, clips the curb on the inside going into the velodrome, lifts the rear wheel, but no problems.
Hagström being pushed back into the tent behind us. So Jarmo, you're an expert on cross car. You're running the Pace Motorsport squad. You've got 4 TN5s down there. Contact coming down the hill, looking up the inside line. I'll tell you what, poor old Jarmo's joined us when there's so much going on in the studio. It's hard to get you in. But hey, what do you think of junior cross car?
That's crazy, the speed they are carrying across the road. Yeah, it's amazing. And it's so competitive. Just today we had speak with some Estonian juniors who are more than happy to join the series. So I think they are doing a great work with junior category.
So you guys might run some junior cars next year?
We might.
Okay. Not giving away.
We are working on it. Let's
not giving away not too many secrets, is he? We know you've got a load of TN11s coming. Can you convert the TN5s to junior spec, or would you use something else?
Probably we'll do it like that. Yeah, we will turn TN5s for juniors, but we will see. We can also use TN11s for that.
So for people that don't know, you've joined the championship this year, haven't you, as Pace Motorsport? You're here with 4 cars. How much have you enjoyed being in Rallyx? We're at the final round, in the final stages of the final round. How much have you enjoyed being in Rallyx this year?
Yeah, it's amazing. The Höljes, the final is just pure pleasure. But yeah, it's all about learning for us this season, and I think we have done a great job. So next season we will be back and we will be stronger than this season. But yeah, I think overall the series is amazing. The The organizers are doing great work, and we are just enjoying every second of it.
So good to have you here. Big mistake from Kinnunen, unfortunately, in the Joker lap there. Got really wide. Ended up out in the dirt on the outside line. Lost a bunch of positions. Such a tricky track. So many things to learn here, but that is what juniors are all about. So Jarmo was saying their team's been here learning. These guys, look at that. Look how close it is coming down the hill.
It's been a scruffy race, hasn't it? So this isn't going to trouble the top time so far set by Uito.
There it is, Antila takes it 2:37. Yeah, not ideal.
49.6 though from Soderholm on the final lap is good, but not anywhere near what Uito and Lunalander did in the previous race. This is Kinnunen's mistake. Oh, just got too much rotation done on the first phase of the Joker. Did well to get it back actually and not end up in the wall. Didn't lose too much time, but a substantial amount nonetheless. Disappointing for him.
Alex Antila with the 2:37.4 from Loki Pettersson, Anton Soderholm, Gustav Atterblad and Nico Kinnunen. That mistake, I reckon, cost Kinnunen a few places. More juniors on the line now. So Pace Motorsport's going to need a bigger truck next year then, mate?
We'll see.
It's like, it's already...
all enthusiasm until, oh no, logistics.
We can fit one more car in the truck.
Okay, so there's one more place available at Pace with any luck. Yeah,
exactly.
Yeah,
but,
be quick. First come, first serve.
Yeah. Get your bids in now. We're just going to get this race underway. We've got Alfred Eriksson, Rossalm Sembon, De Beek, Dennis Beek, Pontus Oskarsson, Oliver Lucas Jensen. Here we go. Oh, left on the line there, Pontus Oskarsson in the back of the picture, front side. Alfred Eriksson's got a good start, but maybe going to be beaten to turn one. I think it's Rossalm Sembon that's made their first. Oh, Joker contact, lifts up. That was really lucky. Is it going to stay out the wall? That is about as close as you can get.
And makes the apex in the Joker. We've seen some massive accidents there over the years, but a massively good save there.
He didn't lost that much time. So.
Suddenly Jarmo's heading to the tent with his contract in hand. He's happy to see it was a good save. He was nearly in the wall. There's some talent down there. I mean, all seriousness, there is some real talent in this category.
Of course. That's just crazy. When we look at cross cars and cross cars juniors, the margins are so narrow. So it's amazing to watch.
And you've been on both ends of that in the last couple of weeks, haven't you? Three of your guys didn't make the semis last weekend. Just Yimi was in the semi-finals, wasn't he? But this weekend you've had great pace, and the difference of a couple of seconds is actually 15 places overall.
Difference of a second is like you have 15, 16 guys within 0.5 seconds, so that's absolutely crazy. So competitive. So this weekend we are looking strong. We have 3 cars in semis right now. Of course, we have one heat to go, but it looks positive.
And it's learning all the time, isn't it? We know Jimmy Osterberg is super experienced in cross car and has been to these circuits before, but the Estonian guys you have with you driving for your team, they're learning the circuits, you're learning the cars. It's all quite a balance, isn't it, to learn the different elements without getting too confused within that.
Yeah, we're learning a lot. Like in Estonia, most of the guys even don't use spotters. Here, without spotter, it's really difficult. So yeah, we are learning a lot, but this season, but we are preparing for the next seasons.
We're going to have a rematch next year of shuffleboard, which England won 2-1 against Estonia. And then Estonia actually got one back in the bowling when Romet Cerna...
I'm not playing bowling.
No, I know. Cerna banged in 3 strikes in end number 10. I mean, it was an impressive performance, as is the merge here with Rosmalm Sembon getting in front of Dennis Vik, sorry, in P3, Eriksson in P2. Vik's impressed me these last couple of weekends. To come in and run at the front of junior cross car is a good effort.
Yeah, absolutely, but it is so competitive. If you have that pace from up here in Sweden or Norway, it's tight going down the hill, isn't it?
Yeah.
Looks to the outside.
Vik had a run, definitely got a great exit. Now he's going to look to the outside line. Dennis Vik jumps over the white lines on the grass, backs it in, going to look at, just holding on. He's in the dirt, he's in the gravel. That's a real shame for Dennis Vik. It was a great effort getting out of Velodrome, and he tried it on. It didn't fit this time round. So Rosmalm Sembon takes it in a 2:36.7.
Such a fine line that between dropping the rear wheel and helping the rotation, and then you're going too far and sending you into the gravel.
We want to see him try though, don't we?
Absolutely, yeah.
You must get your car straight before that jump, otherwise you are gone.
Yeah, no, it's not easy, is it, at all?
Yeah, you see people approach it with lock on and you're just like, oh no, where's this going to go?
Shout out to Alfred Eriksson. That Larson would have been proud of that. 2-wheel contact through, almost in the barrier, makes the apex.
And he was quick on lap time pace as well.
Yeah,
so.
hat tip. That is great. Eriksson by name, Eriksson by nature. Dennis Beek, not Eriksson by name, but Eriksson by send. He tried it. It didn't come off this time. Go on, Dennis, get it. Charlie Rosmalm Sibon takes it with a 236.7 from Alfred Eriksson, Oliver Lucas Jensen, Pontus Oskarsson and Dennis Beek, who tried it, and that's what we want to see. Uito leads, as we said earlier on. Got 2 more races to come. I don't think Uito will be beaten in this one. Even if he is, he'll still be TQ. Victor Christensen, Sebastian Isaksetra, Theo Johansson, Kevin Darbach and Kalle Bjork in this. Marshals walk away. The juniors often just stick it on the rev limiter immediately and hold it there for a half hour until the lights go green. It's
weeks before the start.
Yeah, the procedure's irrelevant as long as there's a lot of noise. I noticed yesterday in the pre-grid they're very keen on it revving their engines to check they're still okay. Victor Christensen on the inside, literally we were about to go on air yesterday, it was wing, 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 and then the car behind, wing, 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 wing as well, just checking everything. Oh, Christensen leading, a little bit of contact, 1 car off to the Joker. That was waiting for the Joker indicator to come up, and it hasn't.
That was tight, wasn't it? That was Easy Etc. at the back of the bag who had that little bit of contact. Couldn't see. We've got a lot of contrast on the monitor in the studio, haven't we? So not the easiest to tell.
Oh, spin! Wow, nearly got collected there, as did the Marshall post. So Victor Christensen goes from the lead down to P3, going to get overlapped here. How surely with the extra speed. They've got a limit to remember which stops the top speed to a certain extent.
Unusual place to spin that on the exit of the velodrome. Usually it's on the way in where the over-rotation happens.
Going to go for the inside line. Christensen's got it all locked up. Sideways twice, in behind, bit of contact there. Isaksetra trying to find a way through. Bjork already has. Out front, Johansson leading from, or is it Darbach leading?
Darbach's leading.
Yeah, and Johansson off to the Joker.
Coming to the velodrome is so important. We checked our data between different cars, and exiting speed is so important because when they come down off the hill, the speed was 15 kilometers per hour difference.
15
kilometers k. Yeah.
Wow.
So coming out of that velodrome corner is so important.
So what's the key to it in cross-car terms? I guess it's different.
We got maximum 150 kilometers per hour before the right-hand corner.
Wow.
So what's the key to being quick through the velodrome in a TM5, for example? How do you approach it?
Just keep it together.
Living on the edge.
Yeah, it always depends how many competitors you have behind you.
Of course.
When you are alone, it's you can always take out the maximum.
So what you're saying there is you can afford to leave the door open and go wide, set the ideal line, but you can't do that if you've got someone right behind you.
You don't have to be safe. So you can take out the maximum of that.
So ultimate lap time sometimes has to be sacrificed for track position. You want to hold on to P1.
That's why we often see practice times much faster than Q times.
Lovely info, thank you, mate. Great to have Jarmo with us in the commentary. Jarmo Vosa from Edge Motorsport. You can find the team and Jarmo on Instagram.
So you're going to head off in a minute for cross-car. What's your role within the team as team manager when the guys are racing?
I'm actually doing I'm being spotter as well for one driver, so I'm learning as much as possible this season.
Who do you spot for?
For Daniel this season.
Okay.
So yeah, but otherwise everyday things we have to run in the team.
Isn't spotting a horrible job as we see Darbach come over the line and take the flag? There's so much pressure.
It is, but it's not that horrible when you're doing it for some time. So
you enjoy the rush as well, the adrenaline?
Yeah, I enjoy. I think everybody here enjoys that.
It's brilliant, isn't it? It really is so crucial to a performance.
I often describe it as being like a goalkeeper in football, because if you make the save, that's what you're supposed to do, and if you mess it up, then
you're a terrible person.
You're terrible.
Exactly. Co-drivers again, isn't it? Yeah, co-drivers. Oh, the driver won the rally. Oh, the co-driver got the pace note wrong. So hang on a minute.
Massive crash.
I actually have been for years co-driver, so maybe that's why I don't feel any pressure.
Do you drive or not?
Yeah, I'm driving. So next season probably I will be driving as well.
What, for your own team?
Yeah.
There's only 5 spaces in that truck. Hal. We already know there's a junior sign. One of the boys
we are doing pace in Sweden, so we are keeping everything in Sweden next season.
Yeah.
So it's rather easy for us in that sense. We don't come from Estonia anymore, probably.
Okay.
So we will make home base to Sweden.
strength. A lot of work goes into this. There really is. Yeah, it's great. Final race for junior cross car. Henrik Farman, Josephine Holmqvist, Oliver Solly and Carl Svedland. And I think, Jarmo, have you got to disappear?
Yeah, the race is about to start, so
go on
and go and do my work.
Go and get your headset. Thank you so much for joining us, mate. Really appreciate your insight. Thank you.
Yep, bye.
Fascinating to hear from Jarmo about just the difference one corner can make. Great work, mate. He's off now to do his actual job. He's actually running as well, so I suspect he stayed here too late. 15 kilometres an hour, Hal, but also what struck me, 150 clicks down the hill.
Yeah, and I think what's...
Bearing in mind 160 if you're a miles per hour person is 100 miles an hour.
It's all data acquisition, isn't it? And they've got 4 cars to take the data off. What I like most about what Jarmo's doing is he's running a very professional outfit. We'd be lucky enough to go there to eat and to drink and to see what they're doing. They're running cross cars as you would run a supercar team. Yeah. They've got the engineers, they've got all the right setup bays. They've invested a lot and they're doing it properly, and this is a brand new team to this championship. It's not like they've gone from 1 car to 4. They've come here, big Arctic trailer, proper awnings, proper catering, and they're doing it properly, and it's seriously impressive.
Yeah, and there's a nice atmosphere down there. So last week, when the drivers hadn't made it, they all went for a beer. We played shuffleboard and bowled with them. Osterberg was not out
by accident.
Yeah,
we were about to leave the bar.
And it was raining.
It was raining so hard before we'll stay for another one.
Neither of us
we
had
ended
a
up
coat.
playing shuffleboard.
Yeah, shuffleboard and then bowling for a couple of hours. But the point of the nice atmosphere, for instance, when we went to see them the following day and the guys hadn't made the semis from us, they had nothing to do. So Jarmo had got them
much later than we.
Well, and Jarmo had got them all re-prepping their cars, and he basically said, if you don't make the semis, boys, this is what you have to do. And they had the brakes off, the dampers off, everything, didn't he? And he literally had the lads preparing their own cars.
I wonder if he'll be doing that next year if he's driving.
What, preparing his own car?
We'll have to check that. If you don't make the semis out,
I want to know. It's going to be some serious. There's some shuffling. Talk about shuffleboard. There's going to be some shuffling going on for team positions. Great little outfit, fun, and very, very grateful for Jarmo coming up to the commentary box. Me and Hal went to this big meeting yesterday, and we said to the teams, look, if you've got any info, come see us. You want to let us know something that's going on, drop us a message. We're on air so much when we're here that it's very hard actually for us to get out into the paddock, so it's great to see that immediately we've had people message in, and Jarmo said, look, I'll come join you for a session. So we said, please do, mate, come join us, give us a bit of insight. There's the exit to Velodrome. If you get it right in the cross car senior, remember these cars are limited to 9,200. You can hear they're all going as fast as they can. You would still make a difference in junior because it's how quickly you get to that top speed. But in senior cross car, it's about ultimate top speed, 150 kilometres an hour down the hill.
Oliver Solly not quite getting there. Good lap time pace, 49.4 for Solly, and he's going to be on a 2:35. 4th in the session, I think. Looking at the timing screen, not quite enough to trouble the very top.
So Ito wins Q4, and with that we'll take TQ. We might have standings at which we can... Lalami's ended up 14th, Hal.
So that's a position change
shocker
in the championship, absolutely. They came in...
That's a shocker.
4 points apart, Yuito and Yulalami.
You got your calculator out. Might be able to get the championship points underway. Solly takes this one, 235.8. We know Solly's a class act. Svedland, Holmqvist, Farman. And we might be able to bring qualifying standings to you as well. Just...
give me a minute.
Yeah, we're going to get... Well, Hal's just doing a bit of totting up anyway. We don't know where Yulalami is. That's the only problem, do we? We haven't got overall standings. OK, well, yeah, we'd like to see that. So let's see if we can get it lined up. Cross car senior getting underway. Svensson, Enholm, Hurkard, Nilsson, Baldins. Brilliant start by Enholm. Svensson coming back though on the run to the first corner. Hurkard there as well. Hurkard comes around the outside. Enholm drops back. Is Enholm going to go Joker? He does. Enholm goes Joker straight off the first lap. Brilliant choice. Svensson and Hurkard wheelies up over the jump.
You saw the nose, didn't you? Lift back up as he thought this isn't going to work in turn 2. Got to pick the nose up, dive straight into the Joker, minimal time loss.
Yeah, brilliant. Quite dusty now down there, isn't it, before in the run to the Velodrome. Hurkard through the left-hander. On the gas down the straight. This is that critical point to say 150 clicks down here. Dab the brake, chuck it in. Through the right. Enholm, look, he's right on it.
Baldins was right out in the dirt there, but he's going to get it back to the apex, just see in the background. Hurkard, though, His mechanics have been working super hard in this gap. They've welded up the side of the engine. We saw the smoke from his car
as he crossed the line.
As he crossed the line in Q3, we saw his guys again. More people were being receptive to coming and giving us information when we don't have time to go around and get it all ourselves. His guys came over on a scooter with the MIG welder from OMSC on the scooter, and they said, we've been a bit busy, but we've welded the side of the block. I was like, what? You've welded what on the engine? The side of the block?
Which normally means something's punched a hole out, doesn't it, from the block?
I said, fingers crossed, and they said, I'll be fine.
Yeah.
Like, they were super confident it would be all
and
good.
What had actually happened was it had punched a hole into the block, hadn't it?
Yeah.
It sounded like from the outside a broken bolt, so then it had bits of the car flapping around and punched a hole through the block from the outside. So, but another sign how as well what a great paddock it is, they don't have the gear, so they come to UMSA, as they're affectionately known, and then rode off on a moped with a huge bottle of acetylene or something, wasn't it? Something that blows up into the Joker. Enholm 3.3. It was 3 on the previous lap. Enholm comes over the crest, going to get Hukar 2 sideways. Enholm up to P2. Hukar! Oh wow, up the curb. Do not do that. That was way too far. Hukar risking it.
He took a massive load of curb in Q3 earlier on, didn't he? But that was even more.
Too much, that was. Someone put too much sauce in the comments. You're right, that was too much sauce. Wow, I can't wait to see that on the replays. That was close. Svensson over the crest, coming into the final corner. Currently sits in the TQ spot, takes the checkered flag, and that should be enough to hold on to TQ. It's Hukar, yeah, Hukar was right behind Ugar as well.
Straight to the laundry for Hukar. That was quite a moment, wasn't it? I'm sure he wouldn't have wanted to repay the guys by sticking his car on its roof.
It would have needed more than a bit of welding if he'd done that. You'll have to wait until later on in the highlights to see it.
Where was it he had the monster shunt?
I can't remember. Was it this? Yeah.
Penton and the same massive crashes. They've been busy.
This is it. Watch Hukar now through this section. Comes into the left-hander. Look. I'll have a bit of that. No, not that much. Oi is what you say.
So much
at that
load
point.
on the front right.
You want to see the onboard from that, don't you? They'll have some sort of data logger in there. I'd love to see the onboard from that. Driver's face would have been one. That's one of the ones where you want to see driver's face.
They've plugged in the laptop and all that's come up is the poo emoji.
Yeah. Höljes Svensson sets the benchmark. It's a 2:21.6. He is setting the benchmark at the minute in qualifying anyway. He's had a win, a P2, a P11 in Q2, so it didn't go all his way. Yo, Kristoffersen's just walked into the commentary box, so he can join in as well. We'll just get this race underway. Ugar, Wilsberg, Eekmerstad in the middle, Lindqvist and Cerner. Eekmerstad, who's in that championship fight, gets a banger of a start from P3. Shut the door, there's nobody there, he doesn't know, but he does just about. Ugar up on 2 wheels, backs it in, changes his mind. Ugar backed it in, then changed his mind. Wilsberg's gone Joker with him. But it is Eekmerstad who had that amazing drive in Q2 leads as they get side by side almost on the exit of the Joker. Ugar's gone Joker on lap 1.
I think he had the Joker. It was the right decision. I know it's not ideal to lose the momentum and then go into the Joker, but he was fastest in Q1 and he's had a couple of qualifiers stuck in traffic, so get the clean air, get into the Joker, get your head down. For me, right decision.
So Eekmerstad leads. And behind Eekmerstad it is it's Robert Cerner. So Cerner, sorry, the Pace Motorsport cars, as Hal said. Do you know what, after the first event they changed the colours on the side of the cars to try and help us out in commentary, which was great of them, and that's what, they're just a proper pro team. Yo, how are we doing?
I'm good, thanks. I'm just going here to speak to Hal because I hear they say our car looks shit out there. So.
I don't know if that was exactly the words he used. It was along those lines. How rich. I think you're about to get beaten up.
Yeah, it looks that way, doesn't it?
It does.
It's so nice because now we can have Hal as our design manager for next year.
He's going to come in, is he? Yeah.
He have the job. He can get the job.
Okay, so then if they anything, it's Hal's problem next year.
Yep.
There we go, Hal. As if you didn't have enough jobs to do already, Hal. There's another bit of work for you for next year. Brilliant. Merstad continues to lead from Cerner. They've got to go Joker this time round. What's the gap back to Ugar? It is 5.3, easily enough. In goes Eekmerstad. Got to try and challenge those times at the top of the table. Where was Eekmerstad prior to this session? Wasn't right at the top. I know that.
Cerner just hits the wall at the Joker merge, bounces back and keeps it straight. Normally you see someone hit the wall, get rotated the other way. disappear off the side of the circuit. We haven't seen that once this weekend yet.
Igmerstad Hal was P9 prior to this, bearing in mind that his championship rivals, Elias Svensson, is right up at the top of the table. Enholm is in P5, so Igmerstad is putting in a very similar drive that he did in Q2. His target times are 2:21.6. It's a big send. Everybody says, ooh, in the commentary box. He said, ooh, in the car. Is it going to be an R, though, as he crosses the line? It is! It's an ooh and an R, because it's a 21.5. He goes quicker. Igmerstad's banged in. It's the even numbers he likes. Q2 was epic and Q4 as well, and you could see it. He meant it with the attitude in the car again.
That's a good push from Musta, because Elias had a really nice and clean run, so
yeah,
very impressive.
What about that last lap jump?
I guess he feel that in the back, that's for sure.
you can only do cross car up to a certain age.
Yeah.
Like, we're too old for it. Yeah. They should have an old man line where you don't have to take the big jumps.
Exactly,
yeah. Like an extra joker, I'll take it.
I have that with Torre in the supercar. He's even feeling that in the back now. He says it's a bit easy on the. So I say you need to push. It's too hard.
Brilliant. Igmerstad, who is in P9 and desperately needed a good result, has just beaten Elias Svensson. He won't take the TQ off him because Igmerstad's other qualifiers, he had a P29. He's had 2 wins, a P29 and a P8. Svensson, a P1, a 2 P2s if he stays where he is, and a P11. I still think Svensson will be TQ. Where was Hukar, Hal? He was behind Svensson, wasn't he?
Yeah.
And Ugar as well? So Svensson's going to be TQ. Svensson, championship leader, is he? No, he was in P3. Only 5 points off, so that gap's definitely going to be closed down. And the leader, of course, was Enholm. Where's Enholm? Has he been out? My brain
he was
hurts.
P2 after Elias now.
They're in the top 3 positions, look, in the session so far. 221.5 back to 222.6, 1.1 between them.
Whoa. That's going to make it fun for the maths in the semi-finals, isn't it?
Must be like equal points then going
that's
into
what I'm thinking, mate.
Semi-final.
It's going to be ultra close, isn't it?
It's fantastic. I mean, all classes is so tight in the championship points at the moment.
It really is. And I'm sure you saw that Victor Johansson fixed his Mercedes overnight. Just an incredible effort. Hume, Huskaren, Osterberg, Lorentzen, Anderson. Good start on the inside line for Alexander Hume in the blue Kazmat buggy. Comes up to turn 1, turns in around the outside through the dirt.
Anderson in the dirt on the outside. Oh, Hume landed on the Ericsson curb there on the inside over the jump.
Osterberg, the leader of the cars who've gone joker, so he's now got to try and keep the gap down to Hume. Hume, Hal, had an absolute shocker, didn't he, last weekend? Was in contention, and it just didn't work out. I'm trying to see what points he lost.
Loads, didn't even make the semi-finals, did he?
Yeah, so basically, where everybody else gained points in cross-car, he lost 12 because you had to count the result for Norway.
He had a retirement, didn't he, and then had a terrible draw with the weather conditions and lost so badly.
Yeah, bummer for him. What was that, Joel?
Yeah, so it was very tight on the track marker there, but he was lucky to...
Got away with it.
Got away with it.
On the curbs better. Oh, that's it. Yes, onto the inside.
That's the Ericsson curb because the Ericssons continuously jumped onto it, got punctures, and then got shouted at by Andreas.
You can call it the Christofferson curve because when we were here at 21, he punctured both right side tires there on the first lap.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Not ideal.
No.
Not ideal. On the curbs better than the bollards. Everybody's just so much better.
Yeah. Absolutely. Yeah. So.
Hume's pace is 46.5, best lap and last lap. He comes through, pouring the air with that front left wheel.
45 dead. It's still half a second off the fastest laps we've seen, so quick but not quick enough.
Interesting that Östberg don't have the pace. I mean, he used to be very, very fast here as well. But
I think they're all quite keen to get their hands on the TN11, aren't they, and see the difference it makes. I think from talking to them, they're saying the operating window's a bit wider, potentially that everybody finds it easier to go a bit quicker. Yeah, we'll see.
Should we ask Joel one of the questions from the quiz later since...
Yes.
So, Joel, 2 drivers are equal highest winners in history of crosscar in Rallyx.
Okay.
I've got 2 questions for you. As we wait for these guys to cross the line and see what
let's get
does.
him over the line. Might be closer than I thought it was going to be. It is closer than I thought. He's done it! You what? 21.530. He's done it on the last lap. He's done it by a tiny margin.
So he hasn't had the quickest lap, but he's been consistently right up there.
So Ekmerstad still ahead of Svensson and Holm. But there was that little bit of contact. Hansen did well to keep that from going deep into the gravel trap.
Osterberg will be behind all of those guys, fighting for the championship.
Just goes to show you the depth in this class from race 3, and Hume goes to the top of the table. Deep off-roading there. Looks like a Dakar stage, doesn't it, when you get all the way out? That's Kim Lorentzen, who we know wasn't feeling very well yesterday. Feeling better in Q3, maybe not so good in Q4. Ah, Vigo with a loop-the-loop look into the graphic. Get in. Hume goes to the top of the table, and Hal, hit the questions. Go.
2 drivers in Rallyx cross-car history have the same number of maximum wins. The first question is how many wins, and the second question is who are they?
Oh, that one is difficult.
If you don't get one of them, it'll be very disappointing.
So how many wins they have?
Yeah, so the record number of wins for a driver in cross car.
Event wins.
Yes, there's 2. There's
Final
2 of
wins.
them.
There's 2. How many wins do they have?
Say 6.
You know one of them very well.
Isa Creation?
Correct.
And the second one is Enholm?
No.
Who is the second one? I can't remember.
Well, he's going to have to work it out. We've got a while.
Persson, Gotherson, Hoffman, Eliasson, Tamotudo on the outside. Persson with a great getaway. Johan told us earlier on he felt that inside line was one of the quickest. It's Hoffman who goes P2 but may get past around the outside. If it's not get by Eliasson, carnage. Gets turned around. Jonathan Hoffman facing the wrong way in turn 1.
Broken front left suspension as well, so he's out. Got just touched, didn't he, in the rear, and then got rotated and run over.
Persson leads in the 21. We know the track pace is still there. Joel is frowning to himself about who the other cross-car driver is. Don't worry, mate, you're not the only person to get it wrong. It's in the quiz later on with Ericsson and Kristoffersson, and they didn't get it right either.
They didn't run cars in cross-car.
No, there is that, yeah. See, yeah.
Of course, I got that.
It's a good job you got Rierson, let's put it that way. Lap time.
Forget the other driver, number of wins. How many wins did Isaac get in his career in senior?
I have no idea, I would say 8 then.
4.
4 wins only.
That's how good. That's how competitive cross-car is. I said yesterday at the start of the show, you can get all the names, toss them up in the air and catch one, and that's going to be the winner, because you lose half a second and you lose 10 places. It's mad.
It's crazy, isn't it? You'd think that with so many races that have happened, you'd think, oh yeah, there'd be 2 people tied on 10 wins, and it's not. It's 4. Madness.
4, and then Isak, and who is the other one?
Svensson.
Elias? Oh, really?
Elias might be going to the top of that table today.
Isaac will have to come back next year in amongst his rally programme and get some more.
Over the line for Persson, it's a 45.7. What were we looking at last time? How I know with the benchmarks tricky. 45.0, wasn't it? Or
yes, 45. It was a 45.0, wasn't it? But Ugar did a 44.6 earlier on.
Somebody says, is it Ekstrom's voice? No, it's not. It's Joel Kristoffersson, the boss of JC Race Technic, also known for the Nitro Cross team JC.
How do you feel about that, Joel?
I don't know if I should be happy about that. Sounding like Ekstrom.
Sounding like Matthias, yeah?
But he speaks like German English or something.
Yeah,
he doesn't even have Swedish accent in his international level.
So much time in DTM that he's, he does speak German, doesn't he, Matthias? Yeah. Oh, what's happened there? You can see something, can you? Just saw a puff of something at the bottom of the jump. You panicked and think, what's happened? Persson 223.1 will be around about P5, P6, I think it'll be, just behind Cerner.
Ahead of Ugar, but not troubling those in the championship hunt.
So good traction in P1.
Yeah, Johan said the same. When you get to the gravel, it goes, doesn't it? Johan reckons it's because the clean line on the inside, the dirt gets kicked off it onto slot 2, 3, 4. So the slot 1 is just clear of the loose gravel. You think he's about right?
Yeah, I would say so, but normally it isn't. Like in European and World Championship, we've seen the opposite, that you can, it's wider clean line on the 5th one.
2 wheels it was before the dirt came up. I only glanced
at the new curbs.
only glanced at the screen as the dirt came up.
It is a narrow, clean line here this weekend, isn't it? Especially coming down the hill, it's a car's width, and that's it.
Persson 223.1. It's good enough for P6. Championship contenders are now P2 through to P4. Eek Merstad, Svensson, Enholm. And that is Eek Merstad, Svensson, Enholm. Let me see if that's in complete opposite order. Enholm was leading from Eek Merstad. Yeah, we saw somebody yesterday. There was a guy asleep in a chair during anti-lag starts.
Maybe he was just enjoying the sound.
It could have been. Well, you just see with his eyes shut.
Close your eyes and
wonderful.
listen.
Yeah. Or maybe he'd had a classic
maybe had a proper Höljes weekend.
Yeah. And didn't wake up all day. It's never ideal, is it, when you go back in the front like that? I mean, that's more than the scoop, isn't it? That's almost...
That's a lot of water there.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's normally the folk race track when they do the folk race here.
They turn left, don't they, before velodrome? So they turn left where they turn right for velodrome, where we turn right. Folk race, you doing anything this year?
Folk race?
Yeah.
No, I'm a bit against it, but okay, it's a good school for everyone, and it's quite good for the budget for everyone to drive. But I don't like the style of it. But
why? The car's looking a bit scrappy?
It's a bit rough, you know. You never have the perfect wheel alignment and all that, and you can break down because of old shit. But my driver in US, Robin Larsson, loves it in the other end. So,
he's always running a car for Eleanor, isn't he?
Yeah.
So Eleanor's engine changes and all sorts of things. Look at the doggos, they're huge, like horses. Wow, that's a big dog. Doggos on the right.
And for you, mate, big day in supercar lights that we're going to see in a few minutes. Of course, you got the supercars here, but Luke,
of course it's but it is. It turned around quite quickly in the points, I think. Now we will see what Simon do now in Q4, but I guess we will grab some points back from him, and then it will be very interesting.
I think it's going to go to the final, isn't it?
Absolutely. It will.
How impressed have you been with Lucas this year in?
I mean, for sure, very, very impressive of his driving style. I mean, some bad mistakes sometimes and some rough times with the car troubles as well. So
part of the learning process, isn't it? I mean, Margin Niemi on the inside here has really impressed us this year. Bit of contact sideways, goes round. Niemi ends up P2. Yeah, all part of the learning process. Yeah, he's 15. We were blown away by how fast he was. Look, we knew he's quick, but to go up in a category and still go really well. Yeah. And Kubler didn't go his way, did it? And then last time out in the final, like quite aggressive on the last lap. And if he just waited and gone, okay, I'm second today, he would have got the win because Steinsel got DQ'd. You can't know that, but those are decisions which someone like Johan now would make the right way. But Johan might not have made those decisions the right way when he was 15.
No, exactly. That's, I mean, that for sure. And you forget about his 15, and you, like, we come to Denmark and we were happy if we could come to the final, and then he won the first day and won the second day, and suddenly you have the goal so high.
Yeah, immediately.
Yeah, and you forget about that. That's very important to remember that he's 15 and still learning, and don't rush it and don't push him either, but it's not easy.
Do you think sometimes that success comes a little, not easy, but when you win so early, when you step up, it sometimes gives you a false sense of how it is, and you need to go through those hard days to increase your experience of different situations?
Absolutely, and that's that we felt in Finland for sure. I mean, he did one win TR, but you know, the newspaper was writing a lot about him, and you know, everybody, oh, you're doing so well, and you're building up a pressure on yourself as well that you don't maybe feel. And now we have a lot of car problems in Finland, and then you saw that both driver mistake and a car that didn't run well went hard on him, and then coming back now to Greenland and show extremely good pace there. And unfortunately he should have been a bit calmer there on the last lap, but of course I understand him as well.
And that's where you earn your money as a team manager. We often discuss, you know, a dream team scenario of where Andrew or I would go if we had the money to go and drive, and what you want to do is have the whole package where you can help him get through that as part of your wider team.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, we have done quite amazing things as well. His older brother is a spotter. He's 17 years old. He's doing very well. And then we also have a young guy. He's only 15 years old as a mechanic. So it's a young team, and
But you need that.
Yeah.
You know, I've been talking to a number of people in the paddock recently who said believe it or not, it's quite hard to find really good mechanics. They're
Absolutely.
also, and people, there's a lot of travel. Sometimes people start, then they have a baby or they get a wife and they don't want to travel anymore. And we love our jobs, but the hardest part of it is being away from home. So you end up losing good mechanics. It's actually a pretty good idea, mate, if you're bringing on a whole team of support network with a driver. That's what you need too.
Yeah, absolutely, and that's make the interest higher. That when people also walk around, that they can see it's young people in the team and working. And I know I started 13 years old working for Kenneth, and I know that was the best thing I know. And I can see these young guys coming in and learning early, and see from the older mechanics to get all these small mistakes learned early. Yeah. So it's not only you, Lucas. It's the spotter and the mechanics. We need everyone.
Do you need more mechanics?
Yeah, we always need more mechanics.
If you reach out to Joel Kristofferson, if you've got a good CV, you do need a good CV, don't you? Like we are operating at a very high level here, but in all seriousness, you are interested in people.
Yeah, of course, of course.
There you go, guys. There are opportunities. Work hard for it. And you never know, you might end up in Joel's position. He's won just about every major series out there. Which is crazy, isn't it, really?
Yeah,
like,
you know, looking back on
it is, mate. It's how old are you? You're
33.
Yeah, and yet you've won the World Championship, Nitro Rallycross with a 1-2-3 last year with JC DRR. The World Championship with Johan in the Audi.
Yeah.
The Teams Championship was, what year was that?
2020.
Yeah, the COVID
Robin,
year. Yeah.
21 with you, in the drive championship.
It's crazy, isn't it?
Yeah.
European with Robin, Rallyx with Robin.
Yeah.
Ben Philip in lights in Nordic.
Is there anything left you want to win? We did talk about just retiring a couple of times this year.
No, but you always want to win. I mean, that's the most fun, and also this when you can work together with a team, and I mean, to win is the best feeling and the best receipt you can get for the team when you've done some good.
Nice bringing the youngsters on.
Yeah.
Is that rewarding too? Like, I know you need them, but it's like I always think it's lovely when you see someone do well.
Yeah. That's what, as you say, the youngsters, it's very important for them to feel also when you have bad times and when you're in the good times. You can celebrate when you, and that's what I'm telling the guys also all the time, that you need to enjoy the moment when you win. It's very often you're back down in the dark hole and you need to work up again. So yeah.
This one is led by Munch. Tanel Terraping as jokered. You can see in the background there in the blue pace machine. We'll check the joke on the way round. Joker Delta on this lap and see what the gap is. Hal, what you got?
Update on junior cross car points. So Michael Uito has moved into the championship lead ahead of the semi-finals with 174 points, and Jonathan Yulalami now has 171. Hallinan is 163.
Okay, Munch has gone joker, but it looked a bit cautious on the way in. Is Terrapin going to be there or not? Very nearly, but not quite. Is that from our WhatsApp group, Hal?
That's from Chronomoto, being legends. They've also given us the max possible potential.
Yes, Chronomoto. Oh, big sideways send from Kong in the background. Munch leads now. Terrapin can have a look down here. It's a bit brave. You're going to make a pass down there. Gets out on the loose stuff. Kong's right there as well. If anybody makes a mistake in the final couple of corners, Terrapin with more pace than Munch through the right-hander. Over the jump, late on the brakes. Too late on the brakes. Hits the back. Kong's going to get through there as well. I'm almost sure.
That's not break.
Oh, man. Terrapin too. You broke the suspension on the way in.
Yep. Front left.
Right, Hal, give us those points again. Who we got? Yulalami.
Yulalami now has 171.
171, yeah.
Uito now has 174.
174.
And Hallinan has 163. So Hallinan can still win it, but his maximum potential is 177.
Right, so he needs the others.
So he needs the others to both retire from the semi-finals.
Yeah, because if they're in the top two, it'll be too far away.
And they'll progress here.
Yeah, right. So basically, if
Hallinan's out of it, if the others make the final.
Yeah, exactly. If Uito and Yulalami make the final, I don't know. Are there any of them in the same races? We'll check grids out soon. I quite like the idea of them all being in a separate semi, don't you?
Yeah.
Although if they're all 3 in 1, that would be fun too.
Uito is in the first semi, Hallinan is in the second semi with Yulalami. Yulalami's on the second row of the grid.
Right, so Hallinan's got to beat Yulalami, hasn't he?
And hope that
Yulalami doesn't make it.
Someone else makes it ahead of him.
Oi, oi, oi.
Oi, oi, oi.
He just said oi, oi, oi as well, look. He might have said something else.
Yeah.
Right, Yo.
All right.
What are you, I'm guessing were you all right for a minute, or do you need to go?
No, I think we have a lot of open two-wheel drive here this weekend as well, so we have a big gap to the lights.
Well, stay then for the last one, would you?
Yeah.
Right, mega. Cheers.
I would like to see the points soon when they see the cross card.
Yeah, what, at the end of this?
This is why I love Rallyx. Johan Kristoffersson was here earlier, and he wanted to wait until all the championship runners had gone in cross card to see how they got on.
Yeah.
You want to wait and see the standings, because everyone's got an interest. It's great.
Yeah, very much.
Of course, because it's amazing racing they're putting on here, especially in the cross car. I mean, the seniors.
So we want the points, graphics man. That's a bit rude, isn't it? Please can we have the points at the end of this session for Yol, not for me, for everybody at home, just because we think it's going to be super tight. So we want to try and get the championship standings if we can. It might be that they're being worked out. Sometimes there's I don't know, let's go see the stewards, that kind of thing, which slows us down a bit. But we want to see how tight this is, because junior cross car was 4 points in favour of Uito. It's now 3 points in favour of... No, sorry, it was 4 points in favour of Yulalami. It's now 3 points in favour of Uito, so it's swung 7 points the other way. How much has the gap closed for Yulalami? He was 10 off P2. Yeah, he's only 8 off P2 now. So he has closed the gap, but it's probably a little too late for it. So Hallinan needs a bit of misfortune for the others, but it's very, very tight at the top.
But they are secured 1, 2, 3, right?
Yes, yeah. The next driver's Oliver Solly, who's was on 117. He'll have a few more now, but he's out of reach. The max 30 wouldn't be enough for him. One last race in cross car. Stefan Restad on the inside, then it's Rasmus Brunkvist, Espen Isak, etc., and Robin Grana. Grana is someone who could go top spot here. He's a sender, he's fast, he took the second jump start in the last session and was immediately DQ'd, much to the disgust of the YouTube comments. Absolutely. I get it, it's a bummer if it's you.
It is, yeah.
So...
How have Espen gone?
Espen Isak, etc. Let me check. Not a good one. Not a good one. Yeah, not inside the top 20 at the minute. Grana trying for the round the outside. Got to make this stick, really, and does. Just gets into the apex. There will have been a lot of glancing to the left there and to the right, sorry, to try and find it. You just look. Yes, I can close the door, and he's done it. So Grana gets the whole shot. Now he's got to get the laps in.
I think this also shows how high level cross car is. I mean, Espen is in top level European Championship driver in the Super 600, and you see here he's driving well, but you know it's tough. And I think we saw it also a couple of years ago when we have Timmy Hansen and Turini Ville here racing, and I mean it's awesome to see how good competition it is.
Johan said he'd have a crack at it earlier on. I'd like to see him have a go at cross car. Thing is, you know what he's like, he'd watch 18 hours of cross car and then run up to the start, wouldn't he, to nail the exact perfect laps, but I'd love to see him try it.
I don't think he failed.
No, I don't. That's the thing, isn't it? As we see flames from the back of the cars, mega.
It's covering up. Oh, Resta taking it.
Yeah, so Grana now won't want to lose time here, because he's looking, remember, for ultimate overall pace. I don't know where Grana was, Hal, after the DQ. Did it drop him miles down the outside?
Yeah, he was
top
far
20.
down, wasn't he?
So can he, is the points deficit?
He was 21st,
what was his
73,
so,
and 18th was 76, so he can still make it.
Right, so Grana has got to get a good time here.
Not being helped now by being held up.
By Restad, yeah, this is a nightmare for him. Restad will go Joker on this next lap, and that's going to free up.
You saw just as we went out a shot that Restad picked the throttle up and just ran that bit deep. Perfect for Grana.
So Grana now then has got to smash in another quick lap. Best lap 46.3, last lap 49.0. That would have been the Joker, but Restad goes Joker. Actually, a nice Joker in the background, backed it in. But Grana, what do you reckon, Hal? Top 5 would be enough to drag him in, or maybe top 10 would be enough to drag him in?
It really depends on what everyone else has done, but I think top 10 would be fine.
So this for the place in the semi-finals won't be lost on Grana. So good. Through the right, target time is at 21.5. He doesn't need to beat that, he just needs to be as close to it as he can. If he beats it, that'd be amazing. And I tell you what, he's going to be close to it, so it's going to be at 23.0. Yeah, it'll easily be enough. That's going to put him into P6 behind Cerner. So, Grana, watch this. How many times do you look right before you close the door like this?
Sometimes you've got a feeling of where you are. You know whether it's been a great start or not. He didn't come right over, did he?
Yeah,
so he
just
felt his way in a little bit, but he didn't chop the nose off.
How much time lost behind? Not a lot, but a little.
No, but I would say, yeah, half a second maybe.
Which would have been a 22 point. Yeah, would have seen him.
P3.
No, yeah.
P4.
Done. Job done. He goes nailed that, hasn't he now? The kind of half loop into graphic.
Just showing off now.
Yeah. As are the graphics team with some excellent work. I like that. Loop the loop into a grid. Now we want to see the standings. Loop the loop into Joel Kristoffersson won't leave the commentary box until he's in the standings for cross car.
He'll still be here next year. The truck will just be driving around Sweden.
Yeah. Waiting for round 1 to come so he can find out what the cross car standings are. Here we go.
I can't take the suspense.
I reckon it's coming. There it is. Elias Svensson takes the TQ from Alexander Hume. Brilliant driving Q4 has stuck Hume up into P2. Yugar, Hukar, Sebastian Enholm, who is where in the standings? Enholm is the leader. Yeah, the leader by 2 points. So but Svensson will have taken the lead now because Svensson was only 5 back. Will it be equal?
Equal.
And Eek Merstad is 1 place behind Enholm and was 3 points in front. So is Eek Merstad in the lead?
Yeah. So it must be then Enholm and Elias on equal points, right?
I think so. And wow. Okay, Hal, we'll have to do some maths on that. But how have both cross car categories got closer in the run to the semi-finals and the finals? Down towards the bottom end, look, you can see Niemi just misses out by a couple of points. I have to say I didn't see where Robin Granner was, but has made it inside the top 18. 3 semi-finals, remember. 33 cars, a lot of depth in talent, a lot of good fun this year. That'll be the last time we see some of the drivers this year, Cross Car Junior and Cross Car. If they haven't made the semis, their season is over, other than a party tonight. Cross Car Junior drivers, of course, can't really have a drink at the party.
Yeah, Joel doesn't go to the parties either.
No, Joel's not a party guy at all.
Not at all.
No. Did see a video of Joel last year with an air guitar. I think
it was good.
It was good. I think he'd only had a coffee. Energetic guy. Right, Tohill and Bertelsen look with a bit of work to do to make it into the top 12. But this is all about the fight between Tiger and Johansson. They are in the title fight. Last time out, Bjorn Stur didn't make it out. So Stur, if he doesn't make it out this time, we think Marcus Norman holds P3 in the standings. Tiger and Johansson are 4 points apart. Simon Tiger at the minute is in P2 in the standings. And Victor Johansson is in P10. So Johansson, at the very least, needs a good time to try and get onto the front row. He'll want to move up into the top 4. I actually think that's going to be quite a big ask because there aren't enough cars here for it. Tiger. Oh, that could play into Johansson's hands. Urban Bergstrom around the outside. Simon Tiger goes joker. Johansson does not. So if Tiger gets caught in traffic, this could play into Johansson's hands big time. But say with a low car count, I think Johansson will struggle how to move much up the standings. But a win in this session would do a good job.
But the competitiveness of the Johansson's
having to carry momentum, isn't he? We know he hasn't got quite the ultimate power that he has with his normal engine, which went pop yesterday.
Some problems.
Oh no, but pass around the outside to the inside, blocks the front right wheel. Victor Johansson struggling. Now he's alongside, right in behind. Simon Tiger's there. Not quite as quick as he was last time, Hal.
No, not at all. Tiger's not a driver to drive for points, though, is he? He'll be all over the back of Johansson, looking for a way through, passing at all costs.
Especially as he's jokered. Victor's not going to go, is he? Victor stays out. Now Simon's really off. So
I think Victor's staying out now to get Urban winning this heat, to get some points away from Tiger. It's quite fun to see that old station wagon, and Urban is not the youngest driver ever in the race. He's doing quite well.
He's going to get inside, he gets in the door, Johansson moves him over, fair enough.
Yeah.
Nicely done, he was alongside. So Johansson will make the semis, but is there, assuming this fight continues the way it is, Johansson will make the cut, but it's advantage Simon Tiger in this, isn't it?
Absolutely, yeah.
But probably story of the weekend, them going off and finding a carburetted 2.4 litre Volvo engine, running yesterday only on electric. The whole hybrid thing. It's cool, isn't it? Really clever.
It is, but it's so impressive of Victor. Like when I talk to him, I say, what's the plan? We go and get this engine and we put it in the car. Yeah, but it's a Volvo engine. Yeah, we need to make some new engine brackets and some gearbox brackets. And but it's like for him, it's like just changing the tires. It's like it's no big deal for him. So I like the mentality he have.
And you know him quite well, don't you? Because he works closely with Mats Oman and he's helped you with the system that's in the Audi to help Mats Oman drive.
Yeah, exactly. They've done a lot of job in that car. And yeah, it's an extremely good, talented mechanic and engineer, I would say.
Bergström with a 228.9. Oh, that might be fastest time of the weekend. No, 227.8 targeted in Q1. But that's the second fastest time of the weekend for Urban Bergström after going door to door and getting launched into a wheelie on the run to the first corner.
Tiger lives on the edge, doesn't he? That could very easily have been a bit of a disaster.
But yeah, championship weekend, he's like, oh, lifting? No. That won't be necessary.
Yeah, he had some brown trousers yesterday as well. Whoa, where's Bergström going?
That's the that's using all the track, Joel. There's a couple of tents out there. We were saying we don't feel Johann's quite running close enough to the barriers on the exit of the Joker after Kevin Eriksson took a sticker off and running. It was so close. Did you see it?
Yeah.
It was so close.
Tight.
Yeah, I liked it. Did you?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, it's so easy to clip that wall. So yeah, very impressive.
Yeah. Bergström's there. Q4 Heat 1 Open 2-wheel drive.
All right. I think I will leave you now, guys.
You better go.
Thank you.
Have a great time. Good luck this
Maybe
afternoon.
come back later.
Yeah, please do. Joel Kristoffersen, what a gent. Thank you so much. Top man. Cheers for coming in, dude. He's off. Oman, Janssen, Oman and Lidman. Adam Oman going to take the start. Emil Oman, I think, going to slot into P2. What great insight from Joel Hall. I love the fact that he's so keen on bringing on young talents, not just drivers, but spotters and mechanics. It's a very forward-thinking attitude to continuing the success of JC.
He's a forward-thinking guy, isn't he? Started, as he said, as a teenager as the broom pilot for Hansen Motorsport. Had a few tricky periods where he left the Hansens to go and work for OMSE, then he went to go and work for Ken Block in Rally, and that ended up in Rallycross. He was competing against them, but I think all of that learning, like we talk about Lucas Anderson, all of that learning with different difficult scenarios, with different teams and all that sort of stuff, stood Joel in such great stead. He talks very openly about those conflicts with Kenneth in the book I wrote about Kenneth, which is very interesting. That's not a sales pitch, it's just that he is very interesting in what he says, and a really measured character. I love hearing from Joel. Worth mentioning as well that he just showed up in the commentary box.
Yeah, we didn't ask him.
We didn't send him a text saying, oh, we need some help. He loves this sport, and he showed up partially to rip it out of me because I said I'd like to see Mats's car a different colour. And
just brilliant. I love what he said. You told me our car looked just brilliant. So good. He's a top guy. He really is. And
shows they're watching.
Yeah, it does. It does. Yeah. He really is a top bloke. I'm going to say so successful. How to have won
everything.
Yeah, everything.
I don't know, we joke about it, but Cross Car Junior, Cross Car Senior, JC have won all of these titles.
Yeah. And I think as well to have won with the diversity of obviously of the classes, but also then to go to America and go, well, we're going to win here too. Like, it's very different, and he's just gone there with that professional infrastructure and gone, we're looking at stuff the other teams aren't looking at yet, probably from their experience in the World Championship, and they won. 1, 2, 3.
So last weekend in Granland, I was sat on a flight case in JC, chatting, said to Joel, are you looking forward to a weekend off after Höljes? He goes, no, I forgot to tell you we're announcing a Porsche programme on Monday. So next weekend, they're doing the first of 2 races with Michaela Arlen-Kotelinski running a Porsche in the Porsche Carrera Cup Scandinavia. Yeah, he has such enthusiasm for competition in general.
Oman might get this, you know. A few seconds to go. The Lexus IS200, come on, get it. No, 2, maybe, yes! Half a second, thought it'd be close. We're guessing the line a lot better here, Hal, than we did last weekend when the line was very deceptive, wasn't it? I reckon it's 1.5 visually on the clock to what it actually is at the line.
And Emil Oman does the best lap of the race 43.00, which is to the 100th the same lap time as Linus Holman did in the previous race as the best lap. So it's fierce, the competition in open two-wheel drive this weekend. People get increasingly brave over the jumps. I don't think I've seen anyone as committed over the jumps as Martin Enlund, though. He absolutely sends his ice car over there, doesn't he?
Yes, indeed. It's a long old stick, isn't it? That was like...
Lots of leverage.
I think somebody broke the pole, the original flag pole, which is usually about, what, sort of twice the height of the flag, and they looked for another one, and somebody just got the broom, didn't they? Snapped the head off it, stuck the checker on it. Adam Oman takes it. A lot of discussion in the chat about whether or not MotoGP can go to Kyalami. Fair go.
People with passion for motorsport chatting.
Motorsport's great. Talking about South Africa and the World Championship. An amazing finale. That's something I will never ever forget being a part of that. Got to be one of the best, closest finishes to an FIA World Championship ever. We know there were draws elsewhere, blah, 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 but just for that championship to go down to the wire like it did, yeah, was just epic. As you see Bart Bell take the whole shot.
And then it happened again 2 years later. Oh, Bart Bell gets a nudge in the rear from Persson. Oh, and
another one.
Again. Hold it together though. McGarry jokers on lap 1 for the second time. Keeps it a bit neat and tidy. Still got the rear bumper attached this time around. Bell was a tiny bit wide. Through was Johan Kristoffersson laughed about the right-hander before the velodrome, as we all call it. Well, I don't know why we don't call it by its calling number, but we don't.
It's a name, doesn't it, really? Or should we just call it the right-hander before the velodrome?
Well, that's what everyone does, isn't it? Oh, Bell's a little bit wide there.
If they do, though, the whole paddock is like, you know, the right-hander before the velodrome.
The right-hander before the jump.
Yeah, it's brilliant. The one at the bottom of the hill. He looks to the inside, then the last corner.
Yeah. What struck me a couple of weeks ago at Estering with the European Championship was, it never really occurred to me the corner numbers before, but turn 2 at the Estering is actually halfway through the lap, because it's out of the, you go up to the first corner,
hill,
through the hairpin, and then down to the bottom of the hill.
But then you get, sometimes people get like a bit annoying and they go turn 1 to the kink before the top of the hill.
Close merge, Bell's joking to try and cover off Peter McGarry, hasn't quite got it done. Persson's all over the back of Bertelsen. I reckon try and turn in, but there isn't the space, runs wide. Right.
This is on for McGarry. This is on for McGarry. He's already managed to get Bell, who was in the fight with Persson at the front. So McGarry, who's coming under pressure now from Bell in the background, but Bertelsen and Persson have been fighting.
Yeah. Oh, he spun on the background, Peter!
No! Oh, Peter,
I was about to say, no one is putting more pressure on that scenario than Peter is on himself at the moment.
It's Peter, sorry mate, welcome to the series. That's what happens when there's live TV coverage. You get the commentator's curse, mate. We do apologise. We were loving it as well.
I mean,
Here comes McGarry.
He's been top Irishman this weekend so far, hasn't he, in open two-wheel drive?
Would have been just in front in the merge. Never mind, there we go. Where is he, Hal? Will he make the semis or not?
Yeah, he was well in the semis from memory.
Yeah, but with that mistake.
Give me tight. Depends what Persson does here. And Sturr, because Sturr was 30, I don't know.
Was Sturr in the pre-grid? No, they've gone to the line too late. I didn't see. Pre-grid's right. Hal's going to have a look and see if we can see him on the grid. Oh, still side by side, having a look. Bertelsen holding on. Bertelsen missed one, didn't he? When did he miss one? Earlier today?
Yes.
Yeah, because Bertelsen was a DNS yesterday, Hal.
When was that? Oh, that was Q2, wasn't it? I think it was Q2,
So Bertelsen had that problem and came back. It's him with all the pops and bangs in the Fabia. Which makes me assume they're running a similar concept that Tohill tried to run earlier on in the year.
Wonder if we'll see what happened to McGarry. You had a bit of a squeeze there from Persson on the opening lap. This is Bell in the Joker. They come out side by side. They give each other room. Bell just runs that bit deep. Very fair from Bell there. Runs into the gravel. Persson also fair here. Shouldn't slam the door on Bertelsen. Wasn't really within his rights to, because Bertelsen's already there and just runs right to the outside. Now, will we see what happened to McGarry at the bottom of the hill? Yes, we will. So McGarry's... Oh.
Is it broken?
Something's broken.
Oh, the wheel's gone. Okay. We'll forgive you that spin, Peter.
Pete.
Oh, mate, that's... I'll tell you what, Hal, he's lucky it didn't dig in.
Yeah.
If he'd end up in the gravel. So he's lost the wheel on the run down the hill. Was that the contact in turn 1? Because wasn't that rear left?
Yeah, could have been.
Did he make the finish? What's timing say? No, DNF.
He didn't.
Damn it.
that could be no semis, I think.
Unlucky for Peter McGarry. Looked like he was on for the win there, and then a wheel left the chat, and he ended up spinning at the bottom of the hill. Boy, Bertelsen with a 2:35.6.
I think that's going to put Persson into the semi-finals.
We're going to see, we might be able to see where the wheel comes off, apparently. We take a look at the replays. Have we found it? Here's in the background, is it? No?
Yeah, it must be. So we're watching the velodrome, Bertelsen and Persson. Oh wow, it's come off on the compression ahead of the velodrome.
Boy.
Pretty impressive, he's got all the way down the hill.
Here it is, down the hill. Oh look, he'll know by now, won't he?
Well, this is where it's going to be a problem because you're leaning on it. On the left rear.
Bizarre, look at that. Bizarre though this may sound, it will be at that point in the car, you can be thinking, have I lost the rim? Have I lost the tyre off the rim? Have I got a puncture? You know, you know something's not right, but you won't know the whole wheel is gone, because if you did, you'd go through there a little bit less lit. So, good bravery from McGarry. We've got one race left to go in open two-wheel drive, then we're on to Supercar Lights.
Well, we have a small delay. Would you like some cross-car standings?
Yes. Hold on, let me just get my piece of paper.
Oi, oi, oi.
Bjorn Stewart is there. Hit me. What we got?
Sebastian Enholm leads the cross-car championship with 143 points.
143.
Elias Svensson is second with 142.
Oh my goodness.
Thomas Ekmerstad is third with 140.
So there is now, where there was 5 points in it, there are now 3 points in it.
You couldn't write it.
No, I'm excited for later, but also incredibly nervous. Because I hate live maths. Stewart has made it here. Didn't make the start last time. Somebody else running something bonkers set up on their car down there, aren't they? Rackalainen on the inside line. Tohill gets out dragged to turn one. Tohill earlier on in the year was running a supercar engine. Has now gone back to normally aspirated, which is was similar, Hal, I guess, in terms of settings to what he would have run in the double European Championship wins. More different, different engine, but you know, normally aspirated. I mean,
yeah, it's 2.5 now.
Okay.
But what they did, they made loads of changes to the chassis to try and make it work for the turbocharged engine, and now those changes are not very happy with running the naturally aspirated engine. So, yeah, a lot to do if they're to continue finding pace, which I'm sure they will. The Parts for Cars team looks nervous down the hill a bit, doesn't it? Tyrrell's Fiesta. Fantastic to have Rackalainen here this weekend. Great, I love the Escort Cosworth shape. Mark 1 Focus looks pretty cool as well, doesn't it? And Stur doing his best to get back into the top 3 of the championship.
Stur, actually, if Stur finishes this race, he'll qualify for the semi-finals, won't he? And that's going to mean that he will take P3 in the standings.
Yes, you're correct, yeah.
Yeah, so at this point, the fact the Focus has come back out, is he going to make the cut?
No, it was close. Barbell was 4 points behind him, was he? No, 2 points behind him, Barbell was. Rackalainen was 1 point behind. So the semi-finals aren't guaranteed for Stur.
Right.
Oh, he has a look up the inside, bit of contact.
That move, for instance, might be the 1 point he needs. So he's got to go for it.
Yeah.
We'll try and get you the standings afterwards. You can't get much closer to the Armco than that. Somewhere down there is a line etched into the ground by Peter McGarry's rear brake disc. Derek Tohill in front of Bjorn Stewart. I reckon Tohill.
Iverson's coming back at Stur as well, trying around the outside with the Zara that retired, didn't he?
Tohill's going to go Joker Hal just quickly, and that's going to release Stur. He looks to the inside line. Rackalainen's in the Joker. Stur's not going to get there, but he is going to get in front of Tohill.
So Rackalainen was a point behind Stur in the intermediate classification, so that's going to put him ahead. This is going to be touch and go, I think. It all depends on the time with Barbell. We know that McGarry had a DNF.
McGarry's a DNF, yeah.
Bell was also slow because he got caught behind Barry and McGarry.
Stu was a DNS. There was only 5. There's actually between P7 and P13, yeah, it's like 9 points in terms of qualifying standings. Rackalainen's going to take it, not going to trouble the top of the timesheets. It's more about position overall for the likes of Bjorn Stewart. Stewart is 2:34.5, which will see him in P8 or 9. Because Rackalainen will be ahead of him, P9 maybe.
I think he's just going to scrape it personally.
Do you? Actually, Hal, thinking about it, even if he doesn't scrape it, no, the qualifying points wouldn't be enough if he doesn't make it. So if he doesn't make it, Norman is third in the standings. If Stewart does make it, he takes third in the standings.
Marcus Norman doesn't
will he though?
strike me as the sort of...
If he only gets 12 and then finishes last in
No,
the
but he's
semi.
still in it, isn't he? That's what I mean.
Yeah, but
he's out of it.
Yeah, sure.
If he doesn't make the semis. We don't know what's happening in the semi-finals. But you can't predict that.
We want to try, yes, we need to try and see.
But 3 go up, don't they? So it's much more open than it necessarily would be in...
Yeah. How many cars? Yeah, no, 12. So there will be 12. So, like, look, so sometimes there's only 4 or 5 cars in a semi. Okay. Bjorn Stur P2, Räikkönen, Iversen, Tohill. But Stur is the one who's in the championship fight. He's made it. He's P12. Bjorn Stur is in. McGarry goes out. Bart Bell as well. Sorry for McGarry with the problem on the car. Bjorn Stur makes it by 2 championship points. So what does he get out for P12? 16 down to 16th is 1, isn't it? So 2 for 15th, 3.
5 points. He needs 2 points from the semi-final.
Does he know? I thought he was 9 behind. Check the points.
Oh, yeah, you're correct, yeah.
He's 9 behind, so...
Oh, sorry. No, he's 7 behind. I thought he was 7 behind.
Sure?
Yeah. So he needs 2 points, and then I think he'll need 3 points because
if they finish equal, who has a win? Yeah, so does...
Norman has a win. Stur doesn't have a win.
Was he got a couple of seconds to third?
Yeah.
Okay, so he's got to outscore him. So he's got 5.
He needs 3.
Needs 3 points, which
He's
is what
7
position?
behind.
Which is what position? 6, 5, 4, 3. Needs to be 4th in his semi.
That's doable.
Yeah.
As I was saying, I don't know. I don't think Marcus Norman's the sort of chap to be sat there trying to work out the points beside the track.
He'd just be waving.
He's just calculating how much power he can get out of his next wankel engine.
Yeah, he's going all right. Yeah, he will be something ridiculous and noisy. He was the only car you could hear on track last week. Anderson, Enlund, Janssen, Oscarson and Birgit are in this. We know this is going to be close for the championship, particularly between Anderson and Enlund, who are on this inside line. They must have a good start here, but they're up against great competition. It's a brilliant start by Lucas Anderson and an absolute shocker for Enlund. Enlund is going backwards like he's not just had a bad start, like he's having a bad problem. Anderson with the whole shot. Kasper Janssen's going to go with him. Oscarson goes with him as well. Birgit's gone joker. Where's Enlund's there? So maybe not an issue. But that was a terrible start for Enlund.
Enlund's got quite a margin in intermediate points. He's 145 to 132 for Kasper Janssen, so he could still well be top qualifier here if he can get a wriggle on and close the gap a bit. But that could be a championship deciding moment, couldn't it? If he doesn't take TQ and he doesn't get the maximum points he needs. Anderson, though, absolutely nailed the start from pole. Massive jump from the JC driver. Very similar from Kasper behind.
Well, it's enough of a drive for the door to actually physically come open on the car. Enough of a jump, sorry, for the door to come open.
He won't even think about that.
No, he won't even notice.
I mean, it'd be a tiny distraction. Luckily for him, it's on the other side of the car. Kasper Janssen jokers this time around.
Covering Birgit, potentially Oscarson's gone too. Oscarson, I think, is going to get swallowed up here, but Janssen isn't. Birgit does get Oscarson.
Something's wrong with Enlund. He just hasn't got the pace we would expect. We'd expect him to be all over Birgit. Wonder if Vigo could get inside the car. That'd be exciting, wouldn't it?
Well, if Vigo flew into the car,
yeah,
I think he could. It needs to be the right corner. I wonder what corner is it? You know Vigo's thinking now about whether or not he can. He won't, obviously. It'd be terribly unfair. Anderson is not afraid. That's the corner, Hal. It's the last corner. Last corner, last lap. Get it in there, Vigo. I reckon he could. Through turn 1, Anderson, look at that. Beautiful car control.
He's on a mission, isn't he?
Yeah, he's really pushing hard here. And he may well be edging Enlund with Enlund having a problem.
Oh, wow.
Oh, no, Janssen's got him. Kasper Janssen gets him.
Ran a bit wide on the way into the Joker. I thought he'd actually squared off the Joker nicely, but didn't quite make it to the apex.
So Janssen, and he could have done, to be fair, Janssen was 7 points ahead of him qualifying anyway. I don't think he would have got
If they both finish 1-2 in the session, depending what happens in the next race, it won't change anything.
No, but if Anderson had got this session and Janssen was then beaten by Olafsson, for instance, he might have nicked him. But oh, huge jump from Anderson. Brilliant shot there from Vigo. He has a little look in, flying into the door, decides not to. Well done. 2:24.5. Fastest time of the weekend. Kasper Janssen, 2:24.5 is the fastest time of the weekend by 0.2 of a second from Enlund's Q1 time of a 2:24.7. So Janssen with a brilliant drive. Watch this as Anderson goes standard lap. Where did he go? Joker first lap? No, it must have been second lap.
See the roof flexing on Anderson as he landed there off the jump.
That'll open your door, won't it?
Someone had a misfire on the last lap, I heard, on the track mics. I wonder if that was Enland, but Birgit lost time as well towards the end, so...
If Anderson hadn't gone deep on the Joker, he might have been alongside, but I actually think that's a brilliant drive from Janssen Hall as well.
Yeah.
Back to the form that we have come to expect from Casper Janssen since he appeared in the series a couple of years ago. He's won a couple of Nitro trophies, and he's very, very capable indeed. A little bit like Anderson in that success came very quickly, didn't it, for Casper in America, and then the last season or so has been up and down results, and now he's getting back to where he was.
Remember how ragged he was when he turned up in Rallyx a couple of years ago?
Gave one of our full send medals, didn't we? Haug, Tornholt, Haug, Olofsson and Eklev, with no disrespect to everybody else, the only person in this who matters with regard to the championship is the black car in slot number 4. Simon Olofsson must win the start. And Eklev had a broken gearbox. Looks like maybe they haven't managed to fix that in time for the race because he was left on the line. Olofsson does get it done, just a little dab of the brake on the way in to make sure the nose gets in. Oh, beautifully done as well into turn 2, and actually he'll be happy one that they've both gone Joker at their first opportunity, and that's given Olofsson some real breathing space. He'll stay out till the final lap.
Tornholt did well there to pick the throttle up and run wide, take Haug with her into the Joker. That was reminiscent of Andreas Backerud taking Bet Solberg into the Joker on the first lap of the
Port Norway Hell.
Was it semi-final or final? Semi-final.
It was a genius move because they didn't feel they had the pace to beat him, and they knew that if they made him Joker on the same lap as them on lap 1, that then Petter wouldn't be able to pass. I think one of the best pieces of spotting ever.
Yeah, it was great tactics. And that's really helped Olofsson. This is job critical now, isn't it? Olofsson has to get to the end of this race. He has to Joker, unlike in the last session, and he has to get a good time to climb back up the order.
Yeah. 46.9. Casper's time, as you say, is some target because it is the fastest time of the weekend.
Olofsson's been at this game so long, been racing at Lights since the first season of Lights in Rallyx.
More than 100 races, isn't it?
Yeah, one of the very first drivers to commit. Oh, a big jump. Chassis number 24, it starts to work that car.
And when we say 100 races, how we mean 100 race weekends.
Yeah, not 100 heats.
Yeah, 100 race weekends. So you're talking about, well, assuming an average of 4 races a weekend, you know.
Yeah.
400 at least, and he's made the semi-finals and the finals enough that I would expect he's probably closer to 500. That might have been one less than we thought. Used the curbs all the way out to the barrier.
You've got to be careful there, haven't you, not to damage the steering, taking that much curb, but obviously he's on a massive charge to try and get back to the top of the timesheets.
He's in P10 at the moment.
Best he's been is 8th so far this weekend.
Madness, isn't it? And he's the championship leader. By some, well, was the championship leader. That's potentially going to change at the end of this run. Be disappointed to have missed the Joker. We haven't found out why. Crosses the line, he's done it. Wow, 1.5 seconds faster than Casper Janssen. That was Olofsson saying,
he'll be pumped now.
I am the man, yeah, I am the man. That was a brilliant, brilliant drive, but unfortunately it's late in the weekend.
Yeah, but that'll rocket him back up the standings. I think that could bring him up to at least 6th, if not 7th, if not 5th.
He'd like to have been 4th, wouldn't he, to be on the front row?
He could be 4th,
you really think?
Yeah.
Why? Who's in 4th?
Oskarsson and Birgit are tied up in
121. Yeah, but what are they going to get in this?
Yeah, but Oskarsson was 4th ahead of Enland. I think Oskarsson had the misfire in the previous
he's 4th,
race.
He's going to get 40. And
no, he's 4th in the previous race.
Ah, okay. So overall, we can see where he is. Oskarsson is 8th.
Oh, yeah.
So he's going to get 36 compared to Olofsson will gain 14 points on him. No. Olofsson's going to gain 14 on Oskarsson. We'll put him 1 point behind. We'll find out now.
Oof.
He's a clever man with a computer. 2:23.005. That is the fastest time of the weekend, and it's very impressive indeed.
I'm neither clever nor do I have a computer in front of me.
No. We said it. Martin Enland is the top qualifier from Casper Janssen and Lucas Andersson. Simon Olofsson climbs to P6 from P10 with a great drive there. If he hadn't missed the Joker in the previous one, he'd have made the top 4, and then he would have been on the front row in the semi. So,
but Enland and Andersson are going to be tight.
on points. What was in between them before? Enland was...
There's 1 point between
them. Is Enland ahead of Anderson?
By a point.
So they're tied on points then, and it's about how Olofsson had... What did Olofsson have?
No, Enland's going to be a point ahead of Anderson, isn't he?
You sure?
In the championship. He was one behind, 147 to 146. He's top. Anderson's third.
Of course, because Casper Jansson's in between them.
Yeah, but they're both going on the front row of the semi-final together.
That's all I have to say about that is oi oi oi.
And that's all I have to say about that.
Right. Yeah, Johan TQ. There's a child out here in an Rallyx Cartel t-shirt.
He just had a massive shun. His mate pushed him over.
Did he?
Yeah.
It's usually the cartel that do the pushing over, isn't it?
He's
got, yeah, he has. He's styled it out, but I reckon that's hurting a little bit, don't you? You have to style it out if you're wearing one of those t-shirts. Okay. Johan Kristoffersson, Kevin Eriksson, Ollie Eriksson, Bolevsky and Hedström. Kristoffersson leads the standings by 2 points. At the minute, Eriksson is in P3 in qualifying. He's not going to get Kristoffersson unless Johan has a problem now. And by that, I mean a puncture or a retirement. Kevin wins the session. I'm not even sure he would then, but he needs to get in front of Bolevsky. Another amazing start by Johan Kristoffersson. Kevin Eriksson going with him. Ollie Eriksson dives in behind his brother. Little tap on the back. Ollie's gone round over the curves. How did he pull that back full throttle? 600 horsepower drags the Civic in. Kevin goes straight to the Joker. He's a little bit deep, but it's such a big, long car. This time he's close to the barrier again. He's the master of that. The Erikssons have gone Joker on lap 1. Kristoffersson leads.
Just missed the Joker on the barrier on the merge. Just missed the barrier on the Joker merge. This is all about Kevin Eriksson trying to smash in the lap times. We know he got very close to Johan Kristoffersson last time around. Nice, neat and tidy for Kristoffersson. What's Eriksson going to be like? Just miss it there in the shot at the bottom of the hill.
Bolevsky's going to respond. I said that Johan was ripping out at me earlier saying I have to respond the lap afterwards because you said I do. I think Bolevsky will go to cover off Eriksson because he won't want to lose P2. You think they'll stay out?
Yeah.
Oh, Hal's right, damn you, Hal Ridge. They should have gone though.
They're comfortable in the position they're in the intermediate. They'll want to go with Kristoffersson.
You think they'll hold on to the position for Kevin though? I think Kevin might get the overlap on him.
Yeah, I just think you end up in the fight and potentially lose more.
Let's see. Let's see. This is about whether me or Hal have made the right decision, or more importantly, whether Rolf Folland has made the right decision. I'll take it if I'm wrong. I don't care. I've been wrong enough. Kristoffersson from Bolevsky. Watch that gap last time round. It was 0.9 between Kristoffersson and Bolevsky, and it was a further 4.1. So it was 3.2. It was back to Kevin Eriksson on the last lap. Bolevsky is plus 1.1. What's Kevin though? Kevin is plus 4.5. In they both go. Kevin Eriksson coming through, and the Hedström coming through in the background. He's got a Joker as well. Kristoffersson's going to come out. It's enough. Bolevsky's easily done it. Or is he? Closer than I thought.
Much closer to the wall this time around for Johan Kristoffersson. Ollie Eriksson rides the bank in the left-hander, but Kristoffersson took 4 attempts out of Kevin Eriksson last time around on a charge. Johan Kristoffersson, fastest lap of the race in his pocket.
Bolevsky being in P2 here in front of Kevin Eriksson is going to mean that Kevin is not going to beat him in qualifying. He should be P3. This man, though, Kristoffersson, is going to be P1. He leads the standings by 2 points, and he's going to extend that by a further 2 as he takes the top qualifier at round 8, Rallyx 2023. Kevin Eriksson gets third and should be third in the standings.
Ollie Eriksson, fastest lap of the race on the final lap. They do have pace in the Civic. It will be a very different story if they could beat Kristoffersson off the line, but the inside is so strong. This was so lucky and skilled by Oliver Eriksson to get the car back off the curb. Didn't knock down the sponsor branding.
I was just going to say, Mr. Branding, you probably had to put that up himself on Friday night, and Saturday, no, Thursday night even, whatever day it is. Yeah, great stuff from the Erikssons. We know the car's got pace. They've got now to look at their tactics in the semi-final. They need Johan out of the semis, don't they? Or at least to try and get him onto row 2 in the final. Look at Kristoffersson now. He's chucking it to us. Is that a response to us? Has he sent you a message?
No, he hasn't, but I said he was closer in commentary. He must have been listening.
Yeah, I bet he's watched it back.
I'm sure he can go closer than that, yeah.
He'll probably be here in a minute to tell us how close he was to the barrier. 2:14.6. That is the fastest time of the weekend. Fastest time of the weekend.
Startnummer 28, Linus Östlund. Startnummer 96, Ole Christian Veiby. 46, Mikko Ikonen. Startnummer 88, Daniel Torres.
Östlund, Veiby, Ikonen, Oman, Toren. Great start, all the way across the grid. Östlund and Veiby very, very close together. Oman's in a sandwich here, gets a nudge from behind. He goes round, he just avoids it like Ericsson did. Ikonen is going to go Joker. And Veiby's gone Joker on lap 1 as well. So Veiby went Joker on lap 1. We were looking at Branding potentially being taken down. Veiby with all the curve as he's been using all weekend, but it's local driver Linus Östlund who leads.
Now we'll see what Östlund can do in this Audi S1. He was brilliant in the URX round in a Vala-owned Ford Fiesta in July.
How Veiby needs Toren to Joker on this lap.
Yeah,
he really needs
yeah.
him to go. If he doesn't, he's going to have to pass him immediately because he's going to lose time.
He's not
otherwise.
losing time at the moment. Toren's just enough ahead, but he'll need it.
Look how quickly he closed it though. He was 20 car lengths back at the top of the hill. Like it's you know, Toren would admit himself Veiby's in a different league to him. Östlund goes into the standard lap. Wait and see where they've gone. He hasn't jokered. He hasn't jokered, so Veiby's getting held up. He's got to find a way through here and without compromising too much time. If he's going to do it, it'll be at the velodrome. Teed it up already. He's on the right side. He'll flick it back. There it is. Thank you. Up the inside line. Can't get it done, though. Bummer. So it's just what he didn't need. But that's the thing. We didn't see why he went Joker on lap 1, Hal, because unless he'd lost the start.
I think he wanted to take Linus Östlund on. He did lose a start, didn't he? So he wanted to take him on lap time, as we saw Kevin do last time around. Looks to the inside out of the final corner. Not going to have the traction to get past Toren because that Audi's so good.
Yeah. He's almost at the back now. He'll go Joker.
See Toren pick the nose up as he gets back in the throttle. Linus Östlund nose check out the road. Veiby's close.
Closer than I thought he'd be. So without Toren, he would have been clearly in front, wouldn't he? And look, there's no fault of Toren. He's entitled to Joker when he wants. The difference is Veiby is a world championship driver.
Run by? JC's running both Linus Östlund and Daniel Toren. Why Joker? He doesn't have to joke him.
No, leave him out. You would leave him out. Definitely, they want Östlund ahead in terms of one more qualifying point. Might see him further up the standings. At the minute, Östlund is ahead of Veiby in the standings anyway. And this result should mean...
So strong tactics from JC.
Yeah, Östlund will out-qualify OC Veiby here. Toren stays out. Whether it was a team tactic or not, it was a brilliant bit of rivalry between them. Let's have a look at the start. So we saw Oman get a nudge. Watch Oman. Does he turn in? No, he's kind of. He's like 6 to 1, half a dozen the other, isn't it, really? Brilliant marshalling spot, that, isn't it? He just stood there watching the carnage unfold.
Unlucky for Maps, but nothing that Mikko Ikonen did wrong there. They all came across a little bit.
Look, I love it. I love it. The nerves of the family on looking. Close between Östlund and Veiby. Linus' supporters, if you're wondering, wearing Linus Östlund's clothing. You know, it's pretty obvious, isn't it? I'm suspecting it's... Is that Mum, Hal?
Thanks for letting me know.
Is it Mum on the right? Not sure. Östlund takes it from OC Veiby to 16.9, will slot him into P4, Veiby P5. One more race to come.
Oh.
It's
Good
fastest
pre-launch
first.
Not too much wheel spin?
No, I liked it. Johan yesterday, come and see the perfect start. watching his replays, I think he wanted to get the RPM chart, didn't he? And show us, it was perfect. He goes, it dropped once and then just climbs. We watched it about 3 times before he then. What did we watch after that? Was it 2018 Q4? I think it was, wasn't it, from South Africa?
And then
when he'd had a row with his dad about how many new tyres to take, his dad wanted him to take 4. Yeah, his dad wanted him to take 4. Johan wanted to take 2. They compromised on 3. It was him versus Sebastian Loeb. Honestly, he loves it so much. We should do an evening with Hal, shouldn't we? Do you want to do that?
Yeah.
We could do an evening with various different rallycross drivers, and yes, you'd have to pay a small fee, but we could do that. Rent a hall, have some beers, listen to some stories. What do you reckon?
Yeah, I'm all in.
Sounds good.
Do we have time for some light standing? Yes, we do. Simon Donaldson, 169.
Whoa. No, we don't.
I do.
In a minute. Just a minute.
Can't wait.
Final race of Q4. Final race of qualifying for 2023. How's this one going to end in turn 1? There's a few people in here who don't give up too easily. Franks, Johansson, Tam, Valla, Tohill. Tohill's got a great start on the outside, but a little bit out-dragged contact between him, Valla, and Maiko Tam. Valla pushes Tohill wide. Victor Frank's going to go joker from there without a shadow of a doubt, and that's a great move. Frank Valla follows him in. Valla ended his run just on the barriers on the right-hand side last time round. Tohill gets up to P3. It's Tam who leads from Johansson.
Tohill's had a miserable weekend, hasn't he? Broke the drive shaft with that contact with Tam in the first corner. In the previous run, he's well out of it. 15th in Supercar, not going to make the semi-finals unless something dramatic happens to those around him. So he's just going to be out to send it and have some fun around one of the best rallycross tracks on the planet. Maiko Tam, though's in that battle for the championship in the Pro-Am series, isn't he?
Vigo almost didn't have enough altitude there, Hal. He came up over the jump and Johansson came up a little bit close underneath him. Victor Franks is the man who's in the title fight with... are you looking at Pro-Am for us? Yeah, Hal's looking at Pro-Am, and we'll try and get an update on where they're sitting. Go on.
Tam needs a good result here because 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. He's in a fight with Valla.
Oh, the merge, Franks at the merge, sorry, comes out in front of Johansson.
Looking down as usual. Yeah, there's lots of AM drivers, and...
Where's Tam? Still out. Tam's still out. What's the gap?
Tam needs to be ahead of Valla and Turenne in the timesheets to make sure he's in the AM final later on today.
Valla's already jokered. Who else does he need to be ahead of? Turenne, you're saying?
Yeah, Tohill yet to joker.
Turenne's a 2:21.9, so that's what Maiko Tam is looking for. 2:21.9, we'll see him in the semis, yeah? But behind Franks, likely, it depends on this result.
No, with the AM final later on.
Here we go. Through the left and then the right, watch for Victor Franks, comes over the jump. Maiko Tam's done enough, that's a great result. So Tam gets in front of Franks. Franks was out qualifying. Yeah, they go straight to final from the qualifying. Franks was in front of him, wasn't he?
He was,
not by much. How many points?
By a couple of places, 3 points.
Yeah, it might be different. There might be a different qualifying point system if they go straight to finals, if they remove the pro drivers from in between them. So
yeah, absolutely.
We'll see. It's probably going to come down to Franks and Tam racing for the title in the final. Remember, the points have to be counted from this venue. Maiko Tam with a great drive to give him an advantage potentially in the title fight against Victor Franks, but they are both going to make it through to the AM final, assuming they've beaten Daniel Toran, which they have.
Quicker than Hedstrom, to be fair.
Yeah.
2:17.7.
Good start by Tam, look. There's a squeeze on Valla on the outside.
They did well to get through the first corner. I thought that was an accident waiting for a corner to happen at, but they all made it through unscathed. Tam, who said it was a bit of a shock to the system driving here on Friday morning. Frank's doing what he's done all season in Rallyx and taking it to the supercars. Oh, lands nicely the RX2E car over the jump.
Checkered flag on the final qualifying session of the year for Rallyx.
TT Motorsport delighted.
High fives all round. Here we go then. That's it. That's the last qualifying race done for 2023. You have to wait until next year to see another qualifying race. Like, and subscribe. Hurry up. Actually, I see the little heart light up on my screen when you lot like the stream. So like the stream right now. If I don't see that heart moving, you can all stick it. We're not coming back later on. What do you think, Hal? How's that for a threat? I want to, come on, I'm looking at it. I know there's a little delay on the stream. Get that like button pressed. Is the Franks car still up spec for this class? Yeah, it runs a little bit more power. Basically, they can just change the map a little bit. Kristoffersson takes the TQ with a perfect result. It's 4 wins from 4 qualifying sessions. It's exactly what he did last time in Grenland. Can he finish the season with 2 clean sweeps and with that become the Rallyx champion for 2023? Kevin Eriksson qualifies in 3rd place behind Bolevsky, so the championship lead has gone up by 2 points to 4 between Kristoffersson and Kevin Eriksson. Ollie Eriksson gets through as well. Going to be a decent fight later on. Vaby's in, so we know the 2 sets of teammates are through. Oh, deep breath. There we go. Now the lights thing's liking up. The light, you know what I mean.
All the hearts.
All the, yeah, whatever. All the hearts.
I heart Rallyx. Qualifying done for Rallyx 2023. I'm a bit sad, really.
Yeah, me too. There they are. Don't look too sad. The lights are on now. couple of side-by-sides out, having a little rinse around a brilliant track.
I'll look sad if I want to.
Go on then. Looks sad. Like, he's changed his mind now the camera's on, isn't he?
I just can't do it.
Yeah, but you can't look sad.
Not in me.
Really? Just grumpy.
That's later.
He's got a good resting face. Thank you for the likes. We appreciate it. Please like and subscribe. Like, basically, if we don't get likes and subscribes, Peter just keeps WhatsApping us asking you to like and subscribe. If you like and subscribe, then you get notifications saying we're back on air, which is handy because we're going to be back on air at 15:45 local time.
That's very soon.
Yeah, and I know some of you are awake at stupid hours in crazy countries, so that's in 33 minutes approximately. Don't be surprised if it's slightly later than that. I'm going to get a cup of tea, so's Hal. We're going to do some maths, which will inevitably be wrong, and you can enjoy the fruits of our incorrectness in 32 minutes' time.
Enjoy.
See you then.
Om man är intresserad och vill veta lite mer om det här så finns ju Mattias på plats här i depån, går ju precis nedanför kaptenen här mitt i depån. Ja, precis. Det står både Mattias och Henrik som har varit med och kört årets deltävlingar som är rutinerade och vet mer än väl om bilarna. Så har ni någon fråga så dyk på dem för de är otroligt pepp på att få vara här och visa upp sina leksaker. Nu blir det ju att de visar upp sig ute på banan, men normalt sett en bana för de här fordonen ser ju helt annorlunda ut. Då är det väldigt mycket ute i skogen och ganska rufft terräng sådär. Ja, men precis. Vi har ju varit och kört tillsammans med anläggningar tidigare, vilket då kan vara en kombination av en rallcrossbana, crossbana, mycket enduro och lite, ja men, där man finner den som man kan bygga så det blir så extremt men ändå relevant som möjligt. Så åkarna är jättenöjda och som sagt vi försöker finna platser runt om i Sverige som man kan knyta ihop och skapa lite mer event och liksom en supportklass som bjuder på det lilla extra. Lite skillnad mot som vi ser här annars idag, en rallycrossbana där en fast bana, man kör samma bana varje omgång. Det ser lite annorlunda ut när ni har tävling här. Vi kommer ju köra minst 4 delsträckor. Så det kommer ju vara 2 stycken delsträckor som ser likadant ut. Sen så tränar vi på dem och åker andra hållet. I månaden av utrymme med tid så ser man ju att man vill kanske addera kanske man vill ha en 2-dagarstävling där man kan sträcka sig över mer antal. Men vi kommer ju försöka skapa fasta ställen dit vi kan åka och tävla så inte blir att man måste göra om hela tiden. Så majoriteten av banorna kommer ju förhoppningsvis att bli densamma. Så kommer vi att släppa till det med någonting unikt för varje race så att det blir någonting nytt för alla som blir lite kul. I tävlingsschemat framöver, vad är det som ligger närmast för det här gängets del? Så 13 man har en deltävling uppe i Podium. Okej. Sen ska vi upp till Commentators i början av december. Ja. Så det ska bli riktigt kul. Då kommer vi köra lite tillsammans med egen skoter och ha en riktigt fin avslutning och förhoppningsvis riktigt kallt och bitigt. Ja. Det låter ju lite spännande. Jag kan tänka mig som sagt att det kommer bli ganska kallt. Värmen i de där kan ju inte vara så här superbra. Nej, man får ju klä på sig. Ja. Om man gör det. Men jag tänker att man kör sig med det. Ja. Så nej, det är inte ett hinder som gör det. Vi måste
ganska bra när vi kommer i hoppet där. Så jag satt ju och spände emot lite, du vet, liksom sådär som man brukar göra när det hoppar. Så bara, men vad hände detta nu ens liksom? Det går så här bara supermjukt liksom.
Vi har ju en YouTube-kanal, så har ni möjligheten så säger jag så gå in där och kika. För man tror inte att det är möjligt, det som pojkarna och flickorna där ute gör.
Hur hittar man YouTube-kanalen?
SSX Nordic. SXS Nordic, det är lite svårt att säga. Men Side by Side Nordic. Likaså på Instagram och Facebook. Så in och kika, följ våra deltävlingar. De gör fantastiskt fina racingfilmer. Så få med dig hela känslan. Och det är riktigt kul. De lägger verkligen ner sig pojkarna och det här är liksom en typ av community så alla hjälper alla. Och det var just därför jag känner att jag ville vara med. För det är så i raceklassen som jag har min bakgrund i. Ja. Det har vi alltid varit öppna kort. Vi har alltid hjälpt varandra. Och det var väl egentligen Maria och Andreas som satte som vi direkt från starten. Ingen någonsin skulle liksom röja någonting från annan. Alla har alltid varit välkomna och frågat och hjälp. Och det är någonting med den här känslan att man gör det för alla skull. Man vill ha så mycket fordon som möjligt på startplatsen. Och nej, det är verkligen på det bygger det hos mig. Alla är alltid välkomna och frågat.
Ja, det låter riktigt bra. Som sagt, har ni möjligheten att på plats här i Höljes så passa på och kom och prata lite side by side också med er.
Ja, absolut. De pojkarna här borta ska bli fantastiskt bra om ni kommer förbi och kika.
Har vi något mer som vi ska runda av med eller?
Nej, men det är väl en serie där vi faktiskt har mycket kvinnfolk. Vi har både förare och kartläsare. Vi har damer som alltid har tagit motorfordon innan som sitter kartläsare tillsammans med sina barn eller sina män och tycker det här är jättekul. Så det är liksom en familjegrej. Man gör det tillsammans och det är väl det som är själva grejen med serien att vi gör det. Ung som gammal, man som kvinna och nej, jättekul. Mycket som skruvar och jag är stolt. Jag är så fruktansvärt stolt och jag hoppas att det blir fler av dem.
Vi är superglada att ni är här på plats och har visat upp era fordon. Jättestort tack Sandra. Och som sagt, passa på och besök Side by Side-gänget som finns här i depån rakt nedanför serveringsbordet mitt i depån här och prata lite Side by Side. Jättestort tack för pratstunden Sandra.
Tusen tack.
Tack. Här för våran del ifrån Höljes så är vi klar med kvalomgångarna och vi ska göra tillbakareparering innan det är dags för semifinaler. I tidsschemat så bör det vara relativt snart som vi är dags för semifinaler. Vi återkommer alldeles strax med ännu mer rallycross härifrån Höljes. det kommer att sätta sig ganska bra när vi kommer i hoppet där. Så jag satt ju och spände emot lite, du vet, liksom sådär som man brukar göra när det hoppar. Så bara, men vad hände? Lättade vi ens liksom? Det var så bara supermjukt liksom.
Vi har ju en YouTube-kanal, så har ni möjligheten så säger alltså gå in där och kika. För man tror inte att det är möjligt, det som pojkarna och flickorna där ute gör.
Hur hittar man YouTube-kanalen?
SSX Nordic. SXS Nordic, det är lite svårt att säga. Men Side by Side Nordic. Ligger så på Instagram och Facebook. Så in och kika, följ våra deltävlingar. De gör fantastiskt fina racingfilmer. Så du får med dig hela känslan. Och det är riktigt kul. De lägger verkligen ner sig pojkarna. Och det här är liksom en typ av community, så alla hjälper alla. Och det var just därför jag känner att jag ville vara med. För det är så i längstklassen som jag har min bakgrund i. Ja. Där har vi alltid varit öppna kort. Vi har alltid hjälpt varandra. Och det var väl egentligen Maria och Andreas som satte det som i direkt från start att ingen någonsin skulle som börja.
Rallyx is presented by Cooper Tires, Allsbergs, Solentina Emballage Huntering, Emstad, and Beacon 59. The final starts in 3, 2, 1.
Cross Car Junior. They are between 11 and 15 years old, but behind the wheel they are all already behaving like true professionals. Like the supercar lights, the engines are deliberately limited by the regulations and won't tolerate the slightest driving error. This is an excellent training ground for learning the specifics of rallycross before joining the ranks of the senior crosscar category, or following in the footsteps of Lucas Anderson, who has moved straight from the junior category to supercar lights. Crosscar. Introduced in 2019, the crosscar category is clearly a hotbed of pure talent. While a good majority of the field is barely over 20 years old, this championship quite simply brings together the best Scandinavian drivers. With an unrivaled power-to-weight ratio and 140 horsepower for a total weight of just 345 kilos, these little rockets are more than capable of matching the times set by the supercars on pure pace. One thing's for sure, the class is so hotly contested every weekend that it's simply impossible to predict who will come out on top. After 7 races, 3 drivers have the chance of claiming the Rallyx Championship at Höljes this weekend. Open two-wheel drive. Introduced for the 2021 season, this class is uncompromising. With its very liberal regulations, it allows pure enthusiasts and some of the most experienced drivers to give their desires free rein on the sole condition of owning a two-wheel drive car. One thing's for sure, the open two-wheel drive category shines in its diversity. From turbocharged Wankel engines developing over 600 horsepower, some also opt for more classic naturally aspirated power units. And yet, despite their old-school appearance, these cars are packed with technology and remain at the cutting edge of progress. There's no doubt that the open two-wheel drive is a real paradise on Earth, not only for drivers, but also for the most ingenious technicians there are. Supercar lights. With tubular chassis and a 2.4-litre naturally aspirated engine developing 310 horsepower, the supercar lights category has established itself as the best school where drivers can prove themselves before considering the next step to supercar. Created in 2013, the supercar lights category has succeeded in bringing out some of the greatest talents in the history of rallycross. Here, clean driving and crisp lines are the key to success, otherwise you'll be immediately punished by the chronograph. There's no such thing as chance in supercar lights. Everyone is equipped with an identical car, and only pure talent can make the difference. Nevertheless, there's no age limit to the action. From rookie Lucas Anderson, aged just 15, to the most experienced drivers, supercar lights is undoubtedly the most highly contested category in the Rallyx Championship. Supercar. With a 2-litre turbocharged engine, producing over 600 horsepower, and cars capable of accelerating from 0 to 100 in less than 2 seconds, the supercar is quite simply the most spectacular category. Forget Formula 1 or the WRC, these guys have no intention of making the slightest compromise as they approach the first corner. From 5-time world champion Johan Kristoffersson to current Nitrocross leader Kevin Eriksson and WRC defector Ole Christian Baby, this category brings together the world's best drivers and Scandinavia's finest specialists. However, the young guns are not to be outdone. Victor Vranckx, Mikko Tam and Jens Wahl aren't even 20 yet, but they are proving that they already have the potential to defeat the plans of the fastest drivers. Since this season, the supercar category has also allowed the most limited budgets, or the oldest supercars, to compete with a dedicated final, as well as an overall classification that will award the title of Supercar Pro-Am champion this weekend.
Hello and welcome back to Höljes. We're here for the finale of Rallyx 2023. It's round 8. We're crowning 6 champions in the next couple of hours. Semi-finals are coming up in this show. Then it's a very short break while we do some more maths. And then we're on to the finals. My name's Andrew Coley. This is Hal Ridge. Pleasure, mate.
Looking forward to it.
2 more shows to go. Survive.
And now it gets nerve-wracking.
Yeah. Kevin Eriksson's head's pretty obvious here, isn't it? Just here, pointing.
Oh, no, still can't do it. Hello.
There he is. Who's that? Look, who's that? Anyway, let me just move. Don't want to spoil the surprise. Have we spoiled the surprise already?
There he is.
What are we doing anyway? What do you want, Henke? What do you want to do? Should we do the quiz? Is that what we're doing? Yes, please, he says. Yes, please.
The
legends. Hey! Slow round of applause. Kevin, Johan. Good to see you both. Right, 1 headset, 1 microphone. You can argue over it. Johan, can you test the microphone for me?
Yes, I can. 1, 2, 1, 2.
It works perfectly.
All right, good.
Right, good. So these are our 2 championship protagonists for the Supercar title 2023. A pair of Rallycross legends from legendary Rallycross dynasty families. So we thought we'd put them to test with the giant noughts and crosses, which you saw earlier, and then a quiz for which Hal Ridge wrote the questions, because of course there's nobody in the whole world that knows more about Rallycross, potentially maybe than Johan, but we're about to find out whether or not that's correct. So have a look at this. It was a competition to decide who was the champion ahead of deciding who the champion is today.
Dobson won his home round at the European Rallycross Championship at Arvika in 1998. But who was black flagged in the final?
Han måste vara.
Det här är ju, it's before our time in Rallycross.
Det måste ju vara.
Jo, men jag vet det. Mr Black Flag.
Ja, då we're ready. So show our answers. Martin Skanke, yeah, that could work as well. Oh! Uh-huh.
P2 then. How many OMSE Fiesta supercars have been built?
I mean, how this could be a trick question.
Yeah, because it's your own cars, you have to know all the chassis number as well.
Yeah, I know.
Ja, okej.
Vänta. Vänta, vi hörde vad ni sa så vi... Nej, jag skojar. Okej, we are ready.
This is the trick question, I'm not sure.
We have 28 minus 2, Gymkhana and touring car. So now I'm sure there's come a KMS question here where I need to step up my memory.
I'm not sure that it's easier, to be honest.
Hey Tommy, I will sign a book for you later on. You can learn a little stuff for the next time.
I can sign my book if you can read.
Then I know who get the black flag 98.
I never get any black flag.
No.
Johan Kristoffersson won the opening round of World RX at Höljes ahead of Matthias Ekström in 2020. What was the winning margin?
The opening round. We've never done the opening round here.
Yeah. You did the opening round in Rallyx. So.
No, not the... Yeah.
When was that?
Oh, I know. I know. Yeah, I know. I know. Now I know. So that could be...
It's less than 1 lap.
Oh, that's good. It was raining 2020.
Ooh.
Oh, no. That was the first lap.
Who won the opening round of Rallyx 2021?
Opening round of World RX?
Rallyx.
21.
It's good that I'm there and listen.
Yep, that was a hard one.
I have guessed on Ulrich Linnemann.
How many different winners have there been in junior cross car in Rallyx 2023?
Oh, fuck. I know.
Får man extra poäng om man skriver namnen?
Hallonen. Laukanen.
Koskenkorva.
Ja, då visa inte det här nu för dem här. Nu håller vi undan. Okej.
Som att vi skulle.
Now we don't know, but we think this is is good.
Let's go. 1, 2. Bra.
If you want to win,
I say 5. I say 5, but what is it? No. Okay.
Which two drivers have the highest podium rate in Nitro Rallycross? The top class, either Supercar or Group E.
But this is their home. This is the home.
How is the rate? Do you need a percentage of races?
if you do one race and win one race, then you are high. Okay.
Oh.
Ready? Yep. 1, 2. Yes. You can't be 100%.
I should not complain more that you should know.
Extra man. Where did I get Timmy Hansen?
I don't know. I ask if I should write, but you say you should write. I don't know.
How many different car models have been on the podium in Rallyx 2023?
On the podium?
In
Rallyx.
Rallyx.
Ah! Ooh! Med two-wheel drive och grejer.
Aha.
Brands or models? But the brands.
On the brand.
That's a brand.
Yeah.
Model is a Civic.
Civic is a. Oh yes.
Easy.
Oi.
Wow.
Really?
6.
Then it is only 2.
Yeah, we have right. 6. We say 6.
Oh, it's even more close now then. Okay.
Two drivers are tied on most wins in Rallyx cross car history. How many wins does each of those drivers have?
Esa-Pekka Koskenkorva har 14 segrar och Nisse-Pisse Per och
Going
Karl
all the
har
years.
12.
We are ready.
Ready. Oh, fan. Yeah, oh shit, we slint with a pan. Oh, sorry.
4 wins.
4 wins most. In one season or in
one day or in...
Who won Supercar at Rallyx Höljes 2018?
Single header or double header?
Singular.
Are you sure?
Yep.
I'm not sure. 2018.
Yep.
Martin Skanke has quit already.
Yeah. But not Eklund.
No. So I think you're right. You look so determined out, Johan. Are you?
I don't know. I have no idea. I don't know any of these two guys.
Dead even.
No one.
Ah.
Jag hade det.
Det hade vi väl? As we as well.
We as well.
And the winner is Kevin and Andrea.
Well done.
Nu ska jag bryta som båda två.
Gjorde du också?
Yeah.
I know him.
I never liked that hell really.
With the blue board. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you guys. Good game.
Thank you. Thank you.
I never liked that Hal, really, is what we heard there, isn't it? I think, Hal?
Cheers, Tommy.
Yeah, thanks, Tommy. What very good fun. Johan, you were very disappointed there to lose the question that was specifically written for you, weren't you?
Yeah, that was a bit annoying. But yeah, I have to say, it didn't feel like they had so big advantage on how many answers they got right. But now when I see it, I mean, they were just dominating us.
Are you appalled at your performance?
Sorry?
Are you appalled at your performance?
Appalled?
Appalled, not happy, very bad.
Yeah, very bad. Yeah, nah, but we got some right, but even with some luck, I think we wouldn't even if we got Brinterson right and the question about me and Ekström right, it wouldn't be enough anyway. So, but yeah, that's how it is. Quite impressive though that they got all the Fiestas right.
I know.
26 plus 2, that was a good one.
We were sat in the car with Hal and we were like, I said, you can't do that question. It's too much in their favour. I said, it's got to be a trick question. And you straight were like, this will be a trick question.
I know how he works. He's going to try to fool me.
Yeah.
So
I can't believe you got it. That was very good.
That was very good, yeah.
That was fun.
Yeah. I like how you both wrote Thomas Brinderson, rubbed it out, and then wrote Oliver Solberg for the final question.
Yeah, I know that Oliver won the opening round in Greenland. Because of that, I watched his race before I went there for the first time myself last week. But I didn't watch Höljes. So, but I knew that Brinderson was in there. But yeah. So we both wrote it, and then we was like, and then we.
And you both crossed it out, and then both went for Oliver. Yeah. Got it wrong.
Yeah. Damn it, Oliver.
It felt like Oliver. I don't know why
because he won the championship. You know, when you win the last. Even if you win today on P2, I win by 1 point. So even then, I feel like I'm the winner.
It was funny watching you think as well, mate. You were so determined to win, and your dad, I don't know, I haven't got a clue, I have no idea. Like, yeah, brilliant.
I missed so many of his, fun, what do you call it?
Tommy, the little comments.
When we did it, because I was so
with a pen.
Yeah.
So good. So good.
Tommy is very funny.
Yeah, he is. So have you guys, look, you got a big championship to settle. We have such a good laugh in this series. It's been a brilliant season. I know, Johan, you missed one. Kevin, you've had a great year. You're on great form. How are you feeling ahead of the last couple of races of the year?
I mean, of course, it's good. Actually, quite happy with Q4 in terms of pace here. So maybe I can try to do something. Q3, I really needed to win there to get some points and get by Yuri to be P2. Then we would have a separate semis. But now we are in the same here, and. Yeah, it's going to be tough. Johan has been strong. We find some pace. Is it enough? We'll see. But generally, a very good year. Also in Nitrocross in USA, I had a very good start. So
3 races, 3 podiums. It's going well.
Yeah, I mean, getting the kid, family life is stable now. So when you're 20, what am I now? 27. Maybe that's it turns around. I'm getting older. I get more. I don't do around outside every time. I try the inside as well.
Every other time.
Yeah.
Around the outside. And Johan,
can you guys see that he's a carbon copy of his father when he's talking and standing?
We really needed Timmy here as well, didn't we? So we could have Timmy and
he did the best life in his world, the best laps that he pushed so much for the last 2 laps.
I want Kenneth in it next time too. We got to go. Who else can we get? There must be more rallycross families we can get involved. We need some sort of assault course or something maybe next year, don't we?
Eklund.
Yeah,
Eklund. Pat and Pat himself.
That would be brilliant, wouldn't it?
Do you think Eklund would be up for the assault course?
Solberg's, of course.
Larsson would be good here.
And Larsson,
Right, okay, so I think we need 6 cars, 6 father and son pairs. Gronholms.
We need 12 cars then.
Okay.
Because we need one each.
Let us, Let us know in the comments, who do you want to see in some sort of a family race-off? I'm thinking across the different categories, so we do 1 cross car, 1 open 2-wheel drive.
Oh, that would be cool.
It'd be good, wouldn't it?
I want to do the open 2-wheel drive.
Do you?
Yeah.
In what car?
It doesn't matter.
Just anything with 5,000 horsepower and rear-wheel drive?
Yeah, and no power under 4,000 RPM.
No. Okay, perfect.
Okay, easy. No prop shaft and no ELS in the supercar.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, that's true.
Sweet. Why not?
I'll try it. Maybe not today.
Yeah, maybe not today. Maybe not today. Well, we've still got a couple of Swedish races to go behind us, but I'm guessing you guys are going to need to go and get yourselves ready. You're in the same semi-final. The championship lead is 4 points at the minute, Johan. So, Kevin, you need to try and beat him in the semi, really.
Yeah, I mean, my goal today was to get to P2 there, so we would get separate semis, because then I would have dropped 1 point, and it would have been hopefully 3 going into the final.
But now, if you win semi-final on P2, we are 3 points separating. If you win on P2, it's equal points. Who win?
Kevin on countback, he's got more wins. If it finished the championship equal on points, that's me massively assuming that that's the rule in Rallyx. Kevin, you must know because you run the series.
I don't know. How many wins do you have? You won 1 in Kovala.
They're up
3.
there. Look.
3
Kevin
wins.
Eriksson, 3
then
wins.
If you get if you get the win, you'd win anyway. So if Kevin got the win, he'd have 4 to your 2, so he would win. So if you finish, so basically, if Kevin wins the semi,
I have to win.
Yeah. Well, you were planning on trying anyway, but yeah, if Kevin wins the semi, then that could,
3
it could
points.
be a tie.
But okay, so if I win the semi,
then you can.
and he wins the final on P2, I'm champion because he 1 point more.
Yeah.
2 point more actually.
Hold on.
Because it's 4 now.
Even be third.
It's 4 now.
Yeah.
So it will be 5 going into the final.
Yeah.
So then if he wins, he get 8 points.
You'd get 5 for P2.
Yeah. So I could be even P3.
Third.
No, then we have the same points, aren't we?
No, 4. Then we have same points.
Yeah, 8-4.
So you could be. So if Kevin wins the semi and the final, is what you're saying?
Then he wins.
Yes.
If I win the semi and he win the final, I'm P3. I'm champion.
You see, this is why me and Hal will one day be fired. At some point, they're going to retire. They're extremely good at this and the whole live maths
I think
thing.
we're safe for a while, to be
Do
honest.
you? Yeah, they're not done. They're
I
not-
hope so.
Yeah.
And you have a couple other tight battles to see before. I guess it's very tight.
Hey,
in all the fields,
honestly, it is. That's roughly it. If you can read my terrible spider writing.
Yeah, but you got a proper spreadsheet here, so it's no
yeah,
problem.
Yeah, this is. If you could see it, well, I can show you it roughly.
82.
You're looking for
There
Kirsten,
it
he's
is.
behind. Oh,
That's
there he
it.
is.
There it is. Yeah. That's it there. It's there's 2 positions settled. Bolevsky has 3rd in Supercar. He can't beat you guys. He can't be beaten. And Oman has 3rd in Supercar Am. He again can't beat the guys in front. Can't be
okay,
beaten
so we are
behind.
isolated.
Yeah. So you guys here, it's just a straight fight. Yeah. I mean, 3 points between the top 3 in cross-car, incredible. And then here there's only 11 points, but it's here. Look, it's 3 points between the top 2 in cross-car junior. And that, Supercar Am is a straight race.
Whoever first.
Tam or ranks, whoever is in front is the Supercar
So
Am
they
champion.
will do semi-final. So they get points for semi-final.
They don't. Which is look at how beautifully crossed out the semi-final square is. Yeah.
So it's a straight fight within the final. And who starts on pole and where is?
Hold on, grid for that's down there. Hal.
Nice. That would be nice.
I think Ikonen must have pole, no?
Ikonen and Oman on the front row. They're on row 2. That doesn't sound
cool.
like a crash in turn 1
so
at all, does it?
it is ranks on P3, Tam on P4.
Yeah.
Ranks losing some car lengths in the start.
Oh, yeah, but then he's inside, isn't he? Does he go straight to the Joker from inside on row 2? But then he puts himself in
difficult
traffic.
also for Tam to know how he's going to do with the traffic.
Yeah. And
if he just sticks with them or if he jokers.
Because but you've got Toren and Johansson at the back, and I think you don't want to be behind them. You want to hope that. I think all 4 go standard lap on the first lap, and I think these.
they all
you have
Joker?
Well, one of these 2 will Joker, won't you? If the top 4 will go through, unless I mean.
I predict there won't be 6 cars in turn 2.
Okay. How predicts? What is it?
No. Oh, you saw Öhman in Q3?
Yeah.
Oh, when he was crossed up over the first.
Yeah,
oh,
and Oliver as well. Oliver did the same thing, absolutely sideways.
Were you agreeing or disagreeing with
with what?
There not being 6 cars in turn 2?
No.
There's a line in one of the Rocky movies, isn't there, Hal?
No, it's not. I don't agree.
You think there will be?
Think they all
you
will
mean
be?
Huh?
You think all 6 cars will make it to turn 2 in the Pro-Am final?
Yeah.
Okay.
There we go.
You think someone is stranded in the beach?
Something will happen.
No, it's fine.
How's like the bloke who played it was in one of the Rocky films says, what's your prediction? My prediction's pain. That's what Hal thinks is going to happen in between turn 1 and turn 2 is pain, basically.
It's like how when I did cross-country skiing, that's the only thing you knew when you were on the start line. It's going to hurt like hell.
How do you think you're going to get on today? I don't want to do it.
Yeah.
It's too much.
Yeah, that's
much.
the only time I was nervous because I knew it's going to hurt so much.
Well, that's
this is like a holiday compared to when you go here.
You did that to quite a high level, didn't you? The cross-country skiing.
Yeah. I was in Torsby, just 1 hour from here, for 4 years in that school.
Yeah.
And was trying to. I did 4 years. I started when I was 7, and in school from 16 to 20 years old, I tried to be as good as I could.
And then decided that it hurt too much. She'd come and do motorsport.
No, then
instead.
decided that I'm going to try out motorsport, and I'm still trying it out.
Yeah.
So
do you like it or not?
No, I'll stay for a few more years, I think.
it's a yes. It's a yes.
Yeah.
Awesome. Right, look, we're going to let you guys go. Very best of luck to you both.
Thank you very
Kevin,
much.
good luck.
Cheers,
okay.
Good luck, mate.
Yeah.
Put on a great
Kevin.
show for us. And, thank you, guys. All right, take care.
Yeah.
See you later
See
on.
you.
Send
Ciao.
it. Cheers. Ciao, ciao. There we go.
What great sports. The fact
Yeah.
that they shook each other's hand before they leave.
Yeah, without us
I
even
genuinely
saying.
don't think either of them will be... Of course, they're going to be gutted if they don't win it, but I think they'll appreciate what the other driver has achieved. Johan hasn't done all the rounds. Kevin's driving arguably a more difficult car, especially this weekend. Can't wait.
Yeah, me too. They're just good fun, aren't they? They are just good fun. Right, now I need to put my paperwork back now.
I'll tell you what, also, because we've got a bit of time, I challenge anyone to get a pair of athletes at the absolute top of their discipline in any sport discipline
to come and do that.
To join, I don't know. In theory, they could be in the car in 15 minutes.
Yeah.
You know, this is before the World Cup semi-final in Rallyx terms. Johan Kristoffersen's a 5-time world champion. He's used to competing against the best drivers in the world, genuinely the best drivers in the world. And they're here having a laugh just before they get in the car and do what they do.
And he's got to compete. You know, he is competed against one of the best rallycross drivers in the world, isn't he? Kevin, who's in a great
but I also mean
form.
best drivers in the world. I genuinely believe that top-level rallycross drivers are right up there with others in other motorsport disciplines, because you look at Johan Kristoffersen, goes circuit racing, wins, goes rallying, does better than the rally drivers that are rallying all the time, smashes people out the park in rallycross, as do people like Kevin Eriksson.
Compare them to the likes of Ekstrom, who's DTM champion. You know,
dominated seasons of DTM,
and then comes in rallycross at that level,
but also doesn't excel all the time.
Yeah.
You know, you get people. Sebastian Loeb didn't dominate, and it's not dominating in the series over different cars. Sebastian Loeb didn't dominate Timmy Hansen ever.
Yeah.
They were very similar, which then shows the credibility of Timmy Hansen.
The level of the top rallycross drivers, and the ability to multi-discipline, I think. Switch off that extra mic, please. The ability to multi-discipline, I think, is the difference, isn't it? Is the difference. I'm just talking to the TV truck. We're just sorting some stuff out. I've realised that I had track sounds turned on, Hal, so it was very, very loud in my ears. I was wondering, why am I hearing all these cars? That's why, you muppet, Coley. It's been a long year-ish. What are we on, September? How is it September?
I have no idea.
It's flown by.
I'm gutted it's the last round of the season.
Yeah, me too. Me too. What's going on in the comments? Right. Eriksson wide with the floor to Kristoffersen, but on track we'll see. Very funny. I simply love this television. Thank you, Gattis. Much appreciated. Missed half of the Rally Extremes this year. Still going to miss it in the off-season. Shamil, go back and watch them. There's tons of time. Yeah, watch them in the off-season. There we go. Tiger, someone says. Well, that's a bit of a random question, isn't it? You going back, Hal? Where are you going?
I think they're talking about, when we were talking about who's going to win, I think they're...
OK, people giving their predictions. What we got? What engine is in a light? It is a Mount Tune.
Yeah.
2.4, normally aspirated. What else you got? Get the snacks ready. Good for you. I'd like some Rallyx Legends. I really, talking about that.
Can we jump?
Yeah, sorry. Did you think it was a midge?
Why did I jump so much? God, those midges last night.
So,
I won the quad race. We didn't talk about that.
You did. Talking about, Hal, stop it. What are you looking at? Can't read all the comments.
I'm not reading all of them. I'm just scanning.
Go on then, scan to the bottom.
We've got plenty of time, mate.
Yeah, true. Is that? Oh, that's Crossguard Junior. At least they're coming.
Oh, there they are. Look in the horizon.
Talking about legends, I love the idea when you get into it. The Larsens, the Hansens, the Kristoffersens.
I don't think
the
it would be
Erikssons,
particularly
the
fair
Solbergs, the
driving
Gronholms. I don't care.
No, but you'd have to have a number of challenges, wouldn't you?
Yeah, you've got to do different things. Yeah. Yes, but mate, just those 6 families alone. Do people not? Do you want to see that? I want to see that.
1,000,000%.
What in though? Like, do we?
Lots of challenges. Can you imagine how...
I want to see lots of different cars as well as challenges. It should be a bit of all. Cross-country skiing's off the list.
Unless you fancy pain.
That seems a little unfair, doesn't it?
But like we had at the Magic Weekend in 2020, we want Nicholas Gronholm and Marcus Gronholm to come and share a car. We want the Erikssons to share a car again.
The Hansens?
Yeah.
The Larsens?
Kenneth's driving this weekend in Loex, so warming himself up for a comeback.
He is. Terrifyingly as well, we're now getting into the next generation. It's going to be a few years, but there's the next generation Hansen, Eriksson. There's the next generation Larsen coming, if you haven't seen the news. Many congratulations to Robin Larsen. There's the next generation Backerud here already.
God, that does make you feel old,
Johan saying earlier on today that Colin, his son, is going to be competing in, what was it, he's going to put him in soon?
He's already racing in Crosscar. He missed his debut because he was racing in Extreme E.
But how you can imagine, can't you, Johan, going, Colin, we need to look at the data.
Colin going, bye, Dad, I'm off playing my bike.
I'm just going to ride my bike around. And terrifyingly as well, actually, is the fact that me and Hal were in the paddock when Oliver Solberg was riding his bike around the paddock. That's pretty scary, mate. That's pretty scary.
Jan Backerud was only just old enough to drive.
I've got a picture of when I first met Backerud on the back of a pickup truck at Liddon Hill in 2013, I think. Did he come to a British round to try the supercar?
Yeah, engine went in the final.
There you go.
Finished
6th. That was when it was.
He was in Liam Duran's seat and he was moving around in each corner, like just sliding around in the seat.
Hi, Liam. Yeah, we both looked a bit younger in that one. But it's been a pleasure. It has been a pleasure. It's not over yet, hopefully.
What, Rallycross or this weekend?
The career.
Oh, yeah. Well, fortunately, Johan wants to continue. When do you get Per Eklund up here?
Racing Families, Tiger. Yeah, great shout.
Oh, of course, yeah, Simon Tiger. When do you get Per Eklund up here? I would love to have Per up here. Unfortunately, we'd be here quite a while because he's got a lot to say.
Okay, just quickly, get a drummer. Sorry, I'm the drum and bass farmer. Go get Rallyx on ice back. Yes, I want to see Rallyx on ice. You were lucky enough to come out for it. I've been up and seen the Race of Champions, and obviously we had a couple of ice races in Nitrocross. But I really want a Rallyx on ice event. Yeah.
They were good. They were good, especially here. 2015 here was cool.
It
really
doesn't
cool.
help, unfortunately, that the weather has changed a little bit, and it's tricky getting. It's tricky getting the snow, isn't it? You didn't show the quad race. Yeah, we showed it earlier. You missed it.
I won. Just FYI.
He did. He won by about 8 seconds. He took a lot of risks, and there's absolutely no way that he avoided all the trees. One of the cones, well, it doesn't matter. Really doesn't matter that much. Well, it matters to Hal.
Yeah, I won.
He did win. I can live with it.
I established that you don't press the brake if you want to go forward.
You made it. There wasn't a microphone on it. You might have heard me go, because I had my right foot sat on the
I was like,
brake.
oh, did your finger slip off the throttle or something? He was like, no, I was pressing the brake.
What a prat. There we are. Thank you, Ola. Much appreciated. Looking back at 2003 WRC and seeing Baby Oliver. Yeah, it's crazy, isn't it? Hi lads, Andrew, I got an RC race I'm heading out to soon. Alan Manriquez, I think that's Alan from California, who's probably heading to, he does races RC monster trucks, which is interesting. I'm trying to line up an RC race later on this year with Andreas Backer. I don't think he knows about it yet, so if he's watching, we'll see. How is the 2024 calendar looking like? Is it still in the works? Yeah, it's still in the works. We had a little chat about it yesterday. We can't really reveal anything about it. Andreas Eriksson said he's looking for stability in the short term, so I wouldn't expect any major changes, which is fair enough. I think this year's been really good. Last couple of years have been stellar. The last few years have been stellar, but he's looking for some consistency and stability to keep growing the series. Good idea.
There's a question there from Victor Janssen. How many Finnish podium lockouts have there been in junior cross car this year? I'm just looking at the stats. I think in 7 rounds there's been 6 Finnish lockouts.
Really?
Because when Ylälami, Uito and Hallonen haven't been on the podium, it's been...
Turpinen
and... Turpinen, sorry. Turpinen and Alexi Suono. The only non-Finn to finish on the podium is Oliver Solli.
Oi, oi, oi.
And actually... Also in Supercar, interestingly, only one Audi podium in Supercar Pro, which is remarkable given that Backwards raced.
Yeah.
Who raced it last weekend? Gosh, it's gone. Evian. Val was so quick.
Yeah, Jens Val.
Yeah, mad.
Indeed.
Who raced the Audis at Tjerp?
Hal?
Oh, we'll ask him now. 2 seconds.
Oh, yeah.
Who raced the Audi in Tjerp? Who raced the Audi in Tjerp? What? In Tjerp? Who raced the Audi? That's why. I knew Daniel Turenne, but I was sure they usually run more than one, but they didn't. It was Daniel Turenne.
There we go.
Joe was like, what? What?
I think we could hear him, to be honest, even on my microphone. I know that you could hear a lot of sound when Johan was on the extra mic, so we'll arrange a 4th headset for next year. Okay, let's get into a little bit of championship mode. Junior cross cars are behind us. This blue cross car here, look at the pointing. The weather in the north, blah, blah, blah. There's the point. That's Michael Uito here. This is Lauri Hallonen. And this is Jonathan Ylälami. So Jonathan Ylälami is in, hold on, where's my little list? Oh, wow, there's a lot of paper here.
Shall I spoil your thunder?
Yeah, Uito leads on 174. Ylälami is in P2 on 171. Hallonen is in P3 on 163.
And that's a change because coming here, it was Ylälami at the top of the standings.
It was indeed. So Uito's had a couple of brilliant weekends, hasn't he? After a not great weekend in Finland, it was
a shocker at his home round. And you remember, for those who've been watching all year, he was the blue cross car that went over the bank on the outside up the hill before the jump, and that was could have been season over there really. So Good recovery for him.
He's on 1, 2, 3 wins. Yolalami is on 1, 2, 3 wins. I suppose there is a chance of a draw there, Hal, between them. There's 3 points between them. Remember, there's 6 points for a win in a semi-final. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Top 2 only are going through because we've got 3 semi-finals in junior cross car. So should Yolalami and Hallinan not make it, obviously Uito would be the champion. And the same goes. Remember, if somebody makes a final, the minimum they can score unless they get disqualified is 1 point. So when somebody goes through it, it's a 1. If the others don't make it, obviously they get some points in their semi, and then that's their total done. So you can see why the points are quite complicated. But
and
I have to say, I do like it.
We have just spent
25
half an hour working
yeah.
out the permutations, trying to work out at what stage someone is champion or not. So, for example, in the semi-finals, it's 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1 for the points.
Yeah.
If our driver, and we won't use specific examples because it's way too complicated, but if our driver finishes 4th and gets 3 points and someone wins, do they become champion even before they're into the final? And there's all these complications to work out. But it also changes, especially with Supercar, for example, with Kristoffersson and Ericsson. So it could be won in the semi-finals if Kevin wins and Johan finishes last. But if Johan finishes 5th and Kevin wins, then that's different again. So it's so complicated.
Forgive us if we're not getting it right, and there may be an occasion where someone crosses the line and we can't call it. We need to do a bit of maths.
I'm confident.
That's the way it's going to go. Good for you, Hal. Good for you.
Skins, as you would say.
Yeah.
Whatever that means.
One thing we can tell you is if Tiger makes the final, he will be the champion. So he has an 11-point lead over Johansson. So just making the final is enough for Tiger. Whatever happens with Johansson, for him to do it. So even if Johansson wins and Tiger comes P3, he would be the champion.
We haven't had time to go and see Victor, have we? But
there goes Ronald Spalding on a bike. Oh, you've missed it.
Yeah, so Victor had problems in Q4, so if they haven't got on top of those, then it's going to be tricky for him to catch back up.
Yeah, it'd be a tough ask of him to make it through to the final. Right, Hallinan down on the grid.
It felt tense in the paddock. Now, there's moments in rallycross history that have felt tense, and usually it's before. It used to be when I wasn't commentating and I was in the pre-grid. It used to be always the pre-grid before the semi-finals in World RX. In 15, 16, there used to be an amazing tension. Not down there anymore, so it's not quite the same. From my experience, there was a real tension after Q4 in the paddock. Normally there's people everywhere, people on their bikes, pottering around, chatting. There wasn't really anyone around anywhere. People were doing their own thing. And it's not an intentional thing, is it? It's just we're getting to the end of the event, we're getting to the end of the season, need to fully focus, people don't potter around as much.
No.
Yeah, I felt the tension already, and now it's building even more because we're small delay.
I wake up on the final day and you know it's a big day. You know, it's,
I woke up with a headache this morning. I was just like,
to this event.
No, not today, don't be ill today.
I come to this event and you just know. We've got somebody saying they're loving the pit ambience with the commentary, which makes me think that potentially the Swedish race noise is in the background, Hal, on the broadcast. But I don't know because we don't hear the broadcast in the same way you guys do until we're racing. What else are we saying? Question for Hal. What is the weirdest rallycross fact you know? Goodness me.
Where is that?
It is halfway down. See?
No. Oh, yeah.
Fatty Toaster 016.
I mean, how weird do you want to go?
Weird. But not the sort of weird that gets us cancelled. No, a couple of great stories that get us cancelled.
Lots of cancelable stories.
I never told the one about Vesa. I can tell that one. Do you want me to tell it?
Yeah, okay.
So Vesa was our EVS operator, which is the replay machine. He's a very tall Finn who likes death metal and is covered in tattoos. And he was in the sauna in one of the
sauna.
In the where was it? One of the places we stay is Cecilback, one of the ski lodges. He was in the sauna. For some reason, I think he set fire to the bucket or something, put it on top of the coals, and then the smoke alarm went off. So he went outside the sauna to try and stop the smoke alarm going off, had his hands up towards the smoke alarm. So he's a naked Finn covered in tattoos, and he was facing the bedroom of one of our senior TV members who opened the door to find out why the fire alarm was going off and was greeted by a 6'2" Finn with long hair and death metal tattoos with his hands over his head, stark naked. There you go.
Wow.
Vesa, hello, mate, if you're watching, you legend. We shared a very, very big vat of long drink in Oulu, didn't we? But not for very long, because... what else are we looking? Where can you get one of those Nordic RX Gilets shirts?
I would like one.
So basically, Hal is wearing mostly borrowed uniform. I got some stuff from last year. This is my own personal item. These here, I like the zippies. We've had quite a few people ask for merch, Hal. What are we going to do about that? Have I put the cable through the gilet? No.
That would have been funny. Yeah.
It would, wouldn't it? I've done things like that before. So no, we don't have any merch, but if you want some, DM Kevin Eriksson.
I've got some Rallycross, weirdest Rallycross facts. There's some long-winded ones which I could elaborate on social media if people really wanted to. How Rallycross might not have started had it been for certain scenarios. I've always meant to write about that in an article, actually.
Write it.
And also how it's Mercedes' fault that World RX didn't go electric when it planned to in 2018, but that's also very long-winded.
There's a short version of that, but we're not going to give it to you because we were going to keep you in suspense, make you go for the long one.
Well, not Mercedes' fault, but it was a
there was
what do you call it when the things fall over? Domino effect. The things fall over. Sliding doors. What if?
Apparently the Swedish Championship's finished, finally. Oh, did you notice they overran by 20 minutes?
Not finals. They've got to come back for the finals yet.
Well, yeah, it's over for now.
It's not over.
No.
Over and over and over.
Henke's talking to us. Oh, a couple of minutes, apparently.
I can't hear Henke.
Can you not?
No.
Turn your talk back up.
It's up.
Talk back to this one.
No, I'm here for talk back.
No, I don't
they're
think
both
you are.
up.
No, that's the button.
No, they're both up, though. Look.
Henke, talk to Hal. He reckons he can't hear you. Because I didn't push Hal's buttons. Now he's pushing Hal's buttons. There we go. Henke's our director. Big thank you to the TV team, in case we don't have time to do this later on. They are working double time this weekend. So last weekend, the Norwegian guys had their own TV, which was separate to us. This time, our TV truck is doing both series. So they have a lot of work to do, and that's why we can't cut around quite so much, and you have to spend so long looking at myself and Hal's ugly mug.
And for context, imagine trying to... So what they're doing is they're cutting the Swedish Championship races while we're on air.
Yeah.
So they're
two streams
managing
going out
us
of one track.
and the track stuff, which is hard.
But yeah, Henke, who's a first year on Rallyx and has done a great job. Peter Hellman, Kalle, the guys are all in all the different events. Well done, guys. It's a big team effort. And when I say a big team effort, it's a big effort from a very small team. The smallest team I work with on TV. So yeah, well done, guys. And I'm glad you lot at home have enjoyed it. Please do like and subscribe. I want to see the little heart thing light up. But most of all, we just want to see a few more subscribers ahead of next year. Yo, there's a kid down here with an ice cream. Look, there he goes. Wave, there we go. Nice one,
Come
dude.
back. No.
Get us an ice cream.
Boo.
Been mugged off. Okay, let's go. Championships to settle. Back into professional mode. Michael Uito, top qualifier. 3 out of the 4 session wins. The other one was won by Hampus Hagström with an outstanding drive. And we are about to get these kids, and remember they are kids, their age, what is it, 11, Hal, or 12, 11? I can remember, 11 through to 15. And they really are very talented indeed. There's a big entry here this weekend, so there are 18 cross-car juniors. That affects us because only the top 2 will go through. Michael Uito, he's on pole in this first race. He's the championship leader by 3 points from Gililami and Hallinan, who you will see in the next race. So, obviously, if one of them doesn't make it, then Uito will be the champion. But Uito's got to make it first of all, because if he doesn't make it, things are going to get interesting. It's Hagström alongside him on that front row. And remember, Hagström was very impressive indeed earlier on today in Q3. Here we go. Will the championship be decided here? Can Uito get one last good start, stick himself in the final, give himself the best possible chance? Kinnunen, Rolfsmalm, Sebon, Soderholm and Jensen on the back rows, but for me it's all about the front row. Hagström versus Uito. Longest hold in the history of Rallycross, and a brilliant start by Uito. Gonna get to turn 1 first, absolutely destroys them off the line, turns in. And as we've said quite a few times today, that's part 1 of the job done. Doesn't get taken out in turn 2, which is your most likely place if there's anybody who's had an errant line. And yeah, Uito with it all crossed up as he comes through the left-hander in the lead.
Absolutely no way he was going to get taken out in turn 2 because he was so far ahead of the pack. Also driving with a tiny bit of caution as well, keeping off the curb on the turn 2 jump. Brilliant awareness from Uito not to break the car this early in the semi-finals, but he just did exactly what he needed to do, nailing the start, getting ahead, and now it's all just about executing a nice, neat and tidy race.
Yeah, 5 laps to go in this. In the background there, that is Soderholm coming in hot. behind Kinnunen. Bigger jump, just a little lock up in behind. Uito with a 50.3, Hagström with a 50.8. None of the top 4 jokering yet. Rosbaum, Sebom and Jensen went, and this time in the background, who's gone? Soderholm? Yeah, Soderholm's gone joker. This will be to try and cover off Rosbaum, Sebom, who comes through in the 88. So that gives you an idea as well that I would say Kinnunen is in danger too, Hal, because Kinnunen was pretty close with Soderholm.
Yeah, and remember, 2 go up from the semi-finals this time. We've had we've had 3 going up with only 2 semi-finals at most of the rounds. Now we've got 3 semi-finals for Crosscar Junior, which means 2 drivers go up. Hagström looks to the inside of Uito into the final corner, but Uito's opened up the corner to have the best line. Neat and tidy from the reigning champion. He's moved back into the championship lead after qualifying. Hagström's on a big charge. Soderholm charging in the background as well.
Kinnunen's gone joker. This is to try and cover off. I think he's too late. It's 2.6, and he's going to get swallowed up. He's certainly have a tricky merge if he doesn't. And he does. Drops from P3 down to P6. So now, Hal, Uito and Hagström, remember, without the spotters, they're so good, aren't they? Of course, Rosbaum Sebel's just done past his lap.
Yeah, so a 49.7. That's a 10th quicker than Uito. So Hagström could be the one.
What's the gap though? What's the gap back to him? It was 4.9.
2.6 from Hagström.
So is it enough?
No, I think Hagström's in danger here.
Cool, okay, so Uito then, plus 0.7, wait for that gap back and then do a bit of minus. Oh, no, it's 5.1 now. What's happened there? It's like it's gone up enormously.
Yeah, it has.
So it's now 5.1, look, between P2 and P3. Oh, you're absolutely miles in front. Probably, or potentially, how this battle is going on in the background. So be waiting for them to joker, but I think Rosbaum Sebom will know that the distance ahead they are is not going to happen.
Uito smashes the fastest lap of the race with a 49.2. So, yeah, on a charge. Hagström's going with him, though. Hagström's driven well this weekend.
Yeah, the only person to win a session other than Uito. You're on lap 4 out of 5.
They'll both joker this time around. Always slightly risky to follow into the joker. With the option, I would not do it, personally, just because if Uito does drop it for some inexplicable reason, you're going to arrive at that accident, aren't you? But you can also rely on someone as good as Uito being nice, neat and tidy and not dropping it.
They're both running speed cars too, you wonder, don't you, in terms of settings, how close they are, because they're looking extremely close together on pace. It's so smooth and they're so accurate. Uito through the left-hander, up at the velodrome, just a few gears down the straight now, sit it on the limiter for a little while. He leads the standings by 3 points from Yulilami and Hallinan, and this was the thing he had to do. Had to stick the car in the final, put it in the final, and then all the pressure's on Hallinan and Yulilami. Remember, they have to be in the top 2 when they're both in the same semi-final, and there's a load of talent in there. So your championship leader, Michael Uito, goes through to the final and makes himself the favourite to pick up the junior cross-car crown. Hampus Hagström goes too. And Hallinan and Yulilami will be in the next one. Look at that start, just miles in front. Slot 1's been working well all day.
As semi-finals go, that was a calm one. Just building the tension. I suspect, Andrew, that not all the semi-finals in the next hour or so are going to be quite as
tidy as that. Yes, the youngest people in the paddock with the oldest heads on their shoulders.
Yeah, Uito's probably managing the pace there. I don't need to set another fastest lap. Just be nice, neat and tidy.
Checkered flag for championship leader and favourite Michael Uito. We might not have been saying that, I think, prior to Grenland with what had happened in Finland, but a brilliant performance by him there. Many took a clean sweep, all the qualifying sessions. TQ, semi-final win, final win. Here he's missed out on one qualifying session to Hampus Hagström, who goes through to the final with him. But Uito will be on the front row. He'll be in pole on the inside line as the TQ. Remember, 3 will go through. Depends on where their qualifying positions are as to whether they're row 1 or row 2. Hallinan was second in quali, so if Hallinan wins this, he would be on the front row, wouldn't he, Hal? And what happens if Hallinan goes through in P2?
It depends who else goes through.
If Yulilami wins it and Hallinan goes through P2, does Yulilami get front row? Not sure.
If Yulilami wins and Hallinan goes through in P2,
Yeah, because Hallinan was second in qualifying, but Yulilami would have beaten him in the semi, so I'm not sure how it works when you... Anyway, look, doesn't matter. They've both got to get there. That's the point. If they're in the final, I think we know there's only going to be 2 cars on the front row.
Yulilami would be on the front row, but he wouldn't be ahead of front row of Lunalander if he was winning the 3rd semi-final.
Right. My brain's melting. I'm just going to deal with who goes through. So Hallinan, Ericsson, Yulilami, Pettersson, Svedland and Atterblad. You're looking at the cars left-hand side of your screen. The white 57 is Hallinan. The red and yellow 150 is Yulilami. They have to make the final if they want to keep their championship hopes alive. Hallinan with a great start. Yulilami comes up from row 2 to get inside. If Ericsson had shut the door there, that might have been a nightmare for him, but instead it was left wide open. Well, takes advantage, there's contact in behind him. Ericsson does well not to get taken out, but Hallinan leads from Yulilami, and the top 2, those in that championship fight at the minute, are in the box seats.
Yulilami will be very keen to beat Hallinan, but it's important that he doesn't lose sight of the job in hand and need to make the final. No spotters for the junior cross cars, remember, so when the packs are bunched up like this, it does not make it easy to work on the strategy yourself. Hallinan pulling an advantage down the hill in his unique-looking machine.
Ericsson attacking as well, or he certainly was attacking Yulilami on the run into the velodrome on the first lap. So Ericsson, look at the pace of Ericsson mid-corner, Hal. Like a little bit of a concertina effect, but he's closer on the exit. So Yulilami's in danger. There's only 4 tenths between them. Ericsson might well mix up the strategy here with the 2 at the rear gone, but he won't know that, and he does. So Alfred Ericsson could have a big impact on this race, and so could Pettersson. So Pettersson's gone too. The front 2 won't necessarily know that, although if they look in the mirrors, they might get a bit of a decent idea. So Ericsson leads that pack, and Hal, he looked quick to me.
It's tricky for Yulilami now, isn't it?
Awful.
What do you do? I mean, Ericsson's been 9th, 6th, 11th and 7th through the heats. Yulilami was 5th, 16th, 3rd and 17th. So I think Yulilami's probably got the lap time pace, but will a tiny bit of doubt creep into his mind and think, I need to cover him up because he was so close on the previous lap. Now closing on Hallinan, look visibly.
Really now, without the pressure from behind, it's what we were talking to Jarmo about earlier, in that you can take the lines you want and therefore increase your lap pace, yeah? So is he going to go Joker now? He does. Yes, he does. Right, Yulilami, this is for a place in the final. This is for a chance to lift the title. He's only 3 points behind, and he's going to come out clearly in front. Couple of brilliant laps. He's edged the gap on Ericsson. That was a mega Joker.
He smashed the fastest lap of the race with a 48.9 last time around. Hallinan had done a 49.1, so really delivered when he had to.
Yeah, didn't have that pressure of a car behind him, did he? And there you can open up the entrances to the corners.
And he'll have already decided, right, I'm going to Joker next lap.
Yeah, so push.
To have a big push here, Joker on the next lap. Now he can have a big push, knowing he was quicker than Hallinan last time around. Now Hallinan will know that Yulilami have been a bit closer. You're very aware when you can see behind how close the car is, so I wouldn't be surprised if Hallinan Jokers this time to try and cover off Yulilami.
Yeah. He'll at least want to go with him. Hallinan with a 48.9.
Jokering.
In he goes. Hallinan goes in. Back. Look at that. It's a great Joker as well. Flicks it the other way. He's going to come out. That's a brilliant Joker by Hallinan as well. I tell you what, these 3 title fighters have been so impressive. Best lap.
And Hallinan had made that decision as well. He did a 48.8, so he thought, right now I need to push and take a Joker.
Goes a 10th quicker than Yulilami went. This is how good these kids are, and if you saw them in the paddock, they are children, and they're the future of this sport. They're absolutely brilliant. They're putting in Ekstrom and Kristofferson style performances without the aid of a spot, without someone in their ear telling them what's going on. The title fight between them has been brilliant. They've got another lap to go, and I've got to be honest, I hope they both get a nice, clean, safe lapping, because I want to see them in the final.
So do I, absolutely. Hallinan will take a front row start by winning this semi-final. Yulilami might be on row 3 here if Lunalander wins the second semi, because Hans Hagstrom's already on the second row,
Yeah, I see what you mean. So yeah, it's about position first, isn't it? And then if you're one of the 3, bearing in mind you come from 3 different semis, it goes back to
much more
qualifying
complicated with the 3 semis. But
yeah,
so Yulilami will have a lot to do from there.
Nice bit of, I was going to say, attempted passing going on, and that was
effective passing.
Yeah, Ericsson getting it done, but with a tiny bit of contact. So Hallinan and Yulilami through the right-hander. Hallinan was 8 points off the back of Yulilami. This will see him only 7 points off the back of Yulilami. But they are both going through, and the junior cross-car title will go to the final race of the year for that category. Brilliant.
fantastic start, not only from Hallinan here, but from Yululami, who found brilliant traction. Did the fastest lap of the race on the final lap as well with a 48.3. So he found over a second in lap time on his push laps. This is when Yululami jokered to cover off those behind. Ericsson, wasn't it, that he was covering off? Big landing for Larry Hallinan. He's going to go rallying over the winter. Did a bit of rallying last winter. Who knows if we'll see him back here next season. Yululami close to the line with that fastest lap. Couldn't quite get it done.
Hal, I've been doing some quick maths. Where was Yululami? P2?
Yes.
So Lowry's +6, he's going to be 1. Oh, I think the gap at the top has gone up by 1. Hallinan takes it from Yululami. So what that means is Hallinan will get 6 points. That puts him on 169. So he is then only +7 points on Yululami when he was +8. But where Yululami was second and Oito was first in his semi, there's now 4 points between them. Okay, Lunderlander, Antila, Solly, Oskarsson, Darbach and Vik at the back. Do like to hold the juniors, don't they? As if they don't spend enough time on the limiter during the course of a day. Solly in the 195 on road 2. I think it would be good to see him in the final, to be fair. Hal, he gets a great start, moves up to P2. He's been a real force. You said it already, he's actually the only non-Finn to have appeared on the podium. We know he's ever so young. I think he was 11, wasn't he, last year when Ekstrom offered him a test in his supercar when he's tall enough. What is he now, 12?
A couple of years ago, wasn't it? That,
was it a couple of years ago?
I was thinking about it last night. Was it last night or the night before? I was thinking, I wonder if Matthias is going to give Oliver Solly his test at some point. Of course, Matthias doesn't have any cars now, which is a bit awkward, but I'm sure...
Well, yes, always a bit tricky.
He's got enough friends with Audis to be able to sort that out.
Yeah. Might need those wooden blocks on the shoes at the minute.
Oskarsson looks to the inside out of the velodrome.
It's Lunderlander.
They're still side by side coming down the hill. They're so narrow, these cars, that you can actually make that work in a steel-bodied car like a supercar. You couldn't. Oh, and Oskarsson goes around the outside in the final corner. Can he get it back to the curb on the exit? No, they're still side by side. Finally, he gets ahead.
Great job. Moves ahead of Antila. At the front, Oliver Solly's gone Joker, so Solly goes into the Joker lap. Oh, is he going to get it? Side by side, should be on the inside of the braking zone. So it's not Solly, sorry, it was Vik. It was Dennis Vik who's gone. My apologies, I looked up and saw a white bug. I was looking down the timing screen. So these three are scrapping it out, but it's about the gap between Dennis Vik, who's now jokered. Assuming he held on to that position, did he or not? Yes, he did, only just. So Dennis Vik is the gap now between him and the front cars. We'll give you an update as they come across. Well, you see an update on your screen as they come across the line. There is Lunderlander.
And this race is critical to the championship fight, although none of the championship protagonists are in it, because it will affect the grid positions for the final.
Good move by Solly. Hal, sorry to interrupt, yeah.
Oh, lovely through the Joker as well. Had that consistent slide all the way through.
Going to lose track position to Darbach, but it doesn't matter. Look how far in front he is. So Solly was in P2, and this is a great indicator that it's going to be him and Lunderlander that are going to go through, barring any issues.
But if Lunderlander does win, then that isn't going to change up the grid positions for the championship contenders.
It is, you're saying?
It isn't.
No.
Should Lunderlander not win, then that would change where Yululami ends up on the grid. But if Lunderlander does indeed win, then that things will stay the same as they did before this race.
My brain hurts quite a lot, and we're only in the semi-finals.
You should just be like me and not have a brain, and then
well,
there's no
opportunity
for pain.
Just a couple of monkeys up there with cymbals, desperately trying to figure out what to say next.
Just saying I look like Homer Simpson.
I'd never thought of it, but I could paint you yellow.
Great job through the Joker from Lunderlander. Gets the job done. Oliver Solly there in second as well. Oh, it's tight between Vik. He gets right up on two wheels. I suspect the steering's broken on that. Yes, it is.
So you see, that's a good example again, though, Hal, of why you don't want to get involved in mergers and things. If you can possibly avoid any kind of a tight merge and lower the risk levels, it's always a good thing. Another lap to go. They are literally, aren't they? The whole way through the flat, right over the jump. It's halfway down the hill.
Look, it's interesting how dusty it is here today. It's been very dry actually this weekend compared to how wet it's been in Sweden and Norway last few weeks. And you can see the clean area where the cars are landing after the jump. Next time around, look at the clean patch. The rest of the outside is actually a bit dusty, but.
And the gouges in the track as well from where the landings are. There's even some gouges on the downslope there after turn 2. There's a big test going on tomorrow for a bunch of drivers who've decided they want to come and do the lights test. It's an annual thing which OMSE host at various different tracks. It's actually a really, really good price. You do have to have some experience to do it. You can't just rock up and do it. You've got to have some rallycross.
You put in your applications and they approve them. But an amazing opportunity for not a lot of money to come and drive a car here, and hopefully we see more competitors for the series racing next year.
Yeah, and we've got the likes of Stephen Jones coming over from the UK, RX 150 front row champion, I think, isn't he? Who's coming over to test the lights car. He said, I just couldn't pass up the opportunity to test the lights car. It's such a brilliant track. Lunderlander takes it from Oliver Solly. They go through to the final, and I'm pleased about that because, as we said, Solly is in P4 in the standings. So we've actually got the 4 top drivers from the series this year going through. That was the start for Solly in the 195. Getting into position. Just a few close merges in the background. They have all made it. I'm putting a tick next to their names on my rubbish little sheet. As I say, I think it's 180, 176, 169. So the gap overall has come down by 1 point from P1 to, oh no, it was 11. So was it 11 already? Oh, my brain hurts. Hallinan, what did he get, +6?
Yeah, he won, didn't he? So he's +6.
So Yellanami gets +5.
So what's Hallinan got?
Well, I think 169, mate.
Yeah, okay. What about...
Yellanami should have 176. Goes from 171 to 176. Uito was on 174, +6 gets 180. So the gap between Uito and Yellanami is +4, and the gap between Yellanami and Hallinan is +7. +11 between the P1 and the P3.
Golly.
Yes, we are actually talking about points live on air and writing it on pieces of paper because because basically on this series we like to expose just how tricky this job is, where normally you try to make it look easy. It's just genuinely not.
Well, the problem is how good the series is, because it's not normal to have all of the championships decided in the final. Normally they're decided a couple of rounds from the end or whatever. Not here.
No, definitely not.
And when it looks like they're going to be decided, then someone has a problem and it gets thrown wide open.
Elias Svensson is your top qualifier in cross car. Alexander Hume and Hugo Hooker, Enholm, Ikmerstad, and those really are the ones you need to worry about. Enholm, Ikmerstad and Svensson are the top 3 in the standings. It's going to flip my stat sheet over. Coming into this, Enholm is on 143. He's 1 point ahead of Svensson. Svensson has moved up into P2 ahead of Ikmerstad. Ikmerstad had a bit of a roller coaster in qualifying. Won a session brilliantly, almost won a second session. 4 different drivers won a qualifying session in cross car, which I think gives you a good idea of just how competitive this class has been. But as we say, Enholm leads by 1 point from Svensson, and Merstad is a further 2 points back. 3 points across the top 3 for the championship. We did have this come down to the last corner and Joker merge 2 years ago, I want to say. How was it last? Yeah, 2 years ago, wasn't it, in Arvika?
The final corner of the final lap of the final race. It
absolutely
went
brilliant.
Off, didn't it?
It was mega.
In fact, tonight I'm going to go and watch that race.
Are you?
Yeah.
Awesome.
Well, you drive me to Oslo.
Yeah. Driver. One-stop driver.
Oslo, please. No, it'll be more than one stop, won't it? You'll have to have a pee at some point.
No,
and then you'll need a tea, and then you'll
will
be
need a
super
tea.
grumpy.
I will need it. I won't be grumpy. I'll just be tired.
What's the difference?
The company. They will have nightmares about numbers tonight. Okay, genuinely, and I mean this, I have had frequently, the night before championship deciders, I've had dreams about race numbers and results. It's bizarre. But you put, we don't want to mess it up, and I'm not saying we don't ever mess it up, because we frequently do, but we try our hardest not to, because you want to put on a good show in terms of a TV show, and it's horrible. It goes round and round in your head.
The moment, as you were talking about last night, you want the moment. You don't want... It's disingenuous to the person that's won something to not call it when they've done it.
Yeah, you want it to
It's always disappointing to realise someone's done something in hindsight, which is why we try and keep on top of it.
Yeah. Scoop that bad boy up and bring it back. Bolt it back together. You got a few months.
Yeah, that's a very good point, Fatty Toaster. Someone wins the championship in the semi and then someone else wins it in the final. That's not out of the question today either.
Och i den första semifinalen så har vi det främre ledet 133 Elias Svensson tillsammans med startnummer 2 Rico Hoka, andra startledet
Svensson, Hoka, Persson, Bowdins, Eliasson, Tudo. This is not a done deal for any of the drivers who are in the championship fight. The man you need to watch for in this one is Elias Svensson, P2 in the standings, 1 point behind Enholm. He's on pole. He was your top qualifier. Got to get it done here. He's a very, very fast starter. But he's got a packed grid here of people who are desperate to beat him. Oh, it's a good reaction time from Persson on row 2. Good start by Hoka, loses out when he changes gear though and gets gobbled up by 2 cars. Bowdin's round the outside. Svensson holds on, almost a little bit of contact. Hoka goes Joker straight away, trying to come all the way around the outside of him there. It was Persson trying to get through. Bowdin's look almost side by side with him, certainly fully sideways. So Persson did a great job trying to get there. Couldn't quite get it done. Svensson will have been thinking, oof, no, 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 no. And now he's thinking, yes, yes, yes.
Persson carried so much speed round the first corner, had a great start, and then
Hoka looked like he almost either missed a gear, or the other thing you can do sometimes is pull second too early, can't you, when you've still got wheel spin and it bobs.
Yeah. Svensson, though, had a rocket ship of a start. Yet again, that thing does fly off the line, doesn't it? Especially after the initial phase in the launch. Grab second gear and you're gone. Persson hanging the front wheel up in the air of the speed car Wonder. Look how clean it is on the inside in turn 1. It's going to make it very difficult, as Bowdin's Jokers are going to make it very difficult for people to go around the outside in the semis and finals with the outside of the track so dirty. Really, I'd like them, in an ideal world, to clean the outside of the track so the grip's consistent and you can try going around the outside.
Bowdins hasn't come off well in all that, has he? He was right there in the start, and then I think just with the squabbles in turn 1 and 2, he's gone Joker, come out the back of the pack now. So 3 Joker, 3 haven't, 2 go through, remember. This man Svensson. Every single point counts. We'll get into countback later on, but at the minute, what is it? Svensson's got 1 winning, Merstad has got 2.
Massive landing.
Svensson's got 2, sorry, Hal. Svensson's got 2, Merstad's got 2, Enholm's only got 1.
Hoka, fastest lap of the race, a 45.3, 45.4 for Svensson. Hoka's on a massive push here with his welded up engine block to try and make it through to the final. Persson yet to Joker. The gap between them,
was it 3?
It's 2 point.
It's 3.52.
2.1 it was last time around between Persson and Hoka.
So Persson, you think is in danger? Do we think Svensson has enough at 3.5? In theory he does, but it's not.
Yeah, I think there is enough there. Depends if he's in a hurry or not.
As Johan said. If you're in a hurry.
Look, I mean, you can visibly see, look, Hoka's on the back of Persson now. Persson after the strong first lap. Svensson fastest lap of the race, 45 dead at 0.47. Oh, big puncture for Svensson!
No!
Puncture for Svensson!
The rear left's gone down on Svensson. Höljes spotted it immediately. He's got a big lead, but he's going to lose out. The tyre is completely off. Oh, he's lost the rear left.
To go.
He's never going to hold on to this. He's going to get eaten up. Svensson's championship hopes are about to disappear with the deflation. We only said earlier today we haven't seen any punctures on crosscar. He comes down the hill. This is really brave. 150 kilometres an hour. He pitches the car in. He's trying to hold on. But Hoka is Joker behind Svensson over the grass, over the gravel. Hoka goes round the outside. 1 more car to pass him. He's got a Joker. It's a disaster. Look how quick he is, even with a tyre off the rim. Svensson gonna go Joker this time, struggling with the right-handers. No, this is not the way we wanted him to end this season. Into the Joker lap now, but Persson will be jumping in and jumping for joy in that car. Svensson's gonna put it in the wall, hits the barrier with the rear left down. It's gone from a sure championship fight in the final down to P5, and I'm gutted for him.
You can almost see his head's just dropped. He's so frustrated.
Bowdins and Persson are fighting for it. Bowdins was round the outside. I don't know who's in the front. It's P2 we need to see. It is Bowdins. Bowdins got past Persson. Hoka with that big charge is going to come through, go through to the final. Bowdins, up the inside. Persson looks for a gap. It's not quite there. Ronald Bowdins holds on. It's Hoka and Bowdins who go through, but it is disappointment. Oh, I'm so gutted for Svensson. He was second in the standings by 1 point, and he comes over the line with a puncture to lose out.
Wow, that was
He'd done everything right, Svensson. Now, we were looking at the driver in the Joker. We didn't see the landing, but we saw it get all out of shape. No, it's on the first jump out of turn 2.
So is he? Which one was it? Rear left or rear right?
Rear left,
this would be it. This would be it. Has it gone down already?
Oh, Vigo. Yeah, landed sideways. We've seen that so often. You land sideways, you put all the load into the sidewall of the tyre. Did you say, Andrew, in commentary that we were talking about there not being many punctures in? Yeah, I was thinking.
You remember earlier today you said, mate, you spotted it immediately as well. How look at this. That's somebody trying so desperately, clinging to the hope that they might come out the merge and get it. No, hats off to Hukar. And I tell you what, mate, hats off to Bowdens.
You said he was gone. You said this hasn't worked for him. Yeah, absolutely.
How the hell did he come back from P6? So amongst all of that, Bowdens must have been making moves left, right, and centre. Hukar takes it from Ronald Bowdens, and Höljes Svensson is the first of our championship prize fighters to get knocked out at the semi-final stage.
Bowdens had a tough year as well. He's only been in the final twice. In Neeson and Tjör.
He fought for that, mate, didn't he?
Yeah, but he was great. Last year, he had moments of absolute brilliance.
Joel Kristoffersson just walks back past us, shakes his head. He knows the disappointment for Svensson with a commanding lead.
Wow.
And then there were two. So, Enholm is in this one. He's the championship leader. So he knows that if he makes it, he's beaten Svensson at least. Merstad is in the final semi-final. So brilliant that our 3 championship prize fighters are in separate semis, because they're all getting to tell their own story. I'm so sorry for Svensson, who could have been champion last year were it not for a DQ. It's Enholm on the outside of row 1 in the red car. He's got Hume inside, Osterberg, Cerner, Lindqvist and Eganson behind. Enholm, the nose rises up once. He's got a great start, but he's been equalled by Hume on the inside. Has he? He's going to be brave to turn him round. That gives Hume a little bit of space. Didn't want to get tagged. Hume takes advantage and takes the lead. So Enholm is in P2. I think it's, is it Osterberg or Cerner who's behind him? One of the Pace Motorsport machines is in behind. The other one has gone Joker. Cerner.
I was clenched there in turn 2 because Enholm had given the room in turn 1. You don't want to get caught up in it in the championship fight, but then he's second in turn 2. And you just almost sat there braced for someone to collect you in the braking area. Really hard to position to be in. You'd almost rather be behind and just have to push and give it everything, and then you can sort of drive free. Driving with the points.
It's horrible. It's horrible, but it's great awareness, Hal. It's amazing awareness. So Enholm in P2, say, leads the championship by 1 point.
Cerner was all over the back of Enholm in the final corner there in the TM5. Joker's this time around, picks a throttle up, runs the nose deep.
It's an aggressive Joker. He's trying to cover off his own teammate Osterberg, who's coming over the standard lap now. Cerner's got a reasonable exit. Osterberg's going to try and get inside him, and he can't. So Osterberg versus Cerner. Osterberg looks inside.
Cerner's been a revised character this weekend. This is the best performance we've seen from him this season. His first season of Rallyx.
Great to see though, and it'll fill him full of confidence for next year. They're all saying the TN11's a great car. Can't wait to see them in it.
Open data policy. Jimmy Osterberg's so experienced as a Swede, driven around here hundreds and thousands of times to beat him in a first-lap Joker strategy like that. Great job from Romet.
Cerner and Osterberg, Hal, are closing down on Eganson and Lindqvist. I think they're going to go when they go Joker. They need them out of the way though, because they need to close the gap on Enholm, who goes Joker. Late decision from Enholm.
Fastest lap of the race before that though.
He's in. Is he going to get out in traffic? Is he going to get out in front of Cerner? He's going to be close. Oh, he gets in between. Great stuff. So he's got a blocker in Lindqvist in between him. Now though, he's going to lose a bit of time. I think he's unlikely to get back to Hume, but I don't think he'll care. He just wants to make the final at this point.
He was all over Hume. He's going to look to the inside. Oh, this is going to be tricky as well, because you don't want to go for the gap. If it's going to close in front of you, risk any contact. Enholm's in that really difficult position still.
He's lucky he's got that car behind him, Hal. It's worked, the merge worked brilliantly for him, didn't it? Just to give him a little bit of space. Don't get stuck into Eganson. Just leave him to it. Eganson's going to have to go Joker on this lap. Or is it no, next lap?
Next lap, he really needs Eganson to go now, just to take the pressure away a little bit. Hume's gone fastest.
Hume's gone fast lap, and Joker, he's gone. He's in there now, and now the blocker goes to Hume, comes out in front. Eganson's got out the way. Enholm gets back into P2. No chance of him catching Hume though, Hal.
No, and now he'll just drive for second for a lap and a half.
Yeah, but look who's behind him. Cerner and Osterberg got nothing to lose, have they? I think they're too far back if Enholm has his usual pace.
Yeah, I think he just needs to drive, so easy to say, isn't it? But he just needs to not worry about trying to drive for the win, just drive normally, protect the position, because in normal circumstances, Cerner wouldn't catch that gap up.
These aren't normal circumstances though, are they? As we saw in the last one, these are those horrible, freaky, like, please get me into the final circumstances. Enholm through the right, over that crest, in turn one. What's that noise? I can hear a noise.
So can I. It's like doing the has Cerner got a problem? Snap sideways on him on the jump landing.
You can hear something scuffing down the track and your tractor. Oh, is it Hume? Hume's got smoke coming from the car. It's hard to tell. Right, okay. It's about P2 here. It's about Enholm holding on. The championship leader by 1 point from Svensson, who has not made it. So I didn't actually add up Svensson's points from that last one. We'll do that in a second. He was P6. It's going to be 1 point, isn't it? Through the left-hander. Hume goes through. Alexander Hume takes the win, and Enholm, the championship leader, qualifies for the final. Absolutely crucial. Cerner and Osberg with a little flick over the line, marking the end of their season campaign for Pace Motorsport.
And now all the pressure rests on Thomas Ekmerstad's shoulders, because if he doesn't make the final in the next semi-final to come, it's over. This is the first corner. Enholm tries to stay out of trouble, and then you just, like I say, waiting to be collected in the rear almost. Good joker from Enholm. A risky strategy as well. Frida, his sister, usually on the radio to him, putting him into the traffic. It's, as a driver, you come out and you go, oh no, this is not what we wanted. We wanted some clean air. We don't want to be fighting. God, I feel nervous for the position. I'm not even there. It's years since I was in anything like that.
Amazing. Just great suspense, isn't it, when you get to this point in the weekend, particularly. I think Junior's kind of made it, oh look, all three are through, no drama, easily done, and then we get to this, it's
kaboom.
Like, yeah, crazy.
I've got goosebumps.
I hate the thought of Svensson sitting in his truck now, gutted, because he will be, you know that, taking off the boots and everything, and will be very, very disappointed indeed. Svensson on 143, Hal +1, Enholm will be +5 for P2, I think. So it should be 148. In this one, it's all about the man on the outside again, Thomas Ekmerstad. We saw what happened in the last one. Martin Ugar inside in the front row. It's another incredibly long hold for the lights. Gets a good start from row 2, though. Going to be challenged a little bit. Eric Nilsson, he's going to shut the door surely here. It's a brilliant one. Ekmerstad gets away. Oh, contact behind twice. Ugar has to go joker. And it was Nilsson who's in behind him.
Grana's gone joker too, but Thomas Ekmerstad, if he wins the championship this weekend, this afternoon, he can put it down to Q2 yesterday and that start in the semi-final, because he really had to get ahead in turn 1 and absolutely nailed the launch.
Till maybe Q4 as well, how he was P2. It was such an aggressive drive. He's really turned it on. I say, it has been a bit of a roller coaster week. He could have made it easier for himself, couldn't he? But he has responded when the pressure came on. He said to us yesterday, I way prefer the pressure in the car than I do doing TV interviews. He hated it, but it was great to go and speak to him. I think his brother, one of his friends, was taking pictures as well, all pleased that we turned up.
Classic Scandinavian. Oh, I'm not very good at English.
He was brilliant at it.
Much better at English than I am, mate.
Yeah, he was absolutely brilliant. Nilsson's gone joker. This will be to cover off Ugar. Ugar going to come over the jump in the background. He's going to get him. Ugar gets Nilsson easily. Ugar is a danger here for Ekmerstad, definitely.
He's been quick, hasn't he, Ugar? He was quickest in Q1 yesterday from memory.
Ekmerstad spotters need to watch Ugar and see what happens with Hurskainen, Hal, because Hurskainen is just in front of him, and if Ugar catches up to Hurskainen, that's going to be in Ekmerstad's favour, so I wouldn't be sending Ekmerstad now. Look at him, he's closing down on him really quickly.
You can see his head's tilted forward as well, isn't it? Just that little bit. Full push mode.
Wait a lap. I'd wait a lap. What would you do? What would you do? Oh, yeah, definitely wait a lap now.
I would,
I'd wait. I'd say don't go. And he doesn't. There's too much rotation on that for going joker. Stays standard lap. Ugar up the inside. That would have been a great move. And anyway, Hurskainen goes joker. Well, that has released him.
He forced the issue. Hurskainen had no choice but to joker because Ugar was already there.
Look at the attitude in it, Hal.
Fastest,
on a mission.
Fastest in Q1, 8th, 6th, and then 8th in Q2, 3 and 4.
44.6 as well on the last lap. He's edged Ekmerstad by 0.5 of a second.
And that's with the traffic.
Wow. So Ugar, the gap back to Ugar was only 2.9. It's now a tricky one for Ekmerstad's spotter to say whether you keep him out. For me, Ugar's pace, and he's got clear road. Oh, okay. Hal's got his hands on his head. I'm feeling the tension too. Is Mercer going to go this time? Now he goes Joker in hot on the way in. Watch for the merge on the outside line. Flicks over the curbs, looking for Ugar on the standard lap. Comes over the jump. Ugar's going to take this, is he? He is. Gets in front. Merstad runs out the curbs. He'll flick it back the other way now and try and respond. He's got a whole lap to try and pass. He's only got to beat top 2. Oh, puts the wheel out of the dirt. Don't risk it that much. Wolfsburg will be there to pick up the pieces if they make any more mistakes. He's behind it. Ugar's earned that. He was on an absolute mission, but Merstad's just got to get through. Would have liked the extra point, but right now with the pack so close behind Hal, he's just got to keep it tidy for the last lap. I'd be on the radio saying, wind your neck in, stop dropping wheels off.
I'm sure that's not the radio terminology they use, but I know exactly what you mean.
Yeah,
chill out a little bit.
Yeah,
who won the first one? Rico Hukar from Ronald Bowdens. Okay, so trying to work out grid position. Hukar will be on the front row, so will Hume. After that, I don't know. I think Merstad's going to be on the back row of the final here.
So we might see both the championship fighters then not on the front row, yeah? They'll be in the pack.
Enholm would be I think it'll be Enholm second row and Merstad third row.
Yeah, but think about the first couple of corners here. You do not want to be row 2 and row 3. So that's where everything goes off at the back of the pack.
Especially when they're so good off the line, because you're going to arrive into that complication.
Ugar coming round with a brilliantly aggressive drive to take semi-final number 3 in cross car, but Merstad makes it, and that means the fight goes down to the final again. That's 2 out of the classes, 2 out of 2 so far. You watch this, we're talking. Okay, we finished. Oh, look at Ugar. He actually had no choice, did he?
He's taken some hits this season, Ugar, hasn't he? Lots of contact. These speed cars, all across cars, but the speed cars especially, seem to be able to take a lot of contact without breaking suspension. Forcing the issue there, Ugar.
Order me one now. I know I'd get it handed to me, but it just looks like so much fun, doesn't it?
Well, I was lucky enough to do, there was a driver development test with the RX 150s in the UK relatively recently, and then water pouring out of the back of Nielsen.
That's Nielsen's car, yeah, didn't make it. And
I'm always satisfied when I start recognising the numbers in cross car. I feel like we've been doing it
right at the end of the season.
Yeah, but Nielsen's had that.
It's like, that's true, but it's liveries too, isn't it, as well?
Yeah.
Just as you're getting your head into it. I was terrible in Norway, I couldn't remember anything. Because we'd had the gap and you go off and do other series. There's people arguing in the comments about how far I jumped when I broke the lights car. Yeah, you're right. Other people have jumped way further. Mine was just a very untalented, slightly angled jump with a bit of off-roading in the middle, although I did snap the drive shaft right in the middle, which is slightly unusual. Right. We can take a bit of a breath here because this one's a bit simpler. If Simon Tiger makes it through, there's only 2 semi-finals, top 3 from each. If he makes it through, he's the Open two-wheel drive champion for this year. Victor Johansson wasn't quick in Q4. Was in Q3, look, he was P2 in Q3, but for some reason it wasn't there, was it, in Q4? So we're not quite sure if there's another problem with the replacement engine or what, but championship can be decided in this one.
Open 2 VD, 2 stycken semifinaler, 1, 2, 3 i respektive semifinal vidare till finalen och den första semifinalen.
Where did Enholm come, Hal? P2, wasn't it? They both got P2, didn't they?
Bergström, start med 33, Simon Tiger. Andra startledare,
So Merstad's overcome Svensson in the standings at least, so Svensson is going to be P3, you get a podium, but would have liked to have been in the final, wouldn't need to fight for the series. Simon Tiger on the outside of row 1 is the point man that you have to watch. They're all going very early on the revs. You can go with the ready to race light, but they're all getting there that bit earlier. Championship nerves, maybe. Urban Bergstrom with a brilliant start from pole. Simon Tiger's not going to beat him to turn 1, but he could shut the door here. He's going around the outside, did leave a car's width. Is he going to go Joker or hold on? He holds on. Good decision. Very good decision. So Tiger will know how one that if he makes it, his job done, and can take less risks, but traditionally, Simon Tiger is not a less risks kind of guy, is he?
He is full risk, full time.
All of the time, yeah, all in every time. The odds are terrible. Do you want to go all in? Yes, I do. My name's Simon Tiger.
Are you driving for points? No.
No, and that would be the length of the answer at any time. Although when he came to the commentary box in Tieppe, he was absolutely brilliant. Do you remember?
But he's also hilarious when you catch him outside of the television scenario.
Yeah.
All over the back of Bergström. They'll have been used to racing each other. I tell you what, the Bergström family and the Tiger family have been at it a few years, haven't they? Up in the north of Sweden. Tiger follows again. I don't think he would have followed in a normal circumstance, but Räikkönen jokers from the background.
That's what he needs, isn't it? It needs everybody else to joker, really. And
I think on a non-championship weekend, Simon Tiger probably would have jokered anyway, and then just try sailing past everyone with his massive amount of power.
Yeah, just overtake everybody on the straight. Look at the Tiger on the roof, I love it. Simon Tiger's mum is normally watching, isn't she? So hello.
Yeah.
Simon Tiger's mum.
Probably a bag of nerves today.
I imagine
they've had their fair share of reliability issues as well, haven't they? So it's all about getting free. It's not just about driving around. You need to get the car through these next two races as well. The mechanics will be super busy between the semi and final, double checking things they maybe wouldn't even look at, just to make sure they're giving Simon the best opportunity possible.
The gap at the minute is easy. Yeah, Tiger goes joker. I was going to say the gap is easily enough for him to get. What he doesn't need here is contact at the merge. He'll come out here, but this doesn't matter because you know that when Berggren goes, he'll move back up into P2. So Berggren has got a choice of 2 laps left. This now, Hal, is where Simon needs to switch on the championship head, isn't it, and go
go for the gun down the head at Höljes.
yeah, not here. Maybe in the last corner, but probably not. Like, just wait. Don't go too big over the jump, Simon. Keep it steady. Yeah, he is. I think Simon's in clever mode. Clever mode on. Urban Bergström leading this comfortably. Is Berggren going to go on the next one or not? Yes. Bergström goes. Urban Bergström's gone. So it's about whether Berggren releases Simon Tiger. He doesn't. So look at that. Urban Bergström has gone and joked and come out in front of Berggren anyway, who hasn't joked. Simon Tiger's actually kind of feel, don't you, for Simon, that if he'd had clear road there, that might have been a bit closer.
Yeah, he doesn't need clear road there, does he? Where I'm going, we don't need roads.
Yeah.
Tiger in a very comfortable position here. Victor Hansen coming in the next semi-final from the back of the grid. He'll already be on the grid, ready for that. This is all getting a bit close, really, isn't it? They could do with, Berggren will joker this time around. Linus Holman's had some great pace this weekend, but hasn't managed to get into the fight here in the semi for whatever reason. Berggren does joker this time around, and now it's all about Tiger making sure he gets to the finish behind the legendary Urban Bergström, who...
And his equally legendary machine.
Yeah, and he would have done so much racing with Simon's father, Frederick, back in the day.
So Urban Bergström, with a bit of smoke coming from the rear of the car, it has to be said.
Berggren leaning hard on the back of Holman there. Remember, 3 go through from this semi-final.
Bergström's going to be the first of those. Jumps up over into the last corner. Going to take it from the TQ. Simon Tiger cruising round the last corner. Sideways for Bergström over the line, but Tiger making the final. Gives him this year's Open 2-wheel drive title. Behind him, the battle raged, and it was Holmeland who gets through. Berggren just missing out. Tiger, how was he rolling over the line there with an issue? Or was he really careful? Like, I'm not sure. If he's just made it over the line with an issue, then wow, that was close. Look in the background.
Tiger on all the levers there. Great shot, looking into the cabin of the wild BMW. Let's have a look back in the background. This is Bergström sending it to the line.
Look how slowly, and I'm just like, I think he's just taking it easy. What do you think?
I don't know. Oh, the flag's not happening.
Bergström, Tiger and Holmeland go through. They were the top 3 on the grid. Simon Tiger in P2 will be your Open 2-wheel drive champion, having won the series in 2021. He lost it in 22 to Victor Johansson, but he retains the title, or retakes the title, in 2023. So Victor Johansson at the back of the grid here. Bjorn Stur is a couple of points shy of... what does he need then, Hauser? Stur needs I'll work it out in a minute. Adam Oman and Emil Oman on the front row. Matthias Janssen and Lidman, and then Johansson and Stur at the back. Oh, Johansson's got a banger of a start. The Merc looks like he's back on form. Up from P6 into P4. Moves across to the inside line in the big Mercedes-Benz. Where's he going to go now? Is he going to go joke? He does not. He follows the Omens over. One of the Omens runs wide. I think it's Adam Omens run wide and open up the door. Great stuff. So, Victor Johansson up into P3. Not giving up yet, has he? Despite losing out on the title, he's really going for it. It's a shame it wasn't like this in Q4.
No, he looks like he's got more pace out of the Merc as well now, doesn't it? Especially at the slow corners. Looks like it's pulling like we would maybe expect, and maybe we saw in Q3 earlier on. Sturt going with Johansson. He could help out here by not jokering and holding up. Johansson wide over the jump, comes back into the apex in the final corner.
Stur's got to score 3 points out. So Stur needs P4 in this, because if he's equal with Marcus Norman, that would be 3 points. 2 points will put him equal with Norman.
Stur jokers.
Yeah. So and Marcus Norman took a win earlier this year in Tier, so he'd get it on count back. So Bjorn Stur must score 3 points to nick it off Norman. So he's got to get P4. Bjorn Stur.
Now 5th.
Yeah.
Yeah, this could be a big ask, unless something happens to those up front.
Marcus Norman, wow, if he holds on to it, having not competed this week, and he has to count this weekend 0 score, doesn't he, Marcus Norman?
Yeah.
Yeah. Omen out front. Emil in the Volvo.
Lippmann spun, and that's going to hurt. Well,
that's
play
Stur.
into Stur's hands.
Yeah, that puts Stur up a position. So Bjorn Stur goes up a position.
Emil Omen fastest lap of the race so far at 46.5.
Emil Omen as well, flirting a bit with the curbs on the inside. Victor Johansson goes joker, going to come out in front of Bjorn Stur or not? Stur's joking, going to get him. So Bjorn Stur gets another position up.
Stur's going to be in the final here, and then it's definitely a done deal, unless Johansson can get past in the final couple of laps.
I fancy Johansson will have a crack at him. I think he'll want to be in that last final, don't you?
He's fair though, isn't he, Victor?
Yeah, he is. He is.
He won't force the issue unnecessarily. And they'll be disappointed not to win the championship. I think he'll also be pleased to have made the end of the event. It's made the effort worthwhile. Of course, it'd be more to make it into the final, and if Stur keeps jumping like that, he could well not be making the top 3 of this race.
Into the joker lap goes Emil Omen in the Volvo. Where's Adam Omen? Adam comes over the jump in the Lexus. It's the Lexus. It's not something you expect to say in Rallycross, is it? But so many great machines in this category.
I like how they've gone to the effort of cutting the vent in the boot for the rear cooling in the Lexus symbol. I like that.
Very nice.
Johansson's losing pace here, isn't he? He's dropped back into Matthias Janssen.
Or Janssen trying to come around the outside of him. So, look, shout out first of all, I think, for Victor Johansson for last year's championship, for a brilliant effort all year, for some great fights with Simon Tiger. If you'd have asked me at Tierba, I would have said the season was over for Tiger, really, because they had all their issues, didn't they? Missed rounds, he's had to count those scores, but Tiger's done a great job in the second half of the season to put himself in a position to pick up the pieces, to pick up the good results, and then unfortunately Victor yesterday, hats off for all the work that team did. They got 3 hours sleep to try and get the car here and racing. He ran it around with 100 electric horsepower off his incredible system on that car, hybrid system. So yeah, hats off to the entire Johansson team. But out front, Omen in the Lexus. Adam Omen comes through the right-hander here. Gonna cruise through here, just a little hop up over the jump. Okay, a fair old hop. Bootleg just bashing up and down. But it's Emil Omen in the Volvo takes it. Where's Adam Omen? P2, here he comes. And Bjorn Stur nearly gets P2, gets P3 instead. And that is enough to give Bjorn Stur P3 overall in Rallyx Open 2-wheel drive for 2023. Great result. Emil Omen takes semi-final number 2 from Adam Omen and Bjorn Stur. we're pretty sure the championship positions are settled at Simon Tiger, Victor Johansson and Bjorn Stür for open two-wheel drive.
They are not settled though in supercar lights.
No. Not settled in any other class, in fact, are they? Martin Enlund taking the TQ ahead of Casper Janssen. Let me check. Is that Enlund's first TQ of the year?
I'm saying yes.
Yes, it is. Yeah, he's qualified second a couple of times, but that is his first TQ of this season. So top qualifier.
Having taken his first win last weekend.
I have too much paperwork, there's too much going on. Shifty. Enlund, yeah, 2 wins. Lucas Anderson 1-1, Simon Olofsson 1-1. So yeah, 3 championship contenders. Enlund and Anderson on the front row, Oskarsson, Ida Tornholt on row 2, and it's Nils Christian Haug at the back of this one. 3 go through, straight to the limiter. Nowhere else you need to be in a lights car to launch it. Gotta hope you get a tiny bit of wheel spin so it doesn't bog. Load of wheel spin for Anderson, but still a good start. I think Anderson's going to get to turn 1 first, shut the door on Enlund. Enlund loses out, so it's Enlund in front of Oskarsson. Or Tornholt, 2 wheels. Oh, close. You don't want that tyre on tyre contact. She's broken it. Ida Tornholt pulls off to the side of the track. Broken steering. That's a great shame. It happens so easily there, how we've seen all drivers at all levels doing that.
Yeah, the Anton Markland Audi S1 in 2015 Höljes Magic Weekend is the one that springs to mind, where he popped up on 2 wheels and hit the wall head on. That was a big impact. They actually couldn't take the car to Canada for the next event, could they? Because they had so much damage. Brilliant though from Lucas Anderson. That was exactly what he needed to do from the outside of the grid. Massive jump from the pair of them. These two are fighting for the championship.
Yeah, Olofsson has a 7-point lead over them. Anderson's on 161, Enlund on 162. So this would give this would put them equal on points, wouldn't it? It would put Anderson and Enlund equal on points going into the final. And then it will depend whether or not Olofsson makes it. You'd like to think he might, but he's on row 2 on the inside, and that's not that. You can go joker from there off the start, but then he'll be in traffic. So
yeah, it's not a foregone conclusion by any means.
Not at all. Olofsson's not in a great place on the grid. You want to be on the front row here. You want to be on the front row anywhere, but you just if you're a Höljes regular, you'll know what we mean. Enlund's going long, isn't he?
He's done that all weekend, hasn't he? Oskarsson shadowing as well. I think Oskarsson will joker this time around to cover off Haug, and that will open up the opportunity for Enlund to go on the next lap. Yellow flag out for Ida Tornholt's car, which is somewhere there. We don't know where it is. No, Oskarsson's going again, but he's got a massive gap over Haug, look, so just needs to keep it tidy. Enlund coming back, I think, at Anderson. Anderson went fast his lap, 45.4. So last time around they both did a 45.4. 300th of a second between them on lap time last time around. And if anything told you that this championship was close, then that's it.
Yeah, it's close. That's enough, isn't it? Enlund, come on now. From bitter experience, yeah, I think that's not the best idea, but fair go. Someone in the comments saying they don't look like the nicest thing to jump.
45.2, taking 2 attempts out of Lucas Anderson last time around.
Not enough though, is it?
You can see the gap's closing. Oskarsson's in the joker lap. This is to confirm his place in the final because he's miles ahead of Haug.
We're on 4 out of 5, aren't we?
Yep.
So next lap's final lap, Enlund's not giving himself a chance. He's gone same strategy.
Maybe he didn't want to risk getting caught behind Oskarsson because they had started to, his spotter didn't want that risk because they had started to gap Oskarsson at the front, hadn't they?
You know you're going to make the final this way, don't you? I just think, do you want to be front row? But there we go. Anderson over the jump, Enlund, bit of a smoother landing this time round, 1 lap to go.
Kicked on the takeoff there, didn't it? The rear came up, just wasn't carrying quite as much speed. Anderson's about to complement his amazing season with a
into the joker,
go on to the end. Fastest lap of the race again for Enlund last time around, another 45.2, a 45.3 though for Anderson.
Who took it all the way to the barrier as well on the exit from that joker lap. All sorts of things you can hear scuffing away on the track surface where these drivers are just pushing so hard. But Anderson and Enlund finishing in this order were 1 point apart in the standings. And the way they're finishing around, they are going to go into the final equal on points. And it's going to be down to whether or not Olofsson makes it And then even if he doesn't make it, it's going to be down to these results in the final. So Anderson goes through, so does Enland. And they will both be on 167 points going into the final. So Olofsson on 169, Hal, has got to make it because they can't both finish. Wow, how many wins has Olofsson got?
3, I think.
3. Yeah, if he tied, if Anderson ended P5 and he tied.
Yeah, it is 3 wins. Kovala.
3 wins apiece, then it'd go back to P2s, in which case it'd go in Olofsson's favour. So it's 3 wins and a P2 for Olofsson, but that's with Anderson finishing 5th and Enland finishing 6th, and I think the odds of that are pretty low when they're going to be high up on the grid. So pressure now on Olofsson. Olofsson must make the final. He's the reigning Supercar Lights champion with 4 wins last year.
And if Casper Janssen doesn't win the next semi-final, then Lucas Anderson will be a pole for the final.
Oi, oi, oi. Right. Tornholt's car about to get the scoop treatment. She did brilliantly to park it a long way off course and not affect the outcome of that race. There was a yellow flag, meaning you wouldn't have been able to pass in the Joker, but to be honest with you, if you're passing in the Joker, you're losing too much time anyway. Doggo's had enough. He's out. We'll be back, guys. As soon as there's some more racing, we'll be back. It won't be long, couple of minutes max. Okay, we're good to go with the second semi-final for Supercar Lights. If you just joined us, where the hell have you been? Simon Olofsson on row 2. The black car, the reigning champion, has had a little electrical fault and then a bigger Joker fault where he missed the Joker lap in Q3, I think it was. Yes, it was. And that meant that he got a 30-second penalty. So Olofsson he won Q4, which dragged him up into P6, which really was a brilliant move. But if he'd won or been P2 in Q3, he would have been even closer, and it would have been harder for the others to beat him. As it stands, Enland and Anderson have both gone through to the final with 167. So if Olofsson didn't finish this, he'd be on 170, and they just need to score 3 points to equal him, and then it'd go to count back 4 points to beat him. But really the easiest way for Olofsson to make this extremely difficult for the others is to go through, because he had a 7-point lead coming in. But remember, there's 8 up for grabs in the final.
This is arguably the easiest semi-final, isn't it?
Yes, I think so. Olofsson's got to get a nice old launch, hasn't he, from row 2, but I think Birgit should shut the door, really. We saw a door left wide open earlier, didn't we? Was it in junior cross car?
Teammates, though.
Was it?
They are teammates.
Okay, so Birgit will leave it open then. Sorry, I'm with you. I thought you meant in junior cross car earlier. So Birgit and Janssen on front row. Olofsson, that is a hell of a launch. Birgit doesn't shut the door. Olofsson comes squeezing through. You're going to try and go around the outside of Casper Janssen. Don't put it in the dirt, Simon. Hangs a wheel off, and Birgit gets the position back. He was just a little bit too wide. Now Birgit gives it up again. So yeah, definitely teamwork at play there.
In the background, Haug and Birgit come together. Simon was brave there. Took the start, was sort of wiggling the car between Casper Janssen and Birgit, trying to find the way through. Went round the outside on the dirty part of the track.
I thought
he went
a little bit too wide, didn't you? Just only literally a foot.
A little bit too wild.
Yeah,
it doesn't need to do that. It just needs to be in the final.
He'll want those points. They want every point he can get. I think he will go for the win in this, but only tactically. I don't think he'll risk it with a pass. Listen to the noise when they land after the jump. Oi. Or ouch, as Joel Christopher said earlier. Look how much track they use on the way in there as well. Then to the right, now to the left, over the dusty, dirty braking zone. It really is dirty down there, isn't it?
Yeah. And look at the margin they're pulling already. Haug, Anaklev carrying those problems. So, yeah, I think it is. Olofsson didn't need to fight so hard in the first couple of corners, because on pace he would be inside the top 3 here, wouldn't he?
Yeah. Aneklev's gone joke on the first lap, but Aneklev was up the curbs a bit, Hal. So he's already 4.4 off the back.
Here's someone sat on the limiter somewhere. Birgit's go, oh, Aneklev's not so far away.
Olofsson and Janssen are both still risking it over the jump, aren't they? Here the lights car's crashing down, do with a little bit more suspension.
Birgit is 2.9, 5 seconds back. Anaklev, Olofsson jokers this time around. Sensible from Sandra Holmgren there to get him out ahead of Anaklev. But Sandra Holmgren, being his sister and spotter, after he'd done the fastest lap of the race on a 46.0, Birgit runs wide out of the velodrome, but really they've given up the fight to Janssen there, haven't they?
Yeah, I was personally thinking wait another lap. Didn't seem to me like Aneklev was going to be any kind of an issue, and you knew Birgit was there. Plus as well, Hal, Olofsson didn't commit to it early because in front of him was Janssen. So yeah, as you say, I think this is a case of get to the final, not trying to take Janssen.
Casper Janssen fastest lap at 45.3. He's not joking this time. Will Birgit joker? Yes, he does. That's to get out of Simon's way. This is all about Birgit trying to cover off from Anaklev in the background, which is going to be tight.
Neklev's going to get him. So Neklev gets him. Gearbox issues earlier on, wasn't it?
It was, yeah. And then I don't know what was wrong in the next one. Just glanced down at the chat there. See a lot of chat about supercar lights. You can buy a book from OMSE about that, where I document the history of all of the supercar lights. There's 54 chassis, and they're not making any more, but there are plans to keep them going for years to come. That's chassis number 9 if you're interested, Casper Janssen. And he's really turned form in this weekend, hasn't he? He's blown a bit hot and cold this season.
Yeah, and right back. I think a bit hot and cold last season as well, Hal, compared to the previous one. Just in front of Olofsson.
Yeah, so you do wonder if Olofsson had waited a lap and not fallen into that traffic, he might have been there. But with his margin in the points, making the finals almost more important.
I was going to say, they've taken a guaranteed final spot, haven't they, which I think was the sensible thing to do. But I do also feel like there wasn't much danger in the position he was in. You know,
he put himself in quite a lot of danger in the first couple of corners, but
that was the danger. So Olofsson in P2 with Janssen taking the win. Simon Olofsson, the championship leader, the reigning champion, does book a spot in the final after a tricky weekend. He goes through. And it's another three-way scrap for a title.
Birgit's Lights car shows the signs of fighting for the position to be in the final. This is Simon Olofsson's start. Look, he gets between the two front row starters. Birgit's going, I don't want to be part of this. Don't want to fall out of the tent afterwards. And Simon's run wide into the gravel. Lucky he didn't run wider and clip the curb and something happened.
I think, Hal, I'm not sure, but I think he's maintained a 7-point lead, which will mean he can finish anywhere but last with who would have to win. I think Anderson would have to win. I think Enland's out of it. Well,
there's the contact. Bosch in the rear of Annaclev from Birgit. That must be the final corner. Yeah. No, maybe that was the lap before. Maybe Birgit's done the whole final lap with that damage. I was too busy looking at Janssen and Olofsson, being honest.
So you'll have to excuse the maths because it's live and I've no idea if I'm right or not. Olofsson's made it. I think if Enland wins, you get 8 points, we'll put him on 175, and I think Olofsson's 5 points there puts him on 174. So if he got 8 and Olofsson got 1, as in last and first, they'd be equal, but Olofsson's got a bunch of wins. However, Anderson has got the same number of wins as Olofsson. So if Anderson were to win
again, wouldn't he?
Yeah, if
Anderson
would win, yeah, he'd have it on countback even if they finished equal on points. But I think basically anything other than a win for Anderson and Olofsson last, Olofsson's the champion. So it's getting to the final was the key move, wasn't it? On to the final category. Well, there is Supercar AM, but not in semi-finals. Those guys go straight to their final. The top 6 in the AM category go to the final. That will come up later on, obviously, in the finals, as we have another paperwork shuffle. I'm desperate for a cup of tea. What do we got? They can go. Oh, there's too much paper here and not enough time. That can go as well. Kristoffersson, top qualifier, 4 session wins. He's the only driver this weekend to have won all 4 qualifying sessions. He could be on for a clean sweep like he took in Grenland, which would make him the champion. He's extended his lead by 2 points over Kevin Eriksson, who shares the front row with him. Hedström, Veiby, Oman and Tam. So Kristoffersson has backup in Veiby as well. They will have discussed the tactics. Kevin Eriksson will try around the outside if he can, but he's got to make it through to the final. Hedström gets a good launch from row 2, but it's an amazing start for Kristoffersson. Hedström gets into Eriksson. No, Hedström, stay out of it. Oh, he flicks Kevin round. That's a disaster. Veiby goes through into P2. So Kevin now, Hal, has just got to make it through to the final, hasn't he? It's going to be advantage Kristoffersson, definitely, but that was a bummer in turn 1.
Unnecessary. Now it's Veiby who is ahead of Kevin, and Veiby is not about to move out of the way, despite all the banter and grief that Johan gives Veiby when he's up here in commentary joining us. They are very good friends. They're also teammates, and Ola Christian will know that Johan wants to win this title very, very much. He's not about to get out of Kevin Eriksson's way.
No, he's not. Likewise, Kevin might mix the strategy up once they figure out who's joking and who hasn't, but yeah, they've all gone. Everyone else has gone. So I think Kevin should go Joker straight away, Hal. Just get in the Joker.
Will Veiby go, though?
No, he doesn't. I would have gone. I would 100% have gone. With Hedström having Joker on the previous lap, I would have made it in there.
Such good pace from the Civic today on lap time pace. Oh, Veiby's made a mistake. Kevin's going to look to the inside, gets through. Critical. Good job, Kevin Eriksson. Veiby just made a tiny error and ran wide.
So Eriksson does get the place back. That was a bit of a gift, wasn't it? Veiby would be disappointed with that. Eriksson now will have his eye on Kristoffersson in front. His pace looks very good, Hal, as you said.
And now don't Joker. Now Kevin needs to stay out, doesn't he, really? He can't afford to Joker and drop back behind Nosy Veiby if Veiby doesn't.
Yeah, I definitely look at it. Smokes the front, smokes the rears, lays down black lines all the way through the last corner. Eriksson's on an absolute mission here. Veiby can't really afford to Joker now because Hedström's actually within reach of Veiby. Is he within reach also of Eriksson?
It's going to be close.
1.7 to 5.1 is what is, let me look at it, 3.3 is roughly what they've got. No, maybe more. No, it's not much. I don't even know. I'm rubbish at maths. Stop it.
Hedström's on a 43.5 last time around, a 43.0, fastest lap of the race for Johan Kristoffersen. Massive jump from Kevin Eriksson, who's at a 43.1, just a tenth of a second behind Johan, but now he's got Baby piling on the pressure in the final corner.
Baby will go Joker if Eriksson doesn't. They might as well mix the strategy up, surely. He hasn't, he's following him. Okay, so Hedström is the one they've got to watch out for. You say he's 3.1. Hedström is 3.1 off the back of Baby, and it's a further 0.3 forward. So I think this could be a traffic jam.
Has Kevin got a puncture? I think Kevin's got a puncture.
Oh no! Contact, front right's down. Hal Ridge is bang on the money. The front right's down. Kevin Eriksson might be about to lose out here.
No!
No, we wanted to see it go down to the final race. Hedström blasts past Eriksson, and the dream is over. Kevin Eriksson has lost out here with a puncture on the front right. Johan Kristoffersen is your champion, but we've got racing still to do. Kristoffersen into the Joker lap with the number 1 on the car. 5-time world champion, his teammate follows him in. Where's Hedström in the background? Hedström got stuck in turn 1, which is disappointing.
Right to the barrier on the outside, Johan Kristoffersen using all of the road. This has been another example of Johan Kristoffersen operating in the window that he can. Brilliant performance this weekend, just riding the brakes through the velodrome. Nice, neat and tidy, down the hill.
Almost looks slow, doesn't he, from the drone? He's just cruising it home. Johan Kristoffersen going to take semi-final number 1, and with it, he's going to become your 2023 Supercar Rallyx champion. Kristoffersen rolls it over the line, takes the checker flag and the big trophy. So 1-2 for him and OC Baby. Hedström comes third, and Kevin Eriksson is parked out on the track, I think, with a puncture. Gutting.
I thought Kevin was landing hard in turn 2, and then before I said he had the puncture in the velodrome, just as he got pitch wide, there's the nudge from Hedström, and another nudge from Hedström in the first corner. Baby gets through.
Right, Micah Tamsin. I'm just looking at this. Did Eriksson get round? Yes, he did. Right, Hal, the only thing I can think here is whether or not Hedström gets investigated.
Corner.
If he gets investigated, we might have to take it back.
So let's have a look at Eriksson here. Tyres still up. I think he got the puncture in turn 2, which would be unusual. He already had it here. He had it through.
Yeah, but that's velodrome, so has he squashed it on the Eriksson curb?
Yeah, that's what I mean. I think
after the jump.
He already had it in the right-hander before the velodrome, and that's the contact he then had.
So did he squash it on the curb on the right-hand side? Kristoffersen, as it stands, is your champion. Either way, even if Eriksson goes through in P3, what would the gap be? 3 plus 4 would be 6
points, yeah.
No, it was 4 already. What, 6 points extra? No,
it would be 6 points. 6 plus 1 plus 2. Because it's 6, 5, 4, isn't it? So if
Eriksson gets up into P3, he'll get...
The gap would be 6 points.
6, 5, 4.
Yeah, the gap would be 6 points.
Correct. Yes, it will. It will. So it'd be
points.
6, meaning it would be very tricky indeed. That depends on whether Hedström looked to me like he'd already been given a 5-second penalty there. I can't think they'd have done that enough. No. Look, Kristoffersen's brilliant. This isn't an anti-Kristoffersen thing. We absolutely love Johan and Kevin. I just wanted to see it go down to the final race. Some of our seasons, some of our classes have, and also Kevin getting the nudge in turn 1. Like, I understand why he wanted to be in the other semi-final. He wanted to be on pole, didn't he, and not have that outside line. He said it himself earlier on today, he needed a better qualifying earlier. Bolevsky and Ollie Eriksson, Osman, Lincoln and Franks and Toren. It's a good start by Ollie Eriksson, but a better start by Bolevsky on the inside line. Eriksson going to try round the outside of it. I reckon the drone got hit by a stone there, just suddenly dipped down. Eriksson goes standard lap, no interference this time. Osland's gone Joker immediately, and in behind him has gone Toren, so that's surely a bit of team tactics as well there, Hal. That's handy for him. Toren, he wouldn't want in front of him when he Jokered on lap 1.
I think it's very difficult to have tactics at that moment, isn't it? Because Osland's come from the second row and he's just negotiating what's going on in front of him. I think Daniel's just gone because he's in the back of the pack.
I also think Franks won't move over. Franks is going to hold on to that as long as he can, isn't he, basically? So he'll be wanting to make the pro final if he can. Although he'll lose out when he Jokers. Ollie jumping very long in the Civic. He's all over the back of Bolevsky. He's keen to get one of the OMSC machines through. We will check and see if there's anything under investigation. Bolevsky late, straight on the brakes. See the Audi just settle as he got on the anchors.
Piling the pressure on, isn't he?
He is indeed. I'm hoping Hal's going to have a quick look at the notice board, and if not, we can text Christy Johnson and see if there's anything happening in the background. Belevsky, Ericsson, Ikonen, Franks. Here's your order. Oslander's Joker coming out in front of Franks, and then Franks hasn't jokered yet. Here he is, look. Oh, Ericsson jumping long again. Belevsky taking that wide line. Ikonen in the background. Ericsson's got to split the strategy up here, but he doesn't want to drop behind Franks, I think, or into the likes of Osland. They're only 3.7 back. Ericsson would be 3.4 in front. He doesn't go this time, so they still don't feel like that gap behind them is comfortable enough. Franks has gone. So now Franks has gone, that might open the door for Ericsson to be able to take his Joker from P2. How the window just wasn't quite big enough on the previous lap.
Going well for Osland though, isn't it, in terms of hunting down Ikonen?
Yeah, going to book himself a spot in the final at home, isn't he, with any luck?
Ikonen's been quick in phases this weekend, but hasn't had the pace to match the podium contenders. I'm sure he'll come back stronger, still learning the Hyundai.
Turn one, Belevsky from Ericsson. Ericsson must go Joker to split the strategy, and he does. That's a good move. Nice rotation of the car. Stop it up now, get it over the inside curb, the outside curb. Going to come out clearly in front of Osland. Well, clearly, not as clearly as you might think. 3-4 car lengths is enough.
Very good Joker, though, from Oliver.
You'd fancy Oliver, wouldn't you, for a decent Joker? Now Belevsky's going to have to respond with an equally good one. How the pressure's on Belevsky here, and he'll know.
Hard in the Civic as well. Oh, Belevsky's window's coming out of the driver's door there, isn't it, coming down the hill?
Won't want the distractions. The sun is already setting here in Sweden. We've got the final still to come. Belevsky through the left-hander. This time he's going to have to go Joker. The front right smokes on the Audi. That tells you how hard Belevsky is trying here to keep the pace up. He'll flick it into the left-hander now. Got to get it anchored up early. If he misses that apex, and he doesn't, it's tidily done. Back the other way. Belevsky out towards the barrier. Ericsson done a big push, but really nicely done from Belevsky under pressure.
So he got the rotation done in the same way as the long wheelbase cars do, then drove square at the curve.
Ericsson mistake in the background. Hell, I thought he was coming in a little bit hot. Osland's all over the back of him now. Coming into the right-hander before the velodrome. Everybody calls that corner. He made a mistake, and he dropped a ton of time to Belevsky. So he's now under huge pressure from Osland. Osland, the Audi, getting a great exit. Is he going to try and make a pass in the final corner? Belevsky coming through to take it. Watch in the background, though. He doesn't. Belevsky takes it. Ollie Ericsson gets P2. Osland gets P3. And they will make it through to the final.
Big pressure at the end there for Ericsson. I wonder if he had an issue or whether it was just Osland having a go. Have a look back at the start. Ollie Ericsson made a good start, didn't he? Belevsky, though, on that cleaner line on the inside from pole. Ran deep. Ericsson looked to the inside. Nowhere through. Osland, early Joker. That proved to work out well for him. Big landing from Ericsson, the Civic.
Cleaner semi-final.
Yeah, much cleaner, yeah. Nothing on the notice board, as far as I can see, from semi-final one.
So maybe then just a racing incident. I think how probably our judgment a little bit clouded by the fact we just wanted to see him race for it in the final. I get
for
it,
sure, yeah.
It's two little nudges. It was enough to get Kevin super sideways.
It's very hard to penalise people for the first corner stuff.
Yeah, and it wasn't. Yeah,
we just
wanted to see it go at the final.
Yeah,
we wanted. Hedstrom's made it. That's what. Oh, look at the emotions. Stand up, sit down. Stand up, sit down. Brilliant. Fantastic stuff. Yuri Belevsky, Oliver Ericsson and Linus Osland go through to the final. Great result for Osland, making the final here at home in Höljes. Franks has still got the Pro-Am final to come. Maiko Tam, I think, was Tam a DNF earlier on?
Yeah, I wonder if he stopped though, or if he had a problem.
Yeah.
If you're sick, you may as well stop and save the car. He's got a championship to fight for.
That's the thing. They're equal on points. It might. Yeah. Did he rest the car effectively? You're not going to make it. So has he rested the car and put himself in a situation where he can fight for that Pro-Am final? So we'll find out when Maiko Tam, if he turns up on the grid or not. Unless there's an investigation, Johan Kristoffersson has been crowned the 2023 Rallyx champion. Brilliant. I mean, he's a genius. He missed the 2 rounds, of course, in Finland, come back and absolutely smashed these last 2. And Simon Tiger, open 2-wheel drive, Victor Johansson P2, Bjorn Stewart in P3. That would be another one settled, but we still have cross car to settle. There's 3 points in it. We've got cross car junior, there's 4 points in it. We've got supercar lights to settle. We've got supercar AM to settle. They're equal on points. Are going to race for it, so don't go anywhere. We've got about enough time to print and grids, get a tea, and we'll be back very soon indeed. Yeah, 10-15 minutes maybe. So yeah, hang around, say stuff in the comments, like and subscribe. We'll see you in a bit.
alla de andra så det är svårt att göra någonting.
Rallyx is presented by Cooper Tires, Allsbergs, Solentina Emballage Huntering, Emstad, and Beacon 59. The final starts in 3, 2, 1.
Cross Car Junior. They are between 11 and 15 years old, but behind the wheel they are all already behaving like true professionals. Like the supercar lights, the engines are deliberately limited by the regulations and won't tolerate the slightest driving error. This is an excellent training ground for learning the specifics of rallycross before joining the ranks of the senior crosscar category, or following in the footsteps of Lucas Anderson, who has moved straight from the junior category to supercar lights. Crosscar. Introduced in 2019, the crosscar category is clearly a hotbed of pure talent. While a good majority of the field is barely over 20 years old, this championship quite simply brings together the best Scandinavian drivers. With an unrivaled power-to-weight ratio and 140 horsepowers for a total weight of just 345 kilos, these little rockets are more than capable of matching the times set by the supercars on pure pace. One thing's for sure, the class is so hotly contested every weekend that it's simply impossible to predict who will come out on top. After 7 races, 3 drivers have the chance of claiming the Rallyx Championship at Höljes this weekend. Open two-wheel drive. Introduced for the 2021 season, this class is uncompromising. With its very liberal regulations, it allows pure enthusiasts and some of the most experienced drivers to give their desires free rein on the sole condition of owning a two-wheel drive car. One thing's for sure, the open two-wheel drive category shines in its diversity. From turbocharged Wankel engines developing over 600 horsepowers, some also opt for more classic naturally aspirated power units. And yet, despite their old-school appearance, these cars are packed with technology and remain at the cutting edge of progress. There's no doubt that the open two-wheel drive is a real paradise on Earth, not only for drivers, but also for the most ingenious technicians there are. Supercar lights. With tubular chassis and a 2.4-litre naturally aspirated engine developing 310 horsepowers, the supercar lights category has established itself as the best school where drivers can prove themselves before considering the next step to supercar. Created in 2013, the supercar lights category has succeeded in bringing out some of the greatest talents in the history of rallycross. Here, clean driving and crisp lines are the key to success, otherwise you'll be immediately punished by the chronograph. There's no such thing as chance in supercar lights. Everyone is equipped with an identical car, and only pure talent can make the difference. Nevertheless, there's no age limit to the action. From rookie Lucas Anderson, aged just 15, to the most experienced drivers, supercar lights is undoubtedly the most highly contested category in the Rallyx Championship. Supercar. With a 2-litre turbocharged engine, producing over 600 horsepowers, and cars capable of accelerating from 0 to 100 in less than 2 seconds, the supercar is quite simply the most spectacular category. Forget Formula 1 or the WRC, these guys have no intention of making the slightest compromise as they approach the first corner. From 5-time world champion Johan Kristoffersson to current Nitrocross leader Kevin Eriksson and WRC defector Ole Christian Baby, this category brings together the world's best drivers and Scandinavia's finest specialists. However, the young guns are not to be outdone. Victor Vranckx, Mikko Tam and Jens Wahl aren't even 20 yet, but they are proving that they already have the potential to defeat the plans of the fastest drivers. Since this season, the supercar category has also allowed the most limited budgets, or the oldest supercars, to compete with a dedicated final, as well as an overall classification that will award the title of Supercar Pro-Am champion this weekend.
Peter's brought us up to a part of Höljes I've never been to, and I know I've never been here. How Look at the midges around his head. He doesn't even smell bad. This is horrendous. We're gonna
You've
do this.
got long sleeves.
I know. I wish I had a hood. So, all right. So there's a quad bike here. It's a big one. I've ridden some small quad bikes. This one's four-wheel drive. It's got all sorts of stuff on it. I think the rules are going to be that we don't even get to ride it before we do it, which sounds really safe.
Wow.
This is the start line. You coming with us? He is. So we come up this way, Hal. It's a recce on foot. No pace notes.
Is this time?
Well, I guess we've got to decide a winner somehow, mate, unless we do it on style.
Style.
Who gets
Drifting.
Who gets killed the worst?
A judged sport.
Left here. Yeah,
Discuss.
no, it's got to be timed.
So we're left.
Left here. Left. Oh my God.
You designed the track. Already unfair.
Left here and then right.
So left here.
Yeah.
So
round. Peter put the cones out, mate. I'm figuring that must be the way it works. We seem to have a limited number of cones.
So that's on your left.
Yeah,
that
then on the
your
right. Then where? Oh my God. Okay, there's one over there.
Yeah.
Right, we've got to try and save some of these trees, mate.
Yeah, I'm not running any trees.
All right, so through the trees. Are we making a gentleman's agreement then that we don't run these over?
Yeah, Christmas coming.
Through here then, yeah. That's a nice Christmas one.
Rocks.
Maybe. Rocks.
And then this is the next one.
Yeah, so you got to go round that. I reckon you have to come through this bit, mate. And then hook a left, that's quite tight actually, unless you're going to mow a load of trees down.
You might do.
You're out of order if you do that.
Out
Left
of
and then
order.
that way, and is that the finish? Oh no, there's
No,
one more.
You got to go. That's to your right.
We've put that in the trees. That bush is going to get it. And then over the finish line.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. Oh, wide on the first left-hander for Andrew Coley. Taking a little stab to the left and then the right through the trees. You can't hit any trees because that's unfair. Now he's got a hairpin to go round, stabbing at the throttle like I've never seen before. Oh no, he's stopped out of the hairpin. He's got to go to the left here, nice, neat and tidy. Where is he going? Across the finish line. The time is a 30-second.66.
Ready? Okay, here we go, Hal. He's preloading it, look like a rallycross start. 3, 2, 1, go. Well, personally, I'd give him a jump start penalty. Oh my goodness me, he's gone very quickly. Okay, Hal is in full send mode. I reckon, that first cone's been knocked down. One of those cones is down. I'll tell you what though, he's fully committed. Fair play, on the gas over the line. Oh, nicely done. Well, personally,
What did I do?
mate, I think it was just like, you did, what did I do?
What did I do?
What did I do first?
30.6.
You guys destroyed me. It's a 22.4, mate. But I've got to be honest, I think you knocked one of the cones down, but I don't care. I'm getting eaten. Well done. Can we go?
Yeah.
Okay, mega. Peter, enjoy the walk, mate. See you tomorrow.
Nu vi fått semester ifrån arbete och krog. Då åker vi till Höljes ut i Värmlands djupa skog. En sliten gammal husvagn var på dragkrogen vi drog. Av VM-rallycrossen där den kan vi ej få nog. När vi kommit fram så känns det som det var igår. Även om det redan sedan sist har gått ett år. Men känslan är densamma, pulsen stiger, hjärtat slår. Nej, inga ord kan täcka om hur bra vi alla mår. Heja Höljes rallycross, fest och racing lockar oss. Allihopa kommer loss. Heja Höljes rallycross. På söndagen ut i A-finalen blev det hårda bud. Och ja, jag hade turen där och träffa mig en brud. På kvällen ska vi hem, då får vi börja be till Gud. För våran bil och husvagn var belagts med körförbud. Heja Höljes rallycross, fest och racing lockar oss. Allihopa kommer loss. Heja Höljes rallycross. Ja, heja Höljes rallycross.
Look at that, eh? Hey Ya Höljes. If you've never heard that song, You need to get yourself to Höljes. You need to come to a Magic weekend, definitely, or come to a Rallyx round. I'm pretty sure we'll be back. What do you reckon?
Hey, Höljes. Yes.
Hey, Höljes. Yeah, anyway. We're nearly there. Was that good?
That was from the All-Star Magic weekend, wasn't it?
It was from the All-Star Magic weekend, 2020, which was,
This is
our first
fourth
Rallyx event.
season of
I know,
Rallyx.
it's funny, isn't it? It's flown by, absolutely flown by. Today has not flown by quite so much. There's been an awful lot going on out there. The noise you can hear on track, which I'm just going to turn down, is the Swedish Championship finishing off what they're doing. Behind us here, we've got our Championship fighters lined up. Junior crosscar this side, senior crosscar the other side.
Breaking news, though.
Yes, huge news.
Peter Hedström, black flag, disqualified from the semi-final, and that puts Kevin Eriksson back into the final. So, Kevin, it's a big ask.
Yeah,
he's got to win, and Johan's got to be 5th or 6th, but it's not over.
It's not, yeah. So we've got, how many champions have we got then? Just one? Tiger. Yeah, is that the only one?
Just Tiger, yeah.
Okay, I'm just going to put yellow highlighter pen. Here we go.
No, you've used yellow too much already. Pink.
You think, okay, use the pink highlighter.
Well, this is the moment, so...
It's the second tap for me, Hal. I think the first tap, okay, start issue. I wasn't sure. I thought it's very difficult. You try as hard as you can to stay neutral. I always want a good story. I don't care if it's a British bloke in Britain or a Swedish bloke in Sweden or an amazing championship fight. I just love a good story. And I was a bit worried. I was like, okay, we've been too hard here on Hedström. You know, in the start, things happen. But then, no, they've said black flag. Do you think it's the double tap? It's the first one, but the second one...
Yeah, and I think looking from that inside angle, he's forced the issue on the inside, hasn't he? I mean, it's a big penalty. It's a massive penalty for a first corner move.
But then it is a massive moment. It's not round one of the season. It's championship decider with a championship protagonist.
The Swedes also have the Swedish championship going on. The highest placed Swede from Supercar this weekend will be the Swedish champion. So there's also that going on for the Swedes. They all want to be SM champion as well as Rallyx, and especially someone like Hedström who hasn't done all of Rallyx, so is out of the title fight.
Yeah. Got to beat Johan, of course, to be Swedish champion, which is the...
It's kind of ruined it the last few years.
Johan, what have you done? So we're just waiting for that one last race to finish. The junior cross car's heading down to the grid. How are the comments going? Blah, blah, blah. Just popped up on the notice board. Hedström's disqualified. There we go. Yes. We found out via WhatsApp. Berger got a 5-second penalty in lights for pushing a net clip. Irrelevant since he's in 5th. Fair enough. Yeah, it's below that, isn't it? Down, 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 please, Mr. Ridge. Keep it going.
Yeah, that's it at the bottom.
Is it?
Yeah. Quite the tap.
Kevin Mossy. Look at that. I'm loving that. Generosity's done some good maths. 4th guarantees Johan the title. I like. Are you in the WhatsApp group?
It's not as hard. You've done a good job. I'm not knocking generosity.
I'm applauding you.
But it's certainly easier
it's
just the final to go.
Yeah.
But well done.
It's semi-finals, it's like, your brain starts to, you know, the emoji where the eyes are all boggly and the tongue's out the side. That's pretty much how my brain feels now. So, it's a straight fight in Supercar M. Kevin Eriksson must win with Johan P5 or P6 in Supercar for him to take the title off him. Supercar Light, I was right, my maths was right, yes, well done me, top prize. Lucas Andersson must win with Simon Olofsson P6 or Simon Olofsson is the champion, so that's pretty easy to figure out. If Olofsson's not 6th or Andersson's not first, game over. Open to all drivers finish, so we can just enjoy a Sendy race. Your Crosscar Junior and Crosscar, the easiest way to look at it is if Enholm or Rito obviously are ahead of their rivals, then they are the champion. But there are some permutations where...
Can I read some genius out from Commentators?
Yeah, go for it, mate.
If Thomas Diek wins, he is champion.
Yeah.
Done. If Merstad is finishing 2nd and Enholm is 5th or worse, Merstad is champion. In any other situation, Enholm is champion. Yeah. That's pretty straightforward.
Yeah.
Right, Crosscar Junior.
So what we're saying, Eek Merstad's got to be P1 or P2.
Yes.
But also, if Eek Merstad wins, he's champion. If he's P2, it depends where Enholm is.
Yes.
Yeah,
correct.
Fine. Okay.
Crosscar Junior. If Yulilami wins and Yuito is P3 or worse, Yulilami is champion.
Yeah.
If Yulilami is P2 and Yuito is P6, Yulilami is champion. In any other situation, Yuito is champion. Attila, thank you so much.
Yes,
because
mate.
This is very valuable.
This was a quick chat last night downstairs next to the pool table over a small can of beer, and he came in and we were like, are you going to do that spreadsheet thing where you say we're not the champions, which we sometimes run as a separate screen, and it lets us know live, although they won't ever confirm it until it's confirmed by race control, whereas we have to go during the race. So, but Attila, yeah, you've been a legend, as has everyone at Chronomoto, timing partners in every major rallycross series in the world uses Chronomoto.
They had an epic weekend a few weeks ago,
Reason
didn't
for
they?
that,
And
Nitro
Peter
Cross.
Chronomoto, founder and owner, was
Euro S3.
did a Facebook post about the amount of different events, European Autocross, something in Hungary, everywhere, and it's such a massive
and Estering
effort.
and Nitro Cross same weekend, was it?
Yes.
Was that the one? It was that weekend.
Yeah, because it was Estering,
Utah
World, Utah Nitro, British Championship Pembrey, something in Hungary, something else somewhere else. They do hill climbs now as well.
Yeah.
Do everything.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
I wonder if they could time us getting to Oslo tonight. What do you reckon that's going to be?
I was pretty lit on the way back to the hotel last night. I'd say that was the TQ time for our journey from the hotel to the track, or vice versa. We did take it steady down the gravel road. When you're a bit tired, it's just like, yeah, I don't know.
There's the TT Motorsport guys going to the grid, so I guess
I'll be happy with 3 hours, to be honest, if we have a leisurely one and stop. Depends how loud the house music is.
Can we see in the background? Move. Oh, see Peter Hedstrom's head. Let's come this way.
Where's Peter Hedstrom?
This way. You can see his head there.
There he is.
Just move R2D2.
He's explaining. Hold on. Here he is.
You're a bit confused,
Let me
mate,
put him either side. Put him either side of him so people can see him. Where is he? Is he gone?
No, he's still there. He's
explaining. He's in between R2D2.
And
there he is.
But he's explaining to Tommy Kristofferson and his dad Anders about what happened, and you could tell that because it was all of the hand gestures.
We've just been asked if we're ready to start. Henke, we're ready.
Didn't even press a talkback button.
No, we're just ready.
Ready.
Born ready. 30 seconds to the start. What do you want for 30 seconds?
Some calm before the finals storm.
Woosah. Everybody breathe at home. I'm going to, you know those apps where you do meditations? I'm going to do some for you. That wasn't what you expected, was it? From a meditation. Can you imagine?
That was a fake jump, but apparently they got my real jump earlier.
Did they? The
TV truck were chuckling about it.
Well, we talked about an audio book. We've talked about a podcast. Maybe we should do some what's it called? Mindfulness with Hal and Andrew. Oh, whoa!
While
Take a deep
Radio
breath.
1 dance.
Look at the lights as they change to green.
And as you said, the lights went off in the studio. A seamless link.
Here we go then. It's time to settle the title for Cross Car Junior. Michael Uito, who's on pole, has a lead of 4 points over Yulalami, who's at the back of the grid on the inside line. Hallinan on the outside can't win the title, but he could nick P2 if he were to win this. Here we go. The last final of the year for Cross Car Junior underway. Is a good start by Hallinan, but not good enough as Uito creeps back and Yulalami moves across from P5 up into P4. Is he going to get it? Going to be on the outside line. Yulalami going to go Joker on lap 1, so that's an immediate change of strategy for him. Yulalami's on his own in the Joker. Somebody's gone miss. No, there's a one in the dust in the background. So all 5 cars on the standard lap except for Yulalami. Halli's going to need a bit of a miracle here, and obviously he needs Uito to have a problem.
Hallinan all over Uito in the early part of the lap. Uito just pulling a few car lengths towards the velodrome and now down the hill, eking out that little bit more. This could be the drive to a defence of his title for Uito. Great job through turn 1. Actually took lots of curb, didn't he? Popped the car off on 2 wheels. Didn't make the best of the starts. Yulalami in the background, big jump for Hallinan. Yulalami, as you said, has a lot to do here.
Yulalami's been on the podium at every single event this year. 3 wins, 2 seconds, 2 thirds. Absolutely a championship contender all year long. Needs those 2 cars in front of him to Joker, ideally, to release him. One of them goes on the absolute lock stops. Was that Oliver Solly?
Yeah.
Of course, Solly's on fire. He's having a right old attack in the background.
Yulalami having a look at Ulinda Lander as well. Linda Ulander. But this is only costing him time. This isn't going to work out for him, I think, at this stage. And even if Uito has a problem now, unless Yulalami can climb up the order, he needs to be first or second to make it work. So a big ask.
He is asking, though. In the background, he is definitely asking. Hallinan sliding through with Hagström right in behind. I think the pressure from Hagström has allowed Uito to check out a little bit at the front. Hagström will surely go Joker now if Hallinan doesn't. And he's through. Yulalami's through in the background. So Yulalami has made up another place and is just 4.1 seconds off the back.
Hagström's jokered. Yulalami's going to get ahead. It was a big send into the Joker for Hagström. Lunalander's going to get ahead as well in the background, is he? Yes, he is. So that hasn't worked out for Hampus Hagström at all.
So Yulilami's got clear air in front, has got to try and close the gap down. Still needs an issue for Uito to make this work out. Yulilami wins and Uito is P3 or worst. Yulilami is the champion, so he needs Yulilami not to be first or second, and he needs to win, and at the minute it's the other way round.
Uito was the class of the field early on. Yulilami has been very good also. Yulilami fastest lap of the race of 48.2. That's some 4 attempts quicker than Uito has gone.
Uito's gone. Uito's in the Joker lap now, watching for the standard lap. Overcomes Yulilami. Uito into the lead. Yulilami in P2, Hallinan in P3. That is how they stand in the championship, and that is how they look to finish here in Höljes. We've got another lap to go. Yulilami might go for glory. The only thing I'd say, Hal, is if you go for glory and knock Uito out, you know, I think the stewards would get involved in that, wouldn't they? But I wouldn't be surprised to see him go for a win. Mud flap flapping away. He's on a big old send.
Yeah, if you're going to force the issue, you need to force the issue too. Uito loses some positions and then hope the stewards don't do anything about it. But there's so much respect for each other, and that's really going to harm. The wave yellow flags in the final corner is going to lose Yulilami, sorry.
Yeah.
One of those opportunities to pass Uito.
One of the best.
These 3 drivers are good friends. They race each other almost every weekend in the Finnish Championship. Here in Rallyx, they give a little room, not much, but they give enough, and very, very rarely do you see them run into each other.
Uito through the right and over the crest. He's going to drop into the dip. Yulilami now, I think, is just a bit too far back, and the only place conceivably you can make a pass is the last corner. Uito was the champion of Rallyx Junior Cross Car in 2022 with 3 victories. He's going to come down through the right-hander, and this year he's going to make it 4. So Michael Uito up over the jump into the last corner for his 4th win of the year, and with it, the 2023 Junior Cross Car Championship is retained by Uito. Yulilami on the podium at every event for 2nd in the standings, and Hallinan comes across in 3rd. Very fitting, I think, that these 3 incredible young drivers cross the line here. A brilliant rallycross circuit. Oh, synchronised donuts as well from everybody. Let's all celebrate, and so they should. They put on a hell of a show this year. Is that Solly as well in P4?
Yeah.
It is. So the top 4 in the championship have finished in the top 4 positions here at Höljes. What a brilliant way to round out their year.
A platter of donuts, as former rallycross producer, or current rallycross producer, Matt Beale once said in the World Championship many years ago. Fantastic. And that, you know, that's the respect thing as well. Larry Hallinan's dad said to me in Grenland that all of these boys are willing to give up the win sometimes, and that's not because they're not competitive, but they're aware that sometimes one of them will win, sometimes the other will win. They don't force the issue. They know that sometimes it's not your day, and they're all celebrating there. There's no one gutted and stomping off back to the paddock.
Mate, they're so good.
These guys will be, if they stay in rallycross, they'll get to the top. And if they go elsewhere, if they go rallying, the talent is massive.
Think about the pressure. Look
Vigo,
at the donuts.
fantastic.
Yeah, brilliant flying Vigo. Gold medal Vigo. The last round of Junior Cross Car sees the top 4 drivers finish in the top 4 positions in the standings. Uito, your champion, Yulilami P2, Hallinan P3, and then you got Oliver Solly in P4. That's how they finished in the championship. Brilliant.
Shame for Hagström not to finish the final.
Uito, 188 points in the end. He takes it by 7 points from Yulilami. Every single podium for Yulilami, but they're not enough to overcome the 4 wins of Uito. Fair enough. Hallinan gets 3rd. So Oliver Solly, you see he's a little way off the points, but if you looked at the way he attacked that Joker lap, I'm expecting Solly to be right on the pace next year. Oliver, Tibet and Solly, very young indeed, came into this series at the youngest possible age, and Hagström with a brilliant performance this weekend too. There are so many good drivers in the series. Some will move up to senior cross car next year, probably because they'll be too old for junior, but a lot of our talent there has got another couple of years in this series if they stick around. Okay, Hume on pole, Ugart. Hukar on row 2 on the inside, Enholm on row 3 on the outside. Merstad is on the inside of the back row and Bowdens is on the outside. So it is between the 2 red cars, effectively. Enholm and Eek Merstad. Now the revs rise just a little bit more as the pressure comes to. Now to the limiter. And now to turn one, Enholm with a great start on the outside of row one. You guys going to get this. Enholm trying to shut the door. Eekmerstad trying to get the inside. Eekmerstad gets a pass on Enholm. Eekmerstad to P4. Hukar across the gravel. Eekmerstad goes straight to the Joker. Enholm into the side as Enholm's car broken. Enholm's car is broken. Is parked in the road. Eekmerstad is in the Joker lap now. They'll be on the radio to him. Carnage in turn one.
Eekmerstad needs to finish first or second in this race if he's going to win the championship. And with Enholm out, is he? I
think there's a red car moving in the background, Hal. I'm sure I saw it move. We need to see if Enholm's still in this raid. Hold on, and we need to see if he's there or not. Here comes Eekmerstad. Is that him or no? Well, we'll know at the end of the first lap. We will know. Wow. A lot to unpick there. Is that him?
He's in the background, but there's something flying around as well. So currently, whom hasn't jokered? Ugart and Merstad are in the window, having already jokered. There is Enholm in fifth, some 9 seconds off the lead.
Right, so Merstad has to finish P2, yeah, with Enholm down in P5. Enholm jokers now. Where's Bowdins on this? Is Bowdins still in this or not?
So if Merstad's second and Enholm's fifth, Merstad will be the champion.
Bowdins hasn't shown up on lap one, Hal, so Enholm is going to get P5. Bowdins showing us a DNF, so what happens now then?
Merstad still needs to be P2.
Okay, so Merstad's Enholm's P4. Yeah, okay, so if it stays as it is, then Merstad wouldn't get it, would he? He's got to get past
Hume. He needs to pass Ugart, or they both need to get past Hume, basically.
Right, Merstad is 3.0 off Hume, so if Merstad gets past either one of the cars in front of him, he'll be the champion if Enholm stays in P5.
But he's not close enough to Ugart at the moment, so on without something happening to one of them, Hume would need to drop behind both of them for Merstad to get the second.
Well, it's Hume I'm looking at, thinking that the gap's only 3 seconds. 3.0, you know, that's going to be tight at the merge, isn't it?
Fastest lap of the race last time around, a 44.7, a 44.9 for Eekmerstad, a 45.2 for Hume. He doesn't have the pace of the two behind. You can see visibly they've closed a bit. Merstad hasn't got the pace of Ugart though either, has he?
Ugart doesn't matter though, does he? He's only got to get second, doesn't he?
Yeah, but he needs to be on the back of Ugart, doesn't he, so that they can both clear Hume when Hume jokers.
He's only got to clear Hume. If Hume's too slow and he gets past, it doesn't matter whether he's winning or not. So if Hume, what's the gap? Was 3, now it's gone up. It's gone up. Eekmerstad's lost 4 tenths to Hume. It's Hume's the only driver not to joke, and Eekmerstad is losing time against it. He's in full maximum attack mode like we saw in Q2, like we saw in Q4. He really is going for it.
Ugart's the fastest driver on track, a 44.3 last time around, a 44.4 for Hume and a 44.8 for Eekmerstad. He's dropping off the back as Eekmerstad.
Smoke was pouring off Hume's tyre as he came through the long right-hander. They're coming now onto the final lap. Ugart going to take this when Hume goes joker because he's only 1.4 seconds back. Ugart's been... Oh, look at the attack from Hume. He means it. Into the joker, fully backed in. Tucks it in on the inside line. He's got a bit of understeer. He's picked up understeer, but it's not enough for Eekmerstad to get through. Ugart comes through to take the lead. Eekmerstad now has half a lap to try and pass Hume in front to take the championship title.
He has to make the move on track. We're watching race leader Ugart. This is the battle for the championship.
Eekmerstad comes through the long left-hander. I don't think he's going to be close enough. There was a bit of carnage in turn one. Martin Ugart coming through. Eekmerstad, can he make a move in the last corner? Up over the jump, watching for this. He'll be desperate if he does. Oh, mistake almost from Hume. He holds on. Martin Ugart takes the win. Hume going to get P2. Eekmerstad's going to miss out by a point. Oh, and Enholm, if he comes across the line in P5, where is Sebastian Enholm? We need to wait for him. Enholm is somewhere out on track, and he will be the champion if he can drag that car around to the finish. Here he is, Sebastian Enholm through the long left-hander. That will have been a hell of a race for everybody who supports him in the paddock. They'll have been freaking out, but that should see Enholm, the 2023 cross-car champion, after a carnage final.
I don't think he knows. I don't think they've worked it out. He didn't do anything in the car, did he? Let's have a look back at that start. Hukar, made a great start. Gets alongside Hume. Bowdin's there on the outside. This is Eekmerstad
with a brilliant pass. And then look at this. Eekmerstad with that pass probably put himself out of the carnage, didn't he? Look at Hukar.
Enholm really hit Hukar hard there, didn't he? But it wasn't his fault. Hukar's been forced wide. Now he's popped back on. Had contact with Hume. Hume was lucky to get away with it as well. Oh, look at the impact there.
I don't know if Enholm was thinking Hukar was going to come out further on the track, or if he was thinking he was going to end up staying in the gravel, but he would have seen that going on outside him, wouldn't he? But he was desperate to go standard lap.
Baldwin's had the contact in the rear as well. I really thought Hume had overcooked it over the jump on the final lap.
So did I on the last lap, and I thought that was going to hand it.
Massive send into the Joker.
It was brilliant, wasn't it? I love seeing a Joker like that.
Great for Ugar for winning the final race of the year. He's been quick this weekend, just missing out on the championship. Thomas Eek-Merstad.
Martin Ugar takes it from Alexander Hume. The carnage in the first corner meant Enholm was down in P5. That meant Thomas Eek-Merstad would have needed P2. That's all, if our maths is correct. But as it stands, we're pretty sure that Sebastian Enholm is your 2023 cross-car champion for Rallyx. Enholm takes it by 1 point, as we said in the race, from Thomas Eek-Merstad. Elias Svensson in P3. A fantastic championship fight between those drivers all year long. And you look down that list, as anybody on that front page has put on an incredible show for you. They really have. Okay. Hal, that was Enholm, yeah?
Pace Motorsport just ran past, absolutely celebrating, but
I'm not quite sure they're celebrating about. They're stoked. Maybe they've had some drinks already. There is a possibility of that. There are going to be people having some drinks here at Höljes tonight.
So they should.
Yeah, they should. There's a big old party going to happen. There's a Volvo getting the whole shot there, Hal.
That could well happen in a minute as well.
Good. Right, we're doing a bit of clear up on track, I think. We'll be back with you in just a moment.
Klartecken då för finalen för Robert 2 VD Urban Bergström, Emil Öhman, Adam Öhman, Simon Tiger, Linus Holmlund och Björn Sture.
Here we go. Open two-wheel drive. Remember, Simon Tiger already the champion in this one. He's on the outside of row 2 on the front row. You've got some of the fantastic contraptions of Bergstrom on the inside line in the Volvo V40. Then you've got Emil Öhman on the outside in the Volvo S40. A Lexus on row 2. BMW E30 Wankel Turbo, Simon Tiger, because everybody needs 1 million horsepower. Bjorn Steer on the outside in the Blue Focus. It's a brilliant start for Urban Bergstrom. Oh, the two Omans going to get together, and that's given Simon Tiger all he needs to get round the outside. Tiger going up the inside of Urban Bergstrom into turn 1. Tiger forces Bergstrom wide, runs the BMW deep up and over the crest. Now he can deploy that horsepower. Urban Bergstrom going to come back in the pack behind Bjorn Steer, and this could be a brilliant drive by Simon Tiger to sign off a championship campaign.
Really, Steer's in the rear of one of the Omans into the right-hander before the velodrome, but that was a proper I'm coming through, I'm the new champion, and I'm going to try and win this final from Simon Tiger. Force the issue in turn 2. It wasn't unfair, he just made sure the car was there on the inside. Bergstrom, Bergstrom, massive spin in the background. Oh, he's so lucky not to roll.
He certainly is. Broken steering Bergstrom, he's parked up on top of the rocks there. Disaster for him. So Urban Bergstrom has gone round Simon Tiger. Hal, it's the total opposite approach that he was taking just a few minutes ago in the semi-finals. In the semis, it was like I've got to be careful, I've got to make it through to the final. And now he's like, I don't care, I'm the champion.
He was so careful, wasn't he? And not Tiger Spade careful.
No, somebody had a word, didn't they? Somebody said, come on now, Simon, be a bit more sensible. No more broken steering, no going off on the fastest part of the circuit when you be the champion. Just make the final.
Let me describe moderation to you.
And then they've gone, but if you make the final,
you can do what
the hell you want. Yeah, that's what he did in turn 1, isn't it? So,
but he made a great start, hung around the outside and was there for turn 2. Bergström had to joker, there was no choice because you can't turn in.
Like you said earlier about the backward move on Solberg back in the day, and it was a really good move. And to put Bergström into the traffic it's just put Simon massively in pole position, hasn't it?
2-second lead here. Stur has yet to joker as well, so he's unlikely to be on the podium now, isn't he, in this final round? I have to say though, Stur's been quick today.
Yeah.
Probably been his best performance of the year when he needed it most to get into the top 3 in the championship.
Yeah, there must be a good feeling, mustn't it, being out there? I think it would be lovely to race your final knowing it's not on the line. Just go out there for fun. I think that's when you relax the most and drive the best.
Well, that's when Simon Tiger's smashing in fastest laps of the race every single time. Oh, there's the marks for Bergström, Urban Bergström going down the hill. That was very close to being a rolled estate car, wasn't it? The Volvo V40. Oh, Tiger's got an issue!
Oh no, Simon Tiger, he's the champion. But he's broken the car. The full send was too much send for this final race of the day. And Simon Tiger is not going to win the final. I'm gutted for him, to be honest.
Needs to joker now because he could be on the podium here in the Ford Focus. He hasn't. Yeah, I'm gutted for Tiger. I missed that because I was looking at the timing screen.
I missed it too.
Classic.
Yeah, I missed it too. Oh, it's been a long day. It really has. Next year I want to do Q3 on day 1. But how much fun has it been? Brilliant.
Much
fun. The whole season's been much fun.
Where is Tiger still going, or is he still? Yeah, he's still going. It seems. Although we only know he crossed the line last time around. Another timing loop. That's on my Rallyx wish list.
Yeah, 2 more timing loops, but definitely 1 more. So we only get an update, as you guys do, on the splits when they cross the line. So
Oman, fastest lap of the race. Emil Oman, that is leading the final. He's joking on this 5th and final lap.
He's a little bit wide. And they've all got joker on this lap, so is anybody going to get past Stur? I think he's going to hold on.
I think Holman's going to get him.
He does. So you were right, Hal. I think Stur should have gone the lap before.
Holman smashed in some very quick laps, the fastest laps of his races fairly often this weekend.
Well, it's going to be an Oman 1-2 then. Urban Bergström not going to make it through this time. Up towards the line, over the jumper one last time. Emil Oman in the Volvo F40 going to take it. So Emil Oman comes through, he takes the final 2-wheel drive open victory of the year. P2 goes to Adam Oman in the Lexus. P3 goes to Linus Holmland after Bjorn Stur, who took 3rd in the championship earlier on today. Yes, get in on the handbrake. Get some donuts on the go. Simon Tiger with no donuts, no platter for Tiger. That's a show. That's how we do it. Yeah, Bjorn Stur as well, celebrating P3 in the standings. Johansson's not there, Tiger's not there, but he's really pleased with his results today. This was the start. Simon Tiger, look at this. He just somehow hooks up the 1,000,000 horsepower. The Omans getting into each other probably helped him.
Oh, definitely helped. Look at he's on the clean line, isn't he? He's got the traction already alongside.
So tucked in, and at this point he's in the door. It's like, well, I'm going to have a go, whether you like it or not. 2 wheels over the curbs.
Into the joker. He was lucky, actually, that Oman got sideways there in the background and wasn't able to pull ahead of Tiger over the jump. Although it doesn't make any difference because he retired anyway. But the Omans got into each other a lot there. Oh, Bergström hit the wall on the inside.
Filthy. This was filthy. At that point, you're thinking, no, the Volvo's going to be no more. But it was all right with its dog carrying capacity in the rear.
Had to bring up the dogs.
Yeah, one last mention.
It is the dogs.
One last mention. Over 2-wheel drives the dogs, isn't it, really? Simon rolling back.
He did what he needed to do today, though, didn't he?
Think about if he'd taken the reckless approach earlier on today and potentially lost out to Victor Johansson. As it goes, yeah, Johansson wasn't in the final, but you know what I mean. Oh, so he can still manage donuts? Well, what's that all about then? What's broken? Gearbox, maybe. Might be stuck in first gear, but that doesn't matter for the donuts. Go on, Simon Tiger, 2023 Open two-wheel drive champion and the champion of many hearts at Höljes for the donuts. It might be stuck in first. That's it, give him a wave. Brilliant stuff. I'm glad he took the opportunity to do that. Disappointed not to win the last final of the year when he led it by an absolute mile after a genius first corner move.
No one remembers who wins the last final of the year.
No.
They remember who wins the championship.
Yeah, and Tiger wins it.
Not take nothing away from Emil Omen.
Great drive by the Omens and by Linus Holmland as well to steal the podium. But yeah, Simon Tiger, your Open two-wheel drive champion. Simon Tiger, 152 points to Victor Johansson's 137 and Bjorn Steurs 102. Plenty of different weird and wonderful machines in Open two-wheel drive this year, and we're hoping for more of the same next year. OC Baby's jogging down the pre-grid, zipping up his race suit. We've got the supercar lights lined up, which tells me that supercar AM.
It's jolly chilly now, isn't it?
It is chilly. I have the gilet on. Are we having fun, people? Let me have a look. Tiger had overheating and gearbox issues in the semi-final.
Oh, there's Bergson. Look at the front wheel.
Whoa.
So he hasn't broken that by hitting the wall on the left, has he?
No,
so that's happened
broken that,
prior
hitting
to
the
that.
gravel trap at a ridiculous angle. Yeah.
All right.
Okay. Supercar AM final coming up.
För Supercar AM-föraren här Johan, där vi i det främre ledet har Mikko Ikonen tillsammans med Mats Öhman.
Change the order of the paperwork again. Dump Open two-wheel drive, that's done.
Well, you do that. It is tied on points for the championship between Victor Franks and Maiko Tam on row 2.
Yeah, Tam is there. So that's what this one's all about. Everybody else will be up for a bit of glory. Mats Öhman on the front, on the outside. Took some wins earlier on this year in Finland. They were very popular indeed. They'll be even more popular here in Sweden. But he's got to beat Ikonen to turn 1. Ikonen gets a great start in the Hyundai. Mats Öhman going to have to stick it in behind them. Torin, I think it is, who's managed to get up into P4. Ikonen takes the standard lap. Oh, around the outside, Franks and Tam go together. Franks gets 2 sideways, then he goes up the inside line. Oh, Tam over the wall. Franks into the wall on the outside line. Plenty of contact there. If that doesn't end up in the steward's room, I might be a little bit surprised, but that's a bummer for us because it's taken away any chance of a tactical win on Joker lap strategy.
Neither of them were giving an inch there, were they? Franks went up the inside, Tam was like, no you don't, sunshine, forced it up the inside again into the right-hander. They're both close to the wall on the outside. Look at the dust now, the low sun here, we're running later than planned.
A lot later.
The visibility will be tough now at some point on the circuit. We filmed the quad, this is silly, but also not a joke. We filmed the quad feature
around this time
last night, and I couldn't see on the quad bike going towards the sun, and in the cars it'll be 100 times worse with the dust.
Yeah, sure will. Especially look at the shadows you can see. So for instance, coming over the jump out of turn 2, that's a sticky point for it.
Or Franks needs to get ahead here, he's not going to get it done.
So it's advantage Maiko Tam very much at the minute with Victor Franks behind. They were equal on points coming into this. I do feel a bit for Victor, how to take nothing away from Tam, but obviously the issue where the cable got broken.
He lost an entire round, didn't he? A 0 that he had to count last weekend.
He's had some incredible results this year in an RX2E car, which is not equal to the supercars on pace. It's a very good, very capable piece of kit.
Frank's absolutely sending it in the background.
Yeah. Go on, mate, get in. But yeah, it's been good. It's been great to see. Actually, it's been great to see someone take an RX2E car and go, oh, sod it, I'm going to have a crack at supercars and get in the final plenty of times.
Ikonen all out of shape on the jump landing.
Omen's covered off Tam. Mats Öhman has covered off Maiko Tam, so that puts him into a guaranteed P2. It's Ikonen who's looking to take. Ikonen's gone wide. Ikonen's gone wide and stuck it out in the gravel hole. He came back in off the gravel on the outside of the right-hander.
I wonder if
he's
Ikonen's
lost
got
a ton of time.
Puncture or something, because he was all out of shape on the jump landing as well.
Watch him do this right-hander.
Yes, he has.
Rear left.
Puncture.
Oh, Mats Öhman then going to pass up the inside. The crowd will love this one. Surely he's going to get it done. Oh, Öhman gets ragdolled in the seat in the background. Through the left now. The rear left is off Ikonen's car. Maiko Tam will be looking to take the win. It's going to be Öhman versus Tam on this final lap. Öhman's just waiting. Ikonen going to go Joker. And Mats Öhman, he doesn't. He's got another lap. How's he staying out? Why?
Well, he's so perfectly entitled to, isn't he? What this is doing, though, is playing into Victor Franks' hands as the pack bunches up.
Maiko Tam's in a bit of a tricky situation here. Could he, like, come on, we need to stay ahead of Franks because we know Franks will have a move.
Tam should go low, he does go low, Oman's gone high. Maiko Tam's done a brilliant thing there, he waited, Oman got impatient, tried to go around the outside, and Maiko Tam passes him for what will become the lead.
Great move, he must have heard you. He's going to look to the inside though with Ikonen towards the jump.
Oh, now he goes outside, and now, Oman should have stuck it in there. Go on, Mats, get stuck in. Mats Oman still not over yet, this is it. Ikonen causing a traffic jam behind. Mats Oman can't find a way through Maiko Tam. Got to look inside now. Goes out wide, he'll try and get a better exit out of here. Mats Oman. Right behind him is Johansson. Victor Franks is there as well. This has caused carnage. Ikonen has backed the entire pack up into a 3-second gap.
This is Mats Oman's opportunity up the inside in the velodrome, otherwise it's in the final corner, but he hasn't got enough, has he? Maiko Tam runs a tiny bit wide, gets in the throttle, good traction from the M-Sport Bill Fiesta down the hill. I think he's got enough.
Maiko Tam with a great move. He waited to see what Oman would do, trying to pass a stranded Ikonen. He takes the inside line, he covers off the braking zone. Franks makes a desperate pass on Johansson in the background, but Maiko Tam will take victory here, and with it, victory in the Pro-Am category of Supercar for Rallyx 2023. That's a great drive, really measured. Fantastic performance. Unlucky to Victor Franks for having that shocker in Norway. And again, Franks sending it into the donuts. You can do donuts in electric cars.
He sent it in the final corner as well, didn't he? Overtook around the outside over the jump, just showing that he was there or thereabouts.
Does Tam not know? I don't think he knows over there. I mean, no, he might be just really chilled out.
I don't think he can do donuts. He's only been driving this year. He's never done donuts in it before, has he?
He wasn't expecting to win the title. Really, Mats, I think, should have waited in the velodrome and made Tam go the long way. But
so easy to say, isn't it?
You think you take the opportunity, you think I'm going to go for it.
Well, this is the move on the first lap. Franks sent it, then comes back inside Tam.
Then Tam goes
Tam's like, no, you don't.
Watch Tam over the curbs here, look.
Bosh!
Full launch into the front right. I'm actually surprised either car made it to the finish, to be honest. Although, I certainly, if I were the stewards, I don't think I'd be getting involved.
It won't go to the stewards, I don't think, because
either side by
that's
side.
why the curbs are there. Yeah. If you choose to monster the curb like that, then there's the puncture. I knew he got out of shape. I saw him get out of shape just as we saw Spencer earlier on. The wipers are going, and he's probably flying at some flies in there.
Then he ran into the dirt on the outside line. Johan Kristoffersen's come to the commentary box. I was expecting him to be a little busy. He put the cans on, Johan. Go on, stick them on.
I think I need to win, right? Oh, Kevin needs to win.
Kevin needs to win. You need to be P5 or P6.
I think it's not enough, is it?
What?
I think, yeah, exactly.
Yeah, so if Kevin wins and you're 5th or 6th, he's the champion.
Yeah.
If he
wins and I am 4, then I'm the champion.
Yes, so you just need P4.
And if he doesn't win, I'm the champion.
Yes. Yeah.
Correct.
Yeah.
All correct.
Cool.
You off?
Yeah.
Thanks, mate. Bye. Brilliant. I love it. Don't rely on that crap maths, mate. Off he goes. Sorry, just shouting at Johan Kristoffersen, the 5-time world champion, who came to check the point situation with the commentators who are renowned for terrible maths. I mean, just ridiculous, isn't it, really? But also hilarious. He's in the background. I mean, yeah, I wish you could see, but you can't. You should have a quick look, really. But there we go. Deep breath. Really?
No, yes.
Yes, no, yes.
Who was that?
Yeah. Okay, so Supercar Am went to Tam, didn't it, from Franks and Oman, so they're finished.
Lights.
Okay. 2 to go. Olofsson on the outside of row 2 is the reigning champion and the championship leader by 7 points. So what has to happen here is Anderson has to win from the outside of row 1. He's got Kasper Janssen inside him, and Janssen gets a good start, so Anderson's not going to get away here. Enlund is inside Olofsson. Olofsson gets just through. Anderson drops back. That's a disaster. Olofsson goes Joker. Anderson's following him in. That's another disaster, because that's the one person he didn't want to follow tactically is Olofsson. But to be honest, Hal, we knew Anderson needed to win this, and that's not going to happen.
Yeah,
now.
I think he ought to have stayed out, but it's so easy to say that when we're not stuck in the heat of wrestling a lights car through the first couple of corners. Tell you what, though, Andrew, Martin Enlund is very lucky to still be in this race. Popped the curb massively. I thought he was going round in the first corner, but saved it, and it's right on the back of Kasper Janssen, who hasn't won yet this year. He'll be desperate to win at home.
But Enlund, Hal, is also here going to take P2 in the championship. So he came here 1 point behind Lucas Anderson. They're equal on points as we stand right now. And Enland, if he doesn't do anything silly, and I would say don't do anything silly. You won a victory on track when last time it was a victory in the stewards room.
I think he'd take a win at Höljes over second in the championship.
Do you really?
100%.
Yeah, fair go. Go on then. Get stuck in. Let's go. Send it. Send it.
And lots of other
terms. Yeah, lick the stamp. Yeah, go on. What is it, the Irish say? Go on, that's what. In Father Ted. Casper Jensen, don't get distracted. Casper Jensen leads from Enland. Oh, sideways. Enland's pushing too hard for my liking, he really is.
He's been doing it all weekend and getting away with it. At some point it's not going to work out, but it still is.
We need to keep an eye on Olofsson, Hal. He was 3.4 back at the end of the last lap. How far back is he now? 3.7.
44.9 for Casper Jensen, fastest lap of the race last time around.
And Olofsson's lost 3/10 to Janssen. Enland goes Joker. Who's going to come past, and is he going to get caught in traffic? Olofsson's going to get him. Olofsson gets in front of Enland, so the reigning champion, Anderson now in behind. So now Anderson and Enland are really close together. They're going to be racing for that 1 point, and it's not going to be the victory because Olofsson's in front of them. So it's about the gap between Olofsson and Janssen, really, isn't it?
Olofsson's driven the mature championship this year, hasn't he? His problems have apart from forgetting the Joker, probably can't hold him responsible for that either. The problems have generally been technical, haven't they? And another massive jump from Martin Enland. Olofsson's won this title before. He got that monkey off his back, and he's driven maturely this year when things haven't been going badly for him.
Casper Janssen with a 45.004. He's within a few thousandths of his best lap on the previous lap. He is really banging in some fantastic laps now. The rest of the pack is up behind Netclev, and I'm afraid that's not doing him any favours. So Netclev hasn't joked. Olofsson, Enland and Anderson are not going to be closing that gap down on Janssen. So I think
doing Janssen a favour though, isn't it?
Yeah,
their teammates in OMSE, so why not? He's in no man's land now.
No, exactly. I think this is Janssen for the win. Oskarsson, where's Oskarsson in terms of the gap? 1.8. No, that's the what? Yeah. No, he's going to fall into the pack.
Yeah,
Oskarsson's going to fall into the pack.
Yeah, that's going to be interesting, isn't it?
Yeah, Netclev's going to have to. They're all going to have to Joker this time. So watch for the leaders to go in. The front three cars are all going to go Joker. In goes Janssen after some insanely good laps. Last lap just a couple of tenths off. Janssen comes out into the lead. Olofsson going to come past Oskarsson. Oskarsson tries hard to get out to the barrier, but he comes out in P5. Okay, so
Anderson letting Enland know he's there.
Yeah, it's a race for P2 in the standings behind. In fact, they're lying astern here. Olofsson is going to be your champion in P2, but it's about what order Enland
and Anderson will take the same positions, second and third in the championship.
Here we go, Casper Janssen up over the jump. Hal said it already, but he hasn't had a win this year. It's a brilliant return to form. 2 P3s and a P2 in the last few rounds. Anderson looking up the inside in the background, but he's not going to get there. Olofsson is your Supercar Lights champion for 2023 with P2. In P3, it's Enland, who gets second in the standings by 1 point. And in P3 is Lucas Anderson, but it's donuts for Casper Janssen. That was an amazing performance in the final. I think Janssen is back on top form, and I tell you what, donuts like that in a lights car are not easy.
I think they might be the best Supercar Lights donuts I've ever seen. Don't get stuck
definitely.
In the gravel.
That's fine, we'll take it.
Good start from Olofsson this as well. The car was with him when he needed it most. I do think that Anderson maybe ought not to have jokered, but didn't really have a choice. This is Enland.
Oh, it's the tiniest.
That'll be a great photo head-on. There's cars everywhere. Look at that. Classic Höljes first corner.
And this is where Anderson, because Olofsson's gone, he's committed to it, and you have to commit to if you don't lose. How did Enland get away with some of these landings? Look at Janssen. That was a fantastic drive by Janssen.
Avoided the curbs for the most part as well, didn't he? But he had a good margin.
Yeah.
Oskarsson didn't avoid the curbs and cost him time.
Janssen takes his first win of the year. Behind him, the championship protagonists finish in the order in which they will stand on the podium later today. Confirmation of the result, a win for Casper Janssen from Olofsson, the champion who retains that championship, and Martin Enland in P3. Anderson gets fourth, Oskarsson and Netclev. And here are your championship standings. Simon Olofsson, the Supercar Lights champion for 2023, retains his title from last year. Martin Ellen goes one better. He was P3 in 2022, and he nicks it by 1 point from Lucas Anderson at the final round, with what has to be said to be great performances in the last two. Grenland, of course, he inherited the win there, and that will have helped him with the points, but taking nothing away, I think he's been fantastic at the end of this season. Lucas Anderson started the year brilliantly. It was a learning year for him. I don't think they ever would have expected him to be in championship contention. He was until the very final race of the year. So a fantastic job by 15-year-old Lucas Anderson to be P3 in the standings here at the end of the year. This is it then. One last dance. And it's a 600 horsepower one, which is what we all like to see. Kristoffersson versus Ericsson for the title. You've got Kristoffersson and Bolevsky on row 1, Oliver Eriksson and Ola Christian Veiby on row 2, and on the back row you've got Kevin Eriksson and Linus Östlund. Kevin Eriksson must win with Kristoffersson P5 or P6 for Eriksson to take the title. Oh, the reaction time from Johan was unbelievable, a brilliant start. Eriksson's gone one side, and then the other side of Bolevsky is Ollie up the inside. Kevin Eriksson's caught in the middle, contact between him. He runs over that razor-sharp curve. Into the Joker lap goes OC Veiby. So Veiby's gone Joker, and Kevin Eriksson's gone Joker as well. He's at the back of a train of 3 cars there. I think that's going to hinder his chances, unfortunately, but good effort.
Kevin Eriksson made an amazing start from the back row, was up equal the second row well before the run to the, like halfway up the run to the first corner, but there was nowhere to go. Got forced wide onto the curb. Had to bail into the Joker. That really isn't what he wanted to do. But really, if Johan's going to run out front at the front of this race, then there's not much he can do about it anyway.
No, it's a shame, isn't it? If he'd had a different result in the semi-final, he'd had the black flag incident, he would have been further up the grid here. But there you go. That's the way it goes. So we've still got the rest of this race to go, so we can enjoy some supercars around this incredible track.
Kristoffersson here, 43.8 for Kristoffersson first time around, 44.5 for Bolevsky, but he's much closer than that now.
3.2 back to Oliver Eriksson. Eriksson's within striking distance here of these lead two, but he's coming up against Östlund. He needs Östlund to Joker. If Östlund doesn't go, I think with that, Ollie Eriksson's chances of a win here are going to disappear as well. We've seen all day, haven't we, that the Civic has got pace if they do a clean and tidy run.
Yeah, all weekend they've had good pace, haven't they? When they get it all together, Kristoffersson over the jump, followed by Bolevsky, who's closed this time around visibly. Ollie Eriksson now onto the back of Linus Östlund. The sparks fly as the sun sets on the 2023 championship.
Oh, Kristoffersson with that wonderful style through turn 1. Oh, the lock stops again and through over the crest. Bolevsky's still right with him. What are the gaps? Anybody know? Östlund doesn't release Eriksson.
Fastest lap of the race, a 42.3 last time around. Oh, Bolevsky's spun! Bolevsky's gone off just as he set the fastest lap of the race so far. Linus Östlund now leading Oliver Eriksson in the battle to chase Johan Kristoffersson, but Kristoffersson is up the road.
Unbelievable. Bolevsky with the mistake, dropping from P2 all the way back to the back of the pack. No mistakes so far from this round. The Polo is landing beautifully. Oh, huge jump. Ollie Eriksson. That was enormous. Östlund and Eriksson will have to split the strategy here. If one of them doesn't go, the other one will. Kristoffersson, meanwhile, is on the standard lap. He's going to go Joker on the last lap. Östlund goes, Eriksson doesn't. Good decision from Eriksson. That would have been late as well to make that decision.
Eriksson's already jokered. They jokered on lap 1, both for the Civics, didn't they, with OC Veiby. So that is moving up to second for Ollie Eriksson, but it's not going to trouble Kristoffersson, who is 4 seconds up the road nearly.
Here he comes down the hill. That's beautifully done. The sun really is low, isn't it? Through that right-hander, here is Eriksson. He's under pressure from Veiby, so can Veiby take that second position? Kevin Eriksson's got himself up into third. He's ultra sideways in the background. Veiby trying to find a way through. It'd be great for KMS to finish the season with a P1, P2. Likewise, the Erikssons don't want that to happen. It's championship front runners, isn't it, in it? Kristoffersson through. Look at that. Beautiful, beautiful sunset over an incredible season. And now he throws down. Now Kristoffersson shows us how close you can get to the barrier. You'd almost bet that that's him showing us that he could go as close as Kevin Eriksson does. Kristoffersson through the long left-hander. He missed the entire weekend at Finland, but he has missed not a single beat in the last 2 events. It was a clean sweep in Norway, and it's going to be another one here at Höljes, the legendary Höljes, as Kristoffersson comes through the final corner to pick up the 2023 Supercar crown in Rallyx. a brilliant drive. Oliver Eriksson P2, OC Baby P3, and Kevin Eriksson crosses the line for 4th. What a fantastic end to a brilliant year. Donuts all round, and the number 1 is on that car for a reason. At the minute, he is the best of the best, and it remains for everybody else to try and challenge him.
Fantastic performance. I'd argue that Casper Janssen did better donuts in the lights car, but Kristoffersson was peerless.
He won't like that,
weekend.
mate. He won't like that.
Great
look at
start.
Kevin. You
Look
were
at
right.
Kevin's
Look.
start. Stunning launch from Kevin. It'll be easier from the back row as well, but it just didn't work. He got like small contact with Baby, got forced onto the curb, and he just was never going to make the apex from there, was he? Let's look at it from this angle. Again, Kevin's been so unlucky in the first corners this weekend. He could have gone standard lap there. I'm wrong. He could have gone standard lap.
Would it have made a difference, though? I think with that much time lost
maybe
in
he'd have been
turn 1.
second at the end with Bilevsky spinning.
I think, yeah.
But it wouldn't have been enough.
No.
It would have been nice for Kevin to be on the podium, though, given that he's put such a massive effort into this season.
Yeah, and let's
this is
again.
Bilevsky. Let's see what happened here. Runs deep
Too
onto
wide.
the gravel.
Flicks it. Does he get it back on the curb the other way, or does it just not come round? No, it doesn't come round. It won't come back the other way. You're waiting, aren't you, for the pendulum effect to bring the car back to you, and it didn't come. Here's Kristoffersson.
See the whites of his eyes in
watch
the
this, watch
sunlight.
this. That is, there you go, lads. I can go closer. I reckon he's hit it. I reckon that's a barrier tap. You better ask him, mate, when you get down there.
Well, there's a Civic implant in that barrier already, isn't there? So the Polo would have slotted into that very nicely indeed.
I want to go take, if the car's down there, can you please take the camera and go and take a look at the rear left quarter for us, Hal? Because I want to see if there's a mark on the rear left quarter. Johan Kristoffersson wins the final of the year, the Supercar final, ahead of Oliver Eriksson and Ola Christian Baby. Kevin Eriksson gets P4, Linus Ostlund P5. Yuri Bilevsky, with a mistake in the middle of the race, ends up 6th. Confirmation of the standings at the end of another fantastic season of Rallyx action. Johan Kristoffersson is the champion by 11 points from Kevin Eriksson. Yuri Bilevsky gets 3rd on the podium. Baby missing out in P4, but great racing all year long from a host of talents. And yeah, wow. That's it. It's done.
Wow.
Well, mate.
What a season.
Yeah, thanks for keeping me honest on the jokers there in the end.
It gets like that, doesn't it? I think I need to go.
It does. Hal, go to the podium, please.
I'll be back. I'll be back.
I want you to close your boots. And what was it? You've rotary supercharged engine. Guess I should stand in the middle, should I? Wow. What a brilliant end to the year. I hope you enjoyed that as much as we did. I'll have a look at the comments in a minute. 2023 overdone and dusted. 3 events in the space of about 5 weeks a little while ago. Then we had a nice gap, and then we've done 2 back-to-back here to crown our champions. We've had some drama, haven't we? We really have. There is the podium at Finnskoga Motor Club. That's actually their podium. Just to the right of that is our podium, but that is the top cars. There it is. There it is. So 2 podiums. They parked the cars in the wrong place, really, haven't they? We'll have to get somebody down there and get it adjusted. Johan Kristoffersson. There's his dad. An embrace for Johan and his dad, Tommy. Fantastic job by him. The rest of the squad down there as well. Cuba's down there taking pictures. There he is with the lens in the middle. Awesome stuff. OC Baby, far left-hand side of your picture as well. I think it was a fitting end. Golden hour, isn't it, as well, for photos? Mint. Hal is down there with the camera, and I think we're good to go. So let's see who Hal is with.
Johan Kristoffersson, fantastic performance today to win the Rallyx 2023 Championship here at Höljes. What does it mean?
No, but I thought that I won after semi-final, and then I realized that it actually, meant more than I expected. But a championship is always a championship, and yeah, it's been a bit of a roller coaster during the year. Not only with the development of the car, but also with everything that happened in the rallycross world. But yeah, being able to win this championship and had 2 very, very good races at the end. And then I saw the pace from Yuri and Oliver in the semi-final, which was 7/10 quicker than me on the lap time. So I had to speed up a bit in the final.
You always seek perfection. These last 2 weekends have been pretty exceptional, haven't they?
Yeah, it's been very, very good in terms of results, but of course there's a lot to gain and learn from this as well. But No, yeah, I was starting this weekend with quite some doubt after first 2 outings when the car wasn't really underneath me, but then got everything together. The guys did a very, very good job, so I managed to put on some good pace also. But of course, I think the start has been our strongest part the last couple of races.
And for the sun to be setting here in Höljes, one of the best rallycross tracks in the world, to win another title, wonderful feeling.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it couldn't be better, even though the sun was a very, very tricky task to handle during this, the final, and I didn't manage to do any good joker at all, but managed to do a few other good laps, and I was telling myself that the other guys also have the same problem.
You were pretty close to the wall on the joker exit too.
I touched it.
Got it, mate. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Told you, I touched it. That's brilliant, isn't it? I touched it. Was that him showing off? I reckon it's a flex from Johan Kristoffersson. I really do. I told you. I touched it. Brilliant. We mentioned to him earlier on how close everybody had come. Let's have a look and see what we got here. I'm looking through the comments. Are you not entertained? Somebody said that was from earlier on in the year. Johan is so funny, really. That was when he popped in, wasn't it? Just before to check what the points was. Damn, I want Vermont Sports Car to bring that Subaru here. Yeah, I would love to see the Subaru come across. The new one is actually a new rally car, so they'd have to use the supercars that they used in Nitrocross in 2021. It's the last rallycross car they made. The latest chassis has only been made into a rally car rather than rallycross. Lights Donuts are tasty. Driver of the season, Anderson, somebody has said. That's cool to see. What are we saying? Yeah, Lucas Anderson, 15-year-olds, I say, doing a brilliant time. Let's go, Maiko Tam. There we go, Estonia. Gorgeous at the golden hour. Yeah, it is looking fantastic, isn't it? The GOAT doing GOAT things from Generosity. I think that's a fair comment as well. Look at Vigo. He can do slow-mo stuff with the drone as well. Season done. Checker flag. People wave him. Great season of racing. Thank you. A lot of fun. It was a lot of fun for us. Thank you and Breathe. People are saying awesome season. Thanks to everyone involved. Noticed this championship on a random banner when you guys raced in Nice and decided to come out and watch it. Got hooked instantly. Thank you for amazing coverage. See you all next year. That's from Mr. Durkee. Thank you very much. Much appreciated. Thanks, Andrew and Hal, everyone on the backstage. Wild bunch of finals. Big up the stream. Who said big up the stream? That's got to be someone in Jamaica, hasn't it? Surely. I'll carry on scrolling while we wait for Hal to turn up. This mouse is shocking. So I think it's because I'm used to operating a Mac with a slidey mouse, this rolly wheel thing, so I go back to 1985. Coley needs to do the comments in Nitro and Rallyx there, 3 straight weekends. Oh, honestly, yeah, so I'm not going to lie, my voice is absolutely thrashed, my throat is killing me. I woke up this morning and I thought, yeah, I need to not do any more shouting, but we had a day of awesomeness to go, so we had to go. Hal Richards just come back, just reading through the comments, mate. Thank you for all the Rallyx fun. Here he is, he's back in the room. What else we got? Blah, blah, blah. Hal Andrew, heroes of Rallyx, to make the stream as good as it is. Look, thank you so much. I really, really mean that. Not reading it out I'm just reading it out. I'm not even thinking about it. I'm not one to blow our own trumpet. I'm just reading it because you guys are so generous as to put such lovely comments on there. Hope you enjoyed it. I'm feeling really emotional like I always do on the last day of school. I don't want it to end.
I love working in this environment as well. We're so lucky. Yeah, it's super special.
I can hear it, mate, don't worry. Yeah, it's brilliant, absolutely brilliant. Johan, I love it. I love the fact he touched the barrier. He's just pushing his luck on purpose, isn't he? That was absolutely fantastic. Also, I loved it when he said it meant more than I expected it to mean, which is really interesting. 5 times World Rallycross champion, takes Rallyx title and thinks to himself, it meant more than I expected it to. It's that winning thing, isn't it, again?
It does, though. So good little story about that is Matthias Ekström cried his eyes out with Neil Cole at the end of Estering. It wasn't even the final round, was it? But he won the championship and he cried in the car. He cried then in the press conference with you. Sorry, I'm out of breath. We were looking for Kevin Eriksson and failed. But then, ahead of Riga, when Kristoffersson could win the title, I said something like, oh, will you cry? Or will you go, no, I won't cry. Cried his eyes out on the podium with Tommy, didn't he? Because you just can't predict what it's going to mean.
No. No.
And it means a lot. They put a massive effort in, and they also love it.
Yeah.
If you put massive effort in and you didn't really care, it wouldn't matter.
I've got a wonderful photo, stood next to Johan in the famous nightclub in Riga with him. He's just
Coyote
he's
Fly.
like that. He's absolutely, yeah, Coyote Fly. He's screaming, like, screaming his head off with, like, Stoke level 101 because champion, because world champion for the first time, wasn't it, as well? And yeah, those moments, they're pretty incredible. It is a great pleasure to be here and take you on what I hope it's an emotional roller coaster for you at home as well, because if it is, it means we're doing a half decent job. Oi, oi, oi. And breathe. Yeah, I need to. Right, what else is in the comments, Hal? I can't work this scrolly mousey. I hate it.
If you leave it, it just scrolls.
Really? Right. Yeah, but I went up to look at stuff
Come
while
on,
you were
Grandad.
gone. Now the countdown. Yeah, but I don't like the mouse. It's like 1985. It really is. Yeah, blah, blah, blah. Anyway, yeah, great. Oh, I'm so tired.
Steady on. You've got to drive me back to Oslo.
I know. Now, do you know what happens now? Hal gets the laptop out and starts writing stuff, making notes and things, and I drive with house music on, very loud to keep me awake. And then at some point, in the journey, I get grumpy because Hal's not speaking to me.
I would suspect.
Got his headphones on, listening to voice notes from drivers on his laptop. That's literally it.
If you've ever been
this
to
is me in the
Höljes-
car. He's that side. I'm like, turning up the music, trying to annoy him. Then the cans go on, oh, ignoring you, Coley. I'm writing some stuff. I'm a writer. And I'm like, "Arr." And then, yeah. Don't like that one. Skip. Try and find something louder than his voice note.
Swear at the whatever Vic we're in, because the CarPlay is not working. This morning it was muted and you couldn't work out why.
Yeah, although I have to say, Toyota's CarPlay is much better than Volkswagen's. If there was some sort of a CarPlay championship, Volkswagen's CarPlay last weekend, I wanted to set fire to everything because I couldn't hook my phone up to it.
There was one occasion, it must have been,
top.
I don't know, 8 years ago. we were in Heathrow and you had to get to Gatwick and your bag hadn't
Oh,
arrived. I think
mate.
we'd flown back from Canada. He was redder than this. That's almost how it was last whatever day in Oslo.
Yeah.
With the
Was
Volkswagen
it?
Passat.
Oh, with the Passat, yeah, as we picked it up.
Yeah.
Yeah. There you go. Insight.
If I wanted to get fired, I'd just repeat what you said and then that would be game over.
Maybe I'd get fired too.
So I've just been running around looking for Kevin Eriksson. I ran up to Oliver. Where's Kevin? He's in Parc Fermé, of course, because he hasn't made the podium.
Yeah, of course.
So I'm out of breath for no reason.
So what's Victor say? Go have a nap, Andrew, so Hal can have a less grumpy chauffeur. No, screw Hal. He's getting a grumpy chauffeur anyway. Hal's reading messages behind me. Peter's here, the man who runs the entire Rallycross Championship, Rallyx Championship. What's going on? Some sort of steward's inquiry.
No, I
at the
can't
last
say exactly what's going on, but basically things are a little bit out of order, so we just need to wait a bit for the Rallyx podiums.
Right.
But that's
fine.
okay. We haven't been on air very much
Are we
today,
going to
so-
wait for the Rallyx? Are we going to wait for the podiums?
Yes, we are.
Okay,
yeah.
fine. All right, cool.
It's the least we can do after everyone's put all this effort in all year.
Indeed.
And Peter's going to come and join us in commentary in a minute. Oh, no, he's run away.
Okay. Is that what's going on?
It is, yeah.
Okay.
It says they've started with the Swedish podium, which is fine.
But it doesn't say it in quite those terms. What's this? Too many beers to be read. Now there's no beers now. I'm going to drive. Heatwave in the UK next week. Mega.
Is there really?
That sounds good.
I've got jeans on.
All efforts now on
the first
Ice
time.
Racer Champions and Nitro Rallycross in snow and ice Canada tracks. Yeah, I mean, Racer Champions will be up there. I don't think we'll get an invite to Racer Champions. We nearly did last year, didn't we? That would have been fun. I would have liked to have commentated that with you.
Yeah, that would be fun.
We'd be up for that if you're listening.
Timmy did it, didn't he?
Did he?
Very
He
short
did, actually.
notice,
Yeah,
and he did a great job.
Yeah, he was mega. Who did he do it with? I can't remember. Neil works up on Racer Champions, doesn't he? Always.
Yeah.
Was it Will Buxton? I can't remember.
Was maybe Will Buxton, yeah.
Yeah. Well, either way, yeah, we like Racer Champions on ice. I still.
Hey, grids.
Still want Racer Champions. Yeah, see you, grids. I still want Racer Champions to go back to
I better
Gran
clean them
Canaria.
up a bit, feel a bit
Well,
better.
yeah, I'll probably clear it. I've got a pile of grids down here as well. Hang on, let me give you an idea. Extreme we're not in terms of the paper that we use for the grids. So hang on, that's not even half of it. A bit more for today. There you go. Have some of that. Oh. What's this? Oh, there's the running order I wrote earlier on for the whole of the front end of the show. It's like, the confetti cannons go off at the end of an event. That's it.
Only their grids.
Here's the colour-coded notes. Look, this is what, that's the real side of doing commentary live, is trying to figure out what the hell is going on when you've got 10 minutes between sessions to sort it all out. Peter, there you go, mate. You can frame that if you want. Actually, Peter, come up here. Get up here. So this is Peter Hellman, who is the guy we say runs the whole championship, and we're jesting. The Ericssons are heavily involved as well, but this man does a hell of a lot of work, mate. Well done. Stick the cans on, please, and we'll get him on air. Welcome to the commentary box.
Thank you.
How's it going? He's like, I'm not sure about this. He stitched us up with quad bike rides. He made us eat surströmming a couple of years ago. We should have properly stitched him up and got some surströmming here for you to try. Mate, what brilliant. You like it?
No, I don't.
Okay. Even a Swede can be honest about it. Yeah. What a brilliant year.
Yeah, I agree. Brilliant year. Now I'm just excited for next year.
Yeah, me too. Well, can you give us any secrets about when it's going to start? Come on.
No, not
when
yet.
will we know?
Soon enough.
He's like a politician, isn't he? He's dodging all the questions straight away.
We have some hard work now to do with all the social media stuff.
Yeah, we got some good stuff for you coming up.
Yeah.
Like
we have a lot of footage that will be published during the year.
Yeah.
So yeah.
Mate, thank you for all your hard work.
Thank you guys.
Absolutely.
Not to be done without you and the rest of the TV crew. And Kevin and Andreas.
I was going to say, Kevin and Andreas, Hal mentioned earlier on the amount of effort Kevin puts in. We were saying about they put up the branding on the other day, but seriously, they are putting up and taking down the branding and stuff.
And Kalle.
Yeah, Kalle. Is Kalle here?
Kalle. Yeah, he's here.
Is
he's
he?
hiding in the back.
Is he hiding? Kalle, come and say hello. Or just at least get him to stand on screen and wave at everybody. Kalle, just come up. Look at him. He's got his sunglasses on like a proper Terminator. Kalle, give everyone a quick wave, mate. Here he is.
Hello.
Kalle as well, working on the truck. We can't bring the whole truck down here because they're in charge of making this stuff work. If the whole truck comes down, it will be on air forever because we will. But yeah, mate.
Well, there'll be no one to take us off air. That'll be the problem because we'd just be stuck in a continual time loop of being on air.
Yeah. How many jobs you got to do tonight?
A few.
We'll let you go and get a beer, mate. Thank you so much for everything, Kalle as well.
Cheers,
Peter. Well done, guys. You legends. Top work.
We work with very good people, and we're very lucky to. This is a tiny team, and the amount that those two guys do
is a lot.
They got back to the hotel after midnight last night, cutting quad bike VTs and stuff to try and make the broad.
Jesus Christ!
Whoa!
They knew that was coming. I was going to call them a B word there. After we were so kind as well. I'd take it. And we'd already thrown all the stuff in the air.
I feel less bad about throwing the paper now.
Yeah, me too.
That was a...
I want to feel like a champion, said Timothy Timosyanov in a bar in Canada once. No, we wanted everybody else to feel like a champion. There we go. Bit of gold.
Some hair. I could put it as hair.
Yes, Hal could have gold hair. Like the wigs that the Hansons had in 2014, was it, when they were champions?
15. OMC were champion in 14. Come on,
of course they were. That's why I don't write the book. Do you want to take... Oh, yeah, let me switch your cans off for a second. There we go. What do you think? I think this may be the most rogue we've ever gone. I'm so pleased to be filling.
I nearly said I look like a WRC driver, but I won't.
Is anybody? I can't even read it. I can't even read the comments. There's just gold stuff over everything. Gran Canaria, yes, we'd like to go. Yeah, we will do Gran Canaria night. Hal, see if you can. I need to see those comments. Can we get round there? I'll just go round there now, see if I can get the gold stuff off the telly. God, it's down the side there. Hang on a minute. Hold on. Gold stuff.
Moving on to the cross cards, where we head on the third.
We just saw the cross card junior. I can't do anything seriously.
No, I can't, mate. It's too late in the day to be serious. We're ever so sorry if you don't like it.
Let's do a selfie.
I would imagine you would have. Yeah, go on.
I think this has ruined the audio. You do it because you're on the right.
Yeah, all right, cool. Here we go. Hope you're all enjoying this at home. It's facing the wrong way, Hal.
In the second place, Alexander.
There we go. We'll post that later. The light's good, isn't it? Outside and inside. You can take that off now. Right, what are we saying? Asking about Rallyx on ice. Oh, damn it, I missed it. Monster truck class next year. Somebody says that'll be fun. Open four-wheel drive class next year. Be on air until the next season starts. That's brilliant.
In the back of this lorry, just touring.
I can't believe you lot have stayed. Goldilocks, someone's called you, you beaut. Stunning, somebody else says. Hal looks gorgeous, says Cornelius. These two are nuts, amazing entertainment, chaos. Gal Ridge, that's brilliant. Brilliant. It's like Hal was never bald.
Hey.
Bald? Are you bald?
How dare you?
Someone said the other day.
Kevin Eriksson and I are in a very exclusive club.
What's that?
Being bald.
Being bald.
And he's not far away either, is he?
Who?
Oh, look.
There he comes. Come on, mate. We could do with some help. We're still on air while they finish off the podiums.
Don't need to walk so long.
You're just going to watch from here?
Thank you, guys. You have beer as well?
No, sadly not. You going to few tonight?
Yeah, we'll have.
Yeah, you'll be sensible, I would imagine.
Yeah, of course. I have a Supercar Lights test tomorrow morning.
Do you?
Yeah.
Okay, so it's not just OMSC that running the cars then?
No, it's us and Omse and Simon Olofsson.
Yeah. Okay. So there's a few cars running.
Yep.
Okay. There we go. You see, Yoel's come in here and we've become slightly more serious. We've gone a bit rogue in the last few minutes.
I had
mate.
hair a minute ago, mate.
Yeah.
It was made of this.
Smile for the selfie chap. Here we go. I don't know if you were so exhausted or you simply had too much tea during the break. So basically, we've reached that point where, you know, when things get a bit silly, when you're really
tired. It's not
tired.
tea in here.
Yeah.
It's gin and tonic.
We're 19 pints in. Drive towards
19 pints of gin and tonic.
Well, that would be
interesting,
interesting, wouldn't it? Less hair, more aero. Hello, Mr. George McGuinness. Oh, McGuinness is in the comments. There it is. I'm sure I'll see you both soon. Well, pull your finger out, George. What are you doing?
I say you are bald, George.
Yeah, so what?
Weren't expecting that. I love that Yoel's read the comment straight away. He said that you were catching up with him and Kevin. That's a bit rude.
Yeah. It's working on it.
It's a bit rude, though, isn't it?
Yeah, but that's how it is.
What is it? So he's insulted your livery. Now he's insulted your barnet.
Yeah.
That's slang for hair.
And he's working for me sometimes. Maybe I will fire him soon.
Yes. Hal Ridge is fired. Hal, you're off the side of the picture. Come in. No one wants to miss out on that incredible face.
Turn one.
Oh, Jesus. It's all gone wild, isn't it? Grab some beers and stay till the morning. I can't, unfortunately. There we go.
Shame for Lucas, Joel, not to, in all seriousness, not to take the championship. Just didn't work out for him today.
Shame and shame. I mean, we should be very happy and proud what they have achieved this year. And of course, you always want to win. But first corner, carnage, and we was aiming for the Swedish championship today, but couldn't take that. And yeah, P3. But I mean, we are super happy.
We did say, didn't we, that you came into this as a learning year, and it was an amazing start. I think you got to be super proud of the results.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, from the first race, have been super good. So a lot over the expectations, and he had done really hard work to find a budget for this, and yeah, he have made that, and so just looking forward for working together with him for the future.
I was going to say, you think he'd come back next year, or do you think he might move on to something different?
I don't know. I mean, we work on a lot of things, but hopefully our plan is to do Supercar Lights at least in Nordic, and then next year he's 16, so he's allowed to do international events. So maybe do some nitro or
okay. Yeah. Cool. So something a bit different.
Yeah, and I mean, you see nitro is growing quickly, so we maybe need to go there and have a look on the track, and he can get the feeling of the American arenas.
Okay, like Casper Janssen has as well. So Casper's come back on form today. He's had a brilliant day today. And Olofsson, I think, you know, to be fair to Olofsson as well, great performances this year. 3 wins. Yeah, you know, fair play.
Yeah. Simon is very good, and I mean, he have also had some bad luck this year. He made a lot of technical failures. So, I mean, fair play. He have been doing really well. So happy for him.
Yeah. Look at it, it's like somebody deliberately ran late so that we could bathe the podium in the golden hour.
Matt Soman as well. He so nearly won at home, didn't he?
Yeah.
He was caught out a bit by trying to go around the outside, but he's, for me, he seems like he's really enjoying his racing again.
Absolutely, and he have the pace and everything, so I mean, he's very happy about that. And okay, he did a mistake to go on the outside and he didn't go home, but anyway, I mean, to be top 3 and he have not done the 2 first races, I mean, he should be very happy about that.
Yeah, brilliant, good stuff. How many more podiums we got to go? Nobody's talking to us in the truck. You know,
this is Supercar.
Become a thing.
I wonder if the truck staff might have left. And they've just left us on air, left the stream up, but at some point we just go see you and leave you lot on your own. What really makes me laugh is there's still people here. There are still watching.
We need a FC1 X class in Rallyx next year. Okay.
Can someone put on some dance? You need to what? Sorry, need a what?
FC1 X class in Rallyx next year.
You up for that?
Yeah, why not?
I want to see an FC1X around this track. That'd be interesting to see. That would be very interesting to see. What else is going on in there? how are we going to go over the next many months without Alan Andrews' shenanigans? I don't
Well, what
know.
Joel doesn't know is they're about to lock the door, and then we're all stuck in here until next March.
Yeah, they're just going to drive off. They'll open the door and we'll go, surprise, Denmark.
Yeah.
We're like, right, here we go again. Yeah, we don't quite know where we're going. We tried to get Peter to tell us where we're going next year, but he wouldn't.
Okay.
But I'm sure it'll be somewhere fun.
Who won the Pro-Am Championship? Tam?
Tam. Yeah, Tam. Him and Franks went
second.
joker on the first lap, overtook each other twice. One of them went up over the curbs. It was all a bit carnage, but it was good fun.
Here's Mats coming up.
Where is Mats? There we go. Mats Oman being lifted up onto the podium. If you're not familiar, he's paralysed from the chest down, and we actually saw him get ragdolled really hard in the car earlier on. I think it's one of the things where he can't brace himself quite like a normally able driver can.
Yeah, he said he only saw the sky from the first corner.
Did he really?
Yeah.
But what an absolute legend. Yeah, I'm sure you guys at home, if you've been watching all year, will already have the utmost respect for Matt Soman. But I love the fact he's there. He's just like, lift me up on the podium, guys. I'll get up there. Let's go. Yeah, amazing. And
Good
Victor
camaraderie
Franks,
there between Tam and Franks.
Great to see. Frank's the first to congratulate Maiko Tam, picking up his trophy and the champagne. We spoke to Tam earlier this year, didn't we?
Also,
yeah,
he had done a good year. I mean, first year in the supercar for him as well.
I love that. That is a brilliant, brilliant photo. Couldn't be happier to see Mats up there on the podium. I really couldn't. Has he got? Is this the race result or championship standings? Race, isn't it?
This is the race, yeah.
Yeah.
And the championship.
I think Franks is P2, is he? Or
Sorry,
is,
the other way around.
yeah.
I always get the podium directions wrong.
Oh yeah, left and right. Yeah, the giveaway house, the numbers.
Yeah, but when you're as stupid as I am, that doesn't make any difference.
Stupid is, stupid does. Ask Yol about Rallyx on ice. Yol, lots of people are saying they want Rallyx on ice.
Yep.
I mean, we've done a couple of events, haven't we, in Nitro?
Mm.
I enjoyed it. I thought it was mega. But I'd like to see it. I know you would have done. I've not been to any of the Rallyx on ice events. I'd like to see something back in Europe. You have to go quite a long way north now to guarantee the weather, which is a shame.
Exactly. I mean, we had a couple of good events, but it's so difficult to make an event, to make it work with weather and track and all that stuff. But yeah, for sure. I mean, maybe sometime.
Yeah, I'm up
Future.
for it.
Yeah.
Somebody asking, would they let an FC1X on track at the same time as supercars? No, that would have to be a different category, different size car, different output. They're quite often happy to let a car like an RX2E car go in with supercar, and yeah, there's talk of some different models and things for next year which will be able to go into that supercar category, but no, I don't think you'd see that. I think a lot of people would have liked to have seen that. I would have loved to have seen that at the highest level, supercar versus electric, but for whatever reason it just didn't happen. You know, it's single make drivetrains and things and manufacturer involvement. Podium for today's supercar final. Johan Kristoffersson comes up to take the top step. Handshakes all round. Brilliant camaraderie all year. He gets the champagne. OC Vaby up there with him. Ollie Eriksson too. Great drive by Ollie to get into that position. And Kristoffersson on the top step of the podium for both this race and for the championship as well. He gave a lovely interview, Joel, where he said to Hal, he said, you know what, he said, I didn't anticipate the championship would mean as much as it does, but it did, which I thought was cool.
Of course, and I think he loved the racing because he need to really push, especially with that old lady driving now. So I mean, but he's so good.
He
so impressive.
enjoys the challenge, doesn't he?
Yeah,
you know, Vaby
but
has
he nails every start.
Yeah, he does, doesn't he?
I mean, can you do one mistake sometimes, please?
is it annoying?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I know
I've
been racing with. He have been in my team, and I mean.
Most of the mistakes came the year he was with you.
Yeah, I know.
There it is. That is the championship trophy for Johan Kristoffersson. He holds it aloft above his head. He is your Rallyx 2023 Supercar champion. Wins the top class of racing with a brilliant performance. Having missed Finland, he really did need 2 perfect weekends. Yeah, Joel jokes he doesn't make any mistakes. He came here and he had to have 2 perfect weekends to steal the championship from Ericsson. I'm super grateful for the Ericssons for putting the effort into running this series. And I really think it's grown over the last couple of years in popularity. We know it's grown in social media and views at home. Yeah.
I mean, it shows that the 5-time world championship coming here to
still compete,
compete. I mean, I think that's the best receipt you can get.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely, mate. It's good fun, isn't it?
Yeah.
Look how wet he is. He's had 3 bottles of champagne poured over him.
Yeah.
Savage. JC, be back next year?
Absolutely. I don't know which categories yet, but we will be in some of them, of course.
Good.
Right, that's it. We're done. 2023 is over. Joel Kristoffersson, thank you very much for joining us for the end of it.
Cheers, Joel.
Hal, it's been an absolute pleasure. Well done, mate.
Maybe I can be
always.
there in Open 2024 season.
If they shut the back of this lorry, you might well be anyway, mate. But yeah, I just want to say a huge thank you to everybody on the organising team, the television team. I know we keep saying it, but it's a very small group of people who make this wonderful championship happen. And a huge thank you to you guys for getting stuck in, for all your comments, for all your messages, all your interactions, for everyone who's come and said hello, even just for 5 minutes here. We really appreciate it. So you take care, guys. Have a great winter, and we'll be back for 2024. All right, take it easy.
In the second place, Alexander